Chapter 1. Awakening After Rebirth. The agony of organ failure still lingered, when a familiar voice of rebuke pierced through her thoughts. Yean, you truly disappoint us. As her vision gradually sharpened, Yean recognized the speaker, her fourth brother, Lin Shibai. A flicker of astonishment and disbelief crossed her mind. Had she truly been reborn 5 years back, on the day Lin Shi was publicly acknowledged as the heir? On that fateful day, she had been framed by Lin Shi, with everyone believing she was envious of Lin Shi and had attempted to push her down the stairs to claim her inheritance. The commotion had drawn her second brother, Lin Muching, who promptly saved Lin Shi from harm, leaving her only shaken. Soon after, her fourth brother appeared, pale and furious, demanding that she confess her supposed wrongdoing. Despite her fervent protests and even swearing an oath of innocence, they dismissed her explanations as mere acts of self-defense. Ultimately, she was coerced into kneeling before the assembled guests, apologizing to Lin Shi. In a misguided effort to compensate for Lin Zai's fright, her parents unanimously decided to transfer her share of the family fortune to Lin Xi. In the span of a single day, she became the laughingstock of the entire Jingxia. This was merely the beginning of her nightmare. With her striking appearance, Lin Shi had remarked how wonderful it would be if she could look like Yean. Consequently, a scar marred her cheek, a result of an allergic reaction. She could not appear more beautiful than Lin Shi, for that would deepen her insecurities, compelling her to disfigure herself. Her extraordinary talent in painting was overshadowed by Lin Zai's desire to emulate her excellence. All her works were attributed to Lin Shi, while she bore the label of a plagiarist, ultimately expelled from school under the disapproving gaze of her teachers. Furthermore, due to Lin Zai's heart condition, she was restricted in her diet and compelled to adopt a frail demeanor, becoming a pale shadow, a companion to Lin Zai's weakness. Ironically, even in this state, she could not escape the fate of being cast out of her home. With insufficient food, suffering from severe malnutrition, and utterly destitute, she found herself curled beneath a bridge, enduring the torment of organ failure while silently awaiting death. Blinking back tears, Yean glanced at her second brother, Lin Muching, who cradled Lin Shi with a face full of concern, and then at her fourth brother, whose expression radiated anger and disgust. Yet, wasn't it they who had sought her out, promising to make amends? Seeing Yean's lack of response, Lin Kabai's dwindling patience snapped. He grasped her wrist and forcefully pulled her to Lin Zai's side. Apologize. The sharp pain in her wrist jolted her to attention, and she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Kabai's. Among her brothers, only he, 2 years her senior, could perceive her thoughts and shared a closer bond with her. Now, however, those compassionate eyes were filled with annoyance. Enough, fourth brother. This isn't a grave matter. After all, though I share the Lin surname, the blood that courses through my veins is that of an outsider. It is only natural for Xiaoan to feel upset, Lin Shi interjected with a smile, attempting to downplay the situation, yet her words left ample room for interpretation. This provoked Lin Muching's fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yean, shouting, "Had I known you would turn out to be so malicious, I would have urged our parents not to seek you out and let you perish." Outside, in that moment, Yean felt as though she had plunged into a freezing abyss, utterly engulfed in coldness. To them, her existence was a threat to Lin Shi. It would have been better had she never returned. If given the choice, she truly wished the Lin family had never come looking for her. Suppressing the excruciating pain in her wrist, Yean pulled her hand free and, in a hoarse voice, asked, "Do you all truly believe I pushed Lin Shi?" Lin Zai's expression was one of helplessness. Xiao and her silence spoke volumes, conveying more than Yean's 1,000 words ever could. Lin Shibai felt disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated that she would confront her mistakes boldly, yet here she was, still seeking to argue her case. "When did you become this way, Xiaoan?" Once, the Xiaoan who had returned to the Lin family was resilient and innocent, a little sunbeam striving to warm them all. "Must I spell it out for you? You envy Sierra for inheriting a portion of the estate, believing she has taken what is rightfully yours, hence you pushed her down the stairs, wishing her harm." Lin Muching seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the 10 years you were absent, Siege consoled us all and brought joy to our parents. Upon your return, she has yielded at every turn, fearful of upsetting you with her presence. What do you have to complain about? This inheritance rightfully belongs to Sierra. Yean smiled wryly, a hint of sarcasm in her expression. She had been blissfully unaware of Lin Zai's numerous sacrifices on her behalf. "I was in the wrong," she admitted, acknowledging her error and still hoping for familial affection. Such notions would no longer plague her mind. Lin Shi appeared troubled. "Xiaoan, I hold no grudge against you." Yean chuckled softly. "A mistake is a mistake. I shall atone for my wrongs." Her error lay in returning to the Lin family thus, she would rectify it herself. Upon hearing her resolve, Lin's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. All the family's affection was to be hers alone. Feigning concern, Lin Shi waved her hands dismissively. Shaoan, what are you doing? You've already apologized. I require nothing more. Lin Muching, embracing Lin Shi, felt a surge of tenderness. She always prioritized others' feelings. Even at her own expense, he leaned down to comfort her softly. There is no need for guilt. This is what you deserve. As he raised his gaze to Yean, he scoffed. At least you possess a shred of conscience. With that, he cast a disdainful look at her before departing with Lin Shi. Lin Shibai turned to her, his eyes landing on her wrist, which bore evidence of his earlier actions. Her fair wrist was swollen and red. At a fleeting moment of concern crossed his face, but it swiftly morphed into reproach. You should not oppose Sierra. Consider how you will explain this to our parents and older brothers when they return. Apply some ointment to your wrist. Yean remained silent, her surroundings fading into silence until she was left alone. Then, she bent over, clutching her abdomen, and began to laugh uncontrollably. Her laughter was frenzied, bordering on madness. With tears brimming in her eyes, it was always like this, despair intertwined with fleeting hope, leading her to believe that if she remained obedient just a little longer, everything would be fine. As her laughter turned into a fit of coughing, she wiped her tears and retreated to her room. Gazing at the family photo album placed prominently on her vanity, her expression was devoid of warmth. In the photograph, a couple stood before 6 children, 2 girls and 4 boys, while the smallest girl in the corner appeared utterly out of place. That was her. Lost at the age of 5, found again at 15, the year she vanished, her mother nearly succumbed to madness, while her father, in an effort to soothe her, adopted a girl from an orphanage who bore a resemblance to her. From that point onward, the Lin family transferred all their guilt onto Lin Shi, crowning her as the most radiant princess of Jingxia. Initially, upon her return, her parents and 4 brothers indeed showered her with affection as promised. Yet slowly, that affection became tainted. Shaoan, Sierra has a heart condition. Please be considerate of her. Shaoan, your arrival has already divided Sierra's love. Do not be so calculating. Shaoan, we are your family, but Sierra has no one else. Please be understanding. Yen's fingers gripped the edge of the table until her nails broke, snapping her back to reality. None of it mattered anymore. Retrieving a dust-free white box from beneath her bed, she opened it and stepped out of her room. Chapter 2. The once treasured yet now disdained. When Yean made her entrance into the main hall, Lin Shi stood in the most conspicuous position. Her second brother, Lin Mucheng, and her 4th brother, Lin Shibai, flanked her like the most loyal knights of a princess, guarding her at all costs. Her appearance incited a flurry of whispered discussions among the guests. Pity, disdain, mockery, various gazes converged, each one eager to witness her unfolding drama. Beneath her slightly lifted eyelids lay a tinge of self-mockery. Everyone present could see her status as a mere jester within the Lin family, yet she remained blissfully unaware, believing that one day this crooked family would recognize her worth. In the affluent circles of Jingxia, the Lin family stood as a paragon of elite status. Her father, Lin Wenbin, had risen from humble beginnings, his financial acumen remarkable, transforming from a poor boy into a regular guest on financial news channels. Her mother, Ms. Fu Yao, was a world-renowned fashion designer, her brand commanding a substantial market overseas. As for her 4 brothers, each was a paragon of excellence in his own right. The eldest, Lin Chuan, had inherited the family business and was a highly sought-after bachelor in Jingxia. The second, Lin Mucheng, was a brilliant doctor with his own independent laboratory. The third, Lin Xingyi, was a celebrated actor in the entertainment industry, his talents and luck unrivaled. The 4th, Lin Shibai, a former esports athlete turned behind-the-scenes mogul, had founded the undeniably premier esports club, and to receive such unbounded favoritism from this illustrious family was indeed irresistible. Yean exhaled slowly. However, none of this mattered to her anymore. This year, as a senior in high school, she would live for herself, aspire to enter her dream university, earn sufficient income, and ultimately sever all ties with the Lin family. Upon seeing the box that Yean carried, Lin Mucheng's expression soured immediately, his brows knitting in discontent as he questioned her intentions. Lin Shibai pressed his lips together, the box strikingly familiar. According to you, you ought to apologize to Lin Shi, he remarked. Yean replied in a calm tone, declaring her intent to make amends. Upon hearing her claim of coming to apologize, Lin Mucheng surprisingly offered her a semblance of goodwill, acknowledging she still possessed some conscience. Lin Shibai chuckled softly. Little Lin, you have finally matured. His gaze towards her was tinged with approval, My brother and I have decided to relinquish your spot in the Jingmei training program to Lin Shi. This was not a discussion, it was a notification. Yean was not taken aback. It had played out the same way in her past life. Her fourth brother had, without her consent, offered her spot to Lin Shi to gain her forgiveness. Lin Shi, gifted in the arts, had to pursue the path of an art student despite Yean's potential to excel academically. In her previous life, Lin Shi felt inferior in academics and sought to prove herself in the arts, ultimately achieving remarkable success, earning the sole spot for training at the Jingxia Academy of Fine Arts. Every year, Jingmei would offer spots to senior art students, and those who secured a place invariably became distinguished figures in the art world. Lin Shi gasped, hastily refusing. No, I cannot take little N's spot. Second brother, fourth brother, please retract that statement. Her insincerity was nauseating. Yean observed Lin Shi's performance in silence. Had Lin Shi not subtly expressed her desire for that spot, the Lin family would hardly have concerned themselves with the matter. In her past life, Yean had felt sorrow and resentment, questioning why her achievements should be transferred to Lin Shi when she had done nothing wrong. But now, she felt indifferent. Even if the spot were given to Lin Shi, what did it matter? It would simply be an act of self-degradation on her part. Furthermore, she had no intention of pursuing the arts in this lifetime. Lin Mucheng immediately embraced Lin Shi, soothing her by stroking her head. Silly girl, what is wrong with that? Yean nodded with a smile. Indeed. What is wrong with that? With that, she opened the box in her hands. Merely a single spot was insufficient. This box contains all the most valuable things I possess. I offer these to you as well. Inside were all the gifts she had received during her 3 years back in the Lin family. She intended to gradually sever all ties with them, and she was eager to see if Lin Shi could still be regarded as the family's precious darling without her presence to fill those gaps. Lin Shi Bai's expression froze upon seeing the contents. These were treasures that Yean held dear. He could not remain seated any longer. Abruptly standing and glaring at Yean, take it back. Within the box lay a cerulean case, housing a sapphire crown he had gifted her, purchased with the prize money he earned after winning his first world championship in Korea. No wonder he found the box familiar. He remembered the day he had given her the gift, watching as she carefully placed the box into this very white container, meticulously wiping away even the slightest speck of dust. At 16, shortly after being found, Yean had blossomed, her cheeks slightly plump and her smile radiant. Fourth brother, this is the most precious gift in my treasure box. Yean tilted her head in confusion. Didn't you all ask me to apologize? Lin Shi Bai choked. They wanted her to apologize, but had not specified that she should relinquish these items. How could she bear to part with them? Did she not treasure these gifts above all else? Lin Shi Bai's eyes reflected his bewilderment. He merely wished for little and to grow up to be a good person. Was that too much to ask? Lin Mucheng, suppressing his irritation, questioned, Yean, is this an apology or a warning? Yean smiled brightly. Second brother, why are you angry again? If I am to apologize, should there not be sincerity involved? Is this not sincere enough? Lin Mucheng was rendered speechless. Of course, it was sincere. Everyone in the Lin family knew how much these gifts meant to Yean, far exceeding her own life and value. Lin Shi, taken aback by the items in the box, wondered what Yean truly intended. Was she genuinely apologizing or employing a strategy to elicit sympathy from her brothers? Nonetheless, she desired these items, each one unique, unlike anything she possessed. Biting her lip, Lin Shi quickly interjected, Little Lin, this is too precious. Moreover, these were given to you by our parents and brothers. Their significance far surpasses their material worth. I cannot accept them. She shook her head in refusal. Lin Shi's obedience softened Lin Mucheng's heart. In contrast, Yean's actions only fueled his dissatisfaction. Was she provoking them, believing this would evoke their pity? With a cold scoff, Lin Mucheng declared, Fine, if you wish to give, to apologize. Just do not expect to reclaim them later. Holding Lin Shi's hand, he casually placed an item from the box into her palm. From now on, these items belong to you. Lin Shi suppressed her excitement, feigning conflict, showing no inclination to refuse. The garbage that ought to be discarded was returned to its rightful owner. Yean shrugged and turned to leave, indifferent to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Lin Shi Bai began to panic, feeling an instinctive urge to chase after her. Fearing the loss of something precious, Lin Shi, noticing his movement, clutched her chest and gasped, It hurts. Lin Shi Bai halted, turning to see Lin Shi's pallor. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept her into his arms. Second brother, go get the car. The commotion certainly caught Yean's attention. She did not look back. dismissing both Lin Shi and herself from the narrative. In her past, she would have been disheartened by her brother's concern for Lin Shi. Now, it mattered not to her, whether feigned or genuine. If Lin Shi were to encounter misfortune, she would only rejoice. Chapter 3. How much sin must be paid? Lin Shi's sudden heart attack plunged the Lin family into chaos. Lin Shibai intended to discuss matters with Yean, but such thoughts were soon cast aside. Lin Mucheng, in a fit of irrational blame, insisted that Lin Shi's sudden ailment was entirely due to Yean's malicious intent in pushing her down the stairs, which had startled her, compounded by a hypocritical apology that left Lin Shi in turmoil, ultimately leading to her condition. On the second floor, Yean lay in bed while Lin Shi was rushed to the hospital. The guests attending the banquet were being ushered out by the butler. With the new school year approaching in just 2 days, Yean resolved to contact her teachers to resume her studies in cultural subjects. As she had no intention of pursuing arts and sports, she would not repeat the mistakes of her past life by becoming a stepping stone on Lin Shi's path to fame and fortune. In her previous life, Lin Shi's grades had been insufficient to gain admission to Jingmei, but Yean had secured a spot through a national art competition. The Lin family had coerced her into serving as Lin Shi's ghostwriter, even if it meant sacrificing her future. Perhaps it was Lin Shi's good fortune or her own. But she had managed to navigate those treacherous waters safely. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Upon entering university, all her accomplishments were attributed to Lin Shi. Although she had resisted, the Lin family's threat to cut off her financial support had rendered her powerless. Thus, in this life, her foremost objective was to earn her own living, for only with sufficient financial independence could she take her first step forward. She was also curious to see if, without her presence, Lin Shi could still rise to become a globally renowned genius painter as she had in her former life. As she closed her eyes, her energy gradually waned, and Yean fell into an unknowing slumber. She awoke once more due to a sharp pain in her stomach, clutching her abdomen. Her face pale and beaded with sweat, each droplet striking the sheets left a small mark. The pain was unbearable. Taking a deep breath, Yean endured the discomfort and rose from the bed, intending to retrieve pain relief medication from the cabinet. In the Lin household, she was not allowed to eat her fill, leading to severe stomach issues over time. She had forgotten that today she was ordered to remain by Lin Shi's side, unable to leave her for even a moment, and thus had not eaten a single bite. With the heads of the Lin family absent for dinner, the servants showed no concern for her needs. Before she could locate the painkillers, a frantic knock echoed at her door. It was a servant informing her that her father demanded her presence at the hospital to apologize to Lin Shi. As she boarded the car to the hospital, clutching her stomach, the pain had numbed her senses, leaving her ghostly pale. Another apology. How many sins did she owe Lin Shi? What more did they want her to do? Leaning her head against the car window, eyes closed, Yean resolved that whatever Lin Shi sought from her was of no consequence. She had nothing left to lose. She trudged to Lin Shi's hospital room, and as she pushed the door open and took in the scene, a fierce slap of air struck her face without restraint. Beast, can you not bear to see your sister well? The middle-aged man, dressed in a tailored suit and exuding an air of refinement, had dark eyes that belied his demeanor, filled with unrestrained fury. It was as if she were not his daughter but a sworn enemy from a blood-soaked vendetta. Coughing slightly, Yean steadied herself, pressing her cheek to the side, the taste of iron spreading in her mouth. This man was whom she called father. Behind Lin Wenbin stood her second brother, Lin Mucheng, equally contemptuous. If anything happens to Xiu, I will not spare you. Lin Shi lay in the hospital bed, half cradled in Lin Chibai's arms, gazing at her with a mixture of pity and heartbreak. Yean smiled, suddenly understanding her presence here. In her previous life, her father had missed an important day for his beloved daughter due to a significant business deal. Guilt-ridden, upon returning home to learn that she had pushed Lin Shi, he had immediately resorted to family punishment, nearly beating her senseless. Subsequently, he had informed her that her inheritance rights were now Lin Shi's. Though she was unaware of what transpired after her father arrived at the hospital, it was likely similar to her past experiences. The aim was merely to use her to comfort Lin Shi. But in truth, what had she done? Yean's gaze fixated on the man she called father. Had she truly harmed Lin Shi? Why must she bear the blame? Lin Wenbin's ire grew with Yean's defiance. What kind of attitude is this? He felt his dignity had been affronted. Without a second thought, he raised his hand, intending to strike her again. Yet, despite her stomach's agony, Yean found an unexpected strength and seized Lin Wenbin's wrist. Have I spoken incorrectly? Did my brothers witness me pushing Lin Shi down the stairs? No. You merely believe so, while the truth is obscured, and you do not even wish to review the surveillance footage. The words nearly erupted from her, a long overdue expression of her grievances. The Yean of the past would have wept in submission or bowed her head in apology. She had never been this resolute, leaving those present momentarily stunned. Not caring for Sheer is also your fault, Lin Mucheng shouted in anger. How could Yean dare to speak so brazenly? And what about later? When we asked you to apologize, what did you do? Did you intend to provoke her heart condition with those items? Lin Mucheng's chest heaved with rage, visibly livid. Lin Wenbin's expression darkened. Kneel, he declared. I have discussed this with your brothers. Your inheritance is now Lin Shi's. Lin Shi, leaning in Lin Qibai's embrace, struggled to rise. No, please, Dad, I'm fine. This isn't Yean's fault. A simple apology suffices. Look at her magnanimity. Yean thought sarcastically. If she were to apologize, she would be solidifying the accusation of intending to harm Lin Shi. Be silent. Yean glared at Lin Shi. There is no apology here. Kneeling is a foolish fantasy. Am I her mother or a mere servant? As an adult, does she require my unwavering care? What obligation do I have to look after her? She lowered her hand from her abdomen, her spine straighter than it had ever been. Lin Qibai hesitated, sensing something was amiss with Yean's demeanor. He intended to mediate and let the matter pass. However, Yean did not grant him the chance to speak. Even if Lin Shi's fright is my fault, if I offer so many valuable items as recompense, how can I still be at fault? Do you not find this absurd? Why did you summon me back in the first place? Yean's words laid bare the family's bias, leaving the Lin family members visibly uncomfortable. If you check the surveillance footage, and it truly shows me pushing Lin Shi down the stairs, I would willingly offer my life in atonement. Now it was Lin Shi who panicked. She was confident that her father, mother, and brothers would unconditionally support her. If they reviewed the footage, it would clearly reveal that she had stumbled while attempting to escape upon hearing her brother's approach. There's no need for such trouble. Her voice rose in pitch due to anxiety. Realizing, Lin Shi quickly clutched her chest, biting her lip. Dad and my brothers have already gone to great lengths for me. Reviewing the footage is too troublesome. Let us just say I accidentally fell. Lin Mucheng could not bear to see Lin Shi distressed, and said tenderly, Your matters are never a bother. Lin Wenbin frowned, his eyes filled with discontent toward Yean. We never anticipated you would become this way. Yean had heard this sentiment too often. The fire in her stomach felt unbearable, and beads of sweat lined her forehead. Yean squinted, catching only the movement of Lin Qibai's lips, his ears filled with a buzzing sound. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Lin Qibai recalled Yean's resolute decision to return the gift, and just as he was about to suggest checking the surveillance, he noticed Yean had collapsed. His heart tightened in an instant. Xiaoyan, ignoring Lin Shi, he felt an unprecedented panic as he lifted Yean into his arms and turned to Lin Wenbin. Dad, I believe we should review the surveillance footage. Chapter 4. Leaving the Lin family without looking back when Yean awoke, the scent of disinfectant filled her nostrils. The lights before her flickered in a disorienting haze, and it took her a moment to gather her thoughts. Was she in a hospital? Little Lin, you finally woke up. She turned her head to see her elder brother, Lin Qibai, looking at her with obvious delight. Shifting her gaze, she noticed her nominal father, Lin Wenbin, standing nearby, while her second brother, Lin Mucheng, supported Lin Shi, who occasionally stole glances at her. A bitter irony gripped her heart. She was fine, so why should they feel regret? Noticing her silence, Lin Qibai's expression dimmed slightly, but he quickly replaced it with a gentle, reassuring smile. This smile was one she had only seen directed at Lin Shi in the past 2 years. What did it signify now? Was it merely sympathy for her suffering that led her to the hospital? She needed none of that. Yean evaded the hand reaching out to her head, propping herself up in bed. If he expected an apology for Lin Shi, he was dreaming. Lin Qibai paused, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. Why was little Lin speaking to him like this? Lin Mucheng, irritated, interjected, What do you mean by that? Lin Wenbin remained silent, though disapproval was evident in his gaze. The message was clear. Yean's voice was hoarse as she replied, I mean it literally. Her pale complexion silenced Lin Mucheng, prompting Lin Qibai to explain patiently. While you were unconscious, we checked the surveillance footage. It was she who slipped and fell. Both I and Mucheng were anxious and misunderstood the situation. She thought you had pushed her. It's all a misunderstanding. And father has no intention of revoking your inheritance rights. Lin Wenbin nodded in agreement, treating the matter as trivial since it was merely a misunderstanding. Rest well. She needs recuperation too, so we'll take her home now. Contemplating their words, Yean nearly laughed aloud. How could they so easily determine she was at fault without any evidence? Even if there were proof, it could just as easily suggest Lin Shi's clumsiness. Did they expect her to be grateful for the restoration of what was rightfully hers? Sorry, but this time she would not accept. So, Lin, she need not apologize to her. Yean lowered her eyelids. Lin Muqing's pupils constricted as he pointed an accusing finger at her, anger flooding his features. What do you mean? Do you know that after you fell unconscious, she worried about you so much that she neglected her own rest just to wait for you to wake up? Brother, Lin, she interjected, tugging at Lin Muqing's sleeve, her lips quivering in a pitiful manner that evoked sympathy. Lin Wenbin's lips tightened as he regarded Yean, displeasure evident in his expression. Yean, enough? His tone was laden with threats. Lin Chibai attempted to mediate. Little Lin, you just woke up and need rest. Let us put this matter behind us. She was told to let it go? Yean nearly laughed in exasperation. Scanning the faces around her, she noted her second brother's unfounded accusations. Even after the truth was laid bare, he still believed she deserved such treatment. Her father dismissed her rightful claim to an apology as mere childishness. Lin Chibai, who superficially sought to defend her, was merely playing favorites. Lin Shi looked at Yean with feigned remorse, claiming she wanted to apologize. Yet she had never backed her words with actions. Before turning 15, Yean had longed for a day when her family would come to take her home. She received that day, only to find all her subsequent suffering stemmed from them. In the face of such blatant favoritism, she felt like a mouse in a gutter, sneaking glimpses of others' happiness. From the outset, her parents regarded her as a burden, a product of the orphanage filled with undesirable habits, magnifying even the smallest mistakes. Her eldest brother viewed her existence as a reminder of his past errors, manipulating her life under the guise of compensation, making rebellion seem futile. Her second brother resented her for returning, believing she had usurped Lin Shi's place, perpetually treating her with disdain. Her third brother saw her as an embarrassment and initially treated her like a mere curiosity, losing interest once the novelty faded. Only her fourth brother had ever treated her with genuine kindness, but even he had gradually succumbed to Lin Shi's schemes and developed a skewed perception of her. Perhaps, from the moment she stepped out of the orphanage, she had been destined to fail. Taking a deep breath, she questioned whether such family deserved to remain in her life. It was our oversight. Little Lin just woke up and needs rest. We want to disturb you. Lin Shi looked up at Lin Muqing. Yean shot her a glance. Her so-called favorite seafood porridge. In truth, she was allergic to seafood. Lin Shi was quite adept at feigning concern, managing to capture the hearts of all the Lin family members at their most guilty moments. Had Yean not been reborn, she might have genuinely believed this was all a misunderstanding and felt touched by Lin Shi's apparent concern. The reason Lin Shi excluded her was simple. She sought the Lin family's inheritance, wanting to be the center of attention. Lin Muqing nodded at Lin Shi's words, affectionately ruffling her hair, his face beaming with adoration. Archie is so kind. He then turned to Yean, his expression turning icy. This time we'll let it go, but if you bully she again, I won't spare you. Yean maintained a frosty demeanor. You needn't wait for the next time. The private hospital room was well equipped, and she grabbed a pen and paper from the bedside table, swiftly writing down a few lines. Lin Chibai peered over, curiosity piqued. But his expression shifted to alarm as he caught the beginning of her note. Little Lin. Ignoring him, Yean completed her writing and handed the paper toward Lin Wenbin. While I may not differ much from an outsider in the Lin family, I believe having a written declaration would be more appropriate. Lin Wenbin took the paper, glanced at it, and his expression shifted from surprise to fury. Yean, have you lost your mind? You want to sever our father-daughter relationship? I am fully aware of what I am doing. Yean's gaze was icy. When I was brought back, my household registration was never transferred, and I never changed my surname. I am not truly a member of the Lin family. You all consider me an eyesore, so let us end it here. Lin Wenbin clutched the paper tightly, his chest heaving with rage. How dare you? Lin Shi glanced over, her eyes sparkling with delight as the words sever relationship agreement caught her attention. If Yean left the Lin family, everything would belong to her. Feigning concern, she said, Little Lin, what you're doing is too hurtful to father. Yean disregarded her, fixing her gaze firmly on Lin Wenbin. Mr. Lin, please sign. Lin Muqing laughed, though it was a laugh tinged with anger. You don't actually believe this will earn our sympathy and guilt, do you? This only makes you appear foolish. Lin Wenbin gritted his teeth. Fine. The president of Lin Corporation was being humiliated by his own daughter. If she wanted to sever ties, he would grant her wish. Taking the pen, Lin Wenbin signed the document decisively, eager to see how this ungrateful daughter would further disgrace herself. Yean felt as though she had struck gold, carefully storing the paper away. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Her gratitude rang true, yet Lin Wenbin felt as if a heavy stone had been placed upon his chest, stifling him with rage. Since she was no longer considered part of the Lin family, she had no right to remain in this hospital room. He had initially thought Yean was merely putting on a show, that she would cower when he confronted her. To his shock, she showed no hesitation, pulling out the 4-needle and throwing back the covers to rise from the bed. Lin Wenbin's face darkened entirely. If you have the courage, never return. Lin, she hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, Father, please do not let your anger affect your health. Observing how much more considerate his adopted daughter was compared to his biological one, Lin Wenbin's expression softened. He deliberately suggested, Sheesh, haven't you always wanted to dine at that newly opened 5-star restaurant? Let us celebrate there today. The reason for the celebration was self-evident. As they reached the doorway, Yean sneered, Mr. Lin, are you aware that I am allergic to seafood? The atmosphere in the room stiffened. Chapter 5. Transferring cultural classes. Having completely severed ties with the Lin family, she had no intention of remaining there any longer. Upon returning to the Lin residence, she found it deserted. Yean retreated to her room, where she unearthed an old, tattered suitcase from the corner. She meticulously packed away all her belongings from the orphanage and rummaged beneath the bed to retrieve a bank card. This card contained 3,000 yuan, a sum bestowed upon her by Mr. Qin, the investor, as living expenses when she left the orphanage. Afterward, she had informed him that she no longer required assistance, and he did not demand the money back. Unbeknownst to her, it was this very sum that provided her the means to escape the Lin family. After organizing her belongings, Yean even changed into a set of clothes she had worn during her time at the orphanage. Thanks to the years of malnutrition at the Lin household, she was fortunate that the outfit still fit her. With a self-deprecating smile, she grasped the suitcase and exited her room, only to encounter Aunt Zhao at the front door. Aunt Zhao was taken aback. Miss Yean's demeanor resembled that of someone running away from home. With her luggage and identification in hand, Yean boarded a bus to the suburbs of Jingxia. In Jingxia, where real estate was exorbitantly priced, only the suburban villages offered short-term rentals at a rate she could afford. She promptly spent 1,000 yuan to rent a small room. Although diminutive, it was adequately furnished. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, she was ushered in, surrounded by admirers, much like a princess being carried by a multitude of knights. Upon noticing the return of the master of the house, Aunt Zhao hesitated momentarily before approaching. Mr. Lin, Miss Yean returned earlier and packed a suitcase. She has not come back since. What? Mr. Lin erupted in anger, a wave of suspicion washing over him. Could it be that Yean truly meant it? Lin Mucheng scoffed, once again, with the severing of ties and running away. Does she truly believe that such theatrics will intimidate us? That we would beg her to return? How laughable. I wager she will be back, tail between her legs, within 3 days. When that time comes, she shall be duly punished. Lin Wenbin snorted disdainfully. Let her return, and witness how I deal with her. Lin Shi, overhearing their conversation, couldn't suppress her delight. The words masked her cunning intentions. Perhaps she should look for her sister, just in case something unfortunate befell her. The more they spoke, the more the Lin family perceived Yean as thoughtless, breeding an increasing annoyance and disdain for her. They reassured Lin Shi that she need not concern herself with Yean's fate. After all, a young woman of her stature could hardly perish outside. Only Lin Shi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with uncontainable worry. Without money, where could little Lin go? Yean, having tidied her new room, purchased fresh bedding, and arranged it neatly, felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. While this place could not compare to the opulence of the Lin estate, it offered her an overwhelming sense of security. She was no longer required to tiptoe around others' opinions, fearful of saying the wrong thing and inciting irritation, constantly on edge about being cast out. The path ahead was clear. She would focus on her studies, earn money, and restore her health. With 1 year remaining until the college entrance examinations, her senior year would commence with a review of first-year content, allowing her to self-study alongside the teacher's pace. Yean was confident in her abilities. As for her health, the Lin family, concerned about Lin Shi's congenital heart condition, had arranged a specialized diet through a nutritionist to prevent her from being overly active around Lin Shi. This meant she was subjected to a regimen of small meals, perpetually leaving her unsatisfied and lethargic, all while maintaining the necessary nutrients. However, the Lin family never cared to check if she was actually consuming the provided meals. The household staff monitored her closely, forbidding her from eating any food in secret. The most absurd aspect was her own predicament, despite knowing that her second brother, Lin Mucheng, often neglected meals while immersed in experiments. She would prepare various stomach-soothing dishes to bring him. In turn, his stomach improved under her care, while her own digestive issues went unnoticed. Now that she had left the Lin household, as long as she earned enough money, employing the pharmacological knowledge she had acquired, restoring her health would not be a challenge. Yean gazed at her reflection in the mirror. She appeared gaunt, even thinner than when she resided in the orphanage. With no flesh on her pointed chin, her height had stagnated at 162 centimeters for 3 years. She could focus on her studies and quickly accumulate sufficient funds. Yean furrowed her brow in contemplation. There was only one viable option. In her previous life, shortly thereafter, numerous games were selected for the Olympics as official events, marking the rise of esports to a pinnacle. Investing in a gaming team was exceptionally lucrative. In her past life, Lin Shibai and team transformed into an electronic club, creating a legendary success story. Subsequently, leveraging the influence of star players during the rise of new media, they pioneered a live streaming platform, leading the short video industry from gaming broadcasts. What she needed to do was seize the opportunity, regardless of how the times evolved. Industries related to the internet would remain timeless. Currently, the most popular 5v5 competitive game, Honor, the PC version of King of Glory, was in the midst of its autumn finals, with Lin Shibai and team facing off against the upstart God team, which was currently seeking a substitute for their injured mid laner. This was her chance. She could use the prize money for investment. Transitioning from player to owner was not beyond her reach. With newfound determination, Yean eagerly dove into action. Over the next 2 days, she familiarized herself with her surroundings, establishing a routine. Aside from visiting the market to purchase ingredients for her health, she dedicated her evenings to gaming at an internet cafe, pouring the remainder of her time into her studies. On the eve of the new school year, Yean retired early, ensuring she had ample energy to face the first day. Unbeknownst to her, the school forum had erupted in a frenzy over her circumstances. A post detailing the bitter rivalry between the Lin family's true and false daughters over inheritance had captured the attention of the board students awaiting the start of the semester. Tales of jealousy, treachery, and scandal spread like wildfire. In an instant, Yean's name became a hot topic at Jingxia No. 1 High School. Upon arriving at her new school via bus, Yean first visited the art training class she had previously attended to formally withdraw. The art class was relatively lax, and with the new semester beginning, she could hear the commotion as she ascended the staircase. My goodness. She. Are you saying you'll be attending the Jingmei training program for the latter half of the semester? How did you manage to secure that spot? Do you even know who she is? Getting a place in the Jingmei training program is no small feat. Please, stop flattering me. I just got lucky. Even without seeing Lin Shi, Yean could envision her basking in the praise, feigning modesty while secretly reveling in the accolades. How utterly hypocritical. The flattery and praise continued, interspersed with occasional disparagement towards Yean. She chose to ignore them, pushing the door open to enter, causing the previously noisy classroom to fall into an abrupt silence. With the prepared documents in hand, Yean strode directly to the teacher in charge. Excuse me, could you please sign here? Are you certain you wish to transfer to cultural classes? Yes. The teacher did not inquire further, swiftly signing the document and crossing her name off the list. A few brief exchanges snapped the stunned students back to reality. Could it be that Yean, having been cast out from the Lin family, had been driven to madness? Transferring to cultural classes now? Such self-destructive behavior was hardly a solution. Perhaps she felt too ashamed to continue studying the same subjects as she, opting instead for cultural classes to avoid embarrassment. The murmurs surrounding her filled her ears, but Yean remained unfazed. Just as she was about to leave with the documents in hand, Lin Shi reached out and stopped her. Shaoan, please don't make a scene. Even if you wish to shift to cultural classes to gain the attention of our parents and brothers, you should not jeopardize your future in such a reckless manner. Lin Shi's face was filled with exasperation. Her few words made the others realize that Yean was indeed attempting to elicit sympathy in this manner. Chapter 6. The quota, I do not desire. Yean lightly clicked her tongue, exclaiming, You've dazzled my eyes. Lin Shi was taken aback, failing to grasp her meaning. The radiance of the saintly aura was too blinding. Only then did Lin Shi comprehend that Yean was mocking her for meddling. Instantly, her eyes reddened, and she stood there with a look of grievance. As the beauty shed tears, a naive defender emerged to support Lin Shi. Yean, don't overstep. Our Lin Shi is kind-hearted and is concerned for you, all right? Just look at the disparity between you two. The naive defender exclaimed angrily. Yean brushed Lin Shi's hand away, casting her an amused glance. Oh really? Do you know that Lin Shi's quota for the Jingmei training program is a gift from me? If the chosen candidates for the Jingmei training class do not attend, they may transfer their quota to someone else. Naturally, It is uncommon for anyone to do such a thing. As her words left her lips, the naive defender was rendered speechless, disbelief written all over her face. Lin Shi aspired to be the most brilliant presence, and thus, Yean could not surpass her. Under the Lin family's expectations, she concealed her talents in her studies, even creating several astonishingly beautiful paintings that were attributed to Lin Shi. Yet, she too yearned to shine a bit brighter. Secretly, she had registered for the Jingmei training class examination, hoping to surprise her family with the results. Little did she expect that, in both her past and present lives, this opportunity would be deemed suitable only for Lin Shi. Surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. If the quota was indeed relinquished by Yean, it would imply that her artistic talent far surpassed that of Lin Shi. The teacher did not refute Yean's claim. And it seemed, was she really transferring to a cultural class? Surely, she had lost her mind. The gazes of those around Lin Shi shifted, as the matter of true and false daughters in the Lin family was shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Shi nearly lost her composure. A momentary stiffness shattered her mask of pretense, revealing her hidden jealousy. How dare Yean speak so boldly? Did she not fear inciting her ire and facing reproach from her parents and brothers? In Lin Shi's view, Yean must be longing for the Lin family to seek her return, suffering in silence. She should be striving to appease Lin Shi, allowing Lin Shi to shine even more brightly in contrast. The epitome of a perfect Lin family daughter. At the open classroom door, two figures, one tall and one short, beheld the unfolding drama. Su Huailin was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated seeing her while accompanying his nephew to school to assess his investment. However, she seemed to be living a life quite different from his expectations. That girl is called Yean? Su Huailin pondered, observing the frail figure in the classroom. She appeared even thinner than in the photographs taken 3 years prior, and she hadn't grown taller. Moreover, those shoes, weren't they purchased for her 15th birthday? How had she returned home in such a miserable state? Su Wang cast a surprised glance at his uncle. If memory served him right, his uncle had departed for Britain 3 years ago to expand his overseas business and could not possibly know the newly reintroduced daughter of the Lin family. Does uncle know her? He mused. Having heard some rumors, he wondered if she truly belonged to the Lin family. She certainly did not appear to fit the mold. Su Huailin casually inquired, as if he had stumbled upon someone he had heard of. Su Wang dismissed the thought. The circles they moved in were well aware that the young lady was treated worse than a housemaid in the Lin family and had recently moved out following a fallout. Su Huailin nodded, choosing not to probe further. Let's head to class. I need to discuss some matters with your principal. I'll take my leave for now. He had no intention of entering the classroom, but as he turned to depart, he opened his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Receiving the message, Lin Zhe was taken aback to see his boss requesting all records of a female high school student from recent years. It was no wonder he was startled. Lin Zhe had never witnessed Su Huailin express interest in any woman since he started working by his side after graduating from university. Nervously, Lin Zhe concluded, the girl should be of age, right? She isn't underage, is she? Unbeknownst to Su Huailin, Su Wang looked at his uncle's retreating figure, puzzled. Could it be that the older gentleman was experiencing an early midlife crisis? Without caring about the tense atmosphere within the classroom, he strolled in, tossed his backpack onto his seat, and promptly fell asleep. The moment he entered, Yean noticed Lin Shi growing increasingly anxious. She did not pay attention to who it was. It was of no concern to her. Ignoring the naive defender, Yean left the art class without a backward glance. After some delay, she returned to class 13, where the teacher had already begun the lesson. Perhaps the homeroom teacher had given prior notice. The instructor exhibited no surprise, allowing her to find her own seat. As the class concluded and the break commenced, the senior class, still one of the top classes, was unusually abuzz with quiet discussions instead of the typical silence of exam preparation. Yean felt the weight of their stares, her brow furrowing involuntarily. If the attention in the art class was due to Lin Shi, then what was happening in class 13? She was not naive. There must be some underlying story. You are Yean? We are desk mates. Her desk mate, a girl with short wolf-tail hair, scrutinized her with a peculiar gaze. Yes, I am. Well, I'm Wanyu. It's nothing serious. I just thought you might not have seen the campus forum yet. With Wanyu's reminder, Yean immediately understood. She pulled out her phone to check, and as expected, the campus forum was flooded with derogatory comments about her, some even wishing her dead. They condemned her for her youth and malicious thoughts, claiming she contemplated murder. Scrolling further, she came across a pinned post that accused her of jealousy at the adoptive sister's inheritance banquet, pushing someone down the stairs, leading to her being ousted from the Lin family. It was clear that this incident was orchestrated by Lin Shi. Indeed, from Lin Shi's perspective. She had succeeded in her first step, expelling Yean from the Lin family. The subsequent step was to ensure she could not remain in school either. Yet, Yean felt no panic or anger. Her expression remained stoic. "Are you not angry?" Wan Yu asked, puzzled. Yean, head bowed as she fiddled with her phone, replied, "There's nothing to be angry about. What do these remarks amount to? The slander on campus forums, blending truth and lies, is merely a primitive tactic of Lin Shi. The trials I endured in the Lin family were 100 times more formidable than this." She had no expectations that this incident would lead to her downfall. Lin Shi merely aimed to plant a negative first impression of her among others, so that if she were to encounter any future troubles, it would be easy for them to say, "Oh, that's just Yean." Wasn't this the very image the Lin family had etched of her? A cold smile graced her lips. Having been granted a second chance at life, she would not squander it. She retrieved a video from her album and directly posted it on the forum under her real name. This was surveillance footage from the Lin family, recorded as she left, precisely to guard against Lin Shi's schemes. Wan Yu, who had been observing her closely, caught sight of the video's content and hesitated to speak. Having completed her task, Yean no longer paid attention to the forum. In the school, several administrators followed Su Huailin, respectfully introducing him. "Mr. Su, thank you for your investment, which has provided our top students with such a splendid learning environment." The principal, with his Mediterranean hairstyle, swayed his two upright tufts as he praised. "Indeed, our students are the C Army de la C Army, destined to become the elites of society." "Elites of society?" Su Huailin ambiguously retorted with a question, lightly exhaling as he glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, which displayed the documents meticulously compiled by Assistant Lin, naturally including matters pertaining to the campus forum. "Is it the case that the distinguished individuals of your esteemed institution engage in indiscriminate online harassment of others?" The principal's two strands of hair drooped down. The September heat in Beijing remained oppressive, and a mere touch to his forehead revealed beads of sweat. "Mr. Su, perhaps you should first take a look at this," the assistant suggested, having astutely isolated and identified the most vociferous and aggressive individuals involved in the slander. After perusing the information, the principal felt as if he might vomit blood. It was the first visit of a major investor to the school, and despite his best precautions, he had still fallen into such a significant pitfall. He immediately declared, "We will thoroughly investigate these individuals and impose appropriate sanctions." Su Huailin retracted his phone and casually remarked, "Did you not just mention that No. 1 high school is a place for cultivating societal elites? How could there be any vermin among us?" He wore a polite smile. Yet no one dared to interpret it as genuine cheer. The principal tentatively inquired, then, "Expulsion?" Matters concerning the school, of course, fell under the principal's jurisdiction. Su Huailin smiled politely, yet his eyes turned icy. How could one be bullied to such an extent? Grinding his teeth, Su Huailin's gaze became inscrutable. The day's classes came to a swift conclusion. No. 1 high school held evening self-study sessions, but Yean had informed her homeroom teacher of her circumstances, allowing her to forego attendance. After gathering her belongings, she planned to purchase some ingredients to prepare dinner, hoping to regain her energy for a night of gaming at the internet CAF. However, as soon as she stepped out of the school gates, she was intercepted by Lin Shi Bai. With a furrowed brow, he regarded her with a complex expression, a mixture of disappointment and anger. "I initially thought your severance of ties with our father was outrageous enough, yet I never anticipated you would sink to such depths." Puzzled, Yean took a couple of steps back, replying, "I do not comprehend what you are saying. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb me." Lin Shi Bai's jaw clenched as he questioned, "Why did you post that video on the campus forum? Do you realize the impact this could have on Xia?" Xia, still in training at Jingmei, had tearfully called him, confessing her confusion over what had displeased Yean. "You have treated her terribly. This is simply unacceptable." "Unacceptable?" Yean found it amusing, even laughing momentarily before the irony struck her. They were all well aware of the forum's content and the slander directed at her. Yet they remained detached. However, when her retaliation affected Lin Shi, regardless of who was at fault, she would invariably be deemed in the wrong. "Is your neck merely ornamental for your height?" she retorted. Only those present at the Lin family banquet that day knew the truth. Which guest would dare to speak ill of the Lin family? Who do you think disseminated this information? Had there not been prior defamation against me, would I have been idle enough to share the video? Furthermore, was the video I posted fabricated? Is this not the truth? Lin Shi Bai, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure and firmly asserted, "You are simply not likable, and with the information published on the campus forum, you must have provoked someone who retaliated. Xia would never do such a thing." Yean rolled her eyes, feeling it absurd to engage in a debate about reason with Lin Shi. Enough. Yet Lin Shibai persisted, grasping her wrist as she attempted to leave. You must return home with me now to apologize to Sheer. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. She struggled to breathe, realizing the futility of reasoning with someone so obstinate. So, it's my fault again without even understanding the situation? Lin Shibai? Recalling the incident of Lin Shi falling down the stairs, instinctively began to explain. Yet Yean denied him the opportunity. I recall that shortly after I returned to the Lin household, Lin Shi faced ridicule at school and was on the verge of being cast out. Mr. Lin promptly demanded that I publicly display sisterly affection towards Lin Shi, ensuring she would forever remain the Lin family's cherished daughter and not suffer any indignities. The one who instigated this was our elder brother, who even had a lawyer's letter sent. But now, what support have you offered me? None. As my biological brother. Instead of protecting me, you criticize me for wanting to clear my name, simply because it would hurt Lin Shi's feelings. Am I to understand that she is so fragile? Would she cry over such things? Am I to leap off a building simply because I am slandered? Since you care for Lin Shi so deeply, isn't it enough to have her as a sister? Why seek me out? Lin Shibai, there's a limit to favoritism. Lin Shibai loosened his grip on Yean's hand, rendered speechless, for he knew deep down that what she said was true. He opened his mouth, intending to explain that the family was also concerned for Yean. But recalling their prior attitudes, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Taking a deep breath, he finally insisted, regardless, you must come home with me. Yean found him utterly bewildering. Did we not agree to dine together? Why are we still here? A clear male voice interjected nearby, belonging to Su Wang. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his hands tucked into his pockets as he cast a glance in their direction, an expression of impatience etched on his brow. Su Wang wore a blank expression, reflecting on how his uncle had unexpectedly come to pick him up from school today, leading him to believe that perhaps, after 3 years of separation, he wished to rekindle their familial bond. Yet, the moment he entered the car, it remained stationary until Yean appeared at the school gate, at which point his uncle suddenly turned to him. Wang, I believe it is essential to cultivate good relationships among classmates, do you not think? Su Wang felt otherwise. However, under duress, he nonetheless approached Yean. Yean was taken aback. She recognized Su Wang, yet logically, he should not recognize her, as their connection had not reached the point of casually dining together. Nevertheless, this presented a perfect opportunity for her to extricate herself. She shook off Lin Shibai's grasp and promptly stood beside Su Wang. Let us go? Su Wang clenched his jaw. He too was curious about how Yean knew his uncle. Casting a few inquisitive glances her way, he led her into the car. Lin Shibai could restrain Yean, but he dared not impede Su Wang, if for no other reason than Su's surname. Moreover, he had heard that Su Huailin had returned. As soon as Yean departed, Lin Shibai's phone rang. It was a call from the hospital. Mr. Lin, Miss Ye's examination results are ready. Please come to the hospital to collect them. After Yean had fainted in the hospital, Lin Shibai had requested a comprehensive examination for her. Once freed from Lin Shibai's clutches, Yean thanked Su Wang. Thank you for rescuing me. I will not trouble you further. It was not I who sought you out, but rather him. Su Wang opened the rear door of the car, and only then did Yean notice the shadowy figure seated within, obscured from view. The face remained unclear, but in the bright light, a slender hand emerged. The occupant chuckled lightly, as if in high spirits. Miss Yi, would you allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal? Upon realizing that it was Su Huailin extending the invitation, Yean acquiesced. Sandwiched between the two relatives, she was momentarily taken aback. Su Huailin wished to treat her to dinner? How astonishing. The interior of the car was quiet, with a bodyguard driving in front and another seated beside him. Su Huailin and Su Wang sat on either side of her. One was absorbed in his phone while the other perused documents, neither displaying any inclination to converse with her, and she felt no need to engage either. To be candid, she was quite surprised. Even in her previous life, her understanding of these two had been largely shaped by Lin Shi, who held an affinity for Su Wang, believing that only someone of his stature was worthy of her. When Su Wang was but a child, tragedy struck as his parents unexpectedly passed away. Initially, he was raised by the elder Su, and later found himself under the care of Su Huailin. It is said that he chose the path of painting to fulfill his mother's dying wish. In a bid to remain close to Su Wang, Lin Shi also opted for a career in fine arts, determined to accompany him to the prestigious Jingmei, even if it meant serving as his ghostwriter. In contrast to Su Wang, Su Huailin is an even more legendary figure. Without a doubt, he is the most eligible bachelor in Jingxia. embodying every archetype of a domineering CEO found in television dramas and novels. Comparatively, she is more familiar with Su Wang, who additionally holds the title of captain and jungler for the God team, known by the moniker Wang. This ID has earned him the playful nickname Dog God among fans, a reference to his rather dogged playing style. She had imagined that their first encounter would involve him seeking her out to join the team. Glancing to the side, Yean noticed that Su Wang's phone screen displayed a compilation of her recent gameplay, which had been skillfully edited by an observant individual during her gaming sessions at the Internet CAF. Having invested in a high-ranked account, she had been dominating the pinnacle matches over the past few days, clashing with numerous influencers and professionals, thereby attracting considerable attention. It seems that an invitation from the God team is imminent. With her hands intertwined, she steadied her heart, curious about what role Su Huilin might envision for her. Chapter 8. Asking her to tutor Su Wang. The car halted outside a quaint, traditional courtyard. It was a Cantonese restaurant owned by a friend, serving quite delectable dishes. Su Huilin gallantly assisted her out of the vehicle. Surprisingly, she felt little anxiety, thanks to Su Huilin's deliberate consideration. Thank you. Su Wang glanced at Su Huilin, recalling that he had reserved a Japanese restaurant for dinner that evening. The restaurant was beautifully decorated, with a gentle stream flowing at the entrance and bamboo shadows dancing. Aptly named Zhuxiang Yuan, the cuisine was delightful, particularly the soups, of which she indulged in 2 bowls. Whether by coincidence or design, the dishes ordered seemed to be nourishing and beneficial for those with sensitive stomachs. Miss Yi, Su Huilin began, indicating that serious matters were at hand. Just call me by my name. Su Huilin smiled. All right, little Yi. The moment she heard this term of endearment, Yean momentarily lost herself in thought. Her benefactor, Mr. Qin from the orphanage, would send her a letter on the day he sent her monthly support, addressing her as little Yi. He was the only person who ever called her that. Pressing her lips together, Yean did not refuse the appellation, replying with a soft mm. She felt, perhaps mistakenly, that upon her acquiescence, Su Huilin's mood seemed to brighten. I heard that little Yi was selected for the Jingmei training class. You studied art previously, so you should know that a Wang and you are classmates, but his art grades leave much to be desired. I wonder if little Yi has time to tutor Su Wang at our home on weekends? Su Wang's expression was one of disbelief, as if to say, you must be joking. Little did anyone know of his laziness. Did his uncle truly think he might not be adept at drawing? His past instructors had always been masters of various artistic techniques. When did it become appropriate for a high school senior yet to graduate to take on the role of tutor? The crux of the matter was that he never expressed a need for tutoring. He opened his mouth to refuse, but Su Huilin, seemingly anticipating his reaction, cast a glance in his direction. Wang, I believe you could benefit from some extra help. He was smiling. Su Wang closed his mouth, realizing he had no room to voice his opinion. Yean was equally surprised. Was Su Huilin serious? A person from such a prestigious family in need of a tutor? Of course, I am not asking for you to work for free. How does 1,000 per session sound? 1,000 per session. Su Huilin did not specify how long the tutoring would last, but it was clear that 2,000 a week was almost a given. The price made Yean feel a bit overwhelmed. If she weren't aware that she had no real connection with Su Huilin, she might have suspected he knew of her financial struggles and was offering assistance. Su Huilin sat patiently, hands clasped before him, exhibiting no urgency or pressure, respectfully awaiting Yean's response. She did not refuse. Instead, she contemplated the feasibility of this arrangement. It was not merely about the money, but rather the connections Su Huilin could provide. In her original plan, one crucial element was investment. She needed someone to back her financially. Initially, she intended to establish her success first, leveraging her association with Su Wang to facilitate this. However, she reconsidered. If she could secure an investment from the Su family, it would not only signify a stable financial source but also provide a protective backing, as few would dare to oppose the Su family, including the Lin family. All right, I agree. With her decision made, Yean nodded. It's getting late. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, we could exchange contact information to discuss further. She glanced at her phone. Su Huilin stood. I will escort you. Su Wang, feeling neglected, slowly raised his hand. I have things to do. Su Huilin looked at him in surprise. Wang, I meant to say I would see little Yi home. I can take a taxi back myself. Su Wang quickly amended. As Su Huilin led Yean outside, the 2 bodyguards in the car scrutinized the 3 of them. Is young master going to take a taxi back himself while he sees the young lady home? This young lady is young master's classmate. It's only natural for the master to care for his juniors. Are you suggesting that someone who can stand up to the old master would show concern for a complete stranger? The vehicle fell into silence. Haha. Our master is 8 years older than the young lady. He's not that reckless. Besides, he is notoriously indifferent to women. What are you thinking? I heard from Assistant Lin that today the master had him investigate Miss Ye's background. Silence enveloped the car until the one who had earlier denied the possibility muttered, "The master truly is something else." At that moment, Yean walked closely beside Su Huailing. It must be said that Su Huailing possessed striking good looks. Over the years, she had encountered many attractive individuals, and the Lin family alone boasted several, including the illustrious Lin Xing, a celebrated actor in the entertainment industry, whose looks were undeniably captivating. Yet, none compared to Su Huailing. Perhaps it was the unique aura he exuded, one that was rare in ordinary people, a celestial grace untouched by the mundane. Coupled with strikingly handsome features that were both alluring and commanding, his deep-set eyes, imbued with a soft glow, seemed to reveal the depths of one's heart. Dressed casually, even the simplest of attire took on an extraordinary charm when worn by him. Yean brushed her nose and deliberately slowed her pace, considering herself not unappealing. After all, Lin Shi in her past life had been so envious that she sought to ruin her appearance. Yet, standing beside Su Huailing, she felt that even if a roe were to leap out and harass her, it would be Su Huailing who would appear as the captivating figure. Where to? The outer ring road. It was merely a minute's walk to the car, and as they reached it, the bodyguard opened the door. Yean made no pretense and stepped inside. The moment she settled, Su Huailing joined her, while the bodyguards remained in the front. Yean dared not move, even though they had shared the same space before. Now, it was just the two of them, fiddling with her phone. Yean regretted agreeing to let Su Huailing drive her home. It was a miscalculation on her part. The air seemed to be infused with Su Huailing's scent, causing her breath to slow. She suddenly admired Su Wang's ability to maintain composure while gaming in Su Huailing's presence. Why did you suddenly decide to shift to cultural studies in your senior year? Su Huailing tilted his head to look at her. Yean was startled, instinctively raising her gaze to find him leaning slightly, his loose, comfortable attire revealing his refined collarbone. He gazed down at her, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. Truth be told, had it not been for his striking features, he might easily be mistaken for a caring elder concerned about a junior's academic pursuits. I believe cultural studies suit me better. That must entail considerable academic pressure, correct? Not really. I can manage. Yean relaxed a bit. Su Huailing continued their conversation casually, discussing the tutoring schedule. Just message me when you're ready, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. All right. Engaging with him felt surprisingly easy. Yean sensed a strange familiarity in their interaction, as if they had known each other for years. Just stop at the internet CAF ahead. She observed the road conditions, intending to continue gaming. Today, Su Wang had been closely monitoring her gameplay video, and she knew he would be waiting for her that evening. The God team comprised only 5 members, and their opponents were the renowned and team. He could not afford to let them know their mid laner was unavailable at such a critical juncture. If they needed to recruit someone, it must be done discreetly. Based on her knowledge from her past life, Su Wang would likely choose to wait for her, matching with her in a game. Only after passing his test would she receive private communication from him. Soon, we arrived at our destination, and the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Chapter 9. Turning the tide. Su Huailing's car was relatively understated, a Mercedes, but in a place like the urban village, it was enough to attract attention. Yean was the first to enter the vehicle. To exit, she either had to navigate through the busy street or wait for Su Huailing to make way for her. Just as she hesitated to speak, Su Huailing opened the door and stepped out. Thank you, Mr. Su. After expressing her gratitude, Yean intended to leave. Your phone? Huh. Yean glanced at him, puzzled. Su Huailing chuckled. Aren't we exchanging contact information? Yean quickly retrieved her phone and handed it to him. Without hesitation, Su Huailing saved his number and added her on WeChat. After receiving her phone back, Yean hurried into the internet CAF. The bodyguard, acting as the driver, inquired, Sir, shall we return to Yujing Bay or Jing Mountain Villa? Su Huailing settled back into the car and drove to a corner where he could observe the internet CAF's entrance. The view was pleasant. He decided to wait a while. The bodyguard was taken aback. The scenery was hardly commendable. The streets were chaotic and crowded, permeated with an indescribable odor, and the ground was littered with mysterious liquids. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, silently communicating. Is the sir concerned about the young lady's safety, returning home alone at night? Surely, he must have taken a liking to her. Doesn't this Yean resemble the orphan Su Sir sponsored a few years back? She is from the Lin family. That connection is tenuous at best. The bodyguards fell silent. Unbeknownst to Su Huailing, his subordinates were speculating about him. His gaze was directed outside, his brow furrowed. This environment was deplorable, unfit for a young girl to dwell in. However, he had no intention of simply providing her with a house. Ensuring her safety was sufficient. He believed she would soon resolve her accommodation issues. Meanwhile, Yean entered the internet CAF, instantly garnering countless gazes. Regular patrons of this establishment nearly all recognized her. She approached the owner and logged into her frequently used machine, skillfully entering the game. Although she was a bit late, the peak competition was still ongoing, allowing her to play a few rounds. Today, luck was on her side. Matchmaking was swift. Why choose the dancer, Gao-chan? That character has been severely nerfed. It's practically unplayable. A nearby blonde boy remarked after noticing her impressive peak scores upon her login. Yean shot him a glance. That's your dancer. The blonde scoffed, eager to witness just how formidable this young girl could be. As the loading screen appeared, Yean's focus sharpened. In the peak competition, neither teammates nor opponents' IDs were visible, but she fixated on the enemy jungler, sensing it was Su Wang. There was no rationale behind it. It was merely intuition. Although her gaming talent was not particularly outstanding, she possessed a keen sensitivity to numbers. In her previous life, Lin Shibai's team had also endured a period of decline. To assist him, she memorized the respawn intervals of all jungle monsters, the cooldown times of every hero's abilities, and the numerical effects of all items. With this knowledge, she could precisely identify the skill cooldowns of opponents during team fights, rendering their heroes entirely transparent within her field of vision. Reflecting on her past, she couldn't help but smirk. After making this decision, she demonstrated her abilities to Lin Shibai. Lin Shi had discouraged her, claiming that girls in esports faced derision. She had foolishly insisted on wearing a hat and mask to compete. After years of competition, she had single-handedly propelled Lin Shibai's team to unprecedented heights. Lin Shi, claiming she wanted to experience the thrill of esports, had forced Yean to relinquish her account. Lin Shi's gaming skills were adequate, meeting the professional threshold. And under her account, she basked in the attention garnered as the sole female esports player. Lin Shibai tacitly accepted her actions, even shamelessly suggesting she create a new account to return to the scene, urging her to make way for Lin Shi. Why should she concede? The game start notification snapped Yean back to reality as she exhaled slowly. In this life, she would not yield anything. Her gaze fixated on the screen before her. The match was intense, confirming her suspicion that the enemy jungler was indeed Su Wang. The blonde boy watched in awe. Wait, how did she predict that? On screen, the dancer, with minimal health, nimbly evaded a lethal skill, even managing to dodge a semi-forced ability. Yean's lips curled into a smile. The enemy's skills were ready, and if she were in their position, she certainly wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. However, it was unfortunate. The other 4 members of their team were already defeated, leaving only one, and with the minion wave unfavorable, defeat seemed inevitable. Not necessarily. Yean deftly maneuvered her character, replenishing her health. The enemy's 5 players pressed forward into the base. The dancer emerged from the fountain. Wait, is this a joke? The blonde leapt to his feet, astonished. Had he not been fixated on this girl, he might have thought she was cheating. The dancer initiated her ultimate ability, the flower dance, seemingly devoid of technical skill as she weaved left and right. Yet, every opportunity to evade damage was maximized. She flawlessly dodged all incoming damage and seized the window to counterattack. Pentakill. The 5-kill effect illuminated the screen. Seizing the opportunity, her teammates revived, executing a counteroffensive that culminated in victory. The match had lasted precisely half an hour. On the results screen, the blonde exclaimed, "Isn't that the dog god?" pointing at the enemy jungler's ID, God. Wang. The glaring professional emblem signified the player's identity. Upon exiting the match, Yean noticed a red notification on her friend request system. Unsurprisingly, it was Su Wang's friend request. God. Wang. Interested in pursuing a professional career? Phoenix. Let's exchange contact information. After sending her WeChat ID, Yean logged out of the game, having achieved her objective for the day. The blonde boy stared at her in disbelief, then abruptly made a decision, throwing his arms around her leg. Sis, I'll call you sis. Can you take me along? Yean felt a headache coming on, no? With that, she headed to find the administrator to log out and exited the CAF. Upon stepping outside, the flickering streetlights illuminated the quickly darkening summer night. Unfortunately, her route home required traversing a dimly lit alley. Shrinking her neck, Yean hurried along, only to find 2 thugs blocking her path. Hey, little sister, back for another gaming session? We've been watching you for days. You're quite the gamer. Why leave so early today? Why not join us for some games? The 2 thugs grinned, extending their hands toward her. Yean had anticipated such scenarios. It was common for a solitary girl in a chaotic urban village to attract unwanted attention. Without uttering a word, her gaze sharpened, and her hand stealthily reached into her bag, where she concealed a fruit knife. Maybe not tonight. My little friend needs to go home and rest. Just as she prepared to act, a large, cool hand grasped hers. Turning to the side, she was surprised to find Su Huilin. Didn't he leave? Yean wondered. Standing beside her, Su Huilin towered nearly a head taller at an impressive height of almost 6'3". A sense of security enveloped her. Yean's eyes moistened. Accustomed to facing adversities alone, she had not expected someone to step in and protect her in her moment of peril. The hand gripping her wrist was cold, yet the skin that felt the touch ignited with warmth, as if a fire had been kindled. The appearance of Su Huilin caused the two ruffians to hesitate. He exuded an extraordinary presence, particularly accentuated by the mechanical watch peeking from his cuff. Even in their ignorance, they could discern its considerable value. As they deliberated, Su Huilin's two bodyguards had already positioned themselves behind them, effectively making the decision for them. It was prudent for the young girl to avoid lingering alone outside at night. The police swiftly arrived to apprehend the two men. Su Huilin released his grip and stepped back, affording Yean a comfortable distance. "Mr. Su, you haven't left yet?" Yean inquired. Su Huilin lowered his gaze upon her as he passed by. His bodyguards were taken aback. "Passed by? May I inquire which route we ought to take to simply pass through here?" They fretted about her well-being, yet concealed their concerns. Standing there in the night breeze for a good half hour, this rationale failed to convince Yean in noticing Su Huilin's vehicle in the corner. She pursed her lips but refrained from acknowledging it. After feeling touched, she pondered the reasons behind Su Huilin's assistance. What merit did she possess that warranted such effort on his part? Unable to comprehend, Yean distanced herself slightly and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving me once again. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the opportunity." "Very well," Su Huilin replied. "Then I shall take my leave." After saying this, Yean walked towards her rented room. She quickened her pace, with a light trailing her, maintaining a steady distance until she traversed the dark alley, where it finally vanished. Chapter 10. The regret of the fourth brother on the other side. Lin Shibai had just retrieved the medical report from the hospital. The doctor's words echoed in his ears: severe malnutrition, anemia, and gastric issues. How could a perfectly fine young lady be reduced to such a state? Surely, the Lin family had not fallen into such poverty that they could not provide a meal? As Lin Shibai reflected on it, his heart ached, and his hand trembled while holding the report. When Shaoan had first returned to the Lin family, she had undergone a medical examination. Despite her modest attire, her health indicators had shown no issues. How could 3 years in the Lin household lead to so many ailments? The term malnutrition seemed utterly absurd when applied to a young lady of the Lin family. Standing at the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Shibai felt as though the paper in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. The image of Yean's aggrieved expressions resurfaced, causing his eyes to sting, nearly bringing him to tears. How could he have once been so callous as to criticize her? This was their family's treasure. How had she transformed into this? It was Zhao Ma who first noticed Lin Shibai lingering at the door and hurriedly ushered him inside. "Young Master Shibai, why are you standing outside?" "Mr. Lin and Madam have returned and are celebrating Miss Lin Shi's enrollment in the Jingmei training program. They are all waiting for you." Lin Shibai felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Shaoan was still out there, uncertain if she could even have a proper meal. While his parents were in high spirits celebrating Shia, a sense of suffocation enveloped him. With heavy steps, he entered the Lin household, where a lavish spread adorned the long dining table, the dishes inviting and appetizing. Yet in such a family, a girl had emerged suffering from anemia and malnutrition. It felt as though something was lodged in his throat. What had Shaoan's existence been in the Lin family over these years? Upon seeing him return, Lin Wenbin expressed his displeasure. "Didn't you receive my message about the celebration for Shia? Why are you so late?" Lin Shibai opened his mouth, unsure of how to begin, finally managing to say, "I went to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes filled with concern. "Fourth brother, are you unwell?" "No. I went to collect Shaoan's previous medical report." The mention of Yean's name instantly chilled the atmosphere. Lin Wenbin frowned. Why bring up such bad luck? Bad luck? Lin Shibai felt incredulous. He vividly recalled the nights his father had spent in the study, smoking endlessly while secretly crying over Shaoan's photograph when she had gone missing. How could this now be dismissed as bad luck? A surge of anger erupted within him. Do you know what was written on Shaoan's report? Anemia, malnutrition, gastric issues. Do you remember her checkup report when she first returned home? After 3 years in this household, She has developed a plethora of ailments. Lin Muchong. Upon hearing Lin Qibai's words, widened her eyes. How could she be malnourished? Is this report genuine? Could it be that Yean bribed the doctor to forge it? Lin Muchong nodded in agreement. She could very well do such a thing. Lin Chuan frowned. When has the family ever denied her food? Lin Xing yawned in boredom. Why not ask Zhao Ma for clarification? Clearly, the Lin family, from top to bottom, was indifferent to Yean's health, even dismissing it as a mere act on her part. It would be disingenuous to say he was not disappointed. What pained Lin Qibai more was the realization that he had once been part of that indifference. How desperate must Xiaoan have felt during her time in the Lin household. They had gradually driven her away. Zhao Ma soon approached. Fu Yao asked, "Didn't Yean follow the nutritionist's meal plan?" "We adhered to the prescribed 3 meals strictly, ensuring Miss Yi and did not eat beyond that." Zhao Ma replied honestly. Lin Qibai seized upon this detail. "Only 3 meals." Zhao Ma looked puzzled, but answered, "Yes, just 3 meals." Lin Qibai's hand trembled as he grasped the report. The Lin family knew well that Yean's prescribed meals were woefully inadequate. How could a growing girl survive on merely 3 meals a day? If that was all she received, it was a miracle she had not perished from hunger. The others quickly sensed something was amiss. Lin Wenbin questioned, "Why only 3 meals? Wasn't her meal plan customized to include smaller, more frequent portions?" Lin Shi, sitting in the center, began to fidget nervously. Could it be that the kitchen made a mistake due to being too busy? Even the usually nonchalant Lin Xing, he appeared taken aback. Yean couldn't he even get enough to eat in the Lin family? Fu Yao felt an indescribable mix of emotions, but the past was irretrievable, perhaps, as Shear suggested. It was merely a kitchen error. The events had transpired, and nothing could change them now. They could only make amends when Yean returned. Suddenly, Lin Qibai recalled what Yean had said to him at the school gate that day. If the roles were reversed, and this situation had involved Shear, would his mother have treated it so lightly? "Mother," he repeated Yean's words, "if this were Shear, would you still brush it off so easily? You suggested that this report might have been falsified by Xiaoan bribing the doctor, but have you considered where she would have acquired such money? Since leaving the Lin family, where has she lived, and what has she eaten?" His last words were nearly a shout. Lin Muchong bristled. "What do you mean by that? What are you implying about Shij? Lin Qibai, are you pretending to be the good guy now? Have you forgotten how you treated Yean before?" His words deflated Lin Qibai's spirit, leaving him in a daze. Yes, he was not a good person. Even the place they were celebrating at now was one he had relinquished for Xiaoan. So, the little girl who had once sweetly called him fourth brother had been lost to him, wandering upstairs in a daze. Lin Qibai eventually found himself standing before Yean's former room. He pushed the door open. The room's arrangement remained unchanged, as if its owner still resided within. He sat on her bed in a trance, spotting the stuffed bear on the bed, lost in nostalgia. He remembered how excited Xiaoan had been upon seeing the room upon her return, hugging the bear with such joy. Yet, this room had originally been a storage space. Poorly lit and cramped. Due to the family's busyness, they had never taken the time to prepare a proper room for her. The beloved bear had once belonged to Shear, who had no use for it. Lin Qibai trembled, feeling a chill wash over him. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's room was the largest and finest in the Lin household, overflowing with various limited edition toys. A sudden coolness touched his face. Lin Qibai realized he had begun to cry without noticing. "Xiaoan, I was wrong." His soft sobs filled the small room. Lin Qibai was engulfed in regret for not standing up to protect Yean when she faced suspicion and criticism. He should never have rushed to the school to accuse her without understanding the situation. On the very first day she returned home, he had stood before her, extending his hand and promising, "Do not fear. Fourth brother will always protect you." He had failed to uphold that promise. If only he had considered things from Xiaoan's perspective, he might have realized she was the one who had suffered the most. How could he so shamelessly compel her to relinquish her spot in the prestigious Jingmei training program? Lin Qibai's breath quickened as a sudden thought struck him. He rose and lifted the mattress. "Fourth brother, let me secretly share a password with you. Beneath my mattress lies my most treasured possession." It was a painting depicting their family. Lin Qibai's fingers trembled as he picked up the artwork and turned it over. "To be forever together with father, mother, my brothers, and little sister Shear." The ache in his heart was unbearable. What had he done? Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Qibai broke into tears. His sister. He had lost her once more. Chapter 11. An impressive transcript. Let us meet on Saturday. I will inform you of the specific location later. After responding to Su Wang's last message, Yean perused her first-year high school textbooks with a hint of mischievousness. She pondered how the timing of their meeting coincided with her remedial classes. Su Wang had readily agreed, clearly not taking the extra lesson seriously. She was curious about Su Wang's reaction once he discovered that Phoenix was, in fact, her. The first step had already been accomplished. Despite the unexpected involvement of Su Huailin, the situation was still favorable overall. At Jingxia First High School, the second day of each semester commenced with an entrance exam. This served to assess whether students had neglected their studies during the holiday and to remind them of the diligence required in the new term. Yean swiftly sketched notes in her textbook, considering herself a prodigy. However, 2 years of academic neglect were undeniable, although she had taken art courses during this time. Her grasp of cultural subjects was superficial, as her thoughts had been consumed with pleasing the Lin family, leaving her with only a vague understanding of the material. Yean did not expect much from the entrance exam. Even placing in the top 100 would be a remarkable feat for her. She had too many responsibilities to waste a single moment. With this thought, she dismissed distractions and focused intently on her textbooks. Akin to a parched sponge immersing itself in a vast ocean, fervently absorbing all knowledge. Meanwhile, Lin Shibai had exited Yian's room and ascended to the 3rd floor, where he knocked on the door of his elder brother, Lin Chuan. I know you have all the information regarding Xiaoyan at school. Send it to me. Lin Chuan, taken aback by the evident distress of his 4th brother, was momentarily stunned by his request. Indeed, since Yian's return, he had assigned someone to monitor her, compiling monthly reports on all her activities outside the Lin family. However, he was preoccupied and lacked the time to meticulously review the documents prepared by his assistant, merely instructing them to highlight any troublesome incidents involving Yean. I'll have my assistant send it to you. My phone's information is outdated, Lin Chuan responded nonchalantly. His casual dismissal struck Lin Shibai like a blow, for it indicated that even though Lin Chuan had ordered surveillance on Xiaoyan, he had evidently shown little concern for her well-being, neglecting even to open the reports sent by his assistant. Yet, Lin Chuan was always the first to know about any matters concerning Lin Shi. Thus, within the Lin family, what was Xiaoyan truly worth? She had never experienced familial concern. What right did they have to demand so much from her? Lin Shibai's breath quickened, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Fine. He gritted through his teeth, leaving without another moment's delay, fearing he might lose control and confront his brother. Shortly, Lin Chuan's assistant organized all the information and sent it to Lin Shibai's phone. The documents were extensive, chronicling everything that had transpired in Yian's school life over the past 3 years. Most of it was mundane, lacking any particular significance, but soon, Lin Shibai's eyes widened with disbelief as he encountered the results from the first monthly exam, an almost perfect transcript. The assistant had also included commendations from Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, Miss Ye's academic performance is outstanding. Her homeroom teacher praises her potential to become the top student in the nation. Impossible. Lin Shibai's grip on his phone trembled violently. How could this be? He distinctly remembered Lin Shi achieving a top 100 rank in her first monthly exam, which had delighted the family, especially their father, who had rewarded her with a bank card. When they inquired about Xiaoyan, she had bitten her lip, claiming she had ranked at the bottom, discarding her transcript. That day, their mother had been furious, unable to accept her daughter's poor performance, punishing Xiaoyan by making her kneel outside the villa for an entire night. Subsequently, their elder brother had suggested that Xiaoyan pursue art alongside Lin Shi. Lin Kaibai buried his face in his hands, bending over as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Lin Shi, who had scored in the top 100, received a bank card from their father containing 1 million yuan, while Xiaoyan, who had achieved first place, had been punished to kneel for an entire night, culminating in a hospital visit. Fourth brother, I will become an exceptional individual, just like you and elder brother. The image of the girl's bright, dark eyes flashed before him. Xiaoyan had truly excelled. But why had she concealed her achievements and falsely claimed to rank at the bottom? Why did she silently comply with her elder brother's directive to pursue art? Why had she not confided in him? Lin Shibai was engulfed in confusion. Surely, Lin Shi must be aware of this matter. Without delay, he sought out Lin Shi. Upon knocking on her door, he was surprised to find their second brother, Lin Muching, still present in Lin Shi's room at such a late hour. Yet he dismissed the thought, as their relationship was known to be closer. Fourth brother, what brings you here so late? Lin Shi, clad in a delicate pink loungewear, bore the innocent visage cultivated by the Lin family's nurturing. Lin Shibai momentarily lost his focus, realizing that Xiaoyan's unwarranted maturity was indeed misplaced. Lin Shi, I wish to inquire if you know about Xiao Yin's remarkable achievement in ranking first in her grade during her first monthly exam after entering high school. Lin Shi's startled expression did not escape Lin Shibai's notice. She knew. A chill coursed through his veins, every hair on his body standing on end. He recalled the events of the inheritance banquet. Lin Shi, I also wish to know whether Xiao Yin's incident of pushing you down the stairs was merely a misunderstanding. Lin Shibai was no fool. Some matters he had previously chosen to ignore, but upon reflection, he recognized the numerous inconsistencies. His voice was hoarse, his gaze intensely serious. Before Lin Shi could respond, Lin Muching interjected, Enough, fourth brother. This is all in the past. What is the purpose of your questioning Lin Shi now? You knew? Observing his second brother's lack of surprise, Lin Shibai could not contain his shock. Yes, I know. Not only am I aware of Yean's commendable academic performance, but I also urged her to conceal her achievements. Lin Muching stood before Lin Shi, devoid of any guilt in his eyes, as though discussing the weather. Lin Shibai, unable to control himself, stepped forward and gripped Lin Muching's collar. His words were forced out. Why would you do such a thing? Lin Muching impatiently pushed him away. An orphan who suddenly excels academically, how would our parents view Lin Shi? I merely informed her that her scores were exceptional, far surpassing Lin Shi's, which would upset us. I suggested she report a lower rank, but she tore up her transcript, claiming she had ranked at the bottom. Nonetheless, I was pleased with her actions that time, and I even afforded her a few days of kindness. Yean had been astute enough to maintain her grades at the bottom of her class. This situation had nothing to do with Lin Shi. She had been completely unaware. Lin Shibai glanced between Lin Muching and the visibly shocked Lin Shi, feeling utterly drained. In her effort to please them, even enduring punishment by kneeling all night and subsequently falling ill, she had still concealed her true academic performance in the following exam. His eyes ached. He had never anticipated Xiao Yin could be so naive. Ironically, had the family shown even a modicum of concern for her, they would have discovered her deception. Yet, no one did. Everyone accepted her poor performance as a matter of course. He no longer wished to dwell on the stair incident. It no longer mattered. Whether Lin Shi had acted deliberately or not, they had undeniably hurt Xiao Yin. He yearned to confront someone but suddenly realized he did not even know where Yu Yin was currently residing. Lin Shi, the gifts Xiao Yin brought before, are they all with you? Return to me the sapphire crown that I bestowed upon Xiaoan. He shall retrieve her. This time, he will not allow Xiaoan to endure any further grievances. Chapter 12. Cheating in the entrance exam. The day of the entrance examination arrived as scheduled. This time, the first high school did not allocate exam rooms based on performance as usual. Instead, all students were randomly assigned to various classrooms. Yean found herself seated in an inconspicuous corner, her desk positioned behind a bespectacled boy who bore the appearance of a science prodigy. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam, the last test papers were collected and the invigilator stood at the podium. After the examination, students were allowed to return home directly, with normal classes resuming in the afternoon and results expected to be announced swiftly. The teachers at First High School were known for their efficiency, typically releasing scores by the afternoon of the exam day. Yean meandered at the back of the crowd, just as she was about to exit the examination hall. The boy in front of her suddenly turned around, fixing an unfriendly gaze upon her. She was taken aback, puzzled, as she was certain she did not know him. Without uttering a word, the bespectacled boy merely glared at her before pivoting and walking away. While the teachers busied themselves with score compilation, students in Class 13 displayed little interest in their studies, engaging in animated discussions regarding the exam's difficulty. A startling announcement broke through the chatter. A girl with twin ponytails rushed back, breathless. There was cheating on this exam, and it involved someone from our class. As soon as she uttered her words, the classroom erupted in uproar. Who would dare? The inquisitive glances quickly turned towards Yean. The answer was as anticipated. The girl with the ponytails glanced at Yean, revealing that after the teachers finished tallying the scores, they discovered Yean ranked 89th. Subsequently, an anonymous tip-off claimed that she had cheated. The camera in her examination room had recently malfunctioned, leaving no substantial evidence. But she had sat in front of Zhang Wen from Class 1. The classroom buzzed with disbelief. 89th? After 3 years of study. I can't believe a student who has only returned from 2 years of art could outperform me. If she didn't copy Zhang Wen, I'll eat my words. Laughter erupted as they realized that the top student in the grade had been seated right in front of her, leading to the current predicament. As it turned out, that student was indeed Zhang Wen. Amidst the disparagement, Yean remained calm, only surprised by her 89th place, as she had assumed she might not even make it into the top 100. However, this was not sufficient. She had previously achieved near-perfect scores, and this decline felt significant. The girl with the ponytails observed Yean closely, perplexed by her lack of panic. Was Yean under the impression that without surveillance, she could evade accountability? Yean, I have a message for you. Please visit the office. The school has contacted your family. Thank you. Yean stood up and walked straight out, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs behind her. Amused, she pondered whether Lin Chuan had truly arrived at the school, as the contact information on the enrollment form listed his details. Surely, it must be an assistant. Yet, Yean's assumption was incorrect. Upon entering the office, she found a tall figure with his back to her, clad in a bespoke black suit. It was undoubtedly Lin Chuan. He had come in person? A sardonic smile tugged at Yean's lips. During her freshman year, when she faced bullying and was nearly shoved into a toilet, Lin Chuan had only sent an assistant. Moreover, upon learning of her mistreatment, which stemmed from her refusal to comply with Lin Shi's demands, he had even mocked her for attracting trouble. Who could fathom that she had merely declined Lin Shi's request to fetch water from the vending machine on the other side of the school, while she was on the verge of fainting from hunger? Lin Chuan caught sight of her arrival and without hesitation pulled her in front of Zhang Wan, stating, "I apologize. It seems we have not raised her properly." He then addressed the homeroom teacher. "Thank you for your concern. Since Yean is here, we will accept whatever punishment you deem fit, whether it be a reprimand or expulsion. There is no need to waste time investigating." Was he presuming her guilt from the outset? Yean furrowed her brow, realizing he had not changed a bit. Regardless of her circumstances at school, whether she was a victim or not, Lin Chuan consistently assumed she was the instigator. During her bullying incident, he had remarked, "Why do they pick on you and not someone else? Isn't it because you provoke them?" Yean shook off Lin Chuan's grasp. "If you have an issue, seek help. When did I ever admit to cheating?" Zhang Wen looked down upon her. "Ye classmate, I understand your desire for good grades, but I cannot condone your methods." Lin Chuan was enraged. He had intended to maintain Yean's dignity, yet she dared to retort? He glared at her. "Do you genuinely believe your previous abysmal grades could yield such a score after just 2 years in art?" The homeroom teacher appeared surprised by Lin Chuan's ignorance of Yean's prior academic excellence, which had been the best in the school. "Had I not received a call from the school today, I would have remained oblivious to your newfound talent for cheating. None of the Lin family has ever brought such disgrace upon themselves as you have." Yean lowered her gaze and smiled. "You know this because you were my brother. Otherwise, one might think you were Zhang Wen's father. Have I ever admitted to cheating since I came here? Are you so eager for me to confess?" "Oh, I misspoke. You are no longer my brother, given that Mr. Lin Wenbin has signed an agreement." She turned to the homeroom teacher. "Please feel free to contact me directly regarding any matters. I am an orphan. My family is gone, and I have no relatives." Lin Chuan glared at her, incredulous. Was she cursing their family? "You." He was tempted to slap her back to reality. The homeroom teacher, sensing the escalating tension, interjected, "Mr. Lin, our primary purpose today is to verify the authenticity of Yean's exam scores. Until we have results, we cannot designate her as a cheater." Yean, uninterested in Lin Chuan, addressed the homeroom teacher. "Proving whether I cheated is simple. I can take the exam again right here." The homeroom teacher had already intended for Yean to retake the test. Zhang Wen, unfazed, was the first to agree. "If Yean hadn't copied my answers, how could she have achieved this score? I'm not wrong to suspect her." His eyes concealed a sinister glint beneath his glasses. The results were swiftly announced. After grading the papers, the homeroom teacher exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chuan scoffed. "She won't even score in the double digits." Yean retorted, "Rest assured, my score will undoubtedly surpass yours." Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Did Yean imply he was old? Nevertheless, he continued to mock her. "You cannot obtain what is not yours through trickery." Yean found herself in agreement with his words. In her past life, Lin Shi's success in the Jingmei training camp was largely due to her assistance. In this lifetime, without her, she wondered if Lin Shi could last even a few more days. At that moment, the homeroom teacher spoke up. Yean did not cheat. She scored full marks on the mathematics exam. "I knew it." Lin Chuan's mocking expression froze. "What? How is that possible?" He rushed to retrieve the test paper for review. All eyes were fixed upon Yean. There was no way she could have faked her score. Lin Chuan scrutinized the paper meticulously, failing to uncover any evidence of favoritism from the teacher. Yean truly did not cheat? Zhang Wen's expression began to falter, murmuring, "How could this be?" Before quickly regaining his composure, he bowed slightly to the homeroom teacher. "Since this is a misunderstanding, I shall return to class now." The matter stemmed from an external report, and Zhang Wen's presence was merely to inquire. As he exited, his eyes brimmed with resentment. Yean fixed her gaze on Lin Chuan. It seems my lack of cheating is quite disappointing for you, Mr. Lin. The deliberately drawn-out tone was laced with mockery. Chapter 13. A clash leading to ruin. Lin Chuan was suddenly engulfed by rage. What was Yean's attitude? Had it not been for the school's call today, he would have remained oblivious to her unauthorized transfer of cultural courses. Who had granted her permission? As he gazed into Yean's mocking eyes, Lin Chuan's anger intensified. After receiving a few reprimands, she dared to sever ties and run away from home, and now she had the audacity to confront him. Was she planning to ascend to the heavens if he continued to ignore her? The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became, and he raised his hand to slap her. Yean, caught off guard, received the blow squarely, but in the next moment, she retaliated with a slap of her own. Lin Chuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yean would dare to strike him. In a swift motion, she seized a pair of scissors from the coffee table, her gaze fierce, like a little wolf fixated on her prey. If you dare to touch me again, I'll make sure we both perish. Lin Chuan had never witnessed Yean like this before. In his memory, she was always timid, her head bowed in submission. Not only did she refrain from resisting, but she would even comfort others after being scolded, cautioning them not to let anger harm their health. If the slap across his face had merely incited his fury, Yean brandishing scissors was a blatant provocation. With a somber expression, he inquired, "Yean, do you even realize what you are doing?" "I know perfectly well," Yean retorted, unflinching as she stared back at him. "I am simply protecting myself. For the past 3 years at the Lin household, I have hardly had enough to eat and have complied with your every demand. Lin Wenbin has already slapped me once, so I owe your family nothing. If any member of the Lin family dares to lay a finger on me again, we might as well die together." The homeroom teacher, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, felt a wave of anxiety and hurriedly intervened. "Mr. Lin, let us resolve this calmly." Yean, put down the scissors. The teacher's words brought Lin Chuan back to his senses, and he pressed his cheek in contemplation. This was still school. While Yean could act shamelessly, he could not. Suppressing his anger, he declared, "Very well, Yean, let us see how long you can maintain this bravado." With that, he stormed away, confident in his ability to deal with her. Yean smiled nonchalantly, thinking, "Those without shoes fear not the barefoot." She thanked the homeroom teacher before returning to class. Once everyone had departed, the teacher opened his phone and composed a text detailing the day's events to someone. Upon leaving the school, Lin Chuan's first action was to call his assistant, instructing them to evict Yean from her current residence and to ensure that all potential places she could stay would refuse her. Later that evening, Yean intended to visit an internet CAF for some gaming. However, as she reached the entrance, she was denied entry. The owner cited strict regulations, stating that students like her were not allowed. Confused, she noticed a nearby middle school student in uniform, pondering if this rule only targeted high schoolers. Nevertheless, she chose not to press the issue. It was futile. Upon returning to her rented room, her frustration rapidly morphed into fury when she discovered all her belongings had been packed and thrown out by the landlord. Glaring at her, the landlord remarked, "Now that you're back, hurry up and leave." With that, he returned her previously paid rent of 1,000. Clenching her fists, Yean repeatedly told herself not to argue. It was pointless to engage in a dispute. While the internet CAF owner could provide an explanation, the landlord's actions were clearly orchestrated by Lin Chuan. Gathering her things, she headed to a nearby hotel, only to be predictably denied accommodation. Lin Chuan must have believed that this would force her into submission, but he was sorely mistaken. Even if she had to perish outside, she would never bow to the Lin family. As night fell, Yean found a park and settled on a bench. Realizing she would have to make do for the night, she refused to believe that in all of Jingxia, she couldn't find a place to stay. With a sigh, she acknowledged her own weakness. She needed to grow stronger to stand up against the Lin family and to possess the ability to retaliate when faced with similar situations in the future. Her resolve was unwavering. As the night breeze caressed her, she felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. "How did I become a stray cat in less than a day?" A teasing voice floated down from above. Yean looked up, bewildered. Under the streetlights stood Su Huiling, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, one hand casually in his pocket. Compared to their last encounter, his hairstyle was more polished, styled with gel, lending him an air of distance. Though his words carried a playful tone, his demeanor revealed no trace of amusement, instead hinting at an unidentifiable emotion swirling in his depths. "It seems I've been blacklisted from everywhere I could possibly stay," she remarked lightly. For some reason, Su Huiling's presence eased her tension, allowing her to manage a faint smile, albeit forced. With a sudden jolt, Su Huiling ruffled her hair, saying, "If you don't want to laugh, then don't. It's no big deal." I haven't blacklisted you yet. Yean's expression stiffened, her smile faltering. Su Huiling, why are you helping me? Don't tell me you just happened to stroll through this park and decided to take pity on me. Su Huiling raised his hands in surrender. You've stated all my reasons. How can I add to that? Yean bit her lip, her gaze serious as she scrutinized him. She suspected his motives were superficial, perhaps drawn to her appearance. If you're thinking. Before she could finish, Su Huiling interrupted, his expression unusually earnest. Yean, I'm not so base as to toy with a high school girl. My brother and sister-in-law encountered trouble while trying to save a little girl. You could say I sympathize with you. Ah, Yean chuckled softly, acknowledging that Su Huiling had no reason to play with her. If he truly had ulterior motives, this would have been the perfect moment to act. Yet, he had done nothing, hadn't he? In her previous life, she had heard whispers about the Su family's eldest son, and Su Huiling's words held credibility. He had even established a foundation under his brother's name to support the education of impoverished girls in mountainous regions. Rising, Yean brushed off the dust from her clothes and flashed a radiant smile at Su Huiling. Thank you, Mr. Su, for offering me refuge. Her smile was so dazzling that it momentarily caught Su Huiling off guard, stirring a tempest of emotions in his eyes. How had the Lin family managed to transform the cheerful girl in the photo into this hardened version over the course of 3 years? He took the initiative to grab her suitcase, trailing 2 steps behind her as they exited the park. Outside, the same 2 bodyguards from before were waiting, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the scene unfolding before them. Young Master Su just returned from negotiations and came straight here to pick up Miss Yi. Is that so? I just saw Miss Yi's homeroom teacher texting him about the events of the day, remarked one. Does this mean young Master Su sent someone to find a certain Zhongwen? I feel like we're about to have a lady of the house. The first bodyguard mused. Don't forget what young Master Su has done in the past. Maybe he is just being kind to a girl in need, the second countered. The first bodyguard gave him a dubious look, clearly skeptical. Yean climbed into Su Huiling's car, and they headed first to the Jingshan Villa before making their way to Yujiangwan. After explaining, he turned to Yean and said, Jingshan Villa is my everyday residence. Until you find a place of your own, you may stay here. I will reside with a Wang at Yujiang Bay. I believe whether it's just the 2 of us together or if I take you along to a Wang's, you would feel somewhat uncomfortable, wouldn't you? Thank you. Yean replied quietly. She had never imagined that someone would consider her feelings with such meticulous care. Chapter 14. Not quite inhuman, yet a sleek. Linear Rolls-Royce came to a halt at a hillside villa, nestled far from the urban sprawl, enveloped in serene and elegant surroundings. The overall aesthetic mirrored Su Huiling's persona, appearing grand and opulent at first glance, yet profoundly desolate beneath the surface. The household staff employed by the Jing Mountain Estate resided in a secondary villa, rarely venturing to the main residence unless summoned. Su Huiling briefly acquainted Yean with the general circumstances of the Jing Mountain Estate, gesturing towards the 2 middle-aged individuals waiting diligently at the entrance for the return of their employer. These were Uncle Zhong and Aunt Fong, a married couple who, unlike the other hired help, were part of the Su family. Uncle Zhong served as the butler of the villa, while Aunt Fong managed all affairs within the main house. Yean acknowledged their introductions, indicating her understanding. Evidently, Su Huiling had briefed her well prior to her arrival, as the couple greeted her without any surprise, courteously addressing her as Miss Yi. It seemed to be a common trait among the affluent to place their utmost trust in those they have nurtured themselves. The prominent families in Jing City typically employed individuals from within their ranks. For instance, the butler of the Lin family and the caregiver overseeing their domestic affairs were also members of the Lin household. As Yean was aware, these families often had their own personal guards sourced from a security company that catered exclusively to them. The 2 bodyguards shadowing Su Huiling were likely such individuals. Should she require assistance, Aunt Fong was readily available. Su Huiling, his eyes crinkling in amusement, leaned down to observe Yean, unperturbed by her momentary daze, and playfully tousled her already disheveled hair before bidding her good night. On her first night at the Jing Mountain Villa, Yean felt utterly at ease. Here, all her needs were met, and Aunt Fong only appeared when necessary, refraining from unnecessary inquiries or interference. At Yujiang Bay, Su Wang, having just returned from the team, found out that Su Huiling was staying with him that evening, evoking a familiar sense of disbelief regarding the old man's eccentricities, especially when he overheard a conversation in the study. Zhongwen was rather obstinate and remained unyielding. I have restored his phone data, and these are the only chat records I could recover. The voice belonged to Su Lu, one of the 9 individuals working alongside Su Huiling, all sharing the Su surname and numbered sequentially from 1 to 9. Su Wang concealed himself outside the door, leaning against the wall, piecing together the conversation. The incident involving Yi and exam cheating had stirred quite a commotion at school, and he had heard whispers about it. Yet, what perplexed him was why his uncle, who should have been on a business trip in another city, rushed back due to Yi and affair. Moreover, why would he send Su Lu to trouble a high school student? Putting the previous events together, Su Wang ultimately concluded that the old man was indeed crossing into troubling territory. As Su Lu departed, Su Wang casually strolled into the study, hands shoved into his pockets. Uncle, allow me to remind you, Yean is merely 2 months shy of adulthood. Su Huailin, taken aback by his nephew's sudden appearance, inquired, what is the matter? Underage. Illegal, Su Wang reminded him, his expression stoic. Upon grasping Su Wang's implication, Su Huailin's demeanor shifted to one of complexity, and he sighed, a Wang. I never imagined you would perceive me as such a beast. Su Wang regarded this with skepticism. Aren't you the best? During her stay at the Jing Mountain Villa, Yean was consistently chauffeured to and from school by a driver arranged by Uncle Zhou. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan awaited Yian's return, eager for her to seek him out. Lin Chibai intended to find Yean as well, but with the autumn finals approaching and formidable opponents to contend with, he was preoccupied with team matters and could only delegate the task to his assistant. After a few tranquil days, the weekend arrived swiftly. Why doesn't Xiaoyan take some time to rest on weekends? Aunt Fong inquired cheerfully as Yean descended from the second floor. Over the past few days, she had grown familiar with Uncle Zhong and Aunt Fong, requesting them to call her by her name. I have matters to attend to today. Although she was uncertain whether she would rise early on a weekend morning, breakfast was nonetheless prepared on the table. The millet porridge was thick and creamy, and the buns looked so delectable that they were enough to tantalize anyone's appetite. After a satisfying meal, Yean touched her noticeably rounder face, marveling at Aunt Fong's culinary skills, which were truly irresistible. She pondered whether, should she become wealthy in the future, Su Huailin would be willing to provide her with help. Yean arrived at Yuzhong Bay precisely at the time she had arranged to meet Su Wang. Just as she exited the car, her phone buzzed with messages from him. Wang, where shall we meet? Wang, you aren't having second thoughts, are you? The flurry of messages revealed his palpable anxiety. Indeed, with the autumn finals looming the following Saturday, if she failed to secure a contract with God, Su Wang's team would likely struggle to compete. She recalled from her previous life that while Su Wang's establishment of the sports team had not been met with opposition from the Su family, it had also garnered no support. The current so-called base for the God team was merely a villa repurposed under Su Wang's name. It could be said that without Su Wang's affluent background, the team's formation would have been dubious at best. Yean raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond to the messages. Upon entering the house, she spotted Su Wang on the living room sofa, absorbed in his phone, his expression far from pleased. I don't require any remedial classes. You will receive your payment as usual. As for what you do here during this time, feel free, Su Wang stated without looking up. Yean scoffed softly and stepped in front of him. Su Wang, already irked by Phoenix's lack of response to his texts, impatiently lifted his head. Didn't you say? Before he could finish, Yean waved her phone in front of him, declaring, we meet right here, dog god. Su Wang's typically stoic expression cracked as he scrutinized Yean from head to toe, still unable to believe that this seemingly malnourished girl could execute such impressive and flashy maneuvers as Phoenix. Perhaps he had unconsciously assumed Phoenix was male. A notion not entirely unfounded given the prevailing norms in the esports environment. Are you truly Phoenix? Shall we have a match? His challenge ignited a spark of competitive spirit in Su Wang's eyes. Let us go. The esports room is upstairs. The gaming setup at Su Wang's home was superior to that of many internet cafes. Once they entered the game, Yean pulled Su Wang into a 3v3 map. I usually play jungler. You'll find it challenging on this map. No worries. If you manage to gain an advantage, I'll commend your skill. The first blood will determine the victor. As the game commenced, Yean selected Zhuge Liang, an agile mage with high mobility and decent clearing speed, crucial for the resource-rich jungles of a 3v3 map. She was more than capable of playing jungler roles, but since her aim was to pursue a professional mid-lane career, she felt it necessary to display her prowess. Su Wang was not particularly surprised by Yean's choice of hero. Both sides commenced with the standard jungle and minion clearing. After the initial skirmish, Su Wang provided a false sense of vision and concealed himself in the bush. His nickname stemmed from his ability to emerge unexpectedly from corners and catch opponents off guard during matches. Yean noticed the telltale signs, a smile gracing her lips as she calculated Su Wang's hiding spot and maneuvered her character closer. As Su Wang deemed the distance sufficient, he struck decisively. A golden silhouette appeared on the map, accompanied by the shattering sound of glass. Charging directly towards Yean unfazed, she deftly evaded with a swift sidestep. Her timing was impeccable. Su Wang unleashed a flurry of skills, but Yean's character emerged relatively unscathed. Su Wang dismissed it as mere coincidence, but when his attack backfired, resulting in him taking damage, he vanished from sight. This pattern repeated over the ensuing rounds, and recalling their previous encounters, Su Wang's breath hitched. This was not mere happenstance. It was a deliberate strategy by Yean. How was she achieving this? Even after having watched her highlight reel countless times, Su Wang still finds himself awestruck by her miraculous escapes and numerous near-death comebacks. Previously, he believed that such astonishing maneuvers were solely due to Yi Yan's remarkable skill. What if all of this were the result of her calculations? The thought is utterly terrifying. Just contemplating it makes Su Wang question whether such feats are truly achievable by a human. As the screen dims before him, he becomes increasingly unsettled by the economic disparity displayed on the settlement page. It is merely one kill. He, too, is a professional player. How could such a vast economic gap exist in a 3v3 map? How is it that you manage to evade my ambushes every single time? Yean smiles up at him and simply replies, "It's easy. You just need to know your distance." Su Wang's throat tightens. How could he be certain that Yean would recklessly make a move within his attack range? This is a game map. Such precise control over distance. Could she possibly be an AI? Taking a deep breath, Su Wang's gaze towards Yean becomes fervent and intense. "Come, join my team." Chapter 15. Kneeling to Apologize. The God Team base is an upscale villa located by the riverside, comprising 4 stories. The first floor houses the living room. The second floor contains the bedrooms of the members and coaches. The third floor has a converted training room, and the fourth floor is a spacious gym. When Su Wang brought Yean to this place, the team's support member, Xiaoyang, with disheveled hair and sleepy eyes, descended from the second floor. "Brother Wang, are you here for training? Is this lady your sister-in-law?" Su Wang, feeling a twitch in his eye, recalled Su Huiling's inexplicable concern for Yean's sister-in-law. "More like an aunt, perhaps." "No, she is my newly recruited mage player, Phoenix." Xiaoyang's drowsy eyes instantly sparkled with energy, transforming from slits to wide circles. "Brother Wang, are you saying this lady is going to replace Huayu?" The villa was a birthday gift from Su Wang's family during his childhood and had never been extensively renovated, resulting in mediocre sound insulation. Xiaoyang's shout prompted other members, who were half asleep on the second floor, to peek out as well. The skeptical gazes directed at Yi and were unanimous, filled with disbelief and even veiled disdain. They could not fathom that a woman could excel in gaming, nor did they believe she was worthy of joining their finals team, standing alongside them on the grand stage of the championship. "Haha, I say, Captain, after disappearing for so many days, you return with someone like this?" A voice laced with mockery and disdain emanated from the doorway. A youth with red hair and a somewhat handsome appearance leaned against the doorframe, scanning Yi in before shifting his gaze back to Su Wang. "Captain, regardless of how long we've played together, from the K-League to the Autumn Championship Finals, wouldn't it be better for everyone to part ways amicably? Let me go, and I'll consider my participation in the finals as helping a friend. It's not like I can't play. If you don't let me go, then cherish this sparrow as your treasure." Huayu smiled with confidence, assured that Su Wang had no choice but to select him. Yean also regarded him, as the news of Huayu's hand injury preventing him from playing was merely a fade. Those in the know were aware that he had been approached by Yean's manager before the match, and as long as he did not play in the Autumn Championship Finals, Yean's mid laner would retire after this match. In his previous life, Huayu successfully joined and, demonstrating considerable skill, but he was prone to overconfidence, exhibiting a self-centered playstyle that led to discord within the team. Following his recruitment, and suffered a disastrous 16-game losing streak, plummeting to Group B and nearly losing their position entirely. Ultimately, it was Yean who intervened, relegating Huayu to the bench and salvaging An. Huayu never believed he had done anything wrong, and would not cover his breach of contract penalties, and he lacked the funds to pay it himself. The only solution he could conceive was to threaten Su Wang. He would take the stage, but whether God could win was of no concern to him. Compared to the uncertain future of God, who wouldn't he seize the opportunity presented by the League dynasty, and Su Wang, who had always been pampered by the Su family, had poured his resources and efforts into establishing the team, only to be humiliated later? He decided it was best to cut ties. Su Wang retorted sharply, "Do you honestly think you are worth anything? Has my good temper led you to forget my surname is Su?" It was already a kindness that he did not allow his lawyer to ruin Huayu's life. Huayu's expression changed dramatically. a mix of fear and anger washing over him. Su Wang could not genuinely believe that this woman could replace him. Could he? Humph, he scoffed. Xiaoyang hesitated. Attempting to mediate, Brother Wang, perhaps we should all take a step back. It's only natural for Hua Yu to seek better opportunities. Clearly, he too doubted Yean's capabilities. The coach, after a moment of silence, expressed agreement, stating that if Hua Yu could not take the stage, it would be tantamount to gifting the opposing team a championship. Applause suddenly broke the tense atmosphere, as Yean sincerely praised, "Is this what you call brotherhood? Seeking better opportunities right before the finals by backstabbing former teammates? So this is how you define a small-minded person." Xiaoyang felt his ears flush with embarrassment. Yean's gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on Hua Yu. In the realm of esports, being inexperienced is a sin. You mock my mage position as though it were effortlessly attained. Dare you challenge me to a solo match? If I lose, I will forfeit my breach of contract fee and leave. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize, admitting your inferiority, and apologize to the woman you have insulted. Confident in his skills, Hua Yu readily accepted. Fine. I'll pluck the feathers off this phoenix today. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the arrangement. Yet Su Wang furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at Yi and wasn't the breach of contract fee supposed to be paid to him? No one paid attention to that. The other members of the team eagerly anticipated the duel. If this woman could truly defeat Hua Yu, who wouldn't want to win the championship? Who would genuinely resist having a more formidable teammate? In the esports room on the third floor, several members gathered behind the two to watch their confrontation. Hua Yu selected his signature hero, Mo Ku, Shangwan Waner. With his previous experience, Yean could easily predict Hua Yu's choice. After some contemplation, she locked in Amo Jinji. Given that this hero had been revamped to allow her to freeze herself to evade damage, in a 1v1 scenario, Hua Yu was practically exposed. As long as she could dodge his ultimate with her second skill, he would be left vulnerable. They agreed on first blood, and Hua Yu's motivation for selecting Mo Ku was evident. He intended to finish the game with a powerful burst at level 4. Regardless of how dismissively Hua Yu regarded Yean, he approached the match with utmost seriousness and caution. Both mage heroes lacked the ability to secure a kill early on, engaging in a tactical exchange as they cleared minions, offering no opportunities. Hua Yu's playstyle was akin to that of a gambler, seemingly steady. Yet he would recklessly charge forward at the slightest hint of an opportunity, reaping significant rewards. However, if the opponent's strategy was well laid out, his mistakes could prove catastrophic for the entire team. Yean understood this psychology and intentionally offered a flaw for him to exploit at level 4. Calculating the skill ranges, she readied her first skill. Hua Yu, as expected, decisively unleashed his ultimate. With a gleam of confidence in his eyes, he believed it was all over. The other members were convinced that Yean was finished. If Hua Yu's Mo Ku was given even a single chance, he would undoubtedly secure a kill. Yet, Yean remained calm, leisurely activating her first skill. She timed it perfectly, interrupting Mo Ku's ultimate with a deft maneuver, rendering her hero immune to all damage. As Mo Ku landed, a blue pool erupted beneath her feet. Woman, made of water. The character's voice echoed as the screen turned monochrome. A flawless sequence ensued, leaving Hua Yu with no chance to struggle. Impossible. Hua Yu's eyes brimmed with fury and disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. He smashed his headset onto the table. How could I possibly lose? Yean met his gaze with the same derisive expression he had once given her. If you're inexperienced, practice more. If you can't handle a loss, don't play. Her words struck a nerve, and Hua Yu's defenses crumbled, his neck flushing red, embodying embarrassment. The coach, still savoring Yean's recent play, had a fiery glint in his eyes, recognizing that her performance was no mere coincidence. You. Hua Yu pointed a trembling finger at Yean. She swatted it away, demanding an apology. Hua Yu, still somewhat of a man, fulfilled his promise and knelt before Yean in front of his former teammates. I am inferior, my skills are lacking. I apologize for not being as good as a girl in gaming. The last few words escaped him with great difficulty. After uttering them, he turned and walked away without looking back. Yean's voice rang out behind him. I am Phoenix, a phoenix reborn from fire, not a sparrow. Moreover, sparrows are now protected by the state. Do not underestimate their significance. Chapter 16. Unable to confront one's own mistakes in the uppermost office of the Inn Club. Lin Chibai rested his forehead against the back of his hands, which were clasped on the desk before him. He found himself devoid of motivation to address any of the pressing matters at hand. For several days now, he had instructed his assistant to investigate the whereabouts of Xiaoan, yet he had received no updates. Xiaoan, a young girl with no financial means. Where could she possibly go after leaving home? The bodyguards he had dispatched to monitor her school had also reported no sightings. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his mother. What have you been busy with these days? Xiaoxi has been asking me if she has upset you. Why not come home for a family gathering at the hot springs resort? Listening to his mother's voice, Lin Qibai felt a jolt of pain in his heart. He was unaware of Xiaoan's whereabouts, yet his mother was suggesting a leisurely family outing? Shocked and overwhelmed by a profound sense of desolation, he realized that Xiaoan had been treated similarly in the past. No, I have matters to attend to, he replied, abruptly ending the call. He was on the verge of reporting her missing when, fortunately, his assistant entered, announcing, "Boss, we have news." Miss Yean rented a room in the urban village after leaving the Lin residence. However, before the assistant could inform Lin Qibai that Yean had been expelled by Lin Chuan, he hastily seized his car keys and rushed towards the urban village. Upon arriving, he was astonished to discover such a place existed in Jingxia. The narrow, filthy streets were crowded, making parking a challenge. His luxury vehicle drew unwanted attention, akin to a monkey in a zoo. Reluctantly, he parked at a distance and made his way to the location his assistant had mentioned. As a young man born with a silver spoon, Lin Qibai's greatest hardship had been enduring a diet of kimchi while competing in Korea. Entering the urban village, he was engulfed by a dizzying array of unpleasant odors, and the sight of litter was pervasive. Among the throngs of people, many middle-aged men strolled about with their shirts off. Was Xiaoan living in such an environment? Lin Qibai's complexion turned pale as he could hardly fathom what Xiaoan might have endured during this time. A beautiful girl like her. How could she possibly survive in such conditions? He hurried to the residential building where Yean had rented a room, and after some inquiries, he located the landlord. Has a beautiful young girl, around 16 or 17, rented a room here? He asked. The landlord, recognizing Lin Qibai's distinguished demeanor, recalled a recent encounter with a well-dressed man who had paid him to evict Yean. He immediately surmised that Lin Qibai was here for the same reason. Ah, yes. Is her name Yean? The landlord replied eagerly. Where is she now? Lin Qibai pressed, his eyes lighting up. The landlord, hoping to profit again, smiled ingratiatingly. Since I followed your instructions to evict her, I have no idea where she has gone. Evicted? Lin Qibai was momentarily stunned. Who ordered her to be expelled? The landlord, sensing trouble, attempted to retreat, muttering, I don't know. At that moment, his assistant caught up with him, exclaiming, Mr. Lin. I haven't finished speaking. On Tuesday, during the school entrance exam, Miss Yean was falsely accused of cheating. Your elder brother went to the school to handle it, and there was some unpleasantness. Subsequently, he instructed the assistant to inform all nearby businesses to refuse service to Miss Yean. Lin Qibai trembled with shock, followed swiftly by a wave of anger that threatened to consume him. He had never anticipated his brother could be so ruthless. Cheating? How absurd. A student who consistently scores near-perfect marks would resort to cheating? Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he could not bear to contemplate what misfortune might have befallen Xiaoan. Let us call the police. The 3 words seemed to exhaust all his strength as he shouted. His assistant was taken aback, realizing that if their boss had foreseen this day, perhaps he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Nevertheless, she was merely an employee and had to adhere to protocol. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Qibai, and he hurried back to where he had parked his car. He sped through the streets and parked at the base of the Lin Group building. Ignoring the greetings of the front desk staff, he rushed to the top-floor office. At that moment, Lin Chuan was engaged in an online meeting when the door was forcefully kicked open. Frowning, he turned to see who had entered, only to receive a punch to the face. Grabbing his collar, Lin Qibai yanked him from his chair. Lin Chuan, are you even human? The assistant promptly disconnected the meeting on the other end of the line. Lin Chuan, momentarily bewildered, pushed Lin Qibai away. Have you lost your mind? Who is the madman here? My sister is out there struggling without money, and you not only show no concern, but also sever her last hope. Lin Chuan quickly grasped what Lin Qibai was referring to. The punch had angered him greatly, and without a moment's thought, he kicked Lin Qibai. Are you calm now? The blow to his abdomen brought Lin Qibai back to his senses. Yean transferred to cultural classes without permission and allegedly tarnished the Lin family's reputation. More importantly, she dared to fight back against me. Am I not justified in teaching her a lesson? If she experiences hardship out there, she return obediently? Lin Qibai could hardly contain his disbelief. You even laid hands on Xiaoan? This is ludicrous. That punch was too lenient. Has she not suffered enough? She was meant to be cherished and adored, yet at 5 years old, it was you who lost her. She was abducted by human traffickers. And had it not been for the kindness of a couple who rescued her on the road, She could still be lost to this day. Your mistake has caused her 10 years of suffering. Is that not enough? Lin Xuan's expression darkened instantly. The incident of Yean's abduction was a taboo subject for him. He refused to acknowledge his fault. He could replace her with she-er to atone for his error, but Yean's return was a constant reminder of his past failure. He believed he had been making amends. She struggled academically, so he paved the way for her to study art, hired tutors. What more could he do? Her repeated defiance was merely an expression of her resentment from years ago. It was reasonable to teach her a lesson to remind her of her place. Lin Qibai criticized. Isn't it enough? When do you plan to confront the reports your assistant has prepared for you? Cheating? Should she not have switched to cultural classes? He smirked derisively. Do you know that since enrolling at Yizhong, she has scored near-perfect marks on every exam? Seeing the shock on Lin Xuan's face, Lin Qibai felt an even deeper sense of mockery. The coldness of his smile intensified as he realized that this was the very brother who claimed to be devoted to making amends for Shaoan. Now, he lacked even the courage to confront his own mistakes. Chapter 17. It is widely acknowledged that Yean's academic performance could not possibly be so exceptional. Lin Xuan found himself stifling a laugh at what he perceived to be a grand jest. The disdain evident in his gaze stung Lin Qibai, as the document meticulously compiled by his elder brother's assistant contained numerous astonishing revelations that they remained oblivious to. However, he refrained from sharing this information with the Lin family. At this juncture, even if they were to see it, they might not grasp its significance. Perhaps they would even blame Yean for not speaking up. It is plausible that many of the events within that document were orchestrated by them. For instance, if the second brother admitted to prompting Xiao and to conceal her grades, and the eldest brother, despite having ample evidence before him, scoffed at the notion. Were they truly unaware of many matters, or were they simply dismissive? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Xuan concluded that further words were futile. The priority now was to locate Xiao and irritated. Lin Xuan flung himself back into his chair, legs spread apart, running his fingers through his meticulously styled hair, allowing a few strands to fall across his forehead. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered. So, Lin Qibai, have you come here specifically to confront me? Do you truly believe you have the standing to do so? He lifted his eyelids, his eyes filled with mockery. If memory serves me right, during your time in service, you once brought both Sheer and Yi in to visit your team. At that time, the esports industry was still in its infancy, with several teams crammed into a single house, all male, in a confined space. You were preoccupied with Sheer, leaving Yi and nearly vulnerable to harassment. Afterward, since the perpetrator was a prominent member facing a crucial match, you opted to issue a letter of understanding as a family member to suppress the incident for your own glory. Have you forgotten all this? Lin Xuan's words made Lin Qibai turn away, defensively retorting, I reprimanded that individual afterward. The derision on Lin Xuan's face deepened. Your reprimand merely allowed that person to exit the professional scene and thrive through underhanded means, did it not? Lin Qibai lowered his head, unable to counter the accusation. He had indeed chosen to avoid further complications, brushing it aside. Yet, had it been Lin Xi, that person would have been promptly dealt with from the outset. Moreover, should this matter be revisited, it would transform into a critique of Shaoan's behavior, suggesting that if anyone were to misstep, it ought to have been Lin Xi, not her. Observing Lin Qibai's demeanor, Lin Xuan offered a few words of consolation. I can see that over the years, you've treated Yean with the utmost care. However, you cannot genuinely believe everyone is blind to the reality of the situation, can you? Lin Qibai was taken aback, not fully comprehending the implication behind Lin Xuan's statement. For instance, regarding Yean's academic performance, I admit I haven't delved into it. But how could our parents not have verified this with the school? They merely assumed that a trivial temptation could lead her to such actions, indicating that Yean is someone devoid of moral limits when it comes to personal gain. Consider the time our mother took me, sure, and Yean to the temple to pray for blessings. When Sheer suffered a sudden heart attack, we abandoned Yean alone in the temple on the mountain, and she returned in the pouring rain. In truth, both my mother and I later suspected that Sheer had feigned her illness. But wasn't Yean's behavior rather foolish? With so many options to return safely, why not simply spend the night at the temple? Clearly, her actions were a provocation, aimed at eliciting our sympathy and usurping Sheer's affection. So, when our parents and elder brother began to harshly criticize Shaoan, did they truly believe her to be malicious? Lin Qibai found this incredulous. How could they think such a thing? At that time, how old was Yean? 15? A child who had been raised in an orphanage suddenly reclaimed by her family. Isn't it natural for her first instinct to be to seek the warmth of her home? Yet they perceived her as seeking affection. Lin Shibai chuckled bitterly. Elder brother, I recall mother mentioning that when you were young, she took you to a friend's house and lost track of time while playing cards, leaving you there for an extended period. You cried inconsolably, yearning for your mother. Yet you were already 12 or 13 then. Do you not wish to reflect on your own words? You were so distressed, and that was with familiar company. Now you expect a 10-year-lost 15-year-old girl to remain composed in an entirely unfamiliar setting? Is it wrong for her to wish to return home? Lin Shibai felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Initially, he had thought they had simply misunderstood Shaoan. But now it seemed clear that the elder brother was aware of many things and chose to feign ignorance. Those who pretend to sleep cannot be awakened. No matter how despairing or sorrowful Shao and circumstances, everyone chose to ignore her plight. If Yean was involved, she was inherently at fault. Lin Chuan was right. Shaoan's current state was partly a consequence of their actions. How had they, who ought to be the closest siblings, ended up in such a predicament? I have already contacted the police to assist in locating her. Elder brother, fourth brother, who exactly are you searching for? Lin Shi's curious voice broke through as she peeked into the room. Upon noticing the injury on Lin Chuan's face, she gasped, Elder brother, what happened to your face? Lin Shibai fell silent, unsure of how to confront this adopted sister. Lin Chuan relaxed his furrowed brow, forcing a smile as he beckoned her inside. It's nothing. I simply had a fall. What brings you here, Xia? Shouldn't you be in class at this hour? At this, Lin Shi appeared sheepish, lowering her head. I'm sorry, elder brother. I may have embarrassed the family. What happened? Lin Chuan inquired with genuine concern. Lin Shibai's expression grew complex. Lin Shi could freely enter the elder brother's office, yet Shaoan would require prior notice even to enter the company, let alone the office. My painting skills are lagging behind in the training class. The teacher said if my next assignment doesn't meet his standards, I should voluntarily withdraw. Lin Shi said. Her voice filled with grievance as she fiddled with her fingers. Lin Shibai couldn't help but think that had it been Shaoan, she wouldn't have dared to mention such a matter to the family, instead silently practicing late into the night to prove herself worthy. Yet Lin Shi could unabashedly approach the stern elder brother for a solution. Wasn't Shaoan also their blood-related sister? Lin Chuan was already reassuring Lin Shi not to worry, stating that this was hardly a problem. They could simply have Yean create a painting for her. He picked up the phone and inquired with his assistant whether there had been any messages or calls from Miss Yean during this period, particularly regarding a request to return home. Mr. Lin, we have not received any information concerning Miss Yean during this time. Chapter 18. Neither acceptance nor forgiveness. Yean had not returned home for a week. The house remained eerily silent. Only he and his elder brother had visited the school twice to confront the situation. Within the confines of their home, wherever Lin Shi was present, Yean's name seemed to vanish entirely. Lin Shibai was taken aback to learn that the reason his elder brother decided to find Yean was to have her serve as a stand-in for Lin Shi. Lin Chuan had learned from his assistant that Yean had not sought him out at all. His initial reaction was not to worry about her well-being, but rather to feel anger at her audacity. Fortunately, the police provided some updates. The surveillance footage revealed that after being expelled from the urban village, Yean had gone to a park. Late at night, a Rolls-Royce had paused in the park for a moment, and thereafter, her presence was noted only when she was picked up and dropped off from school in luxury vehicles. According to the final segment of the surveillance, she first arrived at Yuzhongbei. This was a single-unit residence, and shortly after entering, she was seen leaving with a man towards a riverside villa. The police had provided the detailed address of that villa. Lin Shibai, upon viewing the information on his phone, felt powerless to change his brother's intentions. All he could do was try to protect Yean when she returned. Had Yean known Lin Shibai's thoughts at that moment, she would have found it quite amusing. Only after leaving the protective confines of the Lin family did she discover that the outside world was utterly serene. Lin Shi gazed at the surveillance footage on her phone. Hesitant to speak, she tugged at Lin Chuan's sleeve. Brother, do you think Yean would do something reckless? At her words, Lin Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. How could he have forgotten this aspect? He had thought Yean had simply grown bolder, but now, combined with the surveillance footage, it was possible she had shamelessly sought out a wealthy patron. Lin Shibai's face paled, not out of embarrassment for Yean, but rather from the painful realization that this possibility was forcibly brought about by their actions. It was all his fault as the elder brother. In the training room of the God team on the third floor, Yean had already outperformed every member of the team, except for the support role. And even the coach was not spared. The support player, Xiaoyang, was astounded. Captain, who is stronger, you or Phoenix? Su Wang replied. Why don't you guess why she is here? Xiaoyang laughed awkwardly, nearly forgetting the captain's selection rules. It seemed they had not only lost, but had done so multiple times. Unbeknownst to the triumphant Yean, the Lin family would arrive at the base in 3 seconds. I inquired through connections. This villa is registered under that Su kid's name, which he transformed into a training base for the team a year ago. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Could it be that Yean, as a woman, was competing in an esports training facility? What could she possibly be doing mingling with a group of boys? Lin, she gasped. Has sister been living here all this time? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Her thoughts, once voiced, only worsened Lin Chuan's demeanor. If she were mixing with a few boys, it might not be an issue, he retorted. Xiaoyan is not that kind of person, Lin Qibai countered. This was the first time Lin she had been so rudely rebuffed. Her smile faltered, and she feigned innocence. I'm sorry, Lin Qibai was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Yean, ignoring her theatrics as he knocked on the door. This was also the first time Lin she had experienced such treatment. She was taken aback, and resentment bubbled within her. Yean, how could she still be standing after everything? Lin Chuan rubbed her head. Don't worry, brother will help you. Lin Shi looked up at him with an innocent smile. Thank you, brother. When the three knocked and were permitted entry by the caretaker responsible for the team members' welfare, they found a group of boys surrounding Yean as they descended the stairs from the 3rd floor. They chattered incessantly, inquiring how she executed those maneuvers. Yean. This scene ignited Lin Chuan's fury. Shouldn't Yean be pleading to return home at this moment? What are you doing? Yean, surprised by the sudden appearance of the three, frowned. Mr. Lin, what I do has nothing to do with you. Her attitude incensed Lin Chuan. Is this how you treat your elder brother? Elder brother? Do you deserve that title? Yean spat back. I've already ceased to provoke you. Why do you persist in clinging to me? To find her here, and still be tracked down by the Lin family, was utterly astounding. Yean was exceedingly agitated. If possible, she wished never to see the Lin family again. If it weren't for the distance, Lin Chuan would have slapped her again. Have the years of upbringing in the Lin family been completely wasted? Upbringing. I grew up without parents. Having them now feels like having none at all. What kind of upbringing could I possibly have? Yean retorted just as fiercely. If you're here to lecture me, you can leave at once. I refuse to heed the barking of dogs. She called them dogs? Lin Chuan was incredulous. Lin Qibai felt a pang of bitterness. Xiaoyan had once been so well-behaved he recalled the primary purpose of their visit. Suppressing his anger, his jaw clenched. I have forgiven you for what you did before. Come home with me. Yean burst into laughter. What do you mean you've forgiven me? As if I care for your forgiveness. Her gaze landed on Lin Shi, and her amusement deepened. At this moment, she suspected she understood why the three had come. This was her lineage. Although the members of the God team remained silent, their eyes were firmly fixed on the trio before them. In the realm of esports, having played several games together, they had already recognized Yean as brothers. They could not stand idly by. Should they dare to lay a finger on Phoenix, they would not go down without a fight. Moreover, Phoenix had yet to reach adulthood. As the youngest, it was only natural for the older brothers to protect their sister. Xiaoyang, who had initially been in front, now shifted to a slightly protective stance towards Yean. Lin she felt somewhat uneasy under their watchful gaze, as if Yean could see through her. Are you about to be kicked out? In a hurry to seek my support? Yean's smile was rather malicious. How did she know? Lin she was stunned. How could Yean be aware that she was about to be expelled from Jingmei? A sense of panic spread through her. A wave of humiliation washed over her. Was Yean looking down on her? By what right? Get lost. Even if I die here, I will never go back with you. Regardless. Yean was now his teammate, and in name, she was also his tutor. Su Wang could not bear to watch the Lin family bully his people on their own turf. And, as our opponent in the finals next Saturday, isn't it inappropriate for your boss to appear at our training base? Had Yean been the only one present, Lin Chuan might have resorted to force to take her back. However, with Su Wang there, he had to weigh his options. Lin Qibai felt a bitter ache. Xiaoyan did not wish to forgive them. Blocking Lin Chuan, who wanted to say something further, he urged, Brother, let us go. We truly are out of place here. Lin Shi was reluctant to leave just like that, but her fourth brother's attitude had evidently shifted, which was not good news for her. She needed to be more cautious. Fixing a steely gaze on Yean as they departed, why did Yean always seem so fortunate? Expelled from the Lin family, yet managing to climb up to Su Wang? The Lin family belonged to her, and Su Wang could only be hers. Lin Chuan led Lin Shi away first, while Lin Qibai turned to Yean, a smile emerging. Xiaoyan, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Yean agreed, stepping before Lin Qibai, her eyes alight with curiosity. Xiaoyan, this is for you, Lin Qibai said, producing the sapphire crown she had previously returned. Yean accepted it, cradling it in her hands. Lin Shibai's eyes sparkled. Shaoan, fourth brother, wishes to express his apologies. You have endured much over the past 3 years. Yean lowered her head, her hair concealing half her face and all the emotions within her eyes. From Lin Shibai's perspective, he could only see her shoulders tremble, a sound akin to laughter and tears escaping Yean's throat. Fourth brother. Ha 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 ha. Yean lifted her face, laughter breaking forth. You mustn't think I am moved, fourth brother. Have you finally realized that those vile words were not uttered by me? With a sudden release, the sapphire crown slipped from her grasp, shattering upon the ground. I have offered countless apologies. When have you ever forgiven me? Thus, your apology is unwelcome, and I shall never grant forgiveness. Chapter 19. No one helped in secret. Having resolved matters concerning the Lin family, Su Wang generously treated his team to a celebratory dinner for their new member. While the atmosphere around Yean was jubilant, the Lin family was enveloped in gloom. Except for the third brother Lin Xingyi, who was away filming. The entire family was present. Lin Chuan recounted all the recent happenings concerning Yean. Their mother, Fu Yao, was immediately incensed. Did Yean dare to challenge her son? As a mother, her concern was not for her daughter's solitary existence, but rather for the audacity she displayed in confronting her elder brother. Lin Wenbin, unable to hide his irritation, scoffed. She must have grown a spine, hasn't she? Just the other day, she wrote some letters severing their father-daughter relationship. He had initially believed Yean would return, tail between her legs, within a couple of days, yet she persisted in her defiance. Lin Wenbin ground his teeth in frustration. When had she become such a troublemaker? Listening to the barrage of accusations from his family, Lin Shibai found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he yearned to ask, did Shaoan truly err? What exactly did she do wrong? He felt suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere of his family. If he were in Shaoan's position, he would hardly be able to endure a single day, yet she had survived in such an environment for 3 long years. Among the brothers, Lin Muching was the most fond of Lin Shi. The moment he learned that Yean had refused to be Lin Shi's stand-in, he was furious enough to wish he could teleport to her side and deliver a stern reprimand. Lin Chuan, visibly impatient, remarked, "Isn't it you all who secretly provided her with pocket money? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to afford a place when she left home and would have returned long ago." It was only later that he learned from his assistant that after leaving home, Yean had rented a place in the city's outskirts. Her secondary card had been deactivated, so any money she possessed must have come from the allowances provided by her family. Upon hearing this, Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback. But your father and I have never given Yean any money, aside from the gift we gave her when she first returned home. We have refrained from giving her a single cent since we were worried she might squander it. Lin Muching added, how could I have given her money? The disdain on his face was palpable. Although Lin Xingyi was absent, he was usually the busiest in the family, even with his closest sister Lin Shi. He rarely thought to give her pocket money unless she asked. Much less would he consider giving any to Yean, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him. Lin Shibai forced a smile. I haven't given her anything either. Previously, he had not concerned himself with it, as Shaoan was well taken care of at home, and he had never contemplated the matter. However, including Lin Shi, they all received a generous monthly allowance from their family before they began their careers, amounting to 7 figures. Now that they had embarked on their own paths, Lin Shi's personal account held no less than 8 figures. This revelation left Fu Yao astonished. How did she manage to rent a place without any money? Lin Shi interjected, Sister, didn't he take anything from home before she left, did she? She stole something. Lin Wenbin seethed with rage. He was aware that this daughter, returned to him, was not as virtuous as Lin Shi, but he had not anticipated her character to be so depraved. Stealing from her own family. Lin Shibai, feeling weary, replied, Dad, if anything had gone missing from home, the housekeeper would have noticed immediately. Lin Muching scoffed, but that's not necessarily true. It's often the ones closest to you who are the hardest to guard against. The housekeeper, Zhao Ma, could no longer remain silent and interjected. Miss Yean had a sponsor named Qin while at the Welfare Institute. The sponsor provided her monthly living expenses during her first month back, so that must be where the money came from. Her words left the family in stunned silence. They were not well acquainted with Yean's life before returning to the Lin household. Moreover, I watched her leave. She only packed what she brought to the Lin family and left, even wearing the same outfit she arrived in. They stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that Yean had truly taken nothing with her, not even a change of clothes. Upon hearing Zhao Ma's account, Lin Shibai felt a flicker of doubt. Would he ever earn Shaoan's forgiveness? Recalling the moment at the god base when Yean had unhesitatingly thrown the sapphire crown, Lin Shibai felt a chill in his heart. Such discussions seemed futile now. The pressing concern was how to address Lin Shi's predicament. They could not allow her to be expelled from Jingmei. Lin Muching redirected the group back to the matter at hand. In fact, his concern for Lin Shi's troubles outweighed any thoughts of Yean's fate. Lin Chuan recalled having urged the family in their group chat not to show pity for Yean or provide her with clandestine assistance. Now he realized that there was no need for him to remind them, as no one in the family took Yean seriously. This realization left him with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Shoving aside those strange feelings, Lin Chuan spoke firmly. Let us first find someone to help Lin Shi stay at Jingmei. However, we must be cautious of external opinions. It is best if Yean complies. Tomorrow, I will personally speak with Yean. I refuse to believe she would disregard her own parents. Fu Yao embraced Lin Shi, her irritation palpable. Meanwhile, Yean, now back at the Jingshan Villa, received a transfer from Su Huilin. Mr. Su, payment for today's tutoring. Yean stared at the sum, astonished. The tutoring fee was 1,000 per hour, and Su Huilin was calculating from the moment she met Su Wang until her return to the villa. She promptly returned the money. Mr. Su, I haven't taught Su Wang anything, so I cannot accept this tutoring fee. Whatever you taught is not my concern. If a Wang says it's fine, then it's settled. Was the amusement of the wealthy merely to shower others with money? Yean found it perplexing and shocking. Her initial agreement to tutor Su Wang was not motivated by financial gain. She certainly could not accept the payment, as maintaining a good relationship with the Su family was essential. She anticipated seeking investment from this benefactor in the future. How about this? Since I'm currently staying at your place, we could consider this payment as my rent. Seeing her genuine reluctance to accept, Su Huilin thought that with the upcoming competition in a week, and with the prize money, Yean would not be short on funds. Given that she was eating and living with him, this payment was indeed unnecessary. All right. After concluding her conversation with Su Huilin, Yean freshened up and sat down at her desk. Her textbooks had transitioned from first-year high school to second-year high school. She dared not waste a moment. For tomorrow she would engage in training at God, and the competition was next Saturday, where the only team that could lose was An. Meanwhile, in the Lin household, Lin Shi knocked on Lin Shibai's door. Fourth brother, may I ask if I've upset you in any way? Lately, I feel as though you dislike me. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with confusion, tinged with a cautious inquiry. Lin Shibai gazed at his adopted sister, his emotions tangled. While he understood that Lin Shi might not be as innocent and kind-hearted as he had once thought, he still could not bring himself to act harshly toward her. With a sigh, he gently patted her head in reassurance. You're overthinking it. How could your fourth brother dislike you? I'm just worried about Xiao and I'm just unsure how to interact with you right now, lost in thought. Lin Shibai failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of resentment in Lin Shi's eyes. She knew that as long as Yean remained, she posed a threat to her. With her ulterior motives in mind, Lin Shi smiled brightly. Don't worry, fourth brother. Sister is merely sulking. Tomorrow, mother will coax her, and she'll surely return. Let us hope so, Lin Shibai could only think. By the way, fourth brother, may I join your team for the competition? I would love to experience the atmosphere of the esports arena. Lin Shi inquired tentatively. If she had been certain before that Lin Shibai would not refuse her, now she found herself somewhat uncertain. Upon hearing her words, Lin Shibai exhibited an unusual hesitation. This was the first time he did not immediately acquiesce to Lin Shi's request. Chapter 20. Returning home with Mother Lin, she smiled gently, not insisting further. If it were inconvenient, so be it. Nonetheless, the melancholy in her gaze was unmistakable. Today, upon visiting God, she felt a twinge of envy as she witnessed those individuals so devotedly supporting her sister. It reminded her of her fourth brother, whose camaraderie with his former teammates seemed equally strong. Is it true that the bonds forged through shared triumphs in a team are always extraordinary? Fourth brother, as you know, I suffer from congenital heart disease, which limits my ability to run or jump, leaving me with few friends. I have played my fair share of glory and my skills are not lacking. I merely hope to join your team and make some friends. As she spoke, Lin Shi pressed her lips together in a smile, realizing she had perhaps been inconsiderate. The upcoming matches for and were of utmost importance, and she didn't want to burden her brother. Apologizing with a slight bow, she turned to leave. In her heart, she silently counted, and when she reached 3, she heard Lin Shibai's voice behind her. With a slight smirk, he said, It's just a match. If you wish to participate, go ahead. However, could you only play the first match? Lin Shibai ultimately acquiesced, unable to turn down his beloved younger sister. Considering that the main mid laner of God would not be participating, and recognizing Lin Shi's capabilities, he thought that even if she were to falter, It would simply be a gesture of goodwill towards the opposing team. Lin Chi's face lit up with joy as she turned around and embraced Lin Chibai. Thank you, fourth brother. In that moment, Lin Chibai realized that he wished it were Xiaoan instead. From his unseen perspective, Lin Chi wore a triumphant smile. She had thought it through. Yean was surely using the game to get closer to Su Wang. If she could showcase her abilities on the battlefield, Su Wang would undoubtedly regard her with newfound respect. In the adjacent room, Lin Chuan was equally restless. The events of the day played out in his mind like a slideshow, making it difficult for him to find rest. Elder brother, save me. The image of young Yean's tear-streaked face, filled with fear and desperation, haunted him. He stood there, powerless to assist. The fourth brother's words rang true. He could not dare acknowledge his past mistakes. His feelings towards Yean had long since morphed from guilt into fear of her very existence. But had he truly treated her poorly? He had been making amends. Frustrated, he pinched the bridge of his nose and opened the document he had deliberately ignored. His assistant had diligently compiled information, annotating every detail. It appeared that Miss Yean had been in dire need of money lately, seeking various part-time jobs. He had advised her to ask her family for assistance, but she had refused and insisted he keep her financial struggles confidential. Miss Yean had been tutoring classmates to earn money. She was tutoring others? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. He recalled his assistant mentioning this, but had dismissed it at the time, thinking she was just being frivolous. As he continued reading, Miss Yean had earned a substantial amount over the past 2 months, secretly preparing a surprise for her boss's birthday, a luxury tie worth 4 digits. Perfectly suited to his character. A tie? For his birthday? Lin Chuan paused, recalling a night when he had seen Yean sneaking around with something in her hands. Her expression guilty upon noticing him. He continued reading, finding a photo of the tie his assistant had taken discreetly. Staring at the image, Lin Chuan felt a rush of confusion. This tie was purchased by Yean? How could that be? He remembered that day, on his birthday, when Lin Chi had insisted on gifting him something, emphasizing that the money for the gift was her own earnings. Yet, the gift had gone missing. The family had thoroughly searched the house, eventually finding the tie in Yean's backpack, identical to Lin Chi's description. Yean had cried, explaining that it was her own purchase, but no one believed she could afford it. When she claimed it was money earned from her part-time job, their parents had been furious, accusing her of lying, and punished her severely. On that day, while the family joyously celebrated his birthday, Yean had been beaten and locked in the dark, damp basement. At the time, Lin Chuan had felt little, thinking Yean was merely vain and troublesome. He could doubt Yean, but he believed his assistant's report. If the facts were as such, Lin Chuan's breath quickened. He had never lacked gifts throughout his life, but this was the first time someone had remembered his birthday with such care. He had thought it was Lin Chi. Elder brother, you are the best brother in the world. Yean had gazed at him with pure admiration, devoid of any pretense. But now, Lin Chuan, if you dare to lay a finger on me again, I will ensure our mutual destruction. With a thunderous sound, Lin Chuan felt his mind buzz, as if something was slipping beyond his grasp. He opened his mouth but could utter no sound. His face paled, yet a glimmer of confusion lingered in his eyes. Hadn't he been trying to make amends for her? Setting his phone down, he chose not to read further. He would find an opportunity to inquire about the tie. As for Yean, he would offer an apology the next time they met. The following day, Yean attended training at the base as usual. As she left in the evening, she strolled leisurely outside. Today, the driver responsible for picking her up had other commitments, and she didn't want to trouble Uncle Zhong, opting to take a taxi home instead. Just as she stepped out of the villa area and reached the roadside, she spotted a familiar car, a red Ferrari belonging to Fu Yao. Furrowing her brow, she watched as a middle-aged woman in a custom-made suit emerged from the vehicle, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Yean, Fu Yao called out to her. Yean had no desire to engage, so she turned and ran. In her high heels, Fu Yao was unable to keep up and hastily instructed her bodyguards to apprehend her. Yean hadn't managed to escape far before a bodyguard seized her shoulder, halting her in her tracks. With 1 guard on either side, they treated her like a criminal. Yean, why are you running? Fu Yao finally caught up, panting with anger. Why should I wait to be treated like a criminal? Though the area was sparsely populated, passers-by couldn't help but glance at the commotion. Fu Yao's face flushed with embarrassment at the scene. She waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to release her, but with them behind her and Fu Yao in front, Yean knew she couldn't escape. Standing her ground, Yean regarded Fu Yao with a look of distaste, as if she had just ingested something foul. Miss Fu, you are an esteemed international brand designer. What brings you to seek out a mere nobody like me today? Her veiled sarcasm infuriated Fu Yao. But she swallowed her anger for Lin Shi's sake. You're a girl. What kind of nonsense is it to be out and about all day? Come home with me. Fu Yao softened her tone. Shaoan, I know you feel a bit wronged. Once we're home, I'll have my brothers apologize to you. All right? We're family. Why let things escalate? Come home to help Lin Shi, and you can still be your mother's good daughter. If Lin Shi were to be expelled from Jingmei, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. If outsiders spread rumors, her reputation would suffer. Fu Yao laid out her demands, offering conditions. Typically, if she had spoken to Yean in such a manner, the latter would have eagerly complied, even if it meant playing second fiddle to Lin Shi. However, this time, Yean merely smiled. Fu Yao had said much, even planning for her brothers to apologize. Yet never once did she mention Lin Shi lowering herself before her. In Fu Yao's perspective, her son was in the wrong. They indiscriminately slandered her. Yet, what fault lies with Lin Shi? She was merely overwhelmed by the fear of losing her family's affection. Chapter 21. By what right do you stand here? Yean thought of her past life. It was much the same then. Fu Yao, as her mother, was the person she yearned to be close to the most upon returning to the Lin family. No matter how much she endeavored to please, it paled in comparison to a mere grievance of Lin Shi. It was Lin Shi who fetched her from the welfare institution, explaining along the way that the family was too busy to come for her. In truth, it was merely a reflection of her lack of importance. Upon returning to the Lin household, only Fu Yao was present. She held Lin Shi, her gaze not resembling that of a mother looking at her daughter, but rather that of an adversary. Fu Yu began to lay down rules, stating that although Yean was their biological daughter, Lin Shi had been by their side for 10 years. They shared the same birthday, yet Yean was the elder sister, and as such, she was expected to look after her younger sibling. Look after your sister. This phrase became the justification for all the punishments she would endure thereafter. From that moment on, whenever Lin Shi encountered any trouble, it was Yean who bore the brunt of the blame and the beatings. Fu Yao would always question her with a face filled with resentment, demanding to know why she had not taken better care of her sister. Reflecting on these memories, a cold smile crept onto Yean's downturned face. By what audacity did Fu Yao dare to demand this or that from her? What right did she have to stand there and make such requests? Mother? Yean retrieved the severance agreement from her bag. Madam Fu, have you forgotten that Mr. Lin Wenbin has already signed this document? Fu Yao fell silent, unable to believe that Yean truly dared to disown her. Yean continued, as a mother, have you considered the impact your demands for your biological daughter to serve your adopted daughter might have? In my past life, I was but a pawn for Lin Shi, losing every opportunity and ultimately being thrown under the bus when the truth was revealed. She had once had a chance to defend herself, yet the Lin family forced her to take the blame, compelling her to publicly confess to having plagiarized Lin Shi. A multitude of emotions, resentment, fury, flooded her chest. She could not dismiss her feelings because she harbored deep-seated hatred for this family. Fu Yao frowned, indignant. Haven't you switched to cultural studies? Your artistic talent is so exceptional. It would be a waste not to use it. What is so wrong with helping Lin Shi? Yean truly found it laughable. Fu Yao resorted to the same old arguments, insisting that Lin Shi was her sister. Yean had lost all patience. Am I to die before Lin Shi? Will she go then? You. Fu Yao, nearly succumbing to high blood pressure, was furious that this wretch dared to wish death upon Lin Shi. She raised her hand to strike. Anticipating this, Yean deftly seized her wrist, forcefully tossing her off balance, causing Fu Yao to stumble and fall onto the ground. How dare you lay a hand on me? Fu Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Yean glared coldly at her. What of it? You are permitted to strike me, yet I cannot retaliate. Fu Yao froze, finding the Yean before her utterly unfamiliar. Seizing the moment of Fu Yao's bewilderment, Yean circumvented her. Madam Fu, since I left the Lin family, it signifies that I no longer share any ties with you or the entire Lin clan. I cannot return, nor can I be of service to you. With that, she signaled for a taxi. The bodyguard attempted to intervene, but was halted by Fu Yao's command. Let her go. I refused to believe she would truly sever ties. Fu Yao gritted her teeth, her anger prevalent. She could not fathom that Yean would genuinely cut off all connections with the family. An idea sparked in her mind, and she smirked confidently. The 18th birthday celebration for Yean and Lin Shi was approaching, and she was certain Yean would seize this opportunity to create a scene for greater gain. Would Lin Shi be made to forfeit her inheritance? Or perhaps be registered back into the Lin family? Regardless, Fu Yao mused that Yean's plans were destined to fail. Wasn't she indifferent to everything related to the Lin family? Fu Yao planned to throw Lin Shi the grandest coming-of-age ceremony, eager to witness Yean's regret. Where is the young lady headed? The driver, perplexed by the young girl's abrupt request to leave without a destination, merely circled the area. Where to? Yean was taken aback by the question. She too was unsure of where to go. Jingshan Villa. It seemed she had no other place to turn. Upon stepping out of the taxi, she spotted Aunt Fong waiting at the entrance. As soon as she saw Yean, she hurried over. You're back so late. I was worried you might have gotten lost. Sorry to worry you, Yean replied, forcing a smile, her encounter with Fu Yao having dampened her spirits. Aunt Fong, I don't have much of an appetite tonight. I think I'll head to my room to study. Having worked alongside Su Huailin for many years, Aunt Fong possessed a keen insight into human emotions and sensed that Yean was not quite herself. When Su Huailin received Aunt Fong's message, he had just concluded a meeting. Exiting the conference room, he walked down the corridor, dressed in a tailored silver-gray suit, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance. His assistant, Lin Zhe, followed closely behind, reporting on work matters. Su Huailin sent a message to Su Lu, who was assigned to keep an eye on Yean, inquiring about the events of the day. He had arranged for personnel to be near her, but would not actively monitor her movements unless necessary. The staff was there solely to protect her in critical situations. Regarding Fu Yao's incident, Su Lu deemed it not particularly urgent and had no plans to report it unless Su Huailin inquired. Mr. Su, the remaining schedule includes the Zhou family's banquet. Cancel it. Send a gift on my behalf and inform Mr. Zhou that I have some family matters to attend to, and I sincerely apologize for my absence. After issuing his instructions, Su Huailin tucked his phone away and headed straight for the elevator. Lin Zhe quietly murmured to himself, family matters? I haven't heard of any trouble involving the young master. The driver, Su Yi, asked, Are we going to the young master's place? To Jingshan, Su Yi replied, somewhat surprised, as he caught a glimpse of Su Huailin's composed expression in the rearview mirror, revealing no other emotions. This was the first time Su Huailin had expressed a desire to return since Yean moved into Jingshan. As a subordinate, Su Yi refrained from prying into his superior's personal affairs, maintaining a neutral expression as he smoothly started the car, though curiosity ignited within him. He chuckled inwardly, recalling that Su Er had bet that Su Huailin merely cared for Yean as a friend, allowing her to stay at Jingshan. It had only been a week, and he was already restless to see her. Passing a dessert shop, Su Huailin instructed him to pull over briefly. When he returned to the car, he held a rabbit-shaped cake. As for Yean, she was internally cursing why Qin Shi Huang hadn't conquered Europe, while Empress Dowager Cixi was clamoring for the foreigners to perish. Her vexation was momentarily alleviated by English, which swept away her foul mood. Indeed, as a student of comprehensive excellence, capable of acing mathematics and science, with biology being no exception, and having once excelled in Chinese, her English had always been lacking. Despite her near-perfect scores in other subjects, English remained her Achilles heel. In the past, she had focused on improving her English. Although she could score around 120 to 130 out of 150, 2 years of neglect had eroded her previous proficiency. Now, passing was a challenge. Knock, knock, knock. May I come in? Was that Su Huailin's voice? Yean was perplexed. What could he want at this hour? Come in. The door swung open, revealing the dashing figure of a man in a silver-gray suit, holding an incongruous rabbit cake. Is this for me? Yean scanned Su Huailin's palm, speculating that he had come to comfort her after hearing about the day's events. Yean was partially correct. Su Huailin intended to provide solace to the heartbroken young girl, though the cake was not meant for her. Mr. Su, is there something you need? After pulling aside a chair, he settled directly beside Yean, taking on the role of a landlord to observe how my tenant has been faring. Should any issues arise, I would gladly assume the role of a life minner. However, at this moment, it seems far more pertinent to focus on being an English teacher. Glancing at the English materials spread across the table, drenched in a vivid crimson hue, Su Huailin's brows arched gracefully, reflecting a charming curve. Despite the passage of years, Yean's English remains as abysmal as ever. From the moment he witnessed Yean's struggles with the language, Su Huailin understood that she had managed to adjust her mindset. A slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, his little leaf was not as fragile as she appeared. Chapter 22. The genius. At the same table, Su Huailin unwrapped a small cake and placed it on the table, obliviously spooning bites into his mouth. My English is quite proficient. I studied abroad in university. You may consult me, he remarked. The sweetness blossomed on his tongue, and the strikingly handsome man's brow relaxed, adding with a smirk, no tutoring fees for you. Yean stared at Su Huailin, who was savoring the dessert, dumbfounded for a few seconds. In her mind, individuals like him ought to scoff at sweets. Wait, was this cake meant for her? This was not the expected scenario. Her eyes widened slightly in disbelief. It seemed as though Su Huilin could read her thoughts. He had merely intended to come over, listen to her grievances, and indulge in a bit of sweetness to lighten his own mood. After all, life was already so bitter. One must treat oneself to something delightful. Moreover, as a normal person, relishing desserts was entirely reasonable. If she wished to enjoy some, he could recommend a shop. Su Huilin's demeanor oddly lifted Yean's spirits, akin to a good friend playfully teasing her. She decided not to be coy, pointing out a few unclear aspects without hesitation. Making use of Su Huilin as her impromptu tutor. Immersed in her studies, she quickly forgot about the events of the day. Those she had resolved to abandon had no right to influence her mood. As Su Huilin glanced at the time, he declared, "Let us call it a day at 10. In the future, feel free to ask me if you encounter difficulties with English. I'll take my leave now. Rest early, as you have school tomorrow." As he reached the door, he suddenly recalled, "Your birthday is approaching, isn't it?" Yean paused. The concept of a birthday felt foreign to her. In the orphanage, no one cared about celebrating birthdays. Just having enough to eat was a luxury. Only Mr. Chin would wish her a happy birthday and present a cake. After returning to the Lin family, she had celebrated her birthdays by sharing with Lin Shi, merely partaking in someone else's celebration. It seemed that this year marked her 18th birthday. It should be celebrated properly. "Is there anything you desire?" Yean shook her head. "I don't want anything. Right now, I only wish to study diligently and rise above." Lin Shi easily relent. "I have much to contend with in the Lin family. Anything else feels too extravagant for me at present." Su Huilin pondered for a moment, then said, "Let me arrange something for you. I'll ensure you have an unforgettable 18th birthday celebration." He smiled at Yean, a charming smile that captivated her attention. People are invariably drawn to beauty, and Yean was no exception. She found herself momentarily entranced. Quickly averting her gaze, her earlobes flushed. "No need to trouble yourself. It's not that significant." Su Huilin raised a finger to his lips, indicating that he didn't care, and some words, once spoken, might be taken seriously. Was he being earnest? The thought sent a tremor through Yean, stirring her anticipation for her 18th birthday. Suppressing the moisture in her eyes, she smiled. "I understand then. I look forward to your surprise." This elicited a satisfied expression from Su Huilin. "Good night, little Yi." The following day, Yean attended school as usual. Su Wang messaged her in the morning, asking her to join him at the base after school to take promotional photos for the finals, and had also scheduled a practice match. The practice match before the competition was widely understood to be a mere test of strength. In class, Yean remained her usual diligent self while her deskmate, Ruan Yu, continued to doze off. Their acquaintance had remained minimal since her kind reminder at the beginning of the term. Despite having crossed paths daily, no additional friendship had developed. Ruan Yu had explained that Yean's reminder stemmed from her displeasure with Lin Shi. To be honest, she wasn't aware of any grievances between them. In her previous life, simply avoiding bullying at school was an achievement. She had no extra emotions to spare on others. The only thing that piqued her concern was that they were both in their final year, yet Ruan Yu appeared completely uninterested in studying. The first class of the afternoon was English. Yean felt herself growing drowsy. It wasn't that she lacked interest, but the lessons simply weren't resonating. In her half-awake state, she noticed Ruan Yu hiding her phone in the drawer, seemingly reviewing match data between and God. This jolted her awake. Ruan Yu rested one hand on the desk, while the other held a pen, sketching and writing on a piece of scrap paper while checking the data of the two teams on her phone. She was analyzing. Yean focused on Ruan Yu's sketches, realizing she was simulating the final roster and BP strategies. The more she observed, the more exhilarated she became. With her past experiences, she recognized that Ruan Yu's analysis corresponded almost precisely to the rosters of the two teams in the previous finals. Yet Ruan Yu wasn't reborn. This indicated that her insights were indeed accurate. How had she only just discovered such a treasure beside her? As the class bell rang, Yean immediately seized Ruan Yu's wrist. "Did you derive all those notes from the public data of the two teams in this autumn season?" Ruan Yu was surprised that this seemingly studious deskmate had an interest in esports, and a sense of goodwill blossomed, sparking a desire to converse. "Not entirely. An S team has combined recent data, while God is a dark horse this year with less data, making it less reliable, though the variability is significant. A genius. In esports, beyond the player's individual skills, the intuition of the coach plays a crucial role. Previously, and had triumphed over the formidable veteran team LTC in the spring finals, primarily due to strategic advantages in their roster. The peak confrontation relied on a precise counter by a key player that led them to victory. Are you considering entering the esports industry? Yean tentatively inquired. She knew she wouldn't be competing for long. Her studies were paramount. However, if Yu's future lay in a professional path, she was determined to secure such talent. Yu nodded. My academic performance has never been good. Getting into the first high school was pure luck. My family is impoverished, and I was fortunate to receive a spot. Initially, I intended to study hard. But no matter how I tried, it felt futile. By chance, I encountered honor and discovered esports, and I fell in love with it. However, my skills are average, making it unlikely for me to become a professional player. Instead, I focus on analyzing matches, understanding hero strengths each season, and predicting BP for the chance to become a training coach one day. Yean couldn't help but laugh. You won't need to wait any longer, for your opportunity has arrived. She earnestly patted Yu's shoulder, extending a heartfelt invitation. After school, I'll take you to the God Team's base. Will you join me? Yu didn't need to ponder the question. Her excitement bubbled over. Of course. What do you think? Her sun-kissed cheeks flushed with excitement, realizing that if Yean's words were genuine, her dream could very well come true that day. Chapter 23. Binding the eucalyptus back. Zhang from class 1 of the experimental group has taken a leave of absence. While students requesting leave is not particularly noteworthy, the fact that the top student, who has never taken a day off, does so amidst allegations of cheating makes it a topic of conversation. Zhang, on leave, now sits in an upscale CAF, his hands cradling a coffee cup as he anxiously gazes at the girl before him. Sheer. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? The person seated across from Zhang is none other than Lin Shi. The thrill of being invited for coffee by the girl he admires sends his heart racing. The Lin family would never allow Lin Shi to be expelled from Jingmei. Her brother Lin Chuan had temporarily secured her a reliable and discreet tutor. Lin Shi lowered her gaze, contemplating her predicament of being at the mercy of others while trying to remain at Jingmei, which only fueled her resentment towards Yean. If Yean had been obedient, would she have had to endure such humiliation? As her eyes darted around, she finally looked up at Zhang, forcing a bitter smile. I'm just a bit troubled and wanted to confide in a friend. The term friend made Zhang's heart leap. He immediately grasped Lin Shi's hand. Sheer, you can share anything with me. Whatever I can do to help, just let me know. Lin Shi smiled gently, shaking her head. I merely wish to vent. You must know that my sister Yean has recently left the Lin family. It seems everyone at home is quite worried about her. I know she is unsafe out there alone, yet I feel overlooked. Her eyes dimmed, and the sorrowful expression made Zhang's heart ache. How could Sheer be so kind-hearted, worrying about the well-being of someone who had wronged her? Lin Shi had always been this way. She never fully exposed herself, but rather utilized everything around her to her advantage, making those compliant instruments act on her behalf. Previously, when Zhang had accused Yean of cheating, outsiders merely perceived it as a casual exchange on her phone. Someone like Yean isn't worth your concern, Zhang admonished. As Lin Shi stared at him in surprise, he continued, after I mistakenly accused Yean of cheating, a man approached me that same night and tried to coerce me into implicating someone else. I didn't give in. Unbeknownst to Zhang, his silence had led to the deletion of messages from Lin Shi on his phone, which the man had subsequently recovered and handed over to Su Huiling. Lin Shi displayed a flicker of surprise, realizing there were indeed such developments. A sense of mischief bubbled within her. It seemed that after leaving the Lin family, Yean had fallen into depravity, entangling herself with some unknown man for support. A worried expression replaced her earlier demeanor. Could it be that my sister has fallen prey to some man? The mere suggestion sparked a light in Zhang's eyes as he contemplated how to assist Sheer. Sheer, I will accompany you back. I will share everything I've encountered with your family. Upon returning to the Lin residence, they found only Lin Wenbin at home. Father is enough, Lin Shi said without hesitation, pulling Zhang directly into the study. Father, I have information about my sister. Zhang was pushed forward, embellishing his account of being coerced. In his retelling, the narrative transformed into Yean seeking to undermine Lin Shi by luring a man to intimidate him into slandering her sister. He did not explain Yean's motivations, but Lin Wenbin quickly filled in the blanks himself. Why else would she do such a thing, if not to make them blame Sheer and garner sympathy for herself? Upon hearing this, Lin Wenbin's fury escalated, leading him to smash a costly tea set nearby. This wretched girl still has the audacity? How could she stoop so low? His face turned a shade of green with rage. He knew Yi and had many bad habits, but he never imagined she would resort to such depths just to oppose Lin Shi. Lin Wenbin's anger boiled over as he thought of his daughter's disgraceful actions. It seemed that he had been too lenient at home. Otherwise, how could she have behaved so recklessly once away? If I allow this wretched girl to remain outside any longer, will she think she can ascend to the heavens? Pacing back and forth in the study, Lin Wenbin resolved. No, I must bring this unfilial daughter back today, even if I have to bind her. Sheer, call your brother and tell him to inform me of Yean's current whereabouts. Lin Wenbin gritted his teeth, nearly breaking his jaw from the tension. She felt a surge of joy. Her father's anger suggested that Yean would be returned, likely battered if not worse. Then she could manipulate things to ensure Yean would be expelled from Yizhong, severing her connection to Su Wang. The elation within her was nearly uncontainable, yet she feigned concern. Father, please don't be upset. Take care of your health. I'll call my brother right away. Sister was just temporarily confused. A few kind words will suffice. Kind words? Lin Wenbin scoffed. If I don't strip Yean of her skin this time, I'm not her father. Though Yean had done nothing wrong, and there was no evidence against her, Lin Wenbin had already condemned her based solely on hearsay. Yet, if it were Lin Shi, he would likely have someone beat the slanderer half to death. His anger was directed at anyone who dared to malign his precious daughter. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was in a meeting when he received Lin Shi's call. He paused the meeting to answer, though he feigned surprise at her words. This time he was not as furious as before. Instead, he felt suspicion. Could Yean truly have committed such an act? However, Lin Wenbin could not contain himself any longer. Lin Chuan, quickly find out where Yean is. Sensing his father's unusual tone, Lin Chuan dropped everything. I'll have my assistant check immediately. Dad, don't panic. Once I finish up, we can investigate together. What is there to investigate? A person like Yean is capable of anything. He had no doubt about the veracity of the situation. Didn't you say Yean was doing well after being cast out? Isn't that already telling? Lin Chuan hesitated but remained resolute. I'll join you later. If Yean has truly done something wrong, she needs to be taught a lesson. She must be brought back. I'll just hold back my father if necessary. After hanging up, Lin Chuan immediately instructed his assistant to track down Yean Lin Shi. Seizing the moment to stoke the flames, said, Dad, what if sister is living with that? Uncle, wouldn't that put her in a precarious position? This remark ignited Lin Wenbin's fury. Precarious? Did she have any sense of shame when she climbed into that old man's bed? He was determined not only to retrieve her, but to ensure that her illicit companion would not escape unscathed. His clenched fists crackled with tension. Thankfully, his health was robust enough to withstand the strain, or he might have been driven to the hospital by this wretched girl. With their objectives met, Lin Shi turned to Zhang Wan. Dad, I still need to go to fourth brother's place. I'll take my friend with me. Please talk to sister kindly when you find her. If she has any grievances towards me, tell her it doesn't matter. Her smile radiated the resilience of a kind-hearted lotus flower, melting Lin Wenbin's heart. He felt that adopting Sheer had been a truly wise decision. This was how a daughter of the Lin family ought to be. Upon the mention of eucalyptus, a veil of resentment clouded his eyes. Had he foreseen this day? He would have preferred to let that wretched being perish outside. Chapter 24. Forcing the opponents to kneel and sing surrender. As Yean escorted Ruan Yu out of the school gates, Su Wang awaited her by the car. The uniform of their prestigious school suited him well, with his tailored black trousers and white shirt, complemented by a single-shoulder backpack, presenting the quintessential image of a campus heartthrob. When he donned his gaming headset and sat in the competitive arena, he morphed into the archetype of an esports protagonist once more. Yean silently added a thought in her mind. She recalled Su Wang's father, rumored to be a politician, with an air of refinement and depth, while his mother was a renowned artist. What a remarkable lineage, steeped in the arts and literature. Reflecting on her own youthful infatuation with romantic novels during middle school, Yean felt a twinge of admiration. This family had certainly secured their place across various fields. Su Wang, unfamiliar with Ruan Yu, cast a questioning glance her way as she followed Yean. With a playful smile, Yean unabashedly praised her, claiming, she's a gem, and you'll understand soon enough. Ruan Yu's cheeks flushed, her obsidian-like eyes sparkling. It was the first time someone had referred to her as a treasure. Su Wang, intrigued by the commendation, couldn't help but direct a few more glances toward her. Could she be yet another prodigy? Feeling a rush of excitement, he invited the two to join him in the car. Yean sat between them, facilitating introductions. Ruan Yu was at a loss for words. She recognized Su Wang and even considered herself a fan. She admired his unexpected ambushes on the battlefield, which often led their team to unforeseen victories. She mused that if she possessed similar gaming prowess, she too would aspire to be a solid backbone for her team, just as Su Wang was. Having personally experienced Yean's skills, Su Wang couldn't fathom how someone who even garnered her praise could be anything less than extraordinary. With a sense of anticipation, Su Wang initiated conversation, inquiring about her history grades, the number of national server championships she had won, and her primary role in the game. Ruan Yu's neck turned crimson. Su Wang misinterpreted her embarrassment as shyness, unaware that she was simply mortified. Should she really disclose her accomplishments? Hadn't she heard that only the truly proficient were accepted into the training squad? Su Wang urged her to speak freely, failing to grasp the weight of her modesty in the presence of a professional player. As the conversation progressed, Ruan Yu revealed, "I hold a star of history rank 1. Just 2 stars shy of reaching the king tier." Su Wang fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Ruan Yu, feeling a bit shy, averted her gaze, her peripheral vision catching Su Wang's scrutiny. She had never secured a national championship, but once won a village-level title during a streak of good fortune with a newly released hero. Su Wang glanced between Ruan Yu and the mischievous-looking Yean, momentarily unsure of whom to confront first. Was this truly the talent Yean had spoken of? His cousin, who was merely in middle school, boasted superior skills, didn't he? Yean couldn't contain her laughter at Su Wang's bewildered expression, playfully patting his shoulder. Oh dear. What an expression. Little Yu here is indeed a technical talent. Ruan Yu nodded, asserting her strengths. I'm quite adept at BP and data analysis. I didn't invite her here merely to compete. She's meant to coach us for today's training match against Anne, with the current coach contemplating retirement to focus on family. Su Wang had convinced him to stay on. After their previous losses, he was eager to reorganize the team. However, the betrayal by Hua Yu and the departure of the coach had left the remaining 3 members demoralized, either pursuing their studies or being lured away by other teams, leaving Su Wang to bury his esports dreams alone. God, a fleeting name in the esports arena. This time, Yean yearned to carve that name into the annals of the League of Glory. Su Wang had no reason to refuse. He trusted Yean's judgment. Their coach would depart as previously arranged after the autumn finals, and if Ruan Yu was indeed as formidable as Yean claimed, she was the perfect candidate. Upon arriving at the training base, the team members were already prepared. Little Lamb handed Yean the new team uniform, exclaiming, "Your uniform is ready, Little Phoenix. Change into it in the restroom. We'll take photos for the league before the match against Anne." If there were a fashion contest for team uniforms, the God team would undoubtedly rank high. Su Wang either did nothing or executed everything impeccably, regardless of the original intent behind forming the team. Once established, he spared no effort, engaging a renowned designer to create their attire. The silver-gray uniforms, adorned with golden thread embroidery, featured unique ID patterns on each player's back. Yean unfolded her uniform, the character's phoenix accompanied by intricate designs, resembling a phoenix grasping a pearl, exquisite and breathtaking. As she caressed the uniform, Yean's heart surged with excitement. For the sake of this attire, she could not afford to lose to Anne. After changing and posing for photos, she settled into her gaming chair, gazing at her teammates dressed in the same uniform. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over her. If she had to encapsulate it in a word, it would be the fervor of youth, striving alongside unfamiliar faces for a shared goal. While they posed for pictures, Yean introduced Ruan Yu to the coach, who grew increasingly intrigued. Considering Yean's distinctive gameplay style, he entertained the possibility of Ruan Yu's potential. "I've done my research. We have an old acquaintance on the opposing side for this training match." The marksman, Oath, cracked his knuckles. Little Lamb playfully choked him, declaring, "Today, our bottom lane duo will make them cry for mercy." The coach, holding a clipboard, interjected, "Focus on your own performance before speaking. Little Yu, you're up this round." As they entered the room, Yean learned that the acquaintance Oath referred to was Hua Yu. Unlike the previous life, where Hua Yu never played for the God team, his transfer to Anne was unexpected. She pondered whether Anne's executives had lost their minds, or if Lin Chibai had gone crazy. Either way, they were bound to face a storm of criticism, win or lose. Yean smirked silently, convinced that Anne's downfall was merely a matter of time. Had it not been for her tireless efforts in assisting Lin Chibai during matches and restructuring the upper management, and would have been disbanded long ago during their losing streak. The team, initially named something else, had transformed under Lin Chibai's leadership when his performance began to wane 5 years ago. Investors threatened to withdraw funding, prompting Lin Chibai to purchase the team with his earnings and rename it Anne. She vividly recalled her first year back at the Lin family home coinciding with Lin Chibai's final match at the World Championship, where he presented her with the trophy, saying, "Little Anne is a reflection of your name. A reminder that if I ever elevate this team to greater heights, you'll see our name alongside my ID. At that time, Lin Shibai's ID was simply Yean. For the significance of that name, she had relentlessly pushed her already fragile health to its limits, ultimately leading to the failure of her organs. The irony was that the treasure she cherished had long since become tainted. Donning her headset, as the screen transitioned to the champion selection interface, Yean smirked. Little Lamb was right. It was time to make their opponents kneel and sing surrender. Chapter 25. Dominating the training match. The competition format for the tournament is a best-of-7, BO7, but due to time constraints, the teams agreed to a best-of-3, BO3, for the training match, where the heroes used in previous games are banned from reuse. In a BO3 training match, the opposing team is primarily interested in assessing our strength. Compared to God has a shorter team formation time, less tournament experience, and a less cohesive roster, and undoubtedly devised countermeasures against our signature strategies. Ruan Yu's tone is firm, and her words carry a sense of credibility. Once the ban pick phase concluded, Ruan Yu's predictions proved accurate. Having relied on her own analysis until now, she felt a mix of nerves and newfound confidence as she stepped onto this formal stage, fully aware of her own capabilities. Under Ruan Yu's astute guidance, God's lineup held a significant advantage in the first game. As the match commenced, Ruan Yu's focus shifted to Yean. She could not hide her surprise upon realizing that the recently emerged mid-lane Phoenix was none other than her. Your mission this game is to keep a close watch on the marksman. Deny him any opportunities, Ruan Yu instructed, placing the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of her 5 teammates. Yean chose a burst damage mage, Hua Daishan Shinobu, while Su Wang's tanky assassin lacked strong initiation capabilities, placing the burden of limiting the enemy marksman's growth on Yean. In the training room, the coach remarked on the depth of research God had conducted on them. "This is quite a revelation," said the top laner. The jungler scoffed. "So what? We stand strong regardless." His concern lay not with the absent coach but with the new mid laner. "Who is this Phoenix? I've never heard of her," he inquired. Flower Rain, with a furrowed brow, scrutinized the screen displaying the female ID, aware of her potential trickery. Upon learning she was a woman, the jungler scoffed. "Is this a joke? They resorted to sending a girl to compete? Just wait until I turn this Phoenix into a feathered mess." Ayan's operational model is straightforward and ruthless, backed by Lin Shibai, which ensures ample funding for a top-tier roster. However, the method to secure a position on the team is equally brutal, pure skill. Ayan's approach is akin to nurturing a venomous creature, where a player may dominate one season only to be replaced by a newcomer the next. The team members seem brainwashed, fixated solely on victory as the paramount objective. This strategy has its merits and drawbacks. The advantage is that team members consistently perform at their peak, but the downside is a lack of teamwork, resulting in individual displays of prowess. Consequently, Ayan's starting members often look down upon others, especially a newcomer, let alone a woman. The game began normally, with both sides exchanging minor skirmishes. The Yean marksman, aided by his support, swiftly shifted towards the mid lane. Flower Rain, seeing his teammates advance, decisively targeted Yean. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the alluring female character, vowing to redeem himself this time. Yean, amused by Flower Rain's futile attempts to engage her despite lacking skills, smiled. After clearing the minion wave, she provided vision and stealthily concealed herself in the brush. Flower Rain, infuriated, thought, "Does she take me for a fool? Does she think I can be deceived? Phoenix is in the right bush, approach from the river, and we strike." The marksman taunted, underestimating her tactics. However, he would soon pay dearly for his arrogance. Before he could close the distance, Yean, hidden in the brush, executed her ultimate ability, catching the Yean marksman off guard and eliminating him swiftly. Flower Rain's reaction was too late. Su Wang, who had approached from the jungle, unleashed his ultimate, claiming another victim. With their initial advantage secured, the two players shared a silent understanding and headed towards the dragon pit, resulting in and losing critical resources and allowing their opponents to secure the dragon. "I just cast my skills into the bush. How did she hit me from that far?" The marksman fumed, realizing the irony of his earlier taunts. The support, serving as the team captain, wasted no time in criticizing the newcomers, stating, "If you can't perform, step aside. We could have secured 2 kills from that last play." Flower Rain, unwilling to accept defeat, seethed at the screen. "Phoenix. Again, it's Phoenix. God." Having gained an early advantage, seized opportunities expertly, while Su Wang, with his unpredictable plays, caught them off guard repeatedly. Yet, what truly vexed and was Yean, whose performance seemed almost superhuman. Does this phoenix have vision? How can she escape from 5 of us? The jungler, who had been the first to fall, glared at the fading screen in frustration, realizing they were on the verge of defeat. Every direct confrontation with Yean resulted in their demise, and the marksman had lost count of how many times the elusive mid-jungle duo had ambushed him. In stark contrast, Yean effortlessly farmed and grew more powerful, relishing her dominance. As the game approached the 10-minute mark, if and couldn't capitalize on this opportunity, they would face inevitable defeat. With the advantage, God initiated the dragon. The top laner, providing crucial information, signaled for the remaining 4 to converge. In a flawless engagement, the seasoned and team showcased their skills, scattering God's formation. However, this also meant that Yean's own lineup became disorganized. Yean mercilessly unleashed her skills upon the disoriented carries, and by the time and regained their composure. Both their marksman and mage lay defeated. The remaining 3 were merely awaiting their fate. With a fully developed Su Wang, who operated his champion with confidence, they swiftly concluded the first game. Yean's coach quickly recognized Yean's prowess and advised the team to be wary in the next game, to test Yean's limits, and opted to ban 5 mages, eliminating all the current meta threats. Yean smiled, confident that targeting her was a miscalculation. There was no hero she could not master. Having demonstrated her exceptional skill, Guanyu acknowledged her high potential and, disregarding the previous bans, allowed Yean to choose the underperforming dancer, Diao Chan. The selection of Diao Chan left and perplexed, yet the outcome was inevitable as Yean showcased her extraordinary capabilities once more. Wow, I knew the little phoenix was impressive, but I didn't expect her to be this formidable, exclaimed the marksman, completely captivated. Was that truly a sequence of moves achievable by a human? Yean chuckled, feeling the weight of her team's attire. Our new coach is quite formidable. It seems old Yang may need to step aside, the top laner joked. The coach, laughing, replied, the new generation surpasses the old. I've never heard of the former dying on the beach. Guanyu, her excitement palpable, clasped her hands together, trembling with delight, as she realized she was finally on this grand stage. She had never experienced such exhilaration before. Su Wang exhaled deeply. Although they had previously won against An, luck had played a role. Unlike the overwhelming victory they achieved today, he could see the championship beckoning to him. Impressive, Su Wang smiled at Yean, acknowledging her brilliance. Yean responded with a smile, playfully stating that she was not interested in any personal gain, but would gladly accept a meal from the captain. Please, you decide the location, Su Wang declared with grandiosity. Yean patted Guanyu, inquiring whether he wished to remain with God. Is that even a question? Guanyu shot Yean a glance. Where else could I possibly go? To An? That would be out of the question. I have already prepared the contract. The coach produced the contract that had been promptly prepared after the conclusion of the first match. Ahem, I am the boss here, aren't I? Su Wang interjected, but unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. While God was basking in jubilance and was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere that could weigh one down. Having just suffered a defeat in the practice match, and now facing an inspection from the boss, what could be more dramatic than this? Chapter 26. Unleashing chaos in his territory. Lin Shibai brought Lin Shi to the Inn headquarters. Having promised Lin Shi her chance to compete, he was determined to follow through. The coach reported the defeat in the training match to him, but Lin Shibai remained unfazed. A loss in practice was inconsequential. The official matches were what truly mattered. And while the opposing team had recruited a formidable mid laner, his own players were equally capable. Encouraged by their esteemed leader, the 5 players were filled with fervor. At that moment, Lin Shibai announced, now that all of you are present, allow me to introduce someone. He gestured towards Lin Shi. This is my sister, and she will be joining our team for the Autumn Championship. However, considering that she is a newcomer, she will only participate in the first match. To the ears of the team, this translated to the notion that the boss's sister was merely there to have a bit of fun, and they were expected to take good care of her. Though they were all women in esports, the players who had just been disparaging Yi and transformed their demeanor entirely. The jungler remarked, the boss's sister is our sister now. She can play freely, and during the match, I'll help her secure blue from the enemy. The top laner added, sister, just play, winning or losing doesn't matter. The support candidly suggested abandoning the marksman to accompany Lin Shi. With her eyes downcast and a shy demeanor, Lin Shi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brothers, for your consideration. Her beauty and status as a young lady enchanted the men, eliciting smiles of delight. While the atmosphere appeared harmonious, Huayu could not muster a smile. He was perplexed by Yean's intentions, having just recruited him. Were they now undermining him by bringing in a newcomer? Under normal circumstances, this might have been tolerable, especially given Lin Shi's status and the fact that she would only play one match, essentially just for fun. However, he had suffered 3 consecutive defeats at the hands of that woman, Feng Huang. The mere sight of a woman competing sent Hua Yu spiraling into a state of PTSD. I need some fresh air, he muttered. Lin Shi, perceptive to Hua Yu's disquiet, recognized him as Su Wang's former teammate. Perhaps he felt threatened by her presence? Since he was Su Wang's ex-teammate, perhaps she could cultivate a connection with Su Wang through him. With this thought in mind, she bid farewell to Lin Shi Bai and followed Hua Yu outside. Upon noticing her trailing behind, Hua Yu dismissed her. Why is the young lady, who should be pampered, seeking me out? Lin Shi, unfazed, responded, I apologize. I realize my presence has affected you. Hua Yu was momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting such a gracious reply. He opened his mouth, but found no words. I know you were with God. You are quite skilled. If possible, I hope you can teach me, she said, her eyes brimming with admiration. As a young man, Hua Yu found it difficult to resist her adoration. A slight smile crept onto his lips, though he retorted stubbornly, I won't teach someone as foolish as you. I will work hard. Lin Shi's smile dazzled Hua Yu. Meanwhile, Yean demonstrated remarkable adaptability after a weekend of practice. She had developed considerable synergy with her teammates. Ruan Yu highlighted a few minor issues from the training match, and she stayed back for a while to train before leaving the base early. Today felt peculiar. Usually, Aunt Fong would worry about her and wait at the door upon her return, yet today, there was no sign of her. Not only was Aunt Fong missing, but there was also an unfamiliar car parked outside, one she recognized vaguely. Could it be Su Huilin returning? The Lin family possessed a multitude of vehicles, some frequently used by family members, while others left little impression on her. Upon entering the living room, the sight within elicited a smile. One after another, is it never ending? She mused. Fu Yao had just left, and now there was Lin Wenbin? Who would be next? Accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards. Did they not realize this was Su Huilin's domain? While the Lin family might still show some caution towards others in Jingxia, they certainly regarded the Su family with great respect. Yean surmised correctly that Lin Chuan was unaware that this was Su Huilin's territory. Officially, Su Huilin resided at Yujiang Bay, and this place was deemed private property, undisclosed to the public. The Lin family merely perceived it as the villa built by a nouveau riche, leading Lin Wenbin to brazenly bring his guards along. Upon arrival, they asserted their identities. One was Yian's father, the other her brother. Aunt Fong, unable to dismiss them, invited them to sit. Uncle Zhong, sensing their ill intentions, immediately alerted Su Huilin. Ironically, Su Huilin was currently engaged in a business discussion, and his phone was with Lin Zhe. Upon seeing Yean return, Lin Wenbin wasted no time, commanding his bodyguards to seize her. Aunt Fong attempted to intervene. Sir, is it appropriate to take Miss Yi from our home? Uncle Zhong had already called for backup when Lin Wenbin made his move. Should Yean be taken away, they would have a difficult time explaining it to Su Huilin. Yean glared at the two men, as if they were her enemies. As long as you don't kill me, everything you do will one day be repaid in kind. Furious, Lin Wenbin felt an urge to retaliate, but Lin Chuan intervened, half explaining, half soothing, Yean. Father is merely upset that you lack self-respect and wants to bring you home to clarify things. You, as a young lady, should speak with us to clear the air. Understanding dawned upon her. This family believed she had come to ensnare an older man. Are you all insane? Just because you lack evidence, you resort to slander? Moreover, Lin Wenbin, have you forgotten the agreement you signed? Your words are ridiculous. Yean cast aside her pretense, hurling insults without restraint. You too, Lin Chuan. Now that someone has assumed the role of the villain, you come forth as the good guy? I have no interest in your false kindness. The two were at the mercy of Yean's scorn. Lin Wenbin, already infuriated, was tempted to silence her permanently, while Lin Chuan, though more composed, furrowed his brow. Gasping with rage, Lin Wenbin pointed accusingly at Yean. Where's your evidence? We are aware that you sent your older man to create trouble for Zhang when in an attempt to tarnish Shi's reputation, and you remain unrepentant? Me? Tarnish Lin Shi? That's a preposterous joke. Does Lin Shi's misdeeds even require my slander? Yean's anger flared. Are you all devoid of reason? Perhaps you should seek medical attention to check for hereditary issues in the Lin family. Just as the villa descended into chaos, a cold, authoritative voice rang out. I believe you two have mistaken the venue for your antics. Without revealing himself, Su Yi and Su Er burst in, swiftly dispersing the bodyguards holding Yean and shielding her protectively. As the entrance cleared, Su Huailin strode in, his demeanor fierce, as he approached Yean, standing resolutely by her side. His gaze swept over Yi eucalyptus, and upon encountering the swelling on the side of her face, the corners of his lips turned downward, causing the warmth in his eyes to plummet to the freezing point. Even those with keen eyesight could discern his anger. When he finally recognized the visitor, Lin Wenbin was left utterly dumbfounded. How could it possibly be Su Huailin? Chapter 27. She chooses Su Huailin. Su Huailin grasped Yean's wrist, drawing her protectively behind him. As Yean gazed at the figure before her, her heart ached. It was him once again. Su Huailin, impeccably groomed, now appeared slightly disheveled, standing with a fierce intensity that made Su Yi and Su Er exchange glances. How long had it been since Master Su had expressed such fury? The last time was when the young master had been bullied by someone foolish. The Lin family truly dared to provoke him. I wonder if I could borrow some of their audacity. Having just concluded a business negotiation, Lin's assistant hurriedly returned his phone to Su Huailin, who was uncharacteristically agitated. He had driven recklessly back, and upon parking, rushed into the villa with Yi, and Su Huailin clicked his tongue in irritation. He was just a moment too late. Yean had been injured. Under his scrutinizing gaze, both men, seasoned in the business world, felt a palpable pressure. Lin Wenbin forced a smile, apologizing for the intrusion at what was originally Su's residence. A mocking laugh escaped Su Huailin's lips. Am I really that old, Lin? The words ignited Lin Wenbin's embarrassment, realizing his earlier comments had not gone unnoticed. Lin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated that Yi An's protector would be Su Huailin. Master Su, it's all a misunderstanding, Lin Chuan stammered. A misunderstanding? Su Huailin stepped forward, and instinctively, both men took a step back. He towered over Lin Chuan, his voice dripping with disdain. Your misunderstanding involves trespassing into my home, assaulting my guest, and calling me an old man? A sheen of sweat formed on Lin Chuan's forehead. This can be explained, Lin Wenbin insisted, though he knew they had no ground to stand on, especially with Su's family looming over them. The thought of their latest product requiring collaboration with Su's company made Lin Wenbin feel as though the sky were collapsing around him. Why did it have to be Su Huailin? Gritting his teeth, Lin Wenbin shot a glance at Yi and behind Su Huailin, cursing her silently for provoking such trouble. Meanwhile, Yean was oblivious to the resentment directed at her. She stood entranced by the man defending her, feeling a surge of exhilaration. No wonder she delighted in inciting the Lin family to back her up. Having someone to support you was truly invigorating. Watching the once arrogant men now cower before Su Huailin filled her with satisfaction. She longed to be someone like Su Huailin, someone who commanded respect and deterred others from bullying her. Yean remained unaware of Lin Wenbin's scrutiny, but Su Huailin did not miss a thing. With a sinister smile, he asked, "Did you offer my young friend an explanation? When they mentioned a misunderstanding, did they expect me to simply accept it?" Yean was baffled. When had she become part of Su Huailin's domain? Lin Chuan felt a surge of indignation. When had anyone in the Lin family ever belonged to the Su family? Su Huailin presented himself as a gentleman, but those who had dealt with him knew that the term was merely a facade. Arrogant was a more fitting description. He loosened his cufflinks, revealing the elegant blue silk of his shirt, which now appeared even more refined as he rolled up his sleeves, tearing through the pretense he usually maintained. As Yean discreetly stepped back, she realized this was Su Huailin's true nature. Had he known she was warily gauging him, it would have amused him. Lin Chuan's muscles tensed. For a fleeting moment, he feared Su Huailin might strike. He was not mistaken. Had it not been for their shared connection to Yean, Su Huailin would have relished the opportunity to retaliate. He had cared for the young girl for years, only to see her in such a state of distress at their hands. After finally bringing her back and nurturing her, how dare they come to claim her? Su Huailin's emotions mirrored those of a devoted pet, once well-fed and cared for, now mistreated and abandoned, only to be retrieved and still not fully healed. Suppressing his anger, he presented Lin Chuan with the chat records Su Lu had sent him. Consider your actions before speaking. Do not let others dictate your beliefs. I commend you, Lin, for building the Lin family's current enterprise. The word others was laden with double meaning, mocking them for believing in the words of outsiders rather than trusting their own kin. Lin Wenbin's face flushed with embarrassment. Family matters should not be laid bare before outsiders. The room was filled with astute minds. Lin Chuan, after reading the messages, felt a wave of discomfort. Unlike the other members of the Lin family who blindly favored Lin Shi, he understood that she was not as innocent as she appeared. As the chat records reached Lin's father, Su Huailin continued, "It was I who sent someone to find that boy. My people did not lay a hand on him." They merely questioned him, and when he proved uncooperative, they subdued him and checked his phone. Those records were originally deleted, but my team restored them. The Lin family believed Su Huailin. Such trivial matters were beneath him, and he had no need to fabricate lies. Lin's father opened his mouth, but despite his shock, he defended Lin Shi. It can't be sheer. She merely confided her troubles. It must be that Zhang fellow acting on his own. Sheer was deceived. I care not for your family matters. Since the truth is clear, I believe an apology on behalf of my young Yean is in order. Lin Wenbin was about to retort, but upon meeting Su Huailin's dispassionate gaze, he felt a shiver run through him. No need. Your apology disgusts me, Yean replied. Her expression one of genuine distaste. Lin Wenbin, infuriated, felt as though he had been struck. Had his daughter just called him disgusting? Lin Chuan, silent, was only focused on taking Yean away. I apologize for today's events, but Shaoan is my sister. Surely you will allow her to return home with me? Of course, Su Huailin agreed, stepping aside to regard Yean. However, whether she stays or goes is not for you or me to decide. It is her choice alone. If she wishes to leave, I shall not impede her, but if she chooses to stay, no number of people here can take her from me. His words, though light in tone, resonated with an undeniable authority. He respected Yean's choices and would not permit anyone to mistreat her before his eyes. This was respect. Yean smiled sincerely at him. Lin Chuan closed his eyes, reopening them with a determined look. He refused to believe that Yean would truly abandon her blood relatives. After all the commotion, he extended his hand toward her, his gaze resolute. Shaoan, I apologize for my previous mistakes. Come back home with your brother. Yean was taken aback. What gave Lin Chuan such confidence that she would choose them? Without a glance in their direction, she stepped firmly to Su Huailin's side. I would have to be insane to return. Su Huailin smiled. Lin Wenbin stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, ready to criticize. Su Huailin offered a slight smile. If Master Lin finds it difficult to articulate, he may opt for silence. Lin Wenbin fell silent. Lin Chuan, incredulous, could not fathom that after his apology, Yean would still choose Su Huailin, this stranger. Yean seemed to read his thoughts. Lin Chuan, the stranger you see respects all my opinions and thoughts. He treats me as a person. In the Lin family, I am merely an expendable pawn. Upon hearing those words, Lin Chuan felt a heaviness in his heart, as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. It dawned on him that he had never inquired whether Shaoan harbored any feelings or desires. All the arrangements had been unilaterally imposed upon her by him. The fragment of goodwill that Su Huailin had briefly experienced evaporated instantaneously, replaced by a tempestuous turmoil in his eyes. What had the Lin family done to deserve this? He would not allow Lin Jia to escape unscathed for this debt. Nor would he let Xiao Yezi bear the brunt of it. With his voice strained, Su Huailin snapped irritably, Su see our guest out. Chapter 28. Yean is no longer the same. What a wretched creature. So, she has found someone to back her up and is now standing tall, is she? Back in the car, Lin Wenbin was seething with rage. Lin Chuan's expression was equally grim. If Yean now had Su Huailin supporting her, it would indeed be difficult to act against her. Lin Wenbin scoffed repeatedly, claiming that Zhang Wen was not entirely mistaken. After all, she was merely an inconsequential girl, possessing little beyond her looks that would warrant Su Huailin's assistance. Lin Chuan frowned, uncomfortable with the implication, yet he could not refute it. Deep down, he harbored similar sentiments. Could it truly be that Su Huailin had whimsically decided to protect a young girl? Such a notion would surely amuse many in Jingxia, for the name Su Huailin was far removed from that of a benefactor. The thought of Yean's attitude towards him sent Lin Wenbin's anger surging. The Lin family had raised her for 3 years, only to see her turned into such a creature? How dare she defy him? Indeed, it was wise to have entrusted the inheritance to Sheer, lest they end up nurturing a wolf in sheep's clothing in Yean. Yet, she had some talent to have forged a connection with Su Huailin. The moment this thought crossed Lin Chuan's mind, he understood his father's intentions. Su Huailin had abruptly left for overseas development 3 years prior. Rather than causing losses to the Su family, he had expanded his business empire. Now that he had returned with plans to stay in the country, he was the most sought-after figure in Jingxia. If Yean were to return home and enlist Su Huailin's help, the Lin family's standing in Jingxia could ascend to new heights. Yet, the pressing matter remained, how to bring Yean back. Lin Chuan rubbed his temples, never imagining that Yean would become such a conundrum. Lin Wenbin dismissed the issue with a wave, asserting that it would be easy to make her return. After all, what had worked previously to make her obedient would suffice now. In the Lin household, Yean had always conformed to their every demand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if they ordered her to leap into the abyss, she would do so without hesitation. Lin Chuan forced a bitter smile. Father, do you truly believe Yean is still the same Yean of old? The question momentarily stunned Lin Wenbin. He opened his mouth to respond. But upon recalling Yean's recent demeanor and her actions, he swallowed his words. Yean had changed. Previously, her compliance stemmed from her affection for the family, allowing them to dictate her actions, which she accepted willingly. Now, however, she seemed indifferent to them, perhaps even regarding them as lesser than strangers. Lin Chuan had laid bare the truth he wished to deny. Lin Wenbin remained unperturbed, dismissing her behavior as mere childish temper tantrums. Can she truly forget us entirely? In the past, she received slaps, and now we shall shower her with sweet rewards. His eldest son had spoken too harshly. He believed Yean lacked the capability to resist. Lin Chuan, however, was reluctant to accept that Yean had completely cast them aside. Nodding, he replied, "You are correct. Father, Yean merely feels supported by Su Huilin now, believing that someone cares for her. I will handle Zhang Wan, bring him before her to apologize and placate her." Lin Wenbin sneered, "When she returns, I shall settle the score." It seemed both had entirely forgotten that Yean had initially severed ties with them. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Chuan noticed the family gathered on the sofa. Was there an event tonight? Upon spotting them, Fu Yao waved them over. "Since Shi'er is not home, I called the second and third brothers back to show you this." With that, Fu Yao unfurled a design sketch. Once an internationally acclaimed designer, she had established her own brand and had not designed clothing in quite some time. The gown depicted was a dazzling short dress adorned with diamonds, complemented by a grand blue bow that trailed behind it. Just gazing at the illustration, one could almost envision the shimmering stars on the train as it flowed gracefully, the gown embodying a delicate sky blue hue. At the evening gala, the golden dust on the train would twinkle, resembling a gently flowing stream. Fu Yao enthusiastically detailed the unique features of the dress, prompting Lin Shibai to tentatively inquire, "Is this designed for Shi'er's 18th birthday celebration?" Upon receiving Fu Yao's affirmative response, Lin Chuan felt a pang of discomfort. The others in the Lin family may not be aware, but he knew that this dress had been designed by their mother the year Yean was born, undergoing several revisions before it was finalized the year Yean went missing. Originally, it was intended for Yean's 5th birthday celebration. Had those misfortunes not occurred, 5-year-old Yean would have received 1/5 of the Lin family shares and other real estate. The original design was meant to feature floral motifs on the train. For their mother, this gown held immense significance, and it was unexpected that she would choose to modify this design for Lin Shi. Lin Muqing's eyes lit up. Even without understanding the intricacies, he could imagine how radiant Shi'er would look in such a dress, as their family's little princess ought to be the most dazzling star. Lin Xingyi, perhaps the most fashion-savvy among them, could not help but admire the exclusive nature of the gown. Having witnessed various haute couture dresses, he could already envision Shi'er's joy upon receiving the gown. Mother is quite biased. After all these years without designing, her first creation goes to Shi'er, and I have yet to receive a bespoke gown for my next event, he mused, with his striking looks, accentuated by a tear mole and captivating fox-like eyes. He was unaware of the charm he exuded. Fu Yao, amused, affectionately pinched her son's cheek. "Here, it's all for you." Lin Wenbin expressed his approval without excessive praise, his demeanor revealing his satisfaction. "What about that little one?" During this familial warmth, Lin Shibai's question abruptly extinguished their smiles. Fu Yao's face contorted with disgust. "Why mention her? She has no desire to acknowledge me as her mother. Does she truly expect anything from me? Could Yean genuinely bear to sever ties with the Lin family?" Fu Yao was certain she was merely playing hard to get, waiting for them to concede and negotiate terms for her return, only to then cast Shi'er out of the Lin family. What kind of creature had she birthed? Yean, raised in an orphanage, was the epitome of selfishness, cunning, and narrow-mindedness. She would not have her way. I always wondered why she seemed like a different person. It appears she was merely biding her time. Lin Wenbin scoffed repeatedly, increasingly convinced of his wife's assertions. Lin Muqing felt a surge of indignation. How could she be so ungrateful? Shi'er had done so much for her, yet all she could think about was scheming against Shi'er? Sharing blood with someone like that was utterly revolting. Lin Xingyi curled his lip in disdain, though he remained silent. His aversion was evident. Having witnessed enough backstabbing in the entertainment industry, he found such duplicitous individuals profoundly distasteful. Lin Shibai surveyed his family, feeling a sense of estrangement. He could not comprehend why, after Yean was found, the family had transformed so drastically. He glanced at his silent elder brother. At that moment, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. He pondered if he were in Yean's position. Would he not choose Su Huilin over such a family? Would Yean truly return? Chapter 29. No longer allowing you to suffer injustice at this moment, the cunning Yean found herself in a silent standoff with Su Huilin. Su Huilin, slightly annoyed, remarked, "What are you staring at?" "Just admiring your handsome face," Yean replied without hesitation. Surprisingly, despite being accustomed to flattery, Su Huilin's cheeks flushed at her words. He cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to retort, yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his efforts to appear unaffected. Indeed, the blushing Su Huilin was quite the sight to behold. Yean gazed at him. Curiosity piqued about what had contributed to his striking appearance. How could it be that a man could embody such aesthetic perfection? A tinge of jealousy stirred within her, though she had expressed her gratitude numerous times. She felt compelled to thank him once more. Regardless of Su Huilin's intentions, she recognized that she owed him a considerable debt of gratitude. Should he ever request something from her in the future, she would strive to repay him as best as she could. Resolutely, Yean decided in her heart that kindness would be reciprocated, while those who sought to exploit her would face a vengeance tenfold. Su Huilin waved dismissively. "What are your plans moving forward? Given the Lin family's disposition, they are unlikely to relent. Could you assist me in investigating a matter?" Yean's eyes glimmered with determination. Tonight's incident had undeniably stemmed from Lin Shi, and if she did not take action, Lin Shi would likely perceive her as an easy target. "Lin Shi has taken my spot in the Jingmei training class. She lacks the ability and is likely to be expelled. The last time Fu Yao approached me, she wanted me to return and assist Lin Shi, but I refused. The Lin family must have found someone else for her. She needed evidence regarding this situation. Initially, when Lin Shibai had leveraged her spot for a favor, she had remained silent, primarily because she did not intend to pursue art, and secondarily, for the sake of this very moment. If Lin Shi had behaved herself, Yean would have overlooked her antics, considering it a token of the Lin family's 3 years of support. However, with Lin Shi's persistent provocations, this situation had become a perfect leverage point. "I agree. But Little Leaf, I am a businessman, and businessmen prioritize profit." Su Huilin raised an eyebrow. This task was trivial for him, yet he needed to impart a lesson to the young girl. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Yean readily accepted. "What do you want?" "Just a meal," he replied. She immediately acquiesced, unsure of what Su Huilin could possibly gain from her. A meal was certainly within her means, provided there were no restrictions on the budget. After all, Su Huilin merely mentioned a meal without specifying the cuisine. Yean flashed a mischievous smile. "Let's not wait for a more auspicious day. How about tomorrow? I'll pick you up from school." He could easily discern her thoughts. A smile of amusement lit up his eyes. Su Yi and Su Er, observing the exchange, felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. Young Master Su should really take a look in the mirror, they thought. Springtime emotions blossomed, yet autumn was fast approaching. Today's events served as a wake-up call for Su Huilin. Had he not returned in time, it was likely that someone would have forcibly taken her away from him. "Shall I arrange for someone to protect you?" Su Huilin suggested casually. Yean recognized that Su Huilin had likely already arranged for someone to be near her, yet she was surprised he openly proposed it now. After a moment of hesitation, she decided against refusal, primarily because she could not ascertain whether the Lin family might resort to any underhanded tactics against her. "His name is Su Lu, and he will start as your driver tomorrow." With the necessary matters addressed, the living room fell into a contemplative silence. Yean glanced around before finally directing her gaze back at Su Huilin, her eyes questioning. "Aren't you leaving?" Su Huilin understood her unspoken words. "You ungrateful child," he teased, ruffling her hair before departing with the others. Once in the car, Su Huilin covered his face and chuckled softly. "She certainly acts as if this is her home," he mused. Su Yi and Su Er exchanged uneasy glances. As the car roared to life, Su Huilin's laughter ceased, and a fierce expression crossed his face. "Investigate that Lin Shi, or whatever her name is, thoroughly." On Tuesday, Yean attended school as usual. Before she could settle into her seat, Wang Yu approached her, announcing, "Zhang Wen from Class 1 has dropped out." The unexpected news of a promising student from Qingbei withdrawing had caused a stir within the school, prompting the administration to intervene. Yean paused, wondering if Su Huilin had a hand in this. Wang Yu continued, "Rumor has it that the Lin family is behind it, and it concerns you." "What does that have to do with me?" she exclaimed, puzzled. Weren't they just aggressively pursuing her the night before? What was the meaning of this new twist? Wang Yu shrugged. "It certainly relates to you. He falsely accused you of plagiarism." This revelation only deepened her confusion. While Zhang Wen had played a role in this matter, It was evident that he was merely a pawn without any concrete evidence against her. The school had already moved past this incident, so why create unnecessary turmoil? What was the Lin family plotting now? After pondering for a while, Yean decided it was not worth her concern. It had nothing to do with her. This incident seemed to be merely a fleeting distraction, and she continued her day as planned until school ended. Su Huilin acted swiftly. This morning, the driver was indeed Su Lu. Considering her academic commitments, after the last training session, it was deemed unnecessary for her to attend further training. Su Huilin would come to pick her up after school, requesting the meal she owed him. As Yean exited the school, her eyes fell upon Lin Chuan waiting for her. Realizing this, she furrowed her brows and quickened her pace, heading towards the corner where Su Lu awaited her. Yean, Lin Chuan called out confidently, not expecting her to run away. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd to pursue her. Stop right there. As she neared Su Lu, Lin Chuan was almost upon her when a hand swiftly caught his wrist. Mr. Lin, please conduct yourself appropriately. Su Huilin firmly grasped Lin Chuan's wrist. His demeanor cold, yet his smile suggesting familiarity. Su Lu promptly positioned himself in front of Yean, shielding her. Hiding behind Su Huilin, Yean scrutinized Lin Chuan. When I asked for your help, did you really think you could just forget about me? Still simmering from Su Huilin's admonition, Lin Chuan was taken aback by Yean's words. What do you mean? He thought, bewildered. Did she not know about Zhang Wen's actions? Steadying himself, Lin Chuan released Su Huilin's grip, shifting his gaze to Yean. Yean, Zhang Wen has dropped out. He slandered you, causing my brother and father to misunderstand the situation yesterday. I promise you, if you return with me, no one will ever mistreat you again. He spoke with a sense of pride, convinced that Yean's choice to align with Su Huilin was simply a means of gaining support. Yet, who could not engage in mere words? Su Huilin had barely known her for half a month, while he was her blood relative. Lin Chuan envisioned Yean's astonishment and gratitude at his offer. However, Yean, with her head slightly bowed, realized that Zhang Wen's actions had merely served as a means to an end for her. She smiled, finding the situation amusing. While she had endured servitude to the Lin family, they had never regarded her as an equal. Regardless of the circumstances, she was always to blame. Now that she had distanced herself from them, both Lin Shibai and Lin Chuan were suddenly eager to please her. One could only conclude that the Lin family members were quite despicable. Meeting Lin Chuan's expectant gaze, she softly responded. Are you suggesting that if I agree to return to the Lin family with you, you will avenge any harm that befalls me? Yean's reaction was beyond Lin Chuan's expectations. Yet, he was oblivious to this. His attention was entirely captured by Yean's affirmation of her willingness to accompany him. Indeed, as long as you return with my elder brother. Amidst Lin Chuan's astonished stare, Yean lifted the hem of her garment, revealing her waist and abdomen. Chapter 30. Whom to begin the revenge with a scar, resembling a sinuous centipede, marred her fair skin. Stretching diagonally from the lower left corner and traversing half of her abdomen, the scar, a deep shade of pink, bore the unmistakable signs of an injury that had aged. Lin Chuan, do you remember this scar? She inquired softly. Lin Chuan froze, as if someone had tightened a vice around his throat, letting out a startled sound. His mouth slightly agape. He had almost forgotten. It felt like a distant memory. He recalled a summer outing when they had ventured into the mountains to escape the heat. And Yean had slipped while swimming in a creek, landing on a sharp rock. Last summer, during our picnic, Lin she had insisted on dragging me into the water while you all were distracted. I urged her to at least invite someone along, but she insisted on swimming with me alone. She had a heart condition, and I feared you would blame me if anything happened. So I did my utmost to ensure her safety. When you arrived, Lin she had a heart episode. I had been swimming with her, trying to get her to the shore, and you jumped in without even removing your clothes to push me aside. Lin she was taken away by you, and I was left injured in the water. No one cared about my well-being. You all rushed to the hospital. By the time you remembered me, it was already night. I lay on the shore, my wound infected and feverish. Had it not been for my good fortune, I might have perished that day. The wound was deep and bled profusely. The water was chilling, amplifying her despair. Lin Chuan's lips twitched as he instinctively wanted to say that if he had kept a better watch over Lin Shi, none of this would have happened. But he suddenly recalled how they had spoken of her that day, deeming her near-death experience as her just deserts. In her previous life, she had been all too familiar with the family's nature. How could she not guess what Lin Chuan was about to say? With a cold laugh, she continued. The hospital's examination results indicated that Lin Shi was merely overly anxious and, in truth, was fine. The ever-manipulative young master Lin Chuan. Do you genuinely believe that Lin Shi's episode was unintentional? Lin Chuan gazed blankly at Yean, a sense of panic rising within him. She was aware that they had deliberately sought to torment her. No, he tried to explain, but she pressed on. Lin Qibai must have received the hospital's report. I wonder if you are aware of the findings. Lin Chuan recalled Lin Qibai's comments about her malnutrition and anemia, feeling dejected and ashamed as he lowered his head. Whispering, I know. My malnutrition stems from your refusal to let me eat properly. This was initially proposed by Lin Mucheng and supported by Fu Yao. Furthermore, Lin Wenbin has whipped me countless times, leaving me scarred. It may not seem significant, but even if it were just once, the frequency of the beatings has left me with faint pink remnants despite Fu Yao's attempts to use the finest medical treatments to mend my back. The scar on my abdomen is a lesson from Fu Yao, who forbade any Lin family member from seeking medical help for me. There was an overwhelming amount of pain, both visible and hidden, that she had almost lost track of. Yet Lin Chuan claimed he would repay all her suffering. He could sense her impending words. Just as he had anticipated, Yean's expression hardened. From whom shall you begin to repay my grievances? Will it be by starving Fu Yao and Lin Mucheng into malnutrition and organ failure? Or shall I receive a taste of Lin Wenbin's whip first? She paused, her smile twisted, pointing to her waist. Or perhaps you'd prefer to inflict a wound upon yourself first. If that were the case, I might consider returning with you. She stepped out from behind Su Huailin, advancing with purpose. Lin Chuan averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes filled with resentment. Just moments before, those eyes had been filled with admiration for him. A bitter unknown spread across his tongue. When had things changed so drastically? Shaolin. Lin Chuan's voice was hoarse, yearning to explain. I merely wish to take you home. Home. Yean's face twisted with derision. You want me to return home only to be mistreated by you for 3 more years? Lin Chuan froze, his expression shifting dramatically. He quickly withered, realizing that in Shaolin's mind, those 3 years had been nothing but torment. Brother, every single thing you did to me these past 3 years. Every scar etched into my body, I remember vividly. Yean's gaze was frigid. She called him brother once more, but this time laced with mockery. As she released the hem of her shirt, Yean regarded him coldly. So, my dear brother, have you made your choice? From whom shall you commence my revenge? Or shall we be direct and inflict upon Lin Shi the suffering I endured? Neither Lin Chuan nor Su Lu, who had only learned a fraction of her experiences through his employer's orders, could fathom the extent of Yean's suffering. As she stated, it had been torment. Su Huailin's previously uplifted smile vanished entirely upon seeing the scars on her body. Although he had previously instructed Lin Zhe to investigate Xiao Yi's experiences over the past 3 years, the written accounts were inevitably limited. Witnessing those scars firsthand left his spirits at an all-time low. He squinted at Lin Chuan, the Lin family, finding the situation quite intriguing. Lin Chuan's heart ached. He had never anticipated that she remembered everything. If you cannot do it, then stay far away. Yean's voice suddenly rose as she turned to leave. Lin Chuan did not attempt to stop her. He lacked the courage to do so. Su Huailin glanced at Lin Chuan, noting, young Master Lin, you truly possess a remarkable talent. A hint of coldness lingered at the corners of his mouth. To treat his own sister with such cruelty was indeed a talent. Lin Chuan felt a tightening in his chest as he watched the car grow distant, returning to the vehicle in a daze, his heart throbbing painfully. Tears streamed down his face, unbidden. He had been wrong, grievously so. He had believed he was acting for Yean's benefit, condoning Lin Shi's actions against her. But he had forgotten that Yean was not an object. She was a living, breathing person who felt pain. He dared not confront his past mistakes, choosing instead to blind himself, brainwashing himself into believing it was all Shaolin's fault. The horrifying scar reappeared in his mind, a chilling reminder of that fateful day. When she awakened in the hospital, the first sight Lin Chuan met was her pale face, filled with terror. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let Xiaoxi down. Please don't abandon me. I'll listen next time. I promise. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chuan felt a chill run through him, penetrating to his very bones. In her presence, he was less than Lin Qibai. Why had he ever believed that such small gestures could win Yean back? With a self-deprecating laugh, Lin Chuan suddenly recalled something and drove frantically back home. He ignored Lin Shi's greeting upon his return, rushing to his room to retrieve the tie she had originally intended to gift him. On the back of the tie, he felt a small bump and discovered a phrase meticulously stitched in thread. My brother must always remain spirited. His heart felt as if it had been tightly grasped and crushed, making it difficult to breathe. Brother, what's wrong? Noticing his unusual demeanor, Lin Shi hurried upstairs. Her face paling at the sight of Lin Chuan clutching the tie, both laughing and crying. Lin Chuan raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Shi, did Xiaoan truly steal this tie from you? Lin Shi's complexion turned ashen. The answer was painfully evident. Lin Chuan closed his eyes, realizing how ridiculous he had been. Chapter 31. The niece calls uncle. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat subdued. Outside, the weather turned unkind, and rain began to pour suddenly. Yean pressed her lips tightly together when she heard a sigh, followed by a large hand resting on her face. A gesture that seemed ill-suited for the moment. She pulled his hand away and turned her head, colliding with Su Huailin's smiling gaze. His voice, typically cold, was now deliberately softened, laced with a hint of tenderness. What expression is that? Su Huailin pondered, his brow furrowed like a small, bitter melon. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? I specifically came out with an empty stomach for your sake. His playful banter eased the tension in Yean's furrowed brow. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements for the venue. With a grand gesture, Yean instructed Su Lu to park the car by the roadside, leading them into an alley. Students from No. 1 middle school typically had fixed self-study periods during lunch, usually resolving their meals nearby or at the cafeteria. This area was bustling with dining options. In the past, when her diet was controlled and she often went hungry, she would sneak out to buy food, but each time, she would inevitably face punishment upon her return. Since she had promised to treat Su Huailin, he naturally refrained from commenting on the choice of restaurant. After they exited the vehicle, he instructed Su Lu to remain inside while he and Yean shared an umbrella as they ventured forth. With only one umbrella, and Su Huailin significantly taller than her, he inclined his body and the umbrella towards her, shielding her from the rain. Although it was autumn, the early autumn heat in Beijing was stifling. She wore a summer uniform consisting of a short skirt and shirt, and as they walked, much of her body inadvertently brushed against Su Huailin's. Perhaps due to the heat, he released his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves halfway. Their skin touched, one warm and the other cool. The contact felt electric, causing Yean to swallow hard. The confined space beneath the umbrella accentuated the faint scent of wood that enveloped her, making it feel as if she was surrounded by his essence. Memories of Su Huailin's notorious coldness and ruthless demeanor from a past life surfaced uninvited in her mind. Do you often eat here? As they entered the alley, Su Huailin glanced at her, his voice smooth and gentle amidst the rain, his words laced with intrigue. His smile was the epitome of casual concern. Not really. I had restrictions on dining at the Lin family home. Yean's voice grew softer, and she felt inexplicably anxious, stealing a glance sideways. She could barely see his chest from her vantage point. Sharing an umbrella brought his breath close to her ear, making the proximity feel overwhelming. Right, I almost forgot. If you ever find yourself without food, just come to me. I can certainly ensure you're well fed. His words were delivered with nonchalance, as if he spoke without a care. Yean pondered his implication, hesitant to respond. Su Huailin, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, stepped closer, causing her arm to press against his. Instinctively, Yean held her breath, thinking of pulling away, but her wrist was gently grasped, and before she knew it, she found herself leaning against him, sheltered from the rain. His voice remained soft and warm. Yean's gaze involuntarily fell to his shoulder, which had indeed become damp. A muffled laugh erupted above her, and she felt a light tap on her shoulder, accompanied by the teasing remark about her getting wet. Her ears flushed crimson as she looked up, realizing that half her shoulder was also soaked. His deep, magnetic voice felt like a feather, tickling her heart. At this moment, Su Huailin subtly curled his fingers, amusement dancing in his eyes, finding the young girl amusingly easy to tease. If Su Yi and Su Air were to witness this scene, they would likely scold their boss, the age-old fox, for shamelessly flirting with a young girl. Yet, Su Huailin remained unaware of the implications of his actions. Fortunately, the short walk soon concluded. Yi arrived. He pointed to a noodle shop before Yi and hurriedly dashed inside. Watching her retreating figure, Su Huailin couldn't suppress his laughter. His little leaf was adorably shy. He mused, unaware of which fortunate soul would later benefit from her affections. The clientele at this establishment predominantly consisted of students, with a few local residents. Thus, the entrance of a pretty girl in a school uniform did not raise eyebrows, but the handsome, refined man accompanying her certainly piqued curiosity. The female owner of the noodle shop couldn't help but steal glances before finally asking them to sit and inquire about their order. Yean looked across at Su Huailin. Mr. Su, what would you like to eat? Just order whatever you wish, he replied. Then one bowl of beef noodles and one bowl of plain soup. The owner acknowledged and hurried to the kitchen. Su Huailin raised an eyebrow. Knowing that the young girl was financially constrained, Yet he found it hard to believe she would opt for plain soup while he indulged in beef noodles. Feeling his gaze, Yean grew a bit embarrassed. Aside from their first meeting when he took her out to eat, this was their first meal together face to face. "Mr. Su, what are you looking at? What else could I possibly look at besides you?" His words were blunt, causing Yean, who was sipping water, to choke. Coughing violently, Su Huilin gave her a disapproving glance and gently patted her back. "How old are you? Can't you drink water without choking?" Was that look of disdain truly sincere? Did he not realize what he had just said? Yean, in a fit of anger, shot him a glare. After her violent coughing fit, her eyes held a hint of reproach, yet the effect was diminished by her seemingly playful pout. Under her gaze, Su Huilin absently rubbed his fingers, a smile creeping onto his face as he marveled at her cuteness. He felt an urge to pinch her cheeks. "Your noodles are here." The owner soon served the bowls. Since Yean had entered, she had been speculating about their relationship, and now, observing the scene, she was convinced they were a couple. Yean was not one to shy away from food, and the beef noodles, known for their spiciness, were a specialty of the shop. She pushed the bowl of beef noodles towards Su Huilin. "You eat this." The owner, observing the exchange, looked at Su Huilin with a hint of reproach. "Young man, at your age, shouldn't you be working? You bring a schoolgirl to eat and leave her with plain soup while you indulge in beef noodles?" Yean felt embarrassed and quickly waved her hands in protest. "You misunderstand. We are not. He is my elder. Mr. Su is your boyfriend?" The owner's words were shocking. Yean would never dare to imagine being with someone like Su Huilin. It felt surreal. "Yes, she is my little niece," Su Huilin replied, but inwardly, he felt a twinge of displeasure at her obvious discomfort. The owner looked around doubtfully, but, perhaps due to Su Huilin's nonchalant demeanor, chose not to press further. Once the owner left, Yean immediately lowered her head, burying her face in the bowl, murmuring, Su Huilin smiled slightly and, using clean chopsticks, transferred some beef from his bowl to hers. "Niece, why don't you call me uncle?" Chapter 32. The art of manipulation made him sick. The meal left Yean's stomach in pain. Su Huilin, seemingly inspired by a sudden whim, insisted that after knowing each other for so long, it felt strange for her to address him as Mr. Su. He urged her to call him uncle, as Su Wang did. Yean, feeling somewhat teased and indignant, thought about the upcoming investment and obediently called out, "Uncle." The beef noodles at this establishment were renowned, and since she couldn't afford them before, she asked her uncle to help her taste them. After the initial call, Yean quickly adjusted to the new form of address, reasoning that it was only right since she was friends with Su Wang. Su Huilin found her voice delightful, feeling a strange itch at hearing her call him that. He pondered why it sounded so pleasing coming from her, unlike when Su Wang addressed him the same way. Perhaps this was the difference between raising a daughter and a son? Meanwhile, Su Wang, engrossed in gaming at the base, remained blissfully unaware that his uncle had just critiqued him from head to toe during the meal. Su Huilin ordered a bowl of clear water and, using clean chopsticks, transferred some beef into Yean's bowl, insisting she try it since it was delicious. The steam rising from the noodles enveloped him, casting a delicate veil over his features, rendering him both ethereal and melancholic. For a moment, Yean was entranced, but she quickly lowered her head to eat before Su Huilin could catch her gaze. As she did, he looked up and noticed the blush on her ears, a smile curling at his lips as he reminisced about the first time he saw her at the orphanage. At 18, having graduated early, he had taken over the family business and visited the orphanage for a charitable project. The little girl with 2 braids sat quietly in a corner, absorbed in her sketchbook amidst the chaos of crying children. In that moment, he felt a surge of affection for her, reminding him of another girl his brother had rescued from human traffickers who would have been of a similar age. After their meal, Su Huilin escorted Yean back to Jingshan. He didn't linger, merely inquiring about the date of her autumn competition, assuring her he would attend before leaving. With the competition approaching, the officials released an announcement based on the final selections submitted by the 2 teams. A stir erupted on Weibo as personnel changes were revealed, and replaced their mid laner with Hua Yu from the former God team, while Lin Shi, as a substitute, was absent from promotional materials, garnering little attention. Fans were bewildered, especially God supporters, who were shocked to see their mid laner on the opposing team. The announcement of God's roster was even more astonishing, featuring a striking young woman in silver and white attire that could rival any celebrity. Fans erupted in outrage, questioning the decision to replace Hua Yu with someone they had never heard of, while others speculated on the motives behind the choices made by the management. Amidst the vitriol, some recognized the name as the one associated with a recent viral moment among streamers, but it barely registered in the chaos. Lin Shi, upon seeing the post, was initially taken aback to discover that the phoenix was Yean. As she observed the vitriolic comments, a smile crept over her face, only to be replaced by jealousy upon realizing that Yean and Su Wang would now be teammates, spending considerable time together. Just then, Lin Muqing knocked on her door, questioning why she hadn't informed him about joining the fourth team for the competition. Lin Shi quickly masked her emotions, replying that she merely wanted to experience the atmosphere of esports. Lin Muqing frowned disapprovingly, citing her health as a reason for concern. When she mentioned that Yean was also participating, his expression darkened, especially upon learning she was on the opposing team. To him, Yean's actions were nothing short of treachery. Lin Shi, feigning innocence, suggested that perhaps Yean aimed to win the championship to please the fourth brother, harboring ulterior motives. This thought sparked a realization in Lin Muqing. He had never heard of Yean playing games before. He surmised that her behavior was a calculated strategy to distance herself from the family while still seeking attention. He resolved to ensure that Yean would not gain his sister's affection or any favor. Unbeknownst to them, God was oblivious to the online furor as the finals approached. Even though Yean was granted special permission to forego training, she dedicated her after-school hours to the base. Meanwhile, Guan Yu was preoccupied with devising strategies to counter and as the grand finals of the Autumn Glory tournament commenced at the Jingxia Sports Arena, the atmosphere was electric. In the VIP area, Su Huilin took his seat in prime location and sent a message, "Good luck, tonight's championship." Yean's phone buzzed in the lounge, catching the attention of Su Wang, who found the message peculiar. He dismissed it, assuming his uncle had sent it to the wrong person, though he inwardly scoffed at the sentiment. At that moment, Zhou Jiai, curious about Su Huilin's text, leaned in to see whom he was messaging. Su Huilin, quicker on the draw, flipped his phone face down, asking, "What is it?" Zhou Jiai, slightly embarrassed, retreated, claiming curiosity about the esports event. Su Huilin, who had long known Zhou Jiai, found his sudden interest in esports suspicious, especially since he had returned from abroad and avoided social outings. Today, Zhou Jiai's presence at the game piqued his curiosity about what Su Huilin was really up to. Chapter 33. Preferring to be an adversary rather than joining him as the other spectators filed in, Yean's fan banners dominated the arena, with many supporters even present in the God Team section. Soon, the two teams made their entrance, and as per tradition, the victorious God Team entered the finals first. The woman on stage must be the Phoenix, right? She looks even more stunning in person than in the posters, but what a pity. What a pity for what? The speaker sighed with a tone laden with sarcasm. A fan's banner boldly proclaimed, "Phoenix, get out of God." They didn't want Huayu. They wanted a woman to compete. Today, I came to witness how the dog's son loses. Besides Su Wang, Huayu had the highest popularity within God. As the finals approached, the jeers grew louder. Wang must be out of his mind to let this Phoenix join the team. Whether she is a phoenix or a chicken, she knows in her heart. Some fans, however, chose to adopt a more positive attitude, urging, no matter what, bring home the victory. The audience's insults echoed, and those watching online unleashed a torrent of derogatory comments about Yean's ancestry. Since the official announcement to the commencement of the match, the insults had not ceased. Yean could hear the curses directed at her from below, but her expression remained unchanged. In the realm of esports, being unskilled is a cardinal sin. She would not blame these individuals for disparaging her. It was a normal reaction. No one wishes to see the player they support hindered by someone unknown at such a crucial juncture. Before long, the 5 members of the team appeared, but notably, the mid laner was not Lin Shi, but Huayu. Lin Shi was listed as a substitute and would not participate in the opening showcase. The fans in the audience felt a surge of confidence. Previously, and had lost to God in the semifinals due to a lackluster performance from the mid laner. But now God had foolishly handed the trophy to them. Let that bird go home and find its mother. Yean's morale soared. In the crowd, Lin Shibai and Lin Muqing, who had come to watch Lin Shi play, coincidentally turned their gazes towards Yean. Lin Muqing shifted his focus to Lin Shibai, remarking, "This is the good sister you support, who would rather join your rival team than help you." Observing the girl on stage, clad in her team uniform and sporting a tidy ponytail, Lin Shibai smiled wryly. Unlike others, he understood Yean's formidable abilities. However, she had never disclosed her gaming prowess to him. His brother's words left him uneasy. Did Yean aspire to enter esports? If so, why not approach him? If they lost this match, he would persuade Yean to join them, promising her a starting position. Lin Muqing scoffed. "What do you mean? Sheer is already in your team, and she is just a substitute. You want Yean to be a starter? Have you lost your mind?" Do you really think she's some delicate flower in need of your pity? She's quite clever. As Lin Muching poured out his suspicions, his disdain for Yean intensified. She pretended to be aloof, continuously rejecting both you and elder brother, yet she sought out Sheer for attention, shamelessly trying to assert her presence. Lin Shibai frowned. According to his knowledge, Yean had joined the team earlier than Sheer. If that were the case, it was Sheer who had provoked Yean. Their confrontation today was merely coincidental. Coincidental? You mean to say Yean doesn't know and is your team? Lin Muching scoffed. He had been too preoccupied to notice her, but today he would seize the opportunity to teach her a lesson after the match. Lin Shibai cast a wary glance. What are you planning? That's none of your concern. Zhou Jiai observed the stage, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. This girl looked eerily familiar. He shifted his gaze to the side, recalling, isn't she the girl you supported at the orphanage? Well, you old Su, are really raising a daughter for yourself. She has found her biological family, yet you still keep a low profile. Zhou Jiai stroked his chin, his initial shock fading into a smirk. When Su Weilin first took on the role of benefactor, their group had thought he was insane, and they teased him relentlessly. However, Su Weilin had paid them no heed, growing frustrated when they spoke too much, and gradually, the matter was forgotten. Now, he had caught him red-handed. Su Weilin subtly furrowed his brow, glancing over with a reluctant eye. Zhou Jiai raised his eyebrows, incredulous. What gives you the right to call someone else perverse? Su Weilin added, she hasn't been living well. Despite the chaos, Zhou Jiai maintained a serious demeanor. Whether she's doing well or not has nothing to do with you. Your years of support were already a generous act. Do you intend to support her for life? Just keep an eye on her. Su Huilin's gaze lingered on the girl adjusting her equipment on stage, radiant, her eyes ignited with a fervent desire for victory. Captivatingly beautiful. Are you addicted to being a father now? What? Planning to marry off this daughter? Zhou Jiai jeered. Su Huilin remained non-committal. No need. She will grow up quickly. He had faith that the young girl he believed in would develop her skills in the shortest time possible. Not wishing to dwell on Yean, Su Huilin shifted the topic. I recall your latest shipment includes a fine green diamond? Indeed. I plan to use it for the upcoming season's flagship. Zhou Jiai was in the jewelry business. Sell it to me, name your price, and help me carve it into the shape of a leaf. Zhou Jiai snickered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Weilin paid him no mind, his focus returning to the stage. The god team was fully prepared, and to the audience's astonishment, and had not sent out Huayu, but rather an entirely unrecognized female player. Where did this Lin come from? Huayu isn't playing? This fall tournament has truly gone mad. The crowd erupted in disbelief. On stage, Yean was slightly taken aback to see Lin Shi facing her. It wasn't Huayu, and even in her previous life, Lin Shi only entered the sports scene after Yean had already made her mark. Lin Shi smiled gently at her. Sister, I never expected my opponent would be you. This statement surprised everyone on both teams, and had assumed Yean had entered the team through Su Wang's connections. But now it seemed there was an additional layer to their relationship. Lin's sister, wasn't she the eldest daughter of the Lin family? The members of Yin glanced at Yi and with renewed interest. Had they known earlier she was little Lin's sister, they would have ensured she was treated with care during the match. Their demeanor was a stark contrast to their previous belligerence during training matches. The god team, unaware of Lin Shi's background, was merely surprised. Could it be that the entire Lin family were gaming prodigies? Upon hearing Ayan's remarks, they immediately rallied to defend their own. Who cares? Just don't go soft on the field. Be wary of being outplayed. Yean returned a cold glance. Care for me? Is that to ensure I take fewer kills from you? Her words evoked memories of the training match where she had dominated them, leaving their expressions somewhat sour. The first match commenced. Some god fans noted not only had the mid laner changed, but even the coach was now a woman. The audience collectively gasped in disbelief. However, when God locked in their final hero, the commentators couldn't help but praise. It seems the new coach of God is not to be underestimated, after such extensive groundwork, and is at a significant disadvantage now. Another commentator chimed in, noting that God's new mid laner, Phoenix, is an unfamiliar presence for us all. In the first game, he synergized well with the team by selecting the Ice Maiden, Wang Xiaojun, while his opponent, and Ayan's newly appointed mid laner, Lin, opted for the magical child, Angela. Let us anticipate the performances of these two newcomers in the match. Now, the competition commences. The broadcast shifts its focus to the players on stage. Yean Meili, Su Wang, and Xiao Yang, please establish some vision in the mid lane at the onset. Chapter 34. The pinnacle in the Yin team, aside from Huayu. The other four members were familiar with countless matches from their past lives, intimately acquainted with each other's operational habits. The support player, Yean, typically began by helping both sides gain an advantage, though this was not an absolute rule. Now controlling her hero, she found herself in a mid-lane matchup against Lin Shi. Making this a certainty, accompanied by the jungler and support, she skillfully cast a freezing spell into the bush. Commentator, we can see both sides executing a standard opening. The new mid laner, Phoenix, from God has just thrown a second skill, but there's no one in the bush. Wait. Lin's positioning suggests she's about to enter the brush. As the commentator finished speaking, Lin Shi, having stealthily entered the bush, was caught in a precise control spell. Instantly frozen. The ambushing jungler and support wasted no time in launching their assault. First blood. The announcement echoed through the arena, plunging it into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of cheers. The commentator's voice surged with excitement. A precise control. Within a minute, first blood has been secured, perhaps the fastest in the history of the league. Another commentator mused, is this mere coincidence? If not, it seems God's new mid laner is quite formidable. Lin Shi stared at the fading screen, her expression darkening. Yean, to lose first blood so quickly. I can already imagine how the fans will berate me. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, it's just the beginning. If I can secure victory in this match, I will still bask in glory as the first female champion in esports history. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Lin Shi adjusted her tone and apologized into the microphone. Had it been anyone else, the team would have been quick to criticize an playstyle. But with Lin Shi, the others held back their frustrations, instead offering her words of comfort. Jungler, be discreet. Don't give them any opportunities. But it was too late. The early setback would not be overlooked by Su Wang, who brazenly invaded the enemy jungle with the mid laner and support. A stroke of luck. With an intimate understanding of the enemy's tactics, coupled with her own advantages, Yean seemed to possess clairvoyance, continuously providing her teammates with critical insights. At times, her teammates were caught off guard, inexplicably securing victories. Had this been any other setting, they might have suspected Phoenix of cheating. In the ensuing 10 minutes, under her relentless assault, Lin Shi conceded 8 kills to Yean. With the tide turning in their favor, the Yean team was soon overwhelmed. The Yean players had never experienced such humiliation in their professional careers. The jungler's morale crumbled. Are you a fool? To be pushed around like this within 10 minutes, granting the enemy mid laner 8 kills? Were you not supposed to be discreet? Lin Shi's composure also began to fray. Her skills were not lacking. She had executed impressive plays during practice. Yet, she had not anticipated Yean's prowess, and now, she felt like a mere novice. The others, disregarding her status as a lady or a wealthy heiress, began to voice their frustrations. How can the disparity be so vast when we're all women? Isn't Phoenix also the boss's sister? Why wasn't she brought onto our team? Amidst the barrage of criticism directed at her, Lin Shi retorted, is it all my fault? Are you all playing perfectly? I was ambushed by the enemy mid and jungle. Why didn't the support provide vision? Where were the rest of you to assist me? Her words only served to ignite further anger in the jungler, who snapped back. What audacity! If you hadn't gifted kills to the enemy mid laner in the early game, we wouldn't be in this mess. And what about that dragon pit incident 10 minutes in? Were you in a daze? Do you need me to remind you how you ended up there? Lin Shi's face turned ashen, and in a fit of anger, she threw down her headset. The director, not one to shy away from drama, cut away from God's celebration to focus on this unfolding chaos. The audience was in shock. What is happening within? Are they seriously arguing on stage? Are they done for? What's up with Lin? How did she even make it into, and performing so poorly? What a waste. Some viewed Phoenix as quite impressive. Others dismissed her as merely benefiting from Huayu's absence. Yean's numerous astounding plays had left the commentators in awe, yet some attributed her success to sheer luck. The coach had already called for a substitution. Below the stage, Lin Shibai observed Lin Shi's tantrum with growing irritation. She had come to compete and meet friends, yet now, she seemed to have gained more enemies than allies. Given the state of the match, she should have controlled her temper. If only Xiaowen were here, even when wronged, she would prioritize the greater good. Lin Muching, however, was oblivious to the match's outcome. His focus was solely on Lin Shi being berated. His expression darkened as he confronted Lin Shibai. Is this the kind of person you endorse? Just for losing one match, they dare to insult Sheer? That's the jungler, right? How dare they bully Sheer? The match must end now. Lin Shibai could hardly believe his ears. Did his second brother truly understand the gravity of the situation? Losing a match was one thing, but this was the finals. Countless so-called geniuses had ended their careers without experiencing such a golden opportunity. Suppressing his anger, Lin Shibai replied, "Brother, I know how to manage my team." Lin Muching grasped the underlying message. "Have you lost your mind? This is about Sheer being mistreated. If she hadn't made so many mistakes, we wouldn't be in this position. What does it matter?" Lin Shibai thought he had made his point clear. Surely, Lin Muching would reflect on Lin Shi's errors. But no, Lin Muching dismissed the notion, feeling a surge of resentment towards his brother. "You're Sheer's fourth brother. It's one thing not to support her, but to speak against her? Don't let me hear you speak to her like that again. If you want to handle that person, I will." Feeling overwhelmed by Lin Muching's accusations, Lin Shibai was left in despair. It seemed that in this family, not supporting Lin Shi equated to an unforgivable sin. Bitterly aware of the irony, he recognized that this was precisely what Xiaoan had endured before. And now, it was only Lin Muching. In the past, she had faced the entire Lin family's condemnation. Resolute, Lin Shibai reaffirmed his commitment to bring Yean back. If Xiaoan wished to compete, he would pave the way for her. As Huayu took to the stage, the second match commenced, and fans placed their hopes of a comeback on her shoulders. Su Huilin sat in the front row, watching the serious expression on the young girl's face. Unable to suppress a smile, his little Yi was truly remarkable. Though he didn't comprehend the intricacies of the game, he could clearly see her talent. Zhou Jiai sighed in admiration, recognizing the skill involved in Yi's gameplay. "My people will never be lacking." "Your people?" Zhou Jiai retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. He wished he could show this sly old fox a mirror reflecting his current demeanor. The match continued on stage, and it understood they could not afford to lose again. With Huayu's arrival, this round was fiercely contested. Once again, they reached the crucial 10-minute dragon fight, the very moment and had been wiped out in the previous match. Commentator, both sides are in a tense standoff. Securing an advantage in this dragon fight is crucial. At this moment, the Phoenix has concealed herself within the field of vision. Yet it appears that, and has discerned her location and is poised to strike. Goodness, is this mere coincidence? When the 5 skills from and descended, the Phoenix adeptly evaded them. Is this the legendary rebirth of the Phoenix from the ashes? This astonishing maneuver not only left the commentators astounded, but also shocked everyone present. The audience erupted, and amidst the clamor, someone boldly shouted, "Phoenix." Her voice resonated above the din of the venue. With a decisive play, the camera shifted to Yean, who was in the process of removing her headset. She lifted her gaze to survey the crowd below, a smile gracing her lips, as if to declare, "I am the pinnacle." Chapter 35. It is a command, not a notification. The outcome of the match was devoid of suspense. Aside from a single round where God eased the pressure and was consistently dismantling their opponents in mere minutes, as if they were undergoing military training for the finals. At this juncture, no one dared to question Yu Yan's capabilities as a female player. Her prowess was evident, rivaling even Su Wang's. In her presence, Huayu seemed like a mere younger brother. "Phoenix! Phoenix! Phoenix!" The roars of the crowd surged, threatening to sweep everyone away. The 5 youths stood at the center of the stage, facing the audience, as golden confetti rained down upon them, a symbol of their glory. They were the unacknowledged kings of the night. Su Weilin watched the girl on stage, radiant and illuminating, exuding the brilliance that rightfully belonged to her. He did not even realize how intensely he was gazing at Yean. Zhou Jiai observed him closely, unable to suppress a smirk. Her eyes filled with the delight of witnessing the unfolding drama. "Old Su, you remain oblivious to how much you care for this young girl, don't you? For someone as emotionally detached as you, caring is a term that has clearly exceeded your grasp." Lin Shi, seated on An's bench, glared at Yean, who basked in the adoration of thousands, her eyes nearly blazing with fury. All of this should have been hers. The cheers of the fans, the glory of being a champion, and Su Wang's attention. "Why, Yean, after being cast out, did you return to compete with her? Why must you covet what is rightfully hers?" The emotions of jealousy and resentment intertwined like creeping vines, suffocating her heart. Lin Shi could hardly contain her expression, her features contorted with rage, her gaze wishing to pierce Yean like a dagger. With a swift motion, Lin Shi rose and headed backstage, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might impulsively charge onto the stage. A chilling resolve coursed through her. She could not allow Yean to continue thriving, or she would surely be the next to be ousted from the Lin family. In the audience, Lin Muching had been fixated on Lin Shi since she stepped off the stage. Seeing her depart alone, he followed without hesitation. He had observed her dedication as she trained with Lin Shibai, noting her frail health, yet her seriousness in this endeavor was palpable. Surely, This outcome must have devastated her. How could Yean do this? He pondered. Even if she desired victory, what could it matter? Sheer only played the first match. Why couldn't she let her have this moment of joy? Such a vindictive ingrate. The more he thought about it, the more his irritation extended to Lin Shibai. As the fourth brother, he should have taken better care of his sister. Had he known that Yean would participate in the esports competition, he could have prepared Sheer for the potential embarrassment she now faced. This simmering anger erupted as he found Lin Shi weeping quietly in the stairwell. Sheer, don't cry. Second brother is pained to see you like this. He wrapped her in his arms without a second thought. Whoa, second brother. I am sorry. I lost. And I've shamed you. Lin Shi sobbed, her hiccups causing Lin Muqing's heart to ache. He embraced her tighter, his contempt for Yean intensifying. This isn't your fault. It's all Yean's doing. He pondered how to lift her spirits. Xia, do you want to be a champion? Lin Shi looked up, her red-rimmed eyes glistening with tears. If I were to win, would that make fourth brother happy? Would my teammates be glad? But the championship isn't mine. It's sister Xiaoyan's. Even if it's not me, I will still rejoice for her. Lin Muqing felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. His sister was too kind-hearted. Even after how fourth brother treated her, she still thought of him and those insufferable teammates. Especially Yean, who had snatched the championship from Sheer, yet Sheer remained wholeheartedly happy for her. How could he not cherish such a sister even more? Wiping her tears, he urged, "You must rest. You've exerted yourself. Leave the rest to second brother." He had arrived with bodyguards, though he had instructed them to remain in the car and not follow him into the arena. Lin Shi wanted to depart with the Yean team. Given her earlier display of displeasure, she would face even harsher criticism online if she left alone. After seeing Lin Shi off, Lin Muqing took his bodyguards to the parking garage to intercept someone. Meanwhile, Yean concluded her interview and, alongside her team, exited through the safe passage toward the underground garage. As they entered, a group emerged from a dimly lit corner, led by Lin Muqing. Grab them! The members of the God team did not recognize Lin Muqing, but they could surmise that he was there for Yean. The four boys, along with Ruanyu, instinctively shielded her from harm. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Muqing extinguished his cigarette, his patience waning. If you dare to lay a hand on them, I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. These bodyguards were from the Lin family, akin to Su's team, with a direct command from Lin Muqing. They wasted no time in engaging in the fray. Among the five, only Su Wang had some knowledge of self-defense, yet even that paled in comparison to professional bodyguards. Nevertheless, the four remained steadfast in their protection of Yean. In the scuffle, Yean inevitably took a few hits. Observing the four boys fighting desperately to shield her, she felt a pang of bitterness. These boys, whom she had known for barely half a month, treated her like a younger sister and were willing to protect her at all costs, while her own brother was threatening to harm them. Tell your men to stand down. Yean stepped forward, unwilling to let them suffer on her behalf. The hands of an esports player are invaluable. An injury could ruin their careers. Lin Muqing, devoid of any semblance of restraint, was incensed by Yean's repeated disregard for Lin Shi's feelings. How could this calamity still be breathing? He seized Yean by the throat, slamming her against a nearby pillar. Xiaoyan. Her teammates attempted to rush forward, but the bodyguards held them at bay. Not only that, but they also confiscated and destroyed all the phones of the group. The pain was unbearable. It felt as if her spine had shattered. Clutching her throat, Yean struggled to rise. Do whatever you want with me, Lin Muqing. Lin Muqing smirked disdainfully. Then go to the organizers and confess that you cheated in the competition, releasing a statement that you will never compete professionally again. As for everything else, I will handle it. That is out of the question. Yean firmly refused. This championship glory was not solely hers, and even if it were, she would never concede to Lin Muqing's demands. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. Lin Muqing waved his hand, and a scream erupted from Xiaoyan. What are you doing? Yean turned to see a bodyguard gripping Xiaoyan's right hand. If you refuse to comply, aside from that Su kid, the rest of them won't keep their hands intact. Yean's heart sank. She understood that Lin Muqing meant every word. The four Lin brothers were not to be trifled with, while the eldest, Lin Chuan, was ruthless. Lin Muqing was even more unhinged. Having spent years in the laboratory, Lin Muqing lacked a human touch, displaying indifference even to his family, except for Lin Shi, to whom he devoted immense care. What should I do? Should I concede? At that moment, Yean loathed her own weakness more than ever. Meanwhile, Lin Shibai noticed Lin Shi in the car. Is second brother not coming out? Under his scrutiny, Lin Shi averted her gaze, her heart racing. Did I miss a heartbeat? Lin Shibai swiftly instructed the driver to turn back. Outside the venue, Su Huilin, having waited for an extended period for the God Team vehicle, began to sense that something was amiss. Sui, bring the team to the stadium as swiftly as possible. Jiai, accompany me to the underground garage. After finishing the call and summoning Zhou Jiai, Su Huilin hurried towards the underground parking lot with utmost urgency. Chapter 36. What kind of Lin family member is Yean? I promise you. Yean gritted her teeth, agreeing to Lin Mucheng, knowing it would cost her dearly. She had no intention of continuing the competition. If she refused, the little lambs would truly be ruined. Championships could be reclaimed, but their safety was paramount. Lin Mucheng revealed a hint of satisfaction at Yean's understanding. He produced his phone and handed it to her, instructing her to record a message. If no rumors surfaced by tomorrow, he would assist her. With trembling fingers, Yean accepted the phone and activated the recording. I wonder why it took so long for you to emerge. Turns out you were reminiscing with Dr. Lin. A familiar, cold voice laced with a hint of mockery echoed as Su Huilin approached, his gaze frigid. He glanced at the bodyguards, questioning the meaning of Dr. Lin's presence. What offense has my little nephew committed? The playful tone quickly shifted as Su Huilin's demeanor darkened. Is Dr. Lin here on behalf of the Lin family to cause me trouble? Bullying my little friend? The term little friend was amusing. Yean instinctively felt it referred to her. Her curiosity about Su Huilin deepened. Why did he protect her so fiercely? Su Wang's lips twitched, a mix of amusement and irritation. The bodyguards hesitated, seeking Lin Mucheng's direction. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lin Mucheng cursed under his breath. Just a moment more, and the issue would have been resolved. Su Huilin's timing was impeccable. With a subtle gesture, Lin Mucheng signaled for the bodyguards to release their hold. Su Wang, take him away, but Yean stays. He intended to maintain control over the situation, finding a way to deal with her later. His grip tightened around Yean's wrist, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Yet, Lin Mucheng was unconcerned about her pain. He only cared that she remained with him today. He refused to play the game of choices like his elder brother. For Yean bore the blood of the Lin family, there was no reason for Su Huilin to take her away. Su Huilin stood firm. I believe Dr. Lin has misunderstood my intentions. I intend to take her with me, and I expect compensation for this. Lin Mucheng's expression darkened as he grasped the underlying threat in Su Huilin's words. How audacious of you, Su. Are you now dictating how I discipline my sister? His voice grew colder, a growl warning of a beast's fury. Zhou Jiai chuckled at the exchange, amused by the rarity of someone daring to threaten Su Huilin. Examining Lin Mucheng, he wondered about the younger Lin family member, who was rumored to be more focused on research than physical confrontation. In their youth, Su Huilin had been the wildest among their circle, but the family's recent troubles had tempered his spirit. Lin family. Is Yean even registered with the Lin household? The only blood ties were severed long ago. Su Huilin's words dripped with sarcasm, each syllable designed to embarrass Lin Mucheng. Yean, firmly grasped by Lin Mucheng, wished she could applaud Su Huilin's remarks. The Lin family incessantly claimed she should return home without considering what it truly meant for her. What connection did she have to them? As their confrontation escalated, Sui arrived with reinforcements, the Su family's bodyguards forming a protective line behind Su Huilin. With the arrival of backup, Su Huilin wasted no time. Addressing the earlier threats to his little friend, he discarded his tie and loosened his cufflinks, ready to settle the score. In a moment of distraction from Lin Mucheng, Yean bit down hard on his wrist, retaliating for the pain he had inflicted earlier. With a fierce determination, she chomped down until Lin Mucheng reacted, releasing her just as she darted towards Su Huilin. Yean. Lin Mucheng was infuriated, clutching his injured wrist, blood oozing from the bite marks. The next moment, he felt a punch land in his gut, courtesy of Su Huilin, whose eyes burned with intensity. Isn't it time to settle the score for how you've bullied my little friend? The bodyguards, realizing the shift in power dynamics, hesitated, while Sui and his men intervened, insisting that matters be resolved without violence. After delivering a few decisive blows, Su Huilin stepped back, readorning himself with the polished demeanor of the esteemed Su family leader. Meanwhile, Lin Mucheng, having taken the brunt of the attack, knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen and coughing, his previous bravado extinguished. Dr. Lin, let me remind you, should there be a next time, it will not be so simple. His intentions had been to allow Yean to navigate her own path, yet the Lin family's audacity had forced his hand. Worried for Yean's injuries, Su Huilin instinctively adjusted her clothing, revealing a bruise that made him regret not hitting Lin Mucheng harder. I'm fine, it just looks worse than it is. Yean protested, but her body betrayed her as pain shot through her. Su Huailin, unfazed, insisted on carrying her to the hospital, instructing Su Wang to handle the aftermath. Once the tension dissipated, Su Yi finally permitted the bodyguards to assist Lin Mucheng, who glared at the retreating figures of Su Huailin and Yean, his expression twisted with humiliation. As Lin Qibai crossed paths with Su Huailin, he noticed Yean on his back, his expression darkening. Is Xiaochang hurt? Where's my second brother? Not spotting Lin Mucheng. His concern was swiftly suppressed as he hurried toward the garage, leaving Yean to silently scoff at the unfolding drama. Chapter 37. Lin Mucheng's accusation. Lin Qibai initially intended to take Lin Mucheng to the hospital for a checkup. However, Lin Mucheng was unwilling. The incident where Su Huailin had to be taken to the hospital was far too humiliating. As a doctor myself, do I not know the extent of my injuries? He insisted on not going, so Lin Qibai had no choice but to contact the family doctor and examine him at home instead. What did you do to Xiaoan just now? I saw Su Huailin carrying her out. Did you lay your hands on her? That little wretch Yi and deserved a lesson. Lin Mucheng leaned against the car window, clutching his abdomen while forcing out a cold laugh. As a biological brother, he had no qualms about referring to his sister as a wretch. Lin Qibai felt a pang in his heart and cast an irritable glance at him. Initially, when he heard his elder brother say that she had latched onto Su Huailin, he did not believe it. But today, it seemed she truly possessed some cunning ability to have Su Huailin protect her so fiercely. It appeared that she had already secured her escape route before leaving home. Recalling how Su Huailin had pinned him down and beaten him, Lin Mucheng felt a surge of resentment welling up in his chest. Lin Qibai, feeling exhausted, reminded him. Second brother, Su Huailin has just returned from abroad not long ago. Even if Xiaoan had prior contact with him, we have no means of establishing any relationship with Su Huailin ourselves. Lin Mucheng was unwilling to listen. What business do matters between men and women have with relationships? Otherwise, why would Su Huailin help Yean? Faced with this retort, Lin Qibai found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom why Su Huailin was so protective of Xiaoan. Yet, precisely because of this, he felt an even greater urgency to bring Xiaoan back. Fearing that Su Huailin might harbor ulterior motives and harm her, the two returned to the Lin family home in silence. Upon exiting the car, Lin Mucheng spotted Lin Shi waiting at the door, and his heart softened instantly. You silly girl, why are you waiting outside in the chilly night? Hurry back and rest. Seeing the injuries on his face, Lin Shi turned pale and rushed into Lin Mucheng's embrace. Second brother, how did you get hurt? Who did this? Was it Xiaoan? How could she lay a hand on you? It wasn't Yean, but it's nearly the same. With Lin Shi's mention, the pent-up anger from earlier surged back to the forefront of Lin Mucheng's mind. What else was she incapable of doing now? Lin Mucheng snickered coldly within. At that moment, the family doctor arrived, and he did not wish for Lin Shi to see his injuries, so he comforted her and coaxed her to rest. Lying on the living room sofa, he exposed his robust upper body, revealing an array of bruises around his waist and abdomen, a sight that evoked pity. The family doctor applied medication and ointment. Lin Qibai observed his brother's pallor, unable to express his feelings. He was not concerned for Lin Mucheng. Rather, he worried for Xiaoan. If Su Huailin had been so ruthless, Xiaoan must have also sustained significant injuries. Second brother, Xiaoan is still our biological sister. Lin Qibai softened his tone. You may not like Xiaoan, but there is no need to be so antagonistic towards her, right? He did not expect family members to dote on Xiaoan as they did on Sheer, but it should not be this deep-rooted animosity. And what Lin Shi had said earlier. After some contemplation, Lin Qibai ultimately spoke. Second brother, Sheer is not as innocent and harmless as you imagine. He recounted everything he and his elder brother had learned about the situation. And regarding today's incident, did you go looking for Lin Shi? And she came to you in tears? Given your character, if Lin Shi had not shown her displeasure, you would not have sought trouble with Xiaoan for no reason. He had thought that these words would at least make Lin Mucheng understand Xiaoan's merits, or at least make him wary of Lin Shi. However, in fact, Lin Mucheng became even more displeased with his words. Suddenly, the person lying on the sofa shot up and landed a fist squarely on Lin Qibai's face. Lin Qibai, did I not tell you to stop speaking ill of Sheer? I see you have been bewitched by that little wretch Yean, supporting her like this. What do you mean, Lin? She came to me in tears. As her brother, is it not my duty to make her happy when she feels wronged? Sheer has been so determined to win a championship for you. Is this how you act as her brother? Lin Mucheng was furious, incredulous that he could hear such words from Lin Qibai. It seems you have also fallen under that little wretch's spell. He would not permit anyone to speak ill of Xiu, not even their parents. Lin Qibai's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the most mild-mannered among them, Yet he was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged. What nonsense are you talking about? I think Su Huilin knocked some sense into you. It is unimaginable that this completely unreasonable man before me is my usually calm second brother. Yet Lin Muching remained even more unreasonable. If you still consider yourself Shear's fourth brother, then use your money to buy the other members of Yean's team to your own. I want to see how capable she is on her own and whether she can win another championship. He spoke with such conviction, as if Lin Shibai's failure to do so would be a grave sin. Lin Shibai was left speechless with anger, unable to comprehend why, after Lin Shi lost the competition, he, as her boss, had to go to such lengths to cheer her up. What's going on here? Why do I hear you two arguing as soon as I return? Lin Xingyi, who had just wrapped up filming and returned with his suitcase, looked on with great interest at the two in the living room. It seemed to him that it was about Shear and Yean. How curious that the fourth brother was actually supporting Yean. Upon seeing him return, Lin Muching hurriedly recounted the day's events and angrily chastised Lin Shibai. Third brother, tell me, has the fourth brother gone mad? Lin Xingyi, who was well-versed in the entertainment industry and the most tactful among the four, smiled and moved closer to his second brother. Second brother, don't be angry. If the fourth brother ignores the team, he will surely be upset. Just as you would not be happy if the eldest brother asked you to abandon your laboratory to help him at the company. With just a few casual remarks, he attributed Lin Shibai's displeasure to someone meddling in his career. As Lin Shibai was about to refute that it was not due to this, Lin Xingyi interrupted, fourth brother. You also should know that second brother is the one who cares for Shear the most among us. Of course, he would be angry if Shear was wronged. You should lend a helping hand. With a few words from Lin Xingyi, both fell silent. Oh dear, this matter is not as troublesome as you think. A girl like Yean in the esports scene is already the subject of much controversy. Just pressure her with public opinion. Even if she remains unaffected, the authorities will not stand for it. He said half-jokingly. Lin Muching seemed to ponder this, realizing this method was not particularly unique. It was a common tactic in the entertainment circle, one that the third brother was naturally familiar with. It would not require much effort, and given the third brother's connections, it should be a simple task for him. What he could think of, Lin Shibai could also conceive. No, I absolutely oppose this. He immediately voiced his objection. If we proceed like this, the authorities will certainly abandon Xiaoan due to pressure, and she will truly be left with no way out in the esports world. The pressure here was not merely from the public. If this were truly to happen, second brother's anger would undoubtedly invoke the Lin family's name to apply pressure. His objection was anticipated by Lin Xingyi, who chuckled and teased. Fourth brother, you are overly anxious. I was only joking. Xiaoan is still my sister. How could I possibly resort to such cruel tactics against her? Though he said this, he shot a meaningful glance at Lin Muching. Lin Muching pondered, unusually refraining from retorting to Lin Shibai. Suspicion flickered between the two, while Lin Xingyi wore a playful grin, and Lin Shibai tentatively accepted his words. You had better be just joking. Having said this, he waved his hand and left the Lin family home. Remaining any longer would surely give him a heart attack. He finally understood why Xiaoan was unwilling to return home. It was simply too suffocating and oppressive. In this household, it seemed there existed a singular code of conduct that revolved solely around Lin Shi. In the Lin household, Lin Xingyi patted his second brother on the shoulder without uttering a word. As he ascended the staircase, he caught a glimpse of Lin Shi's flustered figure hastily departing around the corner and merely smiled faintly. Chapter 38. Has he truly become a beast? At the Shujia villa, Su Huilin took Yi into the family's private hospital for a checkup. As they returned, Yean struggled on Su Huilin's back, insisting, Uncle, please put me down. I can walk by myself. The competition had ended late, and following a visit to the hospital, it was now deep into the night. Aunt Fong had taken the day off, and Uncle Zhong had retired early for the evening. Thankfully, Lin Muching's attack had not caused any serious injury, only some superficial bruises. Su Huilin remained silent, his aura heavy with suppressed anger. Even Yean, normally carefree, sensed the impending storm and froze on his back, afraid to move. Had she done something wrong? Swallowing hard, she reflected on her actions that day. The atmosphere grew tense, and Su Huilin let out a cold scoff. Not going to make a fuss anymore? Seeing the bruises on her back at the hospital had made him regret only throwing a few punches at Lin Muching. He had thought he could endure watching her stumble through life as he had with Awang, but today he realized he could not. The moment Yean was in danger, all rational thoughts escaped him. Su Huilin recognized his excessive concern for her. With his brow furrowed and eyes glinting like sharpened blades, he felt a surge of fury that he managed to suppress as he gently laid her on the bed. Yean gazed at him cautiously. Are you angry? Is it because I caused you trouble today? This was the only reason she could fathom for his irritation, her perceived burden on Su Wang and the danger it posed to him. I'm sorry. It won't happen again, Yean apologized, already planning to move out of the villa as soon as she received her prize money. Before she could finish, a familiar touch ruffled her hair. What are you daydreaming about? You're never a burden. Just don't get hurt again. If you can't win, then run. There's no need to fight to the death. Su Huailian's words left her momentarily stunned, and upon reflection, she realized he was expressing concern for her injuries. This newfound understanding almost made her smile, yet her lips refused to lift. It was the first time someone had told her she was not a burden and that her safety was of utmost importance. Su Huailian, do you like me? The words lodged in her throat, ultimately swallowed back down. She dared not ask, just as the Lin family was oblivious to why Su Huailian assisted her. She too felt their suspicions were not entirely unfounded. Had she not been the subject, she might have shared their doubts. Why do you help me so much? Sitting up in bed, clutching the blanket, she looked at Su Huailian, who was rummaging for ointment, her expression filled with confusion. Su Huailian, holding the medicine, wore a fleeting expression that she could not decipher. He chuckled lightly, regaining his familiar, gentle demeanor. You've asked this before, and my answer remains unchanged. From the outset, Su Huailian had no intention of revealing his identity as her benefactor. He had chosen to keep it a secret, believing that fewer complications would arise that way. He anticipated that Yean might take advantage of his status. After she had found her family, revealing his identity seemed even less necessary. Now, he still had no intention of disclosing it, not out of fear she'd misuse his identity, as he knew her well enough by now to understand she was not that sort of person. Although she appeared aloof, she cherished those who treated her kindly. Su Huailian wished to spare Yi and any burdens. Just as Yean was about to press further, Su Huailian's next words caused her cheeks to flush. Roll up your shirt, and I'll apply the ointment. What? Roll what? Roll your shirt. When she hesitated, Su Huailian took a couple of steps closer with the medicine. What's wrong? Aren't you going to apply the ointment? Is it about whether or not to apply it? The injury was on her back, meaning applying the ointment would require exposing her upper body, and while her back was one thing, the awkwardness was I can do it myself. I don't want to trouble you, uncle. Yean reached for the ointment, but Su Huailian pulled it away. Can you perform acrobatics? He questioned disapprovingly. How will you apply the ointment on your back by yourself? But you shouldn't be the one to do it. Yean cried internally. Facing an adult male, she could not bring herself to expose her upper body for him to apply medicine. As she remained conflicted, Su Huailian, unwilling to wait any longer, firmly pressed her down onto the bed. The cool air brushed against her lower back as her shirt was forcibly lifted. Stop fussing. I want tea. Look. Aunt Fong isn't here tonight. I'll leave once the ointment is applied. He understood her concerns. This was not a bad thing, and being cautious was always wise. However, the circumstances did not permit it. If he weren't the one applying it, it would have to be Uncle Zhong. Deep down, he preferred not to involve other men. After all, Yean had grown up under his watch. He had a paternal instinct towards her. Applying ointment didn't seem too outrageous, did it? The only younger person he interacted with was Su Wang. Thinking of it that way made it seem entirely reasonable. Wait, just a moment. Su Huailian was too insistent. It seemed inevitable that the ointment would be applied tonight. Yean's ears burned red as she turned her face away from him, her voice softening. You turn around. I'll do it myself. Looking down at the girl he had pinned to the bed with one hand, Su Huailian felt a shameful flutter in his heart, realizing his own desires. He quickly withdrew his hand, awkwardly turning his back. You do it yourself. His gaze darkened as he fidgeted with his cufflinks, feeling a surge of irritation. Could it be that he had truly become a beast? I'm done. Her timid voice trembled from behind him. Su Huailian turned to see Yean's back, as smooth as jade, adorned with a patch of bruises that only enhanced its beauty. His expression soured immediately upon seeing the marks on her skin. His features hardened. Eyes cold as ice, displeasure etched across his face. The intense gaze made Yean uncomfortable, and she trembled slightly, asking, What's wrong? Nothing. He spoke with an unreadable tone, and she heard only the rustling of movements. The cool ointment was applied, filling the room with its herbal scent. It was worth praising the ointment. Its cooling effect alleviated the searing pain, causing her to nearly moan in relief. Clenching her teeth, the redness in her ears only intensified rather than fading with time. Su Huailian's fingers glided over her back, and the atmosphere grew uncomfortably intimate. A deep blush spread from her ears to her neck, creeping up to her cheeks, transforming her into a lobster freshly steamed. As he applied the ointment, He noticed not only the bruises inflicted by Lin Muching, but also many faint scars crisscrossing her back, barely visible unless one looked closely. Once the ointment was applied, Su Huailin finally gathered the courage to ask, "How did you get these scars?" Once the ointment was finished, Yean hastily pulled her shirt down, casually replying, "I was punished for mistakes at the Lin family, and over time, the cosmetic repairs left scars." "Lin Chuan hit you?" Su Huailin recalled the confrontation at the school gate, and his expression darkened. "No, these were inflicted by Lin Wenbin and Fu Yao." She did not take Su Huailin's inquiry to heart, merely considering it a casual question. Su Huailin nodded, rearranging her blanket, and jokingly suggested, "Wouldn't it be nice to have a chance to strike back?" When Yean cast a curious glance his way, he simply smiled, ruffled her hair, and did not pursue the topic further, as if it were a mere offhand remark. "The matter you entrusted to me last time has been taken care of. Just give a nod, and Lin Shi's search for a hired gun will be exposed." "So soon?" Yean exclaimed in surprise, immediately making a decision. Right now? Lin Muching had genuinely angered her this time. They could cause her trouble, but they ought not to harm those close to her. To attack an enemy, one must strike at their vulnerable points, inflicting pain. Lin Muching's weakness was glaringly apparent. If Lin Shi was displeased, it was only natural that Lin Muching would not be in high spirits either. Chapter 39. Today. "You deserve everything that happens to you." Lin Xingyi had verbally promised not to employ the entertainment industry's tactics against Yean, yet he promptly sent a message to his assistant, Xiao Qiao. At this moment, with the esports championship buzzing in the spotlight, if not now, when? Unfortunately, Yean was thinking along the same lines. Instances of academic dishonesty among college students were not uncommon, and with the Lin family exerting pressure, the matter had seemingly dissipated. However, Lin Shi had participated in the competition, and her persona as a female esports player, coupled with her temperamental antics on the field, was sufficient to draw attention. Su Huailin acted swiftly. By the time Assistant Xiao Qiao was preparing to disseminate negative news about Yean, trending topics were already saturated with accusations regarding Lin Shi seeking a proxy player. "Brother Xing, you should check the trending topics. The internet is rife with discussions about Miss Lin Shi's search for a proxy player, and it has come to light that she is your sister. Your detractors have begun to exploit this situation to tarnish your reputation. If this matter continues unchecked, it could inevitably affect you." When Assistant Xiao Qiao's call reached Lin Xingyi, he nearly doubted his ears. What? Lin Shi was being criticized? If he recalled correctly, wasn't he this orchestrated by elder brother? How could it have gone awry? Lin Xingyi's gaze momentarily faltered as he recalled a name, Su Huailin. If he had a hand in this affair, merely relying on elder brother's influence would indeed be insufficient. Intrigued, he found the situation growing more entertaining. For now, let the tasks at hand pause. He was far more curious about how Lin Shi would respond. Simultaneously, Lin Shi received a call from Jingmei, succinctly conveying the ultimatum that she must voluntarily withdraw from school. Of course, should she refuse, Jingmei would resort to coercive measures. "Ah, Yean, you vile creature." The phone crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Lin Shi's expression darkened, her emotions teetering on the edge of fury, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Su Huailin's intervention was undoubtedly precise, and given her performance during the autumn championship, which had already attracted a considerable amount of criticism, this was akin to a ship capsizing in murky waters, leaving her with no defense. Jingmei would undoubtedly not tolerate this for long. The pressing matter at hand was to clarify the rumors surrounding her search for a proxy. Who could assist her? The fourth brother was out of the question. The second brother had urgent matters at the lab and would be unavailable for the time being, and her parents were currently on a business trip in Lin Province. Among the remaining options, Lin Shi hesitated briefly before deciding to seek help from Lin Chuan. At the Jingshan Villa, Yean had just awakened, having slept through to nearly noon, dispelling the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days. The efficacy of Su Huailin's medication was quite remarkable. The pain in her back had significantly lessened overnight, allowing her to move about without issue. Naturally, the most delightful news was the bank notification confirming the deposit of her autumn championship prize money, with a prize pool of 70 million. And with the God team comprising only 7 members, Su Wang had graciously declined his share, allowing them to divide the total amongst themselves. With over 10 million secured, she could finally take the first steps toward establishing her own club. Gleefully reviewing the message multiple times, Yean finally set her phone down and descended the stairs. Upon entering the dining room, she noticed the table was laid with food that had clearly been prepared by someone else. "Fang Ai, has someone been here?" "Oh, Littlin. You're up. It's Xiao Lin. He didn't leave last night, but stayed here to rest. I was going to call you down for lunch." but he insisted on letting you sleep and ate first, saying he would prepare another meal for you when you woke. Xiaolin had stayed over at Jingshan. Yean's gaze flickered with surprise, taken aback by this revelation. Is he still here? She inquired with a touch of eagerness. Initially planning to discuss the club with Su Huilin after the celebration banquet for the Autumn Championship, hoping to enlist him as an investor. If Su Huilin were present, it would save her considerable hassle. Lin Muching had imparted a crucial lesson. True strength lies in self-empowerment. Even with Su Wang in attendance, Lin Muching had dared to make a move, revealing that the latter's title merely served as a shield, lacking any substantial influence. However, upon Su Huilin's arrival, Lin Muching had been soundly defeated, left with no choice but to endure the humiliation. He should be in the study. Lin Chuan was not at home, as he was at the office. Standing at the company's reception, she felt an unusual sense of unease. Since that last encounter when her elder brother had inquired about the tie, they had not been in contact. To this day, she remained unaware if he had any inkling of the situation. She had barely responded before he had sent her away. Furrowing her brow, she nervously fiddled with her clothing, her gaze darting amidst the front desk's inquisitive stares before finally stepping into the elevator leading directly to the president's office on the top floor. Elder brother. After days of relentless work, Lin Chuan's attention momentarily drifted as he heard her call, his gaze wandering toward the entrance. Upon recognizing her, a fleeting disappointment crossed his eyes, quickly followed by a furrowed brow. What are you doing here? He asked, his tone laced with impatience. She bit her lip, shock evident in her eyes, as she seemed to be reconfirming his demeanor. Was her elder brother irritated with her? And who was he looking for just now? Yean? A flurry of questions swirled in her mind, her lips trembling with suppressed emotion, her eyes glistening with resentment. It was only when Lin Chuan pressed her again that she snapped back to reality, her head bowed in dejection as she pitifully uttered, Elder brother. Have you seen your phone? The proxy player you found for me has betrayed me, and Jingmei is compelling me to withdraw from school. What should I do now? This matter should have been known only to family. Perhaps Xiao Qiao was somewhat aware. Was it possible that? Or could it simply be that the person had no sense of propriety? She kept her head lowered, discreetly gauging Lin Chuan's expression. This situation had inevitably entangled the Lin family, and she intended to steer her elder brother's thoughts toward Yean, even if not for her sake. Wouldn't he be upset with Yean's ignorance of propriety for the family's sake? She speculated, but regrettably, Lin Chuan was no longer the indulgent brother who had allowed her to act without restraint, hoping to teach Yean a lesson. A cold scoff escaped his lips. Upon raising her gaze, she found Lin Chuan looking at her with sheer disdain. Are you implying that it was Yean who orchestrated your search for a proxy player? With her motives so openly exposed, Lin's eyes darted around, a profound unease settling in her heart. What did her elder brother mean by that? Lin Chuan's brow deepened further. How could he have treated Yean so poorly in the past? In comparison to Lin's malicious and deceitful nature, Yean's kindness and sincerity had always been directed toward them. How had he been so blind? If you possessed the capability, you wouldn't be facing these troubles now. What has transpired today is entirely your own doing. Lin's pupils dilated, her expression one of shock and disbelief. Her elder brother was indeed blaming her. He had the audacity to say such things to her. This unprecedented treatment left her furious. How dare Lin Chuan speak to her in such a manner? Wasn't it he who had failed to secure a reliable proxy? A torrent of negative emotions surged within her, and she cried out in anguish, yes, I deserve this. I am not as good as Yean. But if you hadn't sent her to study fine arts in the first place, none of this would have happened. The opportunity to attend Jingmei was granted by the fourth brother, and you were the one who found the proxy. Why do you cast the blame on me? She felt no sense of wrongdoing. Throughout this ordeal, she had merely expressed her opinions and had not compelled anyone to act against their will, had she? All of this was at the behest of the Lin family. Lin Chuan was incredulous. He hadn't anticipated that she viewed all their efforts as mere obligations. He found himself both amused and exasperated, questioning whether she truly understood the implications of her actions. In truth, after spending over a decade in each other's company, they had developed a bond, and yet, he had initially believed that her reluctance to part with the affection of her parents and brothers was merely a manifestation of typical jealousy that girls often exhibit, and thus he chose to turn a blind eye to her grievances, compounded by his intention to educate Yean, accommodating her every whim. However, he never anticipated that all those years of indulgence would come to be regarded as a matter of course in Lin's eyes. With a cold expression, Lin Chuan gazed at her, declaring, If you believe that our kindness has harmed you, then do not seek me out again. Leave at once." The moment those words escaped his lips, Linshi immediately regretted her impulsiveness. Why had she failed to exercise patience? Before she could express her apologies, Lin Chuan's brusque command ignited her temper once more. "If you wish to leave, then so be it. I still have my parents and my second brother," she thought defiantly. "Eldest brother, do not come to regret this." Chapter 40. The establishment of a club to study was empty when Yean pushed open the door, finding no trace of Su Huiling. "Uncle?" This was her first time entering the study, and after glancing around, it seemed devoid of presence. As she stepped further inside, she noticed scattered cigarettes on the desk. Su Huiling smokes. It was hard to believe that such a refined and elegant individual would indulge in such a habit. To her, Su Huiling embodied the image of a gentleman, possessing grace and poise in equal measure. She had always imagined him seated in a tea room, dressed in traditional attire. Surrounded by incense, this revelation was indeed surprising. Yean picked up an unlit cigarette from the desk and brought it to her nose for a sniff. The scent was not unpleasant, leaning towards a fragrance favored by women. Children shouldn't smoke. A large, fair hand descended from behind her, taking the cigarette from her grasp. Turning around, she found herself locked in the depths of Su Huiling's calm, profound gaze, which, at that moment, rippled with something unspoken. With the desk behind her and him in front, she felt ensnared within his embrace, panic rising on her face. The way he towered over her evoked memories of the previous night, her bare back against the bed, blushing as she turned her head, her eyes filled with shyness. Much like now, under his control, Su Huiling swallowed, his gaze darkening, instinctively inching closer, a primal awareness of danger creeping into Yean's consciousness. Uncle?" She ventured hesitantly. Su Huiling braced himself against the desk, veins prominent on the back of his hand, as if suppressing something. He clenched the cigarette between his lips while his other hand retrieved a metallic lighter from the desk and pressed it into Yean's palm. "Light it for me." Trapped in this confined space, surrounded by his presence, she felt overwhelmed, the air thick with his scent, pulling her into the vortex that was Su Huiling. The coldness of the lighter jolted her back to reality, prompting her to push the man above her away. Su Huiling smiled, retreating slightly as he took the lighter from her hand, lighting his own cigarette. The metallic clink brought him back to composure, suppressing the lingering desires within. "Speak. What brings you here?" He exhaled the smoke, obscuring his features momentarily, having only taken a single puff, the remainder held loosely in his hand. Yean straightened herself, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. "I wish to invest in a club." Su Huiling raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by her proposition, as it lacked originality. "Indeed." Aside from the brief rivalry posed by the affluent Su Wang, who had thrown money at the establishment of God to contend with the league's long-standing teams, the sports landscape had remained largely unchanged. Currently, the most talked-about game was Honor, and establishing an esports club centered around it was an essential endeavor. This is merely the first step. There are whispers that Honor and several other games will be included in the Olympics, becoming official competition events. If this comes to pass, esports will witness a peak period. Now is the perfect time to enter, Yean asserted confidently. Su Huiling regarded her with approval. "Surely, your thoughts extend beyond this?" While he may not be well-versed in gaming, he was astute in matters of capital. With her words, he gleaned her intentions, using God as a springboard to enter the realm of Honor, establishing an esports club. It was indeed a commendable idea. God was currently trending, and with proper management and a couple of championships, becoming the next and was not an unattainable dream. Have you ever considered the live broadcasts of certain competitions? Suppose there exists a platform allowing fans to connect with their idols for face-to-face interactions. Do you think people would be willing to pay for that? Or perhaps a platform without barriers, allowing ordinary individuals to showcase and market themselves? Yean elaborated on her vision, inspired by the short video streaming platforms that would later explode in popularity. Very intriguing, just from hearing her ideas. Su Huiling could already envision the substantial profits that could arise if these concepts were actualized. Moreover, the potential for derivative ventures was vast, each one promising remarkable returns. There's promise. Seeing Su Huiling's interest peak, Yean pressed on. With God's current championship title, we can launch the club alongside the software, enabling team members to stream first and generate buzz. Once we attract traffic and more individuals desire to showcase themselves on our platform, that traffic transforms into both product and clientele, an ongoing cycle that creates its own ecosystem. As the platform's operators, we merely need to maintain order. It was crucial to note that in her previous life, Such platforms not only captivated the nation, but also attracted various governmental agencies for promotion. Su Huilin had no intention of dismissing her proposal. Should it fail, it would merely serve as a lesson. Yet, from a business perspective, he was quite willing to invest in this plan presented before him. He extinguished his cigarette. What do you wish for me to do? Money, I need funds. Yean was straightforward. The prize pool of over 10 million for the tournament would barely cover the operational costs of a god team. Establishing the club and purchasing a tournament seat would require a significant investment. As far as she knew, seats for honor typically traded between 6,000 to 8,000. And she had no funds. Her candidness elicited an involuntary smile from Su Huilin. Many sought his investment. Yet this was the first time he encountered such a forthright and rational individual. He agreed readily. Fine, I'll provide whatever amount you require. But I want 30% of the equity, not only in the club you're about to establish, but also in the software you intend to develop. 30% was not a trivial sum, yet it remained within her realm of acceptance. After a moment's hesitation, Yean nodded in agreement. Securing 30% equity in exchange for the unlimited financial backing of the Su family and their esteemed name was undoubtedly advantageous. Without this funding, she would struggle to take even the first step. I will contact the finance department. The funds will be available by tomorrow. Once the money was secured, her next task was to negotiate with Su Wang, as he was currently the owner of God. Then I shall not disturb you any longer, uncle. Yean complied, leaving while ensuring the door was closed behind her. Once she departed, the study fell into a profound silence. Su Huilin lowered his gaze, fiddling with the lighter, its flame flickering erratically, mirroring the unrest within its owner. TSK. Su Huilin, are you truly becoming less human? His earlier interaction with Yean lingered, a displeased sound escaping his lips when his phone rang. Speak. Hey, old Su, your tone seems off. Are your desires unfulfilled? The call was from Zhou Jiai, who, upon sensing Su Huilin's mood, felt elated. Never mind, hang up. Wait, Gu'er has been released. Let's gather the brothers for a reunion. Surely, you can oblige? Feeling a need for release himself, Su Huilin tightened his grip on the phone. Address? Night intervals. Understood. Su Huilin hesitated, discomfort evident in his voice. By the way, do you still have that book you mentioned about the 360 strategies for raising a daughter? Send me a copy. Zhou Jiai chuckled, surprised that old Su had remembered his offhand comment. Of course, I'll send it right away. As soon as the call ended, Zhou Jiai retrieved a document titled 360 Strategies for the Overbearing CEO to Pamper His Wife, modified the title, and sent it to Su Huilin. Chapter 41. What should Lin Shi do about Lin Chuan's return? Upon returning to the Lin family home, Lin Shi paced anxiously in the living room, filled with regret over her recent temper tantrum with Lin Chuan. With her second brother unreachable by phone, her parents absent, and her elder brother unwilling to assist her, she felt utterly alone. Opening her phone, she was met with a barrage of disparaging remarks. Unbeknownst to her, rumors had circulated that she had seized a coveted spot in the capital, taking it from Yean. Lin Shi felt as though she were losing her mind. She had always been the cherished princess of the Lin family, never before subjected to such scorn. What has become of our little princess? Lin Xingyi mused, leaning against the stair railing, his devilishly handsome face radiating a captivating smile as he observed her. A shiver ran through Lin Shi. She deliberately avoided Lin Xingyi whenever possible, for he was the one she feared most in this household. Before her third brother, she always felt as though he could see right through her. No matter her actions, he regarded her with an expression of admiration, sometimes even encouraging her mischief. Biting her lip, Lin Shi recognized that her last glimmer of hope rested with Lin Xingyi. He was well versed in the intricacies of the online world, and if he were willing to lend her assistance, her troubles regarding the hired gun could be resolved with ease. Third brother, I've encountered some troubling matters. Could you assist me? Lin Shi raised her head, exposing her vulnerable neck, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she presented herself in a deliberately fragile manner, hoping to sway him. Lin Xingyi chuckled softly, descending the stairs, extending his hand to gently tuck her disheveled hair behind her ear. Of course, I shall help you. You are my most beloved little sister. A wave of relief washed over Lin Shi at his willingness to help. However, Lin Xingyi's expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. But you know, dear sister, as a public figure, I face certain limitations in my actions. Nonetheless, you need not worry. I will devise a plan to assist you. Devise a plan. Lin Shi's eyes widened in confusion, uncertain of Lin Xingyi's intentions. His exquisitely handsome face bore a mischievous grin as he spoke in a low, enticing tone. Yean has become quite formidable, but those around her lack her capabilities. If something scandalous were to arise concerning her close associates, it could lead others to believe they are all cut from the same cloth. Lin Xingyi's words conjured several faces in Lin Shi's mind. Those who were currently close to Yean and could be easily manipulated. But, third brother, she hesitated, her gaze faltering. A single finger pressed gently against her lips, and Lin Xingyi's smile was enough to send fans into a frenzy. How could our little princess face this alone? Although I may be unable to offer direct assistance, I have already informed Mother of the recent developments. She should be returning shortly. As if summoned by fate, Lin Mu, their mother, rushed through the door, enveloping Lin Shi in a tight embrace. My dear, why did you not tell me you were facing such distress? Had it not been for your third brother, I would have remained oblivious to your suffering. That Yean, what has she done to deserve such cruelty? What grievance does our family hold against her? She left home of her own accord and has now turned against you. I say your father was too lenient with her when he disciplined her. The temperament she developed in the orphanage has not changed one bit. Cradled in her mother's arms, Lin Shi lowered her gaze, feigning innocence as she fought back tears. Mother, why have you returned? I didn't want to trouble you. Really, I'm fine. Her disjointed words only deepened her mother's concern. My dear Shi, how could you be so obedient? You suffer in silence, fearing to disturb us, even when mistreated. Casting Lin Xingyi a look of approval, their mother praised him for having alerted her to Lin Shi's plight. With a subtle smile, Lin Xingyi added, actually, she did reach out to our elder brother, but he seemed more inclined to assist Yean. At this revelation, their mother's anger flared. Has he truly turned against us? Who does he think he is to prioritize that ingrate over his own sister? In that moment, she failed to recognize that the ingrate she spoke of was, in fact, her biological daughter. Fueled by maternal instincts, she was furious with her son for not aiding his adopted sister while defending his biological sister. Understanding the implications of Lin Xingyi's earlier words, Lin Shi realized that their elder brother's reluctance to help would be overridden by their mother's insistence. Wiping her tears, she urged, Mother, please don't be angry with him. He has surely just been swamped with work lately. Her words only fueled their mother's ire. What could be more important than his own sister? Without hesitation, she made a phone call. Lin Chuan, return home immediately. Upon receiving the call, Lin Chuan comprehended that their mother had rushed home specifically due to Lin Shi's situation. He recalled that their father had attended a banquet celebrating an old friend's late-life child, which was why their parents had left the capital. Mom, I have matters to attend to. I'll explain everything when I return, he replied, feeling a headache coming on. Unless the company is going bankrupt. You need to return right now. Their mother dismissed his protest, interpreting it as a mere excuse. With her brows furrowed, she insisted he come home. Reluctantly, Lin Chuan acquiesced. And his business partner, sensing his discomfort, suggested, if you have family matters to attend to, we can postpone our discussion until next time. Apologies, Mr. Wang. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Lin Chuan replied. As he departed, Lin Zhe, Lin Chuan's assistant, approached with a rehearsed smile. Mr. Wang, how about we shift our collaboration from Lin's company to Sue's instead? Meanwhile, at the renowned Langfan Hotel in Jingxia, the entire God team gathered for a meal. Originally, they had planned to celebrate their victory in the autumn championships together, but Lin Mu's unexpected arrival had disrupted their plans. Phoenix, are you feeling all right? Asked the top laner. Nuo Yen, with concern. I'm fine now, Yean replied with a smile, assuring them she was unscathed. However, I owe you all an apology for nearly jeopardizing your success due to my personal grievances. The timid Xiao Yang, who had faced Lin Mu's wrath, waved his hands dismissively. It's no big deal. It's our fault for not protecting you better. Captain, now that we've won the autumn championship, doesn't that mean our next goal is to clinch the annual finals? Xiao Yang exclaimed excitedly, his youthful exuberance evident. They were all just budding youths, hardly able to fathom their rapid ascent to victory. Su Wang glanced at Yean, recalling their earlier meeting before this gathering, during which they had discussed various matters. Yean, known as Phoenix, had only signed on for the autumn season finals. As soon as he mentioned this, a chill swept through the dining table. Phoenix, you're leaving? Not going to compete anymore? Questioned the marksman, Yu Liang. Before Yean could respond, Xiao Yang interjected, no. We've only just started. We still have many championships to win together. Nuo Yen remained silent, but his intense gaze on Yean spoke volumes. With her head bowed, Yean murmured, I'm sorry, but I'll be taking my college entrance exams next year, so I won't be able to compete anymore. As she began to speak, the marksman erupted in frustration, cursing. So today is our farewell party, then? Ruan Yu, who had been somewhat disengaged, finally looked over, his expression conflicted. as though he wished to persuade her to stay. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yean burst into laughter, followed by Su Wang. All right, stop scaring them. What I mean is, I want to be competing, but I never said I would be leaving God. Yean smiled helplessly. Your former boss, Su Wang, has bundled you all together, including himself, and sold you to me. I secured the investment and acquired the position of the Alliance TE team along with the mid-laner. From now on, the God team will officially belong to the God Club. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Yean, also known as Phoenix, and I will be your boss from this moment forward. Chapter 42. Wan Yu's anomaly. So, Phoenix. Oh no, Xiaoan, means she has purchased the team and established a club? Xiaoyang gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Even with the captain offering a friendly price, their value after winning the championship is not insignificant. Not to mention the captain himself. Phoenix, did you invest all your winnings? Xiaoyang struggled to articulate her disbelief. Moonlight smacked Xiaoyang on the head, exclaiming, Are you foolish? Didn't T. Phoenix mention buying a position and securing investors? The combined worth of these individuals likely pales in comparison to the value of the position. Xiaoyang groaned, covering her head and glaring at her support partner. I'm just shocked. I never expected our captain to be a wealthy heir, or rather, a top-tier one. Yet, no one told me Xiaoan had such prowess. Rest assured, the funds are ample. The contract is being drafted, and the new agreements will be in your hands by tomorrow at the latest. Once you confirm there are no issues and sign, the money will be promptly transferred to your accounts. Yean methodically recited the necessary details. The atmosphere brimmed with camaraderie, as they had trained together and secured the championship, fostering mutual trust. Then we can look forward to our boss Xiao and treating us to fine dining. The mood was jubilant, with Yi and smile radiating sincerity. But don't just look at me. It depends on how you perform. Laughter and joy filled the dining table, yet Wan Yu remained unusually silent. Even as they prepared to leave, Wan Yu was the first to decline Xiaoyang's invitation to continue the evening at KTV, stating, I want to be going. I have matters to attend to. After saying this, she hailed a taxi and left in haste. Yean squinted at Wan Yu's departing figure. Xiaoyu lives in the urban village, and that direction seems off. I want to be going either. Following suit, Yean called for a cab, instructing the driver to follow. Lin Chuan had barely steadied himself upon returning home when a glass water cup was hurled at him, narrowly missing as he sidestepped. The cup shattered at his feet. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Chuan wore a helpless expression. Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'd like to ask you the same. Taking advantage of our absence to bully Sheer. Lin Chuan, you truly have some nerve. Fu Yao's face was ashen with fury, her eyes glaring. Lin Chuan was baffled, confusion clouding his gaze. Had he bullied Lin Shi? When had he ever done so? Was not helping her equivalent to bullying? Moreover, was it necessary for him to return home over such trivialities? Couldn't it have been discussed later? Previously, a collaboration with the Su family had fallen through due to that night when he and his father stormed Jing Mountain. Recently, the Su family had been subtly undermining them. After finally making some progress on a new project, his mother's interference could jeopardize everything. Mom, can you be reasonable? I don't care what you intend to do. Just hurry up and resolve the issues online. Fu Yao's expression was filled with anger, completely dismissing Lin Chuan's protests. Fu Yao's refusal to listen infuriated Lin Chuan, yet despite his frustration, he could not voice it, forcing himself to endure. This feeling of being unable to articulate his thoughts was incredibly stifling, for no matter what he said, no one would take heed. His mother only desired a result, one she envisioned. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chuan's eyes momentarily widened. Was Xiaoan treated similarly in the Lin household? Regardless of her explanations, did anyone care? They only wanted to see the outcome they desired. No, her situation was 100 times more tragic than his. At least his mother merely chastised him, while Yean had to face the contempt and blame of the entire family, and worse. She might even be subjected to physical harm. Feeling a tightness in his chest, Lin Chuan heard Fu Yao continuing. Did you hear what I said? Frustration bubbled within him. I understand. I will handle the online issues. With that, he turned on his heel and left the Lin household without looking back. Fu Yao's expression twisted slightly with anger at his dismissive attitude. Are they all rebelling now? Nightlife? Yean stood at the entrance, gazing up at the sign. Is this a nightclub? What is Xiaoyu doing here? She was aware of this establishment, a renowned nightclub in Jingxia, reputed to be a playground for bored young masters of affluent families, operating on a membership basis, inaccessible to the general public. She had once accompanied Lin Xingyi here after a family dispute, attempting to persuade him to return home, only to find herself intoxicated and hospitalized with a perforated stomach. Yet, even that did not deter Lin Shi's plea, "Big brother, let us go home." Moreover, her hospital visit had attracted media attention, leading to Lin Xingyi's scolding in the hospital. Regaining her composure, Yean messaged Su Wang, using his identity to gain entry. Though it was still early, the nightclub was bustling with patrons. Wealthy individuals had no set hours and arrived as they pleased. Yean trailed Wanyu, watching her weave through the crowd until she vanished from sight. Concerned for her safety, Yean hurriedly sought information in the direction Wanyu had disappeared. Unbeknownst to her, two individuals entered the venue after she had merged with the throng, one exuding an air of nonchalance, the other radiating cool sophistication. Su Huailin's gaze swept across the room, then halted abruptly, his brow furrowing. What is she doing here? Who? Zhou Jiai, with his arm draped over Su Huailin's shoulder, followed his line of sight. Little Yezi, what? What is this young girl doing here? Could it be a mistake? Su Huailin's frown deepened. It's impossible to be mistaken. As he spoke, he shrugged off Zhou Jiai's arm and made a search for her. Hey, it won't be easy to find her now. Let me check the surveillance first. We should head to the private room. Guerre is still waiting for us. We'll check on the young lady once we have news. Zhou Jiai quickly detained him. Suspecting Su Huailin's infatuation had clouded his judgment, dismissing the likelihood of the girl being able to enter. Caught between his friend's insistence and his concern for Yean, Su Huailin hesitated, ultimately conceding to Zhou Jiai's suggestion. Yean's inquiries were met with some fortune as she managed to catch a young male server. I remember the person you mentioned. They went to room 1005. Thank you. Wait, you look like a student. I advise you not to go in there. The clientele in that room engages in unsavory business. If you enter, it might be difficult to leave. Thank you for the warning, but my friend is still inside. Yean sincerely expressed her gratitude, yet resolved to proceed. Xiaoyu had been restless during the gathering. If anything truly happened, she would not inform them, as it would complicate matters. This heightened her urgency to act. She feared for Xiaoyu's safety. As her anxiety escalated, Yean quickened her pace. When the team submitted the final roster for the championship, she recognized Xiaoyu's ID, Universe, and the memories flooded back. In her previous life, while assisting Lin Shibai's team, the most memorable opponent was the coach known as Universe. No wonder she and T recognized her. Xiaoyu had disguised herself as a man, going by the name Wan Jun. In her past life, Yean had T delved deeply into Universe's background, merely knowing of her formidable prowess, which had caused Yean considerable distress. Even if there were no personal ties, from a standpoint of self-interest, she could not allow something to happen to such an outstanding coach. With a sudden push, she flung open the door to the private room. And upon witnessing the scene within, Yean's eyes sparked with urgency. Xiaoyu. Chapter 43. A dangerous encounter. The dimly lit private room was filled with the echoes of a man's lewd laughter. Wanyu collapsed onto the floor, one hand clutching a bottle of liquor while the other lay weakly on the glass coffee table, surrounded by 5 or 6 empty bottles. Her oversized t-shirt was being tugged down by a lascivious hand, exposing a significant portion of her smooth shoulder, yet she remained oblivious to it. Only when she heard the sound of the door being kicked did her drooping head respond, mechanically turning to face the source, struggling to open her eyes. Her once clear, brilliant gaze was now clouded and dazed. Seated on the sofa facing the door was a burly man with a jagged scar across his face, appearing to be in his 50s. Kneeling at his feet was a battered man, weeping profusely. Brother Chen, you can't do this. Please spare my sister. I'll give you 10 million. Just let us go. The man referred to as Brother Chen responded without hesitation, kicking the kneeling man on the head, grinding his foot into half of his face with a mocking glint in his eyes. So, you thought one sister wasn't enough to repay your debts, and brought another? The closest lackey, quick to act, shoved Yean into the room and promptly closed the door, seemingly approving of Wan Jun's brashness. This girl is prettier than the one on the floor, haha. The laughter that followed was laden with ominous implications. Brother Chen joined in, his voice booming. Once I've had my fill, I'll let you both go. Yean stepped back, grasping her collar, her brow furrowing in distress. She regretted her reckless intrusion that had placed her in such peril. A simple warning to Su Wang would have sufficed. Wanyu, slumped on the ground, finally regained a fragment of her senses. Seeing Yean, her pupils constricted, and she mustered the strength to rise, brandishing the bottle as a weapon against the man who had been groping her. If you dare touch her, I'll fight you. Wan Jun, who had just been begging for mercy, wailed at the sight of his sister confronting Brother Chen's men, his tone shifting to panic. You can't do this, Xiaoyu. How can you act against Brother Chen's men? Apologize quickly. We can plead for mercy again. He truly did not want to witness his sister being bullied. Yet he feared incurring Brother Chen's wrath even more. Ruan Yu stood protectively in front of her, and Yean reached out, offering her support while silently asking for clarification on the situation. My brother gambled and owes them money. Ruan Yu bit her lip, turning her head away, unable to meet Yean's gaze. Throughout her schooling, she had often kept to herself, largely due to her family circumstances. Was her family unkind to her? Not particularly, but it could hardly be described as a safe haven. Her brother was a gambler, having accrued debts from loan sharks, yet he remained unrepentant. Still, he would return home late at night bearing treats for her, stand up for her when she was bullied, and drunkenly apologize, asking her not to worry about him. Their parents were somewhat traditional, always favoring their son over their daughter, even when he had become a total failure. Unwilling to let go even at the expense of their daughter. Yet, they remembered her preferences. Her mother would prepare her favorite dishes, and her father always brought home little toys and snacks to cheer her up. Ruan Yu found it impossible to sever ties with her family, instead opting to find a way to rescue them together. Brother Chun, witnessing one of his men being attacked, showed no anger, maintaining an air of frivolity. Sister, don't be upset. We're all civilized here. You owe money, and your brother just thought to let you drink a bit to settle the debt. 10,000 per bottle, that has profit for you. You seem unable to finish your drinks, but as long as you repay the debt, we can discuss this further. Brother Chin's sinister smile revealed his intent. He recognized that the girl who had intruded held little worth. Wait, Xiao Yu just won over 10 million in prize money, and hasn't he cleared her debts yet? Yean's frown deepened. It was implausible for Ruan Yu's family to borrow such a sum, even in gambling. Ruan Yu tightened her grip on the bottle, resembling a cornered beast. Fierce and desperate, you shamelessly lent my brother 3 million. I've already given you over 10 million. Brother Chin's demeanor darkened at her words. Sister, do you not understand? When I lent your brother money, it accrued interest. That 10 million is just the interest. We still have 300,000 in principal. His scarred face twisted with a mocking grin. He relished in her distress. Ruan Yu was ready to argue further when Yean grasped her sleeve, shaking her head silently. Don't confront them directly. If it were merely a financial matter, it would be manageable. She still had funds. We must leave this place first. Yean took a moment to steady herself, carefully feeling for her phone in her pocket. Brother Chen, it seems my friend owes you 3 million. I can cover that. Brother Chen readily agreed. Transfer the funds now, and then we can discuss matters further. Just to clarify, this does not mean you can leave. You're breaking your word. Ruan Yu protested. Sister, please refrain from speaking out of turn. Did I ever say that paying off your debt would allow you to leave? Moreover, you injured my man. We must settle that account as well. Brother Chun stroked his chin, gesturing to the remaining bottles on the table. Given that you're all young ladies, I won't make it too difficult. You've consumed 7 out of 10 bottles. Finish the remaining 3, and then you can go. Of course, if you're unable to leave afterward, I can always lend a hand. He chuckled, knowing that the potent liquor would incapacitate the young girl, leaving him free to do as he pleased. As soon as he finished speaking, his lackeys approached Yean with bottles in hand, clearly disregarding her willingness to comply. In a nearby room, Su Huailin's phone lay abandoned on the sofa, the music drowning out the ringing. Upon returning from the restroom, he noticed a missed call. Yean, she seldom called him, which could only mean trouble. Meanwhile, a server approached Zhou Jiai, his expression grave. Mr. Zhou, the girl you asked us to investigate has indeed arrived and is currently in room 1005, which has been reserved by Brother Chun for the night. Zhou Jiai's face paled at the mention of Brother Chun, a known loan shark. Su Huailin, seizing his coat, rushed out in haste. Chapter 44, Disliking Lin Shi. Only loving you her eyes, once clear, now veiled with a misty haze, her mind increasingly heavy as the alcohol dragged her consciousness into an abyss. Yean was forcibly made to consume 2 bottles of liquor. Despite her struggles, she had still ingested a considerable amount. With her poor tolerance for alcohol, 2 bottles of spirits were overwhelming, let alone a single glass. Ruan Yu attempted to intervene, but she had already consumed enough to make standing a feat in itself. Chen Ba's henchmen merely held her hands, and she found it difficult to break free. Kneeling on the ground, Yean coughed incessantly, her throat parched, yearning for water. The world around her grew ever more blurred and indistinct. Biting her tongue, she forced herself to remain alert, clinging to the hope of one more bottle. The metallic taste of blood and pain jolted her momentarily awake, sweat beading on her forehead. She had to endure. If she fell, both she and Xiao Yu would surely meet their doom here. Breathless, she glared fiercely at Chen Ba, her sudden ferocity startling him for a moment. Realizing he had been intimidated by a mere girl, Chun-Ba cursed under his breath, urging his lackey to pour her the last bottle, eager to see just how resilient she truly was. The henchman approached with the final bottle, and truth be told, she looked a mess, kneeling, struggling to stay upright. Half drenched in alcohol, her ponytail disheveled and hair sticking to her face. Just as the bottle was brought to her lips, the door to the private room was kicked open once more. Before anyone could react, the henchman holding the bottle was sent flying. With a crash, the bottle shattered on the floor, its contents spilling out. Dazed, Yean lifted her head and recognized the man, her eyes welling with tears. Gritting her teeth, she rose to her feet and pointed at Chun-Ba, her voice filled with defiance. To hell with you. My esteemed ancestor has arrived. With that, her body weakened, and she began to slide down, but fortunately, Su Huiling caught her just in time. Zhou Jiai, following Su Huiling, initially feared for him, but upon hearing her words, felt an absurd sense of relief. This girl had a remarkably accurate perception of old Su. The cool aura surrounding Su Huiling brought her immense comfort as she nestled into his arms. This moment was timely, the girl mumbled, laced with the scent of alcohol, and Su Huiling found himself at a loss, unsure whether to be angry or amused. Holding her securely, he gazed down at her disheveled form, permeated with the stench of liquor. His eyes darkened with a storm of fury as he commanded, Su Air, take action. At his command, the two men swiftly subdued everyone in the room, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Chun-Ba, now pinned before Su Huiling, shouted, Who are you? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you know who I am? Zhou Jai leaned in, smirking, Oh yes, we know. Aren't you Chen Dog? Your young master Zhou? Chun-Ba, unfamiliar with Su Huiling but recognizing Zhou Jai, quickly realized there was a connection between Yean and Zhou Jai. Truly, a flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Young Master Zhou, I had no idea this girl was yours. Allow me to rectify this. Take all three of them, and I will return all the money. Let's just let this slide, shall we? The man, once arrogant, immediately cowered. He could not afford to provoke the Zhou family. However, Zhou Jai shook his head. You've sought the wrong person this time. My dear girl is his. Pointing at Su Huiling, he added, Let me introduce you. This is Su Huiling. Su Huiling shot Zhou Jai a glare, feeling disgruntled that Yean was referred to as his dear girl. Upon hearing Su Huiling's name, Chun-Ba's legs weakened in fear. While people in Jingxia may not recognize his face, they certainly knew his name. He had thought he was offending Zhou Jai, unaware he was up against a far more formidable entity. Why, young Master Su, I had no idea she was yours. While Zhou Jai bantered lightly with him, Su Huiling showed no mercy. He ordered, force-feed him alcohol. Don't stop until he is in the hospital for a stomach pump. Afterwards, send him in. Guer called from the other side. Just as they exited the private room, Zhou Jai glanced at his phone and addressed Su Huiling. They left abruptly without a word. Our relationship won't cause any displeasure, but there is some confusion regarding what transpired. Could you please explain? Little Yean has had too much to drink. I'll take her home. Su Huiling carried Yean directly toward the door. Within his embrace, Yean's mind grew increasingly foggy. As Su Huiling strode through the doorway, he unexpectedly collided with Su Wang. The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, each questioning, What is he doing here? Wang? Su Huiling inquired. Yean came in using my identity, he replied, realizing something was amiss and fearing trouble, which prompted his arrival. His gaze fell upon the girl nestled in Su Huiling's arms, appearing anxious, with beads of sweat dotting her forehead and flushed cheeks, the scent of alcohol wafting from her. Su Wang felt a surge of irritation. He had been too careless, assuming she could handle everything. Knowing she was a girl venturing into a nightclub, he had not questioned her enough before allowing her entry alone. A hint of regret marred his expression. It was my oversight. Su Huiling tightened his grip on her, stating, I'll take little Yean home first. The one from your team is still here. Handle it yourself. He bore no ill will towards Su Wang, offering a few words of caution before hastily departing. Barely 2 minutes into the car ride, the previously docile girl in his arms suddenly murmured, Who are you? As she spoke, her movements grew restless, brushing against him. Let go of me. Su Huiling, pained by her antics, struggled to maintain control. Don't move around. Inadvertently, he swatted her, unaware of where his hand landed. The sensation lingered in his palm. Realizing what had happened, Su Huiling's ears flushed red as he awkwardly cleared his throat, glancing down to meet her indignant gaze. You pervert. You slapped my bottom. Up front, Sui nearly lost control of the steering wheel, the sudden turn causing Su Huiling to sway, nearly knocking Yean's head. "Young Master Su." A car suddenly cut in front of us. Su felt mortified, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. The partition rose, isolating the back seat into a private space. The girl in his arms gazed at him with a fiery intensity, as if demanding an explanation lest he face her wrath. "I didn't mean to." He scratched his nose, offering a sheepish smile. "Yes, you did," Su Huiling faltered, perplexed at how this girl, intoxicated, had become so obstinate. Seeing him at a loss for words, Yean let out a triumphant hum. "I am no longer the easy-to-bully Yean of the past. Even if the Lin family comes, they won't have it easy." In her drunken state, she exhibited a childish pride, a stark contrast to her usual maturity driven by her distaste for the Lin family. "I'll let you in on a secret. If you like Lin Shi, I'll ignore you." Su Huiling silently watched her, captivated by the brilliance in her eyes. Though she smiled, his heart ached. While sober, she buried everything inside, her aversion towards the Lin family and Lin Shi forcing her to mature prematurely, hastening her growth. Now, in her inebriated state, she finally expressed all her pent-up frustrations in a mocking manner. How much suffering has she endured over the years? I reached out and gently ruffled her hair, affirming, "Indeed, I hold no affection for Lin Shi. My heart belongs solely to you." Chapter 45. A tipsy kiss. The familiar gesture left Yean momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Su Huiling's words, she chuckled foolishly, tilting her face upwards. "You look so handsome. May I kiss you?" Before Su Huiling could react, the girl in his arms suddenly sprang up and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips. Mumbling incoherently, the effects of alcohol took hold, her head tilted. And Yean collapsed into his embrace, drifting into slumber. Su Huiling, taken aback by the kiss, felt his muscles tense as he sat there in a daze. The sensation on his lips vividly reminded him of what had just transpired. His mind was blank, yet his body responded with undeniable intensity. He felt like an inexperienced youth, his heart racing uncontrollably. His throat grew dry as he swallowed hard. Tentatively, he withdrew one hand from around Yean to gently caress her cheek. Her face was flushed and warm from the alcohol. Startled, he quickly retracted his hand, his deep-set eyes swirling with unnameable emotions. After a long pause, he leaned back and closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, clarity returned. Little Leaf was merely intoxicated. Had she been sober, this incident would never have occurred. He resolved to pretend it had never happened. Meanwhile, Su Wang had just escorted the Yuan siblings home. "Wan Yu, remember, you can always speak up when you need help. We are teammates and friends." Under the flickering streetlights, Su Wang's gaze fell upon the two siblings supporting each other as they walked. Wan Yu paused momentarily. "I'll remember that." Compared to her brother Wan Jun, who was battered and bruised, she was in relatively good spirits, having merely indulged too much in drink. "By the way, who was that girl who suddenly came to our rescue today? She seemed quite formidable. And the man earlier, he must be wealthy, right?" Wan Jun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he chattered on. Even Chen Ge was intimidated by those two men. "Xiao Yu, when did you get to know such influential people? Why haven't you mentioned them to me? Xiao Yu, why are you so quiet?" After a lengthy monologue with no response, Wan Jun finally turned to his sister. "Jun, put away those thoughts. My friends are my friends. I am my own person." Wan Yu bluntly dismissed her brother's unspoken intentions. Wan Jun, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose. "I just thought I could help the family a bit, make things easier for us." He envisioned that since Xiao Yu's friends were influential, they could assist with any troubles they might encounter in the future. After all, for such individuals, it was just a matter of a few words. Borrowing some money would certainly be a trivial matter. His thoughts revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Wan Yu, well aware of her brother's nature, halted their progress toward the residential building and instead gave him a gentle shove. Wan Jun stumbled against the wall, exclaiming in surprise, "Jun, I warn you. Do not set your sights on my friends. Do you not recall your promise from last time? Are you intent on bringing ruin to our family?" After Chen Ba had been dealt with, she declared firmly, "There shall be no more gambling." "But I can't help it," Wan Jun protested. But upon catching sight of Wan Yu's cropped hair, he deflated, "I will try to restrain myself." Before he had succumbed to these bad habits, Xiao Yu, like any ordinary girl, had long hair and loved wearing dresses. Yet, after their family had fallen into trouble, he, as the older brother, had failed in his duty, leaving her to take on the role of protector. He often despised himself for his inability to resist temptation. In the stillness of the night, he had regretted and suffered innumerable times, yet he remained unchanged. "Xiao Yu, please do not be angry with your brother. I promise to buy you a cake tomorrow." Seeing her brother's cautious attempts to appease her, Yu felt a swell of emotion but remained silent, resuming her support of Jun without uttering a word. As they reached their doorstep, an unsettling quiet enveloped them. Wait, something feels off. Why is it so silent at home? In their modest building, even a raised voice could be heard throughout the entire structure. Something was wrong. The lights were still on, indicating someone was inside. A wave of unease washed over Yu as her first thought was that Chunba had sent more people to their home. She hurriedly pushed the door open, only to be taken aback by the unexpected scene inside. What was Lin Shi doing in her home? She sat on a stool, seemingly disdainful of her surroundings, even draping a bodyguard's coat beneath her. Her parents stood trembling at her side, their faces painted with a forced amiability. A bodyguard stood at the door, seemingly waiting for her return. What are you doing in my house? Yu asked warily, eyeing Lin Shi. There was no cordiality between them. Her presence here was anything but friendly. Lin Shi flashed a toothy smile, unfazed by Yu's hostility. I just learned that you are also a student at Yizhong. I came to ask for your assistance. I will not help you. Leave my house. Even without the connection to Shaoan, Yu harbored no goodwill towards Lin Shi, only disdain. Yizhong was not as prestigious as it seemed. Students were categorized into 3 types: those from powerful families, those who gained admissions solely based on merit, and those like her, who benefited from policy privileges. Among these, students like her were the most susceptible to bullying. She could never forget the initial smiles of her friends when they entered Yizhong together and the despair of one who ultimately took her own life. Clenching her fists, Yu glared at Lin Shi with increasing hostility. Xiaoyu, please be polite to Miss Lin. She mentioned that if you assist her, she can help solve Xiao Jun's debt issues, her mother urged gently. Yu's father rubbed his hands nervously, reproaching, Xiaoyu, apologize to Miss Lin. And you, Miss Lin, please do not take offense, she is just a child. For Yu's parents, the choice was too easy. One act from their daughter could resolve all their son's problems. Moreover, they had confirmed that it was not illegal. With a serene smile, Lin Shi harbored doubts in her heart. She barely knew Yu. Why did she appear so bitter? It must be that Yean had spoken ill of her. No matter, she had already thoroughly investigated this family. Their son was a gambler, and they were in dire financial straits. Manipulating such a household was effortless. Xiaoyu, I believe there may have been some misunderstanding. However, just as your parents said, if you help me with one task, I can resolve your family's troubles. Lin Shi, like a serpent tempting Adam and Eve, enticed Yu to nod in agreement. If you report Yean for cheating in the competition, I can offer you double the prize money. I could even facilitate your entry into wealth, fame, and power. She could fulfill all of Yu's desires. If she were Yu, she would undoubtedly understand how to choose. Lin Shi was confident that Yu would not refuse. Yu scoffed, in your dreams. Not only had the most significant trouble already been indirectly resolved by Shaoan, but even without that, she would never assist Lin Shi in such a morally reprehensible act. Her refusal momentarily flickered a shadow in Lin Shi's eyes before she quickly regained her composure, smiling again. That's fine, I can give you time. Your parents can persuade you as well. As Lin Shi departed, Yu's father grew irked. Why are you so stubborn? That girl, Yean, has nothing to do with you. That amount of money would allow us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Yu's mother chimed in. Xiaoyu, how can you be so ungrateful? Yu was equally incensed. If you are so determined to obtain that money, then go ahead and pursue it. With that declaration, she slammed the door and retreated to her bedroom. The couple exchanged glances, both exasperated by the situation. Jun's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Mom and Dad, I believe I have a solution. Since it can be done under Xiaoyu's name, if she is unwilling to take action, we shall assist her in doing so. Chapter 46. The art of moral coercion. Awakened promptly by her biological clock, Yean groaned as she sat up in bed, cradling her throbbing head. The aftermath of last night's intoxication felt as though her skull had been mercilessly assaulted. After lingering in a daze for a while, memories of the previous evening began to resurface. Aunt Fong had changed her clothes. Glancing around the room, Yean mumbled to herself. She recalled that Su Huailin had arrived. But what transpired thereafter? As she pondered, her eyes widened in realization. She had seemingly kissed Su Huailin. As memories flooded back, the scene in the car became increasingly vivid in her mind. Yean buried her face in her hands and let out a strangled cry. This was catastrophic. What had she done? In her inebriated state, she had brazenly flirted with Su Huailin. How fortunate she was that he had shown her mercy, refraining from ending her life on the spot. Her thoughts raced. The club was still in its nascent phase, and while Su Wang's residence could accommodate a team, it was insufficient for an entire club. She needed to scout for a new location and initiate recruitment for other pertinent personnel. Announcing a call for youth training would be a breeze with the title of Autumn Champion under her belt. Moreover, there was another pressing matter. She had to vacate Jing Mountain. With the prize money from the competition, she was no longer financially constrained and could afford to rent a secure residence. The crux of the issue was what had transpired last night. Even if Su Huilin did not mind, she felt it would be inappropriate to continue residing at Jing Mountain. The mere thought of encountering Su Huilin in the near future filled her with embarrassment. Noticing the time, Yean hastily sprang from her bed. As a senior high school student, she had long lost the privilege of taking personal leave. With little appetite, she sipped on some plain congee. But Su Huilin was nowhere in sight. She had intended to inform him of her plan to move out, considering her extended stay had made silence somewhat impolite. Unbeknownst to her, Aunt Fong had already discerned her thoughts. Are you looking for little Lin? The branch in England had an urgent matter, and little Lin had to leave overnight. He probably wants he returned for some time. But don't worry, he assured me he would be back before your birthday. Aunt Fong smiled lovingly, leaving Yean feeling slightly awkward, as if Aunt Fong was privy to more than she let on. Scratching the back of her head, Yean thought better of it. With Su Huilin absent, discussing her plans with Aunt Fong seemed futile. It's nothing. I'm off to school, Aunt Fong. Goodbye. She grabbed a bun, slung her bag over her shoulder, and noticed Su Lu waiting for her at the door. Su Lu, I will be moving out of Jing Mountain, so you need not come to pick me up anymore. Miss Yi, Master Su has instructed me to ensure your safe travels and protection. His words implied that even a change of residence would not hinder his obligations. But if I no longer reside at Jing Mountain, it will be inconvenient for you to accompany me. I require Master Su's orders. Su Lu reiterated. How stubborn could he be? Yean sighed in resignation. Over time, she had grown accustomed to Su Lu's unwavering loyalty, reminiscent of an ancient loyalty that was blind to reason. By the way, when would Su Huilin return? Yean gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, her mind drifting. The image of a smiling man floated before her, causing her to shiver. Was she developing feelings for Su Huilin? The mere thought was terrifying. She shook her head and recited English vocabulary to clear her mind. Abandon, to discard, to forsake. Su Lu parked the car a short distance from the school, where fewer students gathered. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Yean clutched her bag and dashed out. Su Lu, you need not pick me up tonight. I have errands to run. Typically, she did not arrive at school early. At this hour, the entrance was usually devoid of students. However, today was different. The school gates were swarmed with people. She faintly spotted several reporters wielding cameras. What was happening? As she approached, a sharp-eyed reporter shouted, Yean, it's Yean. Suddenly, a throng of people surged towards her, and a group of reporters blocked her path, leaving her with no chance to slip away. Yean was bewildered. Could winning an esports competition garner such attention? As soon as the reporters began firing questions, she realized her assumptions had been wildly inaccurate. Yean, are you the mid-laner Phoenix who triumphed in the Glory Autumn Finals? The microphone was thrust towards her face, nearly poking her. Furrowing her brows, she took a step back. I am. Yean, as an esports player. What are your thoughts on being accused of cheating in the tournament? Yean, we hear you're the daughter of the Lin family, who was recently reclaimed. Is your expulsion due to your misconduct? Did you really cheat? Yean, it's said you often bullied your adopted sister, leading to your family's disdain and your expulsion. What do you have to say? Are you aware that the person publicly accusing you of cheating in the tournament is your teammate? What was all this? Yean was overwhelmed by a barrage of questions. Who was cheating? Who had accused her? Wasn't it that foolish Lin Muching? How was it connected to her teammates? And why was her family involved? Just as she was about to seize the nearest microphone, someone shouted, Mrs. Lin has arrived. It's Miss Fu Yao. With that, a well-dressed woman in a fur skirt approached, effortlessly commandeering the microphone as her bodyguards cleared a path for her. She stood beside Yean and began, Hello, reporters. I am Yean's mother, Fu Yao. I regret to inform you that my daughter is indeed a person who resorts to unscrupulous means. As her mother, I take full responsibility. Fu Yao's words turned the tide of the reporters' inquiries. Ms. Fu Yao, do you acknowledge that Yean cheated in the tournament? While I am not fully informed about this matter, I believe my daughter is capable of such actions, with her biological mother making such claims. The crowd's perception of Yean shifted dramatically. Fu Yao's expression was one of resignation, akin to a mother worn down by her daughter's rebellion. Yean observed coldly. If these reporters had no ties to Fu Yao, she would gladly indulge them. Were the rumors online about her bullying her adopted sister and being cast out truly accurate? Although family disgrace should remain private, I must confirm. Yes. In fact, my presence here today is to encourage my daughter to reconsider her actions. After her performance with the reporters, Fu Yao finally turned her gaze to Yean Littleland. I am willing to forgive all your past mistakes. As long as you apologize in front of the reporters today, and I will take you home immediately. Just promise not to bully Sheer again. How touching. Some spectators could not help but praise Fu Yao, wishing for such a compassionate and understanding mother. Indeed, Fu Yao's tactics had notably escalated since her previous visit. She wielded public sentiment to morally coerce Yi, and in a situation where her intentions remained unclear. If Yean were to argue with her as she had before, it would only solidify the claims of her being unreasonable. After all, she was still her mother. Yean chuckled softly. Who said she would be intimidated by this? She was unencumbered by fear. Chapter 47. Why did she apologize? The voices of criticism surrounding Yean grew increasingly loud. How foolish it was to have been so excited. I genuinely believed our school had produced a champion contender. Yet, how could a champion who cheats be considered one? Initially, I doubted that Yean would dare to engage in such behavior during a major competition. Now, even her own mother has emerged to denounce her character. TSK, TSK, TSK. Some lament the situation, while others express their disdain. Some individuals truly cannot grasp the privilege they possess. Was it not previously stated on the forum that Yean was expelled from the Lin family out of jealousy after Lin Shi pushed her down the stairs? Later, she claimed it was all a self-directed act by Lin Shi, and I confess, I believed her at the time. However, it appears that one cannot escape the consequences of their actions. She is not a virtuous person. If it were merely reporters stirring the pot, we might have reason to ponder further, but with her own mother speaking out, the credibility of the situation has multiplied exponentially. Even a tiger does not eat its young. If her actions had not crossed a line, how could her mother, Ms. Fu Yao, publicly criticize her so harshly? Yean overheard these discussions, as did Fu Yao. She provocatively smiled at Yean, saying, "Didn't you refuse to assist Shi'er, causing her expulsion from Jingmei? Aren't you capable enough to stay away from home? I am eager to see how you will handle this situation. To err is human. Let us not speak ill of my daughter. I believe Shaoan has merely made a mistake. As long as she is willing to acknowledge her faults and return what does not rightfully belong to her, I remain willing to take her home and guide her properly." Fu Yao displayed an air of magnanimity. Around them, applause erupted. Some parents who had brought their children could hardly contain their nods of agreement. If their child were to commit such an embarrassing act, they would consider it a grave misfortune. This young lady named Yean certainly has a commendable mother. The reporters, having orchestrated this scenario, eagerly thrust the microphone forward. "Yean, your mother is so gracious. Why not take this opportunity, with everyone here as witnesses, to express your remorse and apologize?" How astute their calculations were. They may not fully grasp the situation, but they likely speculate adequately. It is evident that the Lin family has conspired with someone to tarnish her reputation online. And Fu Yao has summoned reporters to confront her, creating a spectacle where she plays the role of the benevolent mother while Yean embodies the rebellious daughter. Yean's dark eyes fixed on Fu Yao. If she were to apologize, any allegations against Lin Shi could easily be absolved. After all, her character is unpredictable. Furthermore, Fu Yao could take advantage of the moment. Grasping the reporter's wrist, Yean pulled the microphone closer to her lips. "Apologize? Why should I apologize? For winning the championship through unfair means? I apologize, but I am still unaware of how this rumor emerged. My answer remains unwavering. I earned this championship through my own abilities, and my trophy is beyond reproach." The reporter struggled to reclaim the microphone, but Yean tightened her grip. "Why the urgency, Ms. Reporter? I have yet to finish my statement." A sardonic smile spread across her lips, revealing a chillingly bright smile that rendered the reporter momentarily speechless. "Should I apologize for being a troublesome daughter? Is that what you wish to hear?" At this juncture, Yean could not suppress her laughter. Unless she had committed murder, who could rival the malice of the Lin family? "Pray tell, Ms. Fu Yao, do you acknowledge that I have severed ties with you?" Fu Yao instinctively opened her mouth to deny it, but quickly recalled her husband had signed a formal agreement. Even if she denied it, Yean possessed evidence. Thus, she remained silent, casting a look of utter helplessness at her daughter. Yean was unwilling to play along with her mother's charade. Moral coercion? Apologies, but I am devoid of morality. If you insist on this game, then let us cast aside all semblance of decency. Your silence is not due to a lack of desire to respond, but rather out of fear. For I hold the severance agreement. You are no longer my mother. I can validate this document, which I drafted, indicating that I voluntarily severed ties. Upon hearing this, Some astute observers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Yean was not expelled from the Lin family for wrongdoing. Rather, she had chosen to leave. The Lin family is one of the foremost elite families in Jingxia. Even amidst difficulties, few would willingly sever ties unless compelled by intolerable circumstances. Fu Yao, as a mother, you criticize my character as a daughter, yet have you ever reflected on your worthiness to be a mother? For 3 years, I have not had a single proper meal in the Lin household. Are you aware of my severe gastric issues? Have you ever examined the countless scars upon my body? Each one a testament to the presence of Lin family members in my life. Do you know how many times I have been hospitalized in these 3 years? Have you ever shown concern for my well-being? No. For 3 years, I have only received your scorn and punishment. You claim I lack virtue. Where exactly have I faltered? As a designer, Fu Yao, do you not understand the significance of plagiarism to a creator? Yet, during many of Lin Shi's important competitions, you insisted I ghostwrite for her, enabling her to avoid expulsion from Jingmei. Is Lin Shi, who engaged in such actions, truly a good child? Even if I possess faults, they were born of the injustices you and your family imposed upon me. In that moment, the pent-up grievances of 3 years erupted forth, and Yean felt an unprecedented sense of liberation, particularly as she observed Fu Yao's pale face retreat in dismay. I was only acting in your best interest? Fu Yao attempted to retort, but as she met Yean's unmasked gaze filled with hatred, she felt a jolt of realization. Does she truly hate me? Why would she harbor such animosity? Aside from a few shortcomings in her upbringing at the Lin family, has she not been provided with the finest of everything? Did she not receive the best in clothing and resources? What grievance has she endured, aside from conceding to Lin Shi? Perhaps the depth of Yean's grievances resonated too profoundly, gradually swaying those around them. The crowd began to shift in their opinions, and it became increasingly difficult to discern which side possessed the greater truth. What is everyone doing loitering at the entrance? Are classes not in session? The principal, having arrived late, began to shout at the students to hurry into their classrooms. Are reporters even allowed to come here? Is he still fit to be principal? Seizing the last opportunity, Yean gazed at Fu Yao, the debt of nurturing. I was abducted by human traffickers at the age of 5. Returning home 3 years later with malnutrition. Such nurturing, I have yet to repay, is testament to my benevolence. Hey, you there, female student. I see you. Come with me to the office. The principal, having reached the scene, grabbed Yean and then caught sight of Fu Yao. Given Lin Shi's involvement, Fu Yao had visited the school several times, and the principal recognized her. He stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Chapter 48. A duel on both sides miss. Fu, might we consider a more tactful approach when educating our children next time? Such actions could adversely affect the school's reputation. The principal, rubbing his thinning hair, silently shed tears of bitterness for his predicament. If this were an ordinary student, a simple reprimand would suffice. Yet, why did it have to involve the Lin family? He recalled that one of the Lin family members was named Lin Shi, but who was this other one that had surfaced? The principal found Yean somewhat familiar, yet her identity eluded him. Fu Yao offered an apologetic smile, expressing her regret for troubling the principal. Is this young lady a cherished daughter of the Lin family? Fu Yao glanced at the reticent Yean, her gaze shifting. Principal, I am not acquainted with this student. Not acquainted? Yean pondered those words. Lamenting her inability to match the Lin family's shamelessness, she could not emulate such audacity. Just moments ago, she had referred to her as mother, and now they were strangers. No one could change their demeanor as swiftly as she did. Today's incident has caused you trouble, principal. The Lin family intends to donate a library to the school as restitution. As for this student, please handle the matter according to protocol. These two statements left the principal momentarily bewildered. Was it truly no longer an issue? However, the school had indeed been considering the construction of a new library, rendering other matters less significant. Having served as principal of the first high school, he was adept at discerning flattery from truth. With a sycophantic smile, he bid farewell to Fu Yao, only to find his expression stiffen as he turned to Yean. I have heard about you even before reaching the school gate. Of course, we cannot ascertain the veracity of these claims. We must refrain from hasty judgments. Yean nodded. Please, principal, speak plainly. I understand the rationale. With Fu Yao's final remark, even if the principal had initially intended no repercussions, he felt compelled to create some inconvenience for her. Lowering her gaze, a flicker of resentment flashed in her partially concealed eyes. If this matter were to be scrutinized, she too was a victim. The Lin family's vast influence meant that even if she were blameless, she would be deemed at fault. Everyone comprehends reason, yet she remained discontent. Her fingers, which gripped the seam of her trousers, curled inward gradually as she managed a forced smile. I have caused trouble for the school. Seeing Yean's compliance, the principal returned her a smile. In that case, you may rest at home for a few days until the situation stabilizes before returning to school. Yean accepted this obediently. From the principal's perspective, such a punishment was reasonable and in accordance with regulations. Rather than engage in futile disputes, it was better to acquiesce. As she exited the office, Yean allowed herself a moment of levity. The club had been quite busy lately, so she could treat this as a few days of leave to attend to official matters. Not being able to attend school meant she could study at home in the evenings, and she still needed to find new accommodation. With that thought, she comforted herself. Walking down the corridor with her backpack, Yean glanced at her phone, realizing she had not checked the online news that morning. Following Fu Yao's outburst, someone had posted about the incident at the school gate online, so there was no need for her to search for related information actively. Scrolling through the screen, her expression froze as she saw the ID of the person publicly accusing her of cheating. Was she mistaken? How could it be? Xiaoyu? Xiaoan. Ruan Yu, who should have been in class, rushed around the corner and grabbed her arm. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. With tear-filled eyes, Ruan Yu was filled with guilt. I don't know if you still believe me, but I didn't T-post that Weibo. Last night, after I brought my brother home, Lin she came to our house. She tried to bribe me to report you for cheating, but I refused. As if fearing Yean wouldn't believe her, Ruan Yu raised 4 fingers to the sky. I swear to you, this was not my doing, nor was it my intention. It's just that my parents became tempted by that money, and they impersonated me. I'm truly sorry. Lowering her head, she continued, you can hit me or scold me. The more she explained, the more powerless she felt. Whether or not she had acted, her family had done so, and in essence, there was little distinction between the two. Yean merely stared at her in silence. Ruan Yu forced a smile. I will clarify this matter and then withdraw from the team. As she turned to leave, Yean cleared her throat. You owe me a favor, and you're not even considering how to make amends, just thinking about breaking your promise? If you leave, who will lead my team in training? Upon realizing it was Ruan Yu, Yean admitted to having felt anger and suspicion, but she quickly dismissed those feelings. Xiaoyu was not that kind of person. After hearing her explanation, Yean felt a sense of relief. Compared to the betrayals she had faced in her past life, the friends she had chosen in this life steadfastly stood by her side. Your family is your family, and you are you. I cannot condone such actions. Yean stepped forward and patted Ruan Yu on the shoulder. Do not dwell on this matter. I will handle it. When I truly need your help, I will not hesitate to ask. As for compensation, just bring me back the championship trophy. Now, your bossy is off to find you all a new nest. Waving her hand, Yean exited the school gate and hailed a taxi to Jinshi Industrial Park. Jinshi Industrial Park is quite renowned at Jingxia, home to many professional team bases. For instance, among the 16 teams in the Honor League, 6 are based here, not to mention the myriad of games hosting official events. When establishing a club, the choice of base location tends to favor popular areas, aiming for an atmosphere conducive to gaming. Initially, she had not intended to choose this location. The rent had been reasonable at first, but as the esports scene gained prominence, the value of the industrial park rose. Now that she had financial backers, such nominal expenses were of little consequence. While in the cab, Yean did not forget to address the online situation. She called Su Wang. Yean, I'm aware of the online situation and am currently addressing it. Is it troublesome? Not troublesome. Su Wang's voice conveyed a hint of annoyance. How could the event organizers not know whether you cheated? But you also understand that the hottest team in the league right now is in, and their owner is Lin Chi Bai, representing the Lin family. Yean's heart sank. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the official statement would be swiftly released when a championship team faced accusations. Yet, it had been quite some time since Xiaoyu's report had surfaced. Online, many speculated whether the officials were tacitly approving the situation, currently in the midst of negotiations. Originally, the officials intended to save face for the Lin family, but I intervened. Now, they will issue a statement indicating that the situation is still under investigation. As for the outcome, we shall handle it ourselves. She understood now. In essence, both sides wished to avoid offending the Lin family and the Su family, opting to let them duel it out. All right, I understand. Upon alighting from the taxi, Yean noticed the appointed representative waiting for her. I have other matters to attend to. I will hang up now. Su Wang, thank you. Her breakthrough lay with Xiaoyu. As long as the pressure was applied correctly, even the officials would not dare to muddle the waters. Chapter 49. He will compensate. Yean. Lin Chuan supported his forehead, feeling exceedingly vexed. Mr. Wang had been thwarted by someone else, rendering this quarter's reports quite unsatisfactory. As he perused the documents submitted by his supervisor, he was relieved to find that it was merely concerning the new project. Everything else seemed manageable. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the desk, creating a series of sharp sounds. If it came down to a fierce struggle, even the Su family would feel the strain. In other areas, Su Huilin had not manipulated anything, indicating that Mr. Wang's project was a warning. President Lin, I have completed the task you assigned me last time. The arrangements with Jingmei have been finalized, and I have sent the personnel abroad, his assistant reported after knocking and entering. However, I am uncertain whether we should release this information now, so I came to consult you. He pushed the tablet in front of Lin Chuan. To address Lin Shi's predicament regarding the sought-after position, Lin Chuan had found an individual to take the fall for her. Reminiscent of how Lin Shi had previously been exposed for plagiarism, leading to Yean being scapegoated. This time, Lin Chuan's target was a sycophant around Lin Shi. After entering Jingmei, Lin Shi had not concealed her identity as a member of the Lin family, attracting those eager to curry favor with her due to her status. Lin Chuan had promised this person a chance to study abroad, with all expenses covered by the Lin family, which was a compelling temptation, and the individual agreed. The condition was to publicly claim a friendship with Lin Shi, thus trying to leverage her identity as a Lin family heiress to replace Lin Shi's art assignment. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, by releasing this information, regardless of others' beliefs, they could at least save face. Subsequently, Lin Shi could issue an apology, voluntarily withdraw from Jingmei. And with some maneuvering, she would naturally transform from a shameless plagiarist into an unwitting victim. Many would empathize with her plight, believing she was being punished for another's wrongdoing. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, questioning why such a trivial matter required his input. Upon examining the tablet, he was confronted with a video of events unfolding at the school gates. What on earth is happening now? The assistant, observing Lin Chuan's expression, hesitated before explaining. Earlier today, Madam caused quite a stir at Miss Yean's school. There are now various narratives circulating online, particularly about Miss Yi claiming that many of Miss Lin Shi's competition works were ghostwritten by her. Miss Lin Shi had just been exposed for seeking a scapegoat, and discussions about this were rampant online. If we were to release this now, the situation would likely turn unfavorable for Miss Yi. Had the assistant been aware of the circumstances earlier, he would have known how to proceed. The boss's choice between the two young ladies was clear. However, now he felt uncertain. Lin Chuan internally chuckled at the predicament. Once he took action, the third party would inevitably intervene. With over 100 million fans, if the third party publicly stated their position, it would create significant complications. At that point, Xiao Yin would genuinely find herself in a dire situation. Should they release it? Not doing so would leave Madame unsatisfied, impacting the company's and family's reputation. Yet, if they did, Xiao Yin would face considerable repercussions. As he weighed his options, Lin Chuan had already arrived at a decision. Release it. I will compensate Xiao Yin from another avenue. He cleared his throat. I recall the necklace I acquired at the auction is still with us, correct? Please assist me in packing it up. Contrary to Lin Chuan's expectations, as his assistant reached out to marketing accounts, Lin Xingyi's studio issued a statement. As the youngest Grand Slam film emperor, Lin Xingyi wielded tremendous influence online, especially with substantial evidence in hand. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Xingyi had entered the fray. What was the current state of affairs? Who was truly in the right? Was the Lin family mistreating Yean, or was Yean slandering Lin Shi? Trust my Lin Xingyi. We support you, Sister Lin Shi. This made it clear that Yean's closest relatives were now publicly supporting her, leaving no doubt about who was genuine and who was false. No one would believe that Yean was entirely innocent. Blood relatives would choose to stand by their adopted daughter. At a coffee shop within the Jinshe Industrial Park, Yean confirmed the rental location and signed the contract. She stored the contract away, and despite her young appearance, the manager did not underestimate her. Within less than a month of entering the league, she had achieved accomplishments that many competitors might never attain in their entire careers. Subsequently, she became the owner of a club. As for the online turmoil, what did it matter to him? The one who paid was the master. Miss Yean, since the contract has been signed, I shall take my leave if there are no further questions. Thank you. I appreciate it, Yean replied with a polite smile. After bidding farewell to the manager, she lowered her gaze, her silent phone buzzing with an incoming call from an unrecognized number. This time, she did not hang up. Hello? Yean, do you see the consequences of your disobedience? The call was from Fu Yao, who sounded rather pleased. Yean moved the phone away, doing a quick search to uncover the latest developments. I thought they were formidable, but it seems they have resorted to finding a scapegoat. Who could understand the intricacies of this better than I? In my past life, I lost count of how many times I was pushed forward to take the blame for Lin Shi, as she contemplated exposing Lin Shi's unworthiness. She had already anticipated the Lin family's tactic of finding someone to take the fall. Huh? Is this what it means to live even more splendidly? Yean smiled subtly. She gazed at the contract she had just signed, envisioning her own club, developing software, and establishing a company, things she had never dared to dream of in her previous life. Yet now she was accomplishing them piece by piece. Fuyao never expected Yean to adopt such an attitude, having been expelled from school. With the online sentiment leaning towards Lin Shi, should she not be lamenting and pleading for mercy? Mom, what did my sister say? Lin Shi was beside Fuyao, watching her anxiously, feeling as if she were being roasted over a fire. She had already been expelled from Jingmei, but had yet to visit the school. All her focus was now on Yean. Otherwise, she would become the subject of ridicule. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. The resentment in Lin Shi's dark eyes was palpable, as if it were about to overflow. It was all Yean's fault. She insisted on competing with her. Even after leaving the Lin family, she couldn't remain at peace. The ploy was making her brothers feel pity for her. A fleeting smile almost crossed her lips, yet fortunately, she still held the reins of the situation. As long as she made her brothers recognize Yean for what she truly was, they would naturally revert to their previous attitudes. After stirring the pot a little longer, who would still remember her seeking a scapegoat? They would only say that Yean was scheming to entrap her. Lin Shi urged Fuyao, eager to know if Yean was truly at a dead end. Fuyao thought Lin Shi was expressing concern for Yean, anxious about her current plight. Her tone grew increasingly furious as she spoke. All right, you're tough. I'll see what else you can do. When the time comes, you'll be begging at my doorstep, and I won't let you cross the threshold. Yean held the phone away from her ear, rubbing it gently. She reminded Fuyao that being constantly angry could lead to aging. Rest assured. Just don't be the one begging me to return. With a beep, the call ended, and Fuyao, fuming, smashed her phone into pieces. This ungrateful daughter really had the audacity. Did she think she would be begging her to come back, as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep? Mom, didn't we agree to coax Xiaoyan back? Lin Shi raised her voice. Yean was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. She felt uneasy not keeping her close under her watchful eye. Why has she caused such a ruckus again? Fuyao, still fuming, failed to notice Lin Shi's unusual demeanor. From now on. Her life and death have nothing to do with her Lin family. I know you are kind-hearted, but someone like her is undeserving. Noticing Lin Shi's displeasure, she swallowed the remaining words in her mouth. Chapter 50. Yean's counterattack. The Lin family was determined to eliminate Yean, not resting until she was utterly defeated. Lin Xingyi's words were not enough. They even resorted to spending money to buy trending topics and hire online trolls. The internet was inundated with slander against Yean. Constantly monitoring the situation, Wan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, blaming herself for the turmoil. If it weren't for her, Xiaoyan wouldn't be subjected to such vitriol. The ever-composed Su Wang found herself increasingly restless. If Yean did not respond soon, it would be too late. The narrative suggested she was too guilty to show her face. Having just finalized her new residence, Yean's phone buzzed incessantly, akin to being on vibrate mode, with messages flooding in from her teammates offering assistance. Observing the trending topics that had turned against her, she bit down on her milk tea straw, realizing it was time to act. If the authorities were unwilling to intervene, she would compel them to take a stand. Once personal interests were at stake, one could no longer remain aloof. Xiaoyu, the time has come. Sending a message to Wan Yu, Yean registered an official Weibo account for the club. After completing the verification process, she began drafting a post. She made no effort to clarify anything, simply attaching photos of the purchased seats and the leased Jinsher Industrial Park. The post was straightforward. I am Yean, one of the owners of the God Club, and I am currently operating the official account. This seemingly simple post ignited a considerable uproar. Within mere minutes of its release, the retweets and comments skyrocketed to alarming numbers. The Lin family, employing ghostwriters and hiring trolls, along with the involvement of a prominent figure like Lin Xingyi, meant that both insiders and outsiders were eager to partake in the drama. Was it a rivalry among affluent families, a spectacle for the entertainment industry, or something else entirely? Onlookers remained silent, merely enjoying the unfolding drama. What is happening? Will the league allow a player who exploited the finals to join? The situation was growing increasingly perplexing. Many had assumed Yean was guilty, yet she delivered a substantial counter. The skeptics questioned the source of her funds, and one of the most liked comments read, "It's not mine, it's Sue's investment. The club is newly established. Are they short-staffed? I study new media. Can I join as an operator? Yean replied beneath that comment, stating that the club would announce recruitment and youth training details on the official account, inviting anyone interested to submit their resumes. She also liked a few comments that caught her eye. After completing these tasks, Yean turned off her phone, intending to return to Jingshan. Indifferent to the storm her brief statements had stirred, the mention of Su's investment implied a binding alliance with Su Wang. Previously, Su Wang had claimed it was merely about protecting his team members, and the team's existence was just a fleeting whim of the young master. Devoid of any substantial conflicts of interest, the authorities had presumed that Su's family would not take any drastic actions, merely showing Su Wang a semblance of support. However, with Yean declaring the club as Su's investment, any misconduct on her part would effectively doom the club before it even began. The loss of over 60 million for the seats would be a sunk cost for Su's family, who could not simply disregard it. The Glory authorities began to waver. Their latest post, while not directly vindicating Yean, had started to lean in her favor. The turning point came from a Weibo post by Anne, which, while not explicitly stating whether Yean had exploited her position, noted that her opponents conceded she had played fairly, leading many to overlook the allegations of cheating. The only lingering question was why Ruan Yu, as a coach, would publicly criticize Yean. If Ruan Yu's claims were false, then Yean, now a club owner, had not inflicted any harm upon her. Could she truly be so benevolent as to forgive and forget? Conversely, if Ruan Yu's assertions were true, how could Anne, backed by Lin Shibai, simply allow the championship trophy to slip away without retaliation? This confusion was resolved following the release of a video, as it was clear that Ruan Yu's accusations were unfounded. Upon receiving a message from Yean, Ruan Yu hastily took leave to return home, arriving early enough that her family had yet to notice. Upon entering, she found her parents and brother joyfully holding a bank card. Ruan Yu scoffed, seizing the card and snapping it in half. If you don't agree, will you use my identity to slander my friend? Do you even consider me your daughter or sister? Her family was left speechless, guilt-ridden since Ruan Jun had fallen into gambling addiction, and her parents were drained from working tirelessly to pay off debts. Ruan Yu had been managing all family affairs. The three felt immense remorse towards her. Previously, Ruan Yu had altered her name to a more masculine version and cut her hair short to avoid being underestimated. Despite her brother's repeated betrayals, she had never lost hope in her family, always striving to pull them from the mire. But this time, her heart was deeply chilled. She had the potential to earn substantial money, yet her parents chose to abandon her for the high price touted by Lin Shi. They had not considered the repercussions she would face nor cared about her well-being. Their focus was solely on their son freeing himself from debt, perhaps even gaining a fortune in the process. Ruan Jun looked at the half-broken bank card in his sister's hand with dismay. Xiao Yu, let's discuss this. Don't be unreasonable about money. Ruan father scowled. Xiao Yu, your behavior this time is unacceptable. Ruan mother pleaded. Xiao Yu, how can that Yean be more important than your brother? No, this is for myself. Ruan Yu stated firmly, her seriousness making her family shrink back. You all know my grades aren't great, but I recently became a coach and won a championship, earning over 10 million in prize money. I have now officially been appointed as the club's head coach. In addition to a 6-figure monthly salary, I also receive a share of the competition bonuses. Raising the broken bank card, she posed a question. Do you want this money, or would you prefer I continue generating income for the family? Six figures. Ruan father exclaimed, astonished. He had spent his life working to earn that much. Ruan Jun had not anticipated his sister's remarkable fortunes, unlike their parents. He understood the hidden income potential of her profession. Ruan mother lamented, this isn't a bad thing. If Ruan Yu's earlier stern demeanor had been a slap, her recent words were a sweet treat. Employing both firmness and gentleness, as Yean had advised, seemed to be unexpectedly effective. Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile, and gravely declared, as long as you and brother record a video apologizing for your actions and detailing the process, I will let it go. Then what are we waiting for? Xiao Jun, quickly get your phone. Ruan father pounded his thigh, eager to assist. Ruan Jun hastily pulled his phone from his pocket. In the midst of the commotion, Ruan Yu smiled subtly, thinking, got it. Once the video was released, everything fell into place. The incident initiated by Lin Shi appeared to be a mere attempt to defame and clear their own name. The Ruan family refrained from delving into the details of Lin Shi's bribery, but anyone with a modicum of intelligence could infer that the Lin family had orchestrated something. Otherwise, why would they slander Yean instead of supporting her? Even the accusations from Fu Yao regarding Yean's character were now subject to scrutiny. The counterattack proved unexpectedly effective, largely due to Lin Chibai's declaration. In response, Yean smiled nonchalantly. Lin Chibai's willingness to engage in actions that moved him had little to do with her. She was preoccupied. In England, Su Huilin donned a crisp athletic outfit, embodying the quintessential golfing stance, his back muscles taut, as he made a hole-in-one. Chapter 51. Return. Immediately return, Elia. Your phone is ringing. It's a call from your country. Oh, could it be that your lover is missing you? A blonde foreigner teased in a refined London accent, playfully waving Su Huilin's phone. Su Huilin took the phone and noticed it was Aunt Fong calling. Aiden was merely a family acquaintance. The strikingly handsome foreign man, Aiden, was the heir of the British Mate family, whose business ventures spanned numerous industries. Yet they excelled remarkably in the realm of new media and the internet. Just moments ago, Su Huilin had silently mourned for his infatuated sister. Relieved that this was merely a misunderstanding, Aiden shrugged and pointed to a nearby girl with golden curls, dressed extravagantly, holding a small parasol. Elia, are you truly unwilling to consider my sister? I assure you, she is a paragon of elegance within the British upper class. Su Huilin did not even glance in her direction. Since his arrival at the golf course, a fervent gaze filled with affection had never wavered from him. I prefer the tenacious grass that bravely fights against the cold winds on the cliffs rather than the carefully nurtured flowers in a greenhouse. Su Huilin smiled politely, albeit dismissively. I must excuse myself for a moment. He walked away with the phone, dialing Aunt Fong. As soon as he distanced himself, the girl with the parasol approached, playfully inquiring. Brother, what did Elia say? Aiden sighed with resignation. He had exerted considerable effort in pursuit of his sister's happiness. I believe Elia must have encountered some intriguing events upon returning to China. As a man himself, he could sense the subtle shift in Elia's expression when he jested about a romantic interest. Su Huilin returned the call, and Aunt Fong inquired if he would be returning shortly, briefly outlining recent happenings concerning Yean. This matter does not necessitate my immediate return. She has handled it quite well, hasn't she? I shall remain here for now. Please keep an eye on things for me. He admitted to feeling somewhat like a coward for escaping. His mind wandered back to that kiss. He recognized it as an unintentional mistake. Yet the memory lingered in his dreams that night. Unsure of his feelings towards Xiao Yi, he had no intention of returning just yet. However, Xiao Yin is moving out of Jingshan. She is packing her things now, and I cannot persuade her otherwise. Aunt Fong stood downstairs, glancing up occasionally as dusk approached. Xiao Yin had informed her that she had found new accommodations and was determined to leave, despite Aunt Fong's efforts to dissuade her. Before departing, Su Huilin had instructed her to take good care of the girl, and anxious Aunt Fong had no choice but to call him. Upon hearing that Yean intended to leave Jingshan, Su Huilin's mind went blank. She was leaving? Although he understood she couldn't live there indefinitely, this was too sudden. Was it because she had been drinking that day? Did she wish to evade him? This was the only explanation Su Huilin could fathom. He could no longer remain idle. Within a minute of ending the call with Aunt Fong, he hastily messaged Lin Zhe, requesting the earliest flight back home for the following day. His frustration turned towards Su Lu, who had been tasked with watching over her. How could he not report her impending departure in a timely manner? If only Su Lu, who was far away in Jingxia, could comprehend the injustice of his thoughts. Aunt Fong could not halt Yean's departure. Her haste indeed suggested a desire to evade Su Huilin. The feelings he evoked in her were perplexing. Truth be told, there had never been a genuine connection between them. Even their first meeting had been bewildering. Now that she had achieved her objectives, having secured investment and shares from the Su family, there was no reason for Su Huilin to personally oversee the project. Someone else would undoubtedly be responsible. A bit of distance from him should not pose any significant consequences. The rented accommodation was a high-end apartment, ready for immediate occupancy. The situation with Lin Shi was essentially resolved. The authorities had swiftly issued a statement confirming that the God team had not violated any regulations during the recent competition. Angered, Lin Shi smashed several items in her room. At the family dinner table, the usual cheerful atmosphere was replaced by a heavy silence. In the laboratory, Lin Mucheng and Lin Wenbin, in another city, were also preoccupied with their own thoughts. Lin Xing fiddled with her phone, realizing her miscalculation. She hadn't anticipated that Yean would prove to be rather capable after all. The online backlash didn't concern him much. It affected him slightly, but not to the point of causing harm. Instead, it surprised him to discover that his sister had become somewhat intriguing. Lin Chuan was working overtime at the company, but was summoned back forcefully, while Lin Bai was still en route. Fu Yao was the first to break the silence, directing her ire at Lin Chuan. You truly are a wonderful brother to Xier. This predicament is your doing, and now everyone is blaming her. How will she ever return to school after this? Previously, Lin Xuan would have berated himself for his blunder. Now, he merely felt exasperated. He had helped her with those matters out of brotherly affection after so many years. Nothing was absolute. Once a choice was made, one must be prepared for the consequences. Was everyone expected to revolve around Lin Shi? Not only Fu Mu, but Lin Mucheng also harbored resentment towards his elder brother. After 2 sleepless days dealing with laboratory issues, he hadn't even rested before encountering the online fallout. Brother, was this intentional? Upon reflection, I realized that initially, Yean was reluctant to return, and you hired a proxy who then turned on you, leading to this entire mess. The root cause of it all was your choice of an unreliable person. Brother, Yean used to fear you, aside from our parents. You were the one she listened to the most, more than even them. They were often busy and absent, leaving us in a state of indifference towards her as long as she didn't cause trouble. You were the one who disciplined her the most. If you had truly been forceful during your first meeting with her, could you not have brought her back? Let alone the numerous times afterward. Lin Mucheng's implications struck Lin Xuan hard, further darkening his mood. What did the second brother mean? Did he believe Lin Xuan had intentionally refused to bring Yean back and had carelessly hired someone to assist Lin Shi? Was he that idle? What frustrated Lin Xuan even more was that everyone seemed to believe it. His father cast a suspicious glance at him. Chuan, is it that you felt guilty towards that ungrateful girl, Yean, since that incident years ago? I've noticed your demeanor towards Shi hasn't been favorable lately. This was a completely different matter. Lin Xuan was furious. He had merely seen through Lin Shi. Was it not normal to feel guilty towards Yean? Without further thought, as soon as he spoke, he was met with disapproving glares from the others at the table. Feeling exhausted, Lin Xuan was drained not only by his past self, but also by the present. He did not wish to explain any further. Suddenly, he understood. Perhaps Yean had experienced the same treatment at home. She had obediently cared for Lin Shi, striving to assist her in every possible way. However, when outcomes fell short of expectations, even though Lin Shi was at fault, all the blame landed squarely on her. Think what you will. Since you are dissatisfied with my handling of this matter, do not seek me out regarding Lin Shi in the future. With that, Lin Xuan slammed down his chopsticks and left the table. Upon opening the door, I beheld Lin Shibai's return, casting him a glance imbued with a sense of resignation. Lin Xuan then departed without a word. Chapter 52. The Three-Hall Inquiry. One by one the few individuals at the dining table were taken aback when Lin Xuan abruptly threw down his chopsticks and departed. After a few moments of stunned silence, Fu Yao exclaimed in exasperation, that troublemaker Yean. She's led the eldest astray. Lin Mucheng's expression darkened. He too was surprised by his elder brother's treatment of Sheer. It was not just the elder brother who had changed. Even the fourth brother seemed different. Could it be that they had all fallen under Yean's spell? Lin Shi had not anticipated her elder brother would turn against her so openly in front of their parents. Her gaze fell, and her hands, concealed beneath the table, clenched tightly. After years of effort to win their affection, how could Yean, who had only returned for 3 years, usurp her place? If she were given any more time, would she not rise above her? A vision of the Lin family looking down upon her filled her mind, causing her to tremble. Her face twisted in a horrific grimace. No, she would not allow such a fate to befall her. Do Mom and Dad think my eldest brother despises me? What about the fourth brother? Is he still angry about the loss of his team because of me? With her brothers no longer supporting her, she resolved to change her strategy. As soon as the words left her lips, the expressions on the faces around the table shifted. In their frustration over the eldest brother's actions, they nearly overlooked the fourth brother's involvement. Lin Xing watched the unfolding drama with delight. Aware that the situation with the fourth brother would not resolve quickly, this remark only deepened the already heavy atmosphere, and Lin father's brow furrowed, as if he could crush a fly with it. It was truly a pity that Sheer had been so kind to him. Lin Mucheng scoffed. He had witnessed Sheener's tireless efforts to help him secure the championship. The fault lay with Yean, that ungrateful wretch, not with Sheer. Sheer had been unjustly criticized by members of the fourth brother's team. Was she not deserving of sympathy? If the fourth brother truly intended to side with Yi and over a mere championship, he would ensure the latter faced the consequences. Lin Mucheng gently beckoned Sheer with a flick of his finger, signaling her to remain calm, while reassuringly saying, "How could the fourth brother be upset over such trivial matters? It seems he has lost his sense of right and wrong." Lin Wenbin's stern expression revealed his dissatisfaction with Lin Shibai's actions. Supporting Yi and was one thing, but it was infuriating that he had not shown any support for his sister since she had been schemed against by that villain. Fu Yao's heart ached for her precious child, who had been so harshly criticized online. Even as a mother, she felt Lin Qibai's behavior was utterly excessive. She knew he was the only one in the family to favor Yean, yet the fourth brother could still show consideration for Sheer. Once the fourth brother returned, she vowed to have a serious talk with him. Lin Qi's words had stirred resentment towards Lin Qibai among the family members. At that moment, Lin Qibai had yet to grasp why his elder brother had left, for his thoughts were entirely consumed by Yean. As he walked, a wave of joy washed over him. Having assisted Shaoan, she would surely recognize his genuine efforts to change. He envisioned the many areas where Shaoan would require guidance in establishing her club, and he saw this as his opportunity to shine. The smile on his face grew more pronounced. If he could demonstrate his determination to Shaoan, she would undoubtedly return to him. The last time, she had merely lacked faith in him. Lin Qi gauged the time, and, feeling it was nearly right, blinked back tears, her eyes filled with grievance. Yet, she managed to force a smile, displaying magnanimity. It's nothing. I'm just a bit sad. Fourth brother's actions must have their reasons. Mom and Dad, please do not let this affect the harmony of our family. Her display of composure elicited a wave of sympathy from her family. Sheer was truly too understanding. Even when her brothers treated her poorly, she continued to protect them. Especially Lin Mucheng, whose gaze was soft and tender, as if it could melt ice. His Sheer was always so gentle and considerate of everyone's feelings. Just like in the past, Lin Mucheng, the most intelligent child in the Lin family, had an elder brother managing the family business, allowing him the freedom to pursue his passion for medicine. He relished the moments spent in the laboratory, conquering complex ailments and developing new medications. Growing up, with busy parents and an elder brother burdened with studies, he often felt isolated until Lin Qi appeared. Recalling those days brought a gentle smile to his face. In this family, only Sheer seemed to care whether he was cold or hungry. As she matured, her thoughtfulness only deepened. A few years ago, she would check if he remembered to eat in the laboratory, often preparing nourishing dishes for him. It was then he resolved to protect Sheer, ensuring she would never suffer any indignity, grateful that his family could see who truly deserved their affection. Yet recently, Lin Mucheng's gaze turned cold. It seemed the time had come for him to confront Yean. The door swung open once more, and Lin Qi looked up to see, as expected, the fourth brother returning, his hand still resting on the doorknob. He was about to inquire about the elder brother's abrupt departure when the accusing glares from his family shattered his good mood. What is going on? Lin Qibai asked, perplexed, recalling the elder brother's hurried exit. Did something happen? Do you have the audacity to ask what happened? Are you unaware of your own misdeeds? Lin Wenbin slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Their usually gentle mother sat beside him, her gaze filled with reproach. The two elder brothers wore heavy expressions, as if he had committed an act of unspeakable betrayal. Realization dawned on Lin Qibai. He understood the meaning behind his elder brother's look. It seemed this evening had devolved into a tribunal. They blamed him for supporting Shaoan, even though he had merely spoken the truth, granting her the fairness she deserved. His earlier cheerfulness evaporated, for Lin Qibai was not Lin Chuan. He wished to clarify his stance. Mom, Dad, and Sheer, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Lin Qibai endeavored to soften his tone, hoping to make his family comprehend that Shaoan was not as they perceived. Yet, he had forgotten that from the outset. They had no intention of engaging in a rational conversation. What they sought was his stance, an assurance that he would side with Lin Qi in future disputes. Lin Mucheng crossed his arms, his expression one of derision and disdain. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could justify your backing of Yi and against your own family? His accusations incited Lin Qibai's ire. I did not side with anyone. I merely stated a fact. In esports, a loss is a loss. And I have no interest in a championship obtained through underhanded means. Lin Mucheng chuckled derisively. Who cares whether you value it? If not for Sheer feeling guilty about her team's loss, why would I resort to such tactics against Yean? You've only given her a chance to rise again. Who are you, Lin Qibai, to presume your integrity is so noble? You may be impartial, but you've harmed Sheer, who is now maligned by so many. I've refrained from forcing you to apologize to her only because you are my brother. Qibai, what is done, we don't intend to dwell on it. But should a similar situation arise again, do not act so rashly. At least consult the family first, Fu Yao said, exasperated. As a mother, she certainly did not want to witness discord among her children. Lin Wenbin lowered his brow slightly, concluding the matter. You should be grateful that Sheer is willing to forgive you, otherwise, I would ensure you understand the difference between right and wrong when it comes to family. Recently, Yi Eucalyptus has been involved in some club activities. This is a domain in which you excel. exert a little effort, and give her a taste of hardship, and consider it an apology to Heiress. Lin Chibai momentarily found his mind blank, taking quite some time to comprehend the meaning of these words. Chapter 53, All for her good and truth. They all knew that Xiaoan was wronged. Indeed, it was his folly. As the instigators of these matters, how could they not discern the truth? He had thought they merely misunderstood Xiao, and Lin Chibai felt that today he had truly come to understand these closest family members. He gasped for breath, his voice trembling. Are you implying that your scheme to frame Xiaoan was inadvertently disrupted by me, and I am to assist you in bullying her? As the facade was torn away, the words within became acutely piercing. Lin Chibai was utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that such words could emerge from his own flesh and blood. Fourth brother, what do you mean by bullying Yean? She is immature and has wronged Sheer, challenging our parents. We merely wish to educate Yean, to prevent her from causing greater trouble in the future, Lin Xingyi said, exasperation evident in his gesture, as if his good intentions were misunderstood. Fu Yu cast an appreciative glance at her third son, recognizing that he was the only one who grasped their noble intentions. Xingyi is correct. We are doing this for Yean's sake, you know? Just look at how she behaved when she was still at home. With a sullen expression, Mu Cheng had foresight. When Yean was recently found, she had intended to make amends, providing her long-lost daughter with all the treasures she could offer. Had it not been for Mu Cheng's warning that Yean had grown up in an orphanage and her temperament was unknown, they might have spoiled her beyond measure. Lin Wenbin's face was clouded with anger. In my view, that ungrateful wretch dared to sever ties with us in the hospital. She must have already ingratiated herself with the Su family. You and the eldest are both mad. By indulging her, you only embolden her to defy us. If she dares to bully Sheer, I will not spare you. Until she learns what pain is, how will she understand her mistakes? Now that she relies on her slight talents, she dares to oppose the family. Given time, heaven help us. Our intention in showing her a harsh lesson is ultimately for her own good. Even if not for Sheer, do it for her sake. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Lin Wenbin recalled attending a friend's banquet, where he was humiliated by online gossip about their family. In the past, the family's misdeeds were confined to home. Now they were laid bare for all to see. Having achieved the desired effect, she hesitated, torn. Fourth brother, I understand you are concerned for sister, but it is exceedingly unsafe for a girl like her to be out alone. No matter what. Can we not bring her home first? Previously, Lin Chibai had not seen any issue with such words, believing Lin Shi truly cared for Xiaoan. Now, however, he found it utterly ludicrous. Xiaoan already harbored grievances against them. If they were to sever her wings under the guise of concern, was it truly for her benefit? Or would it merely deepen her resentment? Lin Chibai felt a bitter pang within him. When Xiaoan had still lived at home, he too believed her rebellious nature needed correction. Yet now, he saw clearly that it was not Xiaoan who needed to change, but rather their tinted perceptions that rendered them unable to appreciate her actions. The words spoken by his parents pierced his heart like a blade, causing it to constrict painfully. Such remarks were laughable. Had Lin Shi established a club and the family forbade him from supporting its growth, he would question their sanity. But when it came to Xiaoan, they deemed her reckless. Severing her wings was for her own good, since they were unwilling to be her support. He would take on that role himself. Lin Chibai's gaze hardened as he swept his eyes over the unfamiliar yet familiar faces of his family. I refuse. If you wish to proceed in this manner, then do so on your own. From this day forth, I shall not cause Xiaoan any distress. With this assertion, he glanced at the now cold dinner on the table, his expression mocking. It seems you all are not particularly eager for a reunion dinner tonight. This was merely an excuse to summon me and the eldest for a reprimand. If that is the case, I see no reason to partake in this meal. With a bow, Lin Chibai departed from the stifling home, leaving behind his family who usually resided in the Lin residence, but also had other accommodations. After leaving the Lin family, he did not return to his own place, but instead headed to a high-end apartment complex. He parked beneath the shade of a large tree, from which he could see the window of a particular unit. Ever since the previous incident when he reported Xiaoan's whereabouts, Lin Chibai had instructed his assistant to keep a close watch on her movements. Trivial matters aside, any significant developments must be reported to him. When he learned of Xiaoan's move from Jingshan, he was overjoyed. Su Huailin had recently departed from Jingxia for England, and shortly thereafter, Xiaoan had vacated Jingshan. He was uncertain if anything had transpired in between, but to him, it was the perfect opportunity to reconcile with Xiaoan previously. When she lived in Jingshan, he had little chance to truly converse with her and make amends. The news of Xiaoan moving to her new home somehow reached the club members, who clamored to celebrate. She had just returned from a meal with them. As she walked home, she spotted a familiar figure standing beneath a street lamp, seemingly facing her house. Lin Shibai? Why was he here again? Xiaoan thought of his inexplicable online defense of her, her brows knitting deeper, a hint of derision gracing her features. Did Lin Shibai truly believe that a small favor would engender her gratitude? Such a notion was pure folly. She was no longer the Xiaoan of the past. With a cold huff, Xiaoan intended to ignore him. If he wished to wait, so be it. She pretended not to see him and continued on her way. Yet, it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The moment they made eye contact, one felt joy while the other felt disdain. Xiaoan, you're back? Did you go out for dinner? Lin Shibai's gaze was filled with eagerness. It seemed he had not seen her in ages. She appeared a bit rounder, and during her time away from home, she had taken good care of herself. Lin Shibai's eyes momentarily glazed over. How had he failed to see such a wonderful sister before? The latter, however, wore a face of disgust, stepping back to clearly indicate her desire for distance. Did I break your family rules by eating? Are you here to punish me? No, he was not here to scold her. He simply wished to see how she was faring, whether there was anything she required assistance with. Lin Shibai froze for a moment, hastily clarifying, Xiaoan, you misunderstand. I have acknowledged my mistakes. Who are you calling sister? Can you not mislabel our relationship? Seeing that Xiaoan refused to acknowledge their bond, Lin Shibai felt as though his heart had been ripped from his chest. He turned pale, his expression dazed. Fine, if you don't want to call me brother. I heard you established a club. I have experience in clubs, Xiaoan. I can help you with operations, recruitment, whatever you need. You may utilize my resources. As he spoke, Lin Shibai treaded carefully, fearing that he might inadvertently say something to upset Xiaoan again. Chapter 54. Indifferent to your insincere affection. Lin Shibai's gaze was earnest, and Yean reciprocated his attention. In the past, such words would have delighted her to the point of sleeplessness for 3 nights. Now, however, her heart remained unperturbed, even bordering on amusement. Where had this demeanor been all along? What had the hardships of the past 3 years amounted to? Was it merely gluttony on her part? Did they intend to deceive her back into their fold to continue their oppression? Yean could not fathom that Lin Shibai, with such benevolence, would come to assist her in establishing her fledgling club. Who knew if this assistance would merely transform the God Club into the Yin Club? Once this thought took root in her mind, it spiraled uncontrollably, and her previously disdainful attitude grew rather serious. Yean regarded Lin Shibai with wariness. Hadn't the Lin family made it abundantly clear that they wished her ill? Why, then, did they keep appearing before her? If their prior intentions were to keep Lin Shi in the capital, now that matters had escalated, could it be that they truly aimed to do something to her? Had Lin Shibai's previous demeanor not been sufficiently clear? What was it that this family sought by persistently seeking her out? If their misplaced familial affection had nowhere to go, they could bestow it all upon Lin Shi. She would surely cherish it. As for Yean, she was not a repository for their discarded emotions. Lin Shibai, witnessing her vigilant and disdainful expression, felt as though his heart had been pierced by 1,000 blades, leaving him breathless with anguish. Once, Xiaoan had held their family in high regard. Now, she cast aside the familial bonds she once cherished as though they were worthless rags. He hastily sought to convey his true intentions, insisting, No, Xiaoan, I genuinely wish to help you. Have you seen what I posted online? You lack experience, and now is precisely the time you need assistance. My team can guide you swiftly onto the right path. I assure you, even Su Weilin does not possess more understanding of the sports industry than I. The more Lin Shibai spoke with sincerity, the more Yean felt a sense of trepidation. Help me? She echoed, her curiosity piqued. This notion was not one she associated with fond memories. The last time Lin Shibai had offered help was in aid of Lin Shi. The recollection only deepened her scorn, and she retorted, Do you not find this amusing? To be candid, throughout my 3 years with the Lin family, I scarcely reaped any benefits, yet I endured torment. Even if I were to beseech you, could you simply leave me be and cease your intrusions? Lin Shibai was taken aback by Yean's response. No, Xiaoan, if you do not trust me, I can assign my people to you. You can sign a contract with them. That should put your mind at ease, yes? And, as a premier sports dynasty, boasted players and staff so coveted that only those expelled for breach of contract were left behind. Please, I cannot bear even a modicum of your goodwill. Who knows what I would have to offer in return later? A small favor to be repaid by my servitude to Lin Shi? Yean interjected, having grown wary of the Lin family through her experiences over the past 3 years. The price of their kindness was one she could not afford. Xiaoan, this has nothing to do with Lin Shi. Yean, now exasperated, felt it necessary to pierce through the veil of this charade. What is this eye of yours? Were you not the one who, during my first New Year back with the Lin family, brought me a gift meant for Lin Shi and demanded I take the blame on her behalf? Lin Shibai faltered, his expression shifting dramatically as the memory resurfaced. Yean noted his reaction and sensed he had not forgotten, her tone sharpening. I nearly thought you had forgotten. Your dear sister is a treasure. While I am merely worthless, is that it? Did you count the lashes I received that day? While your family celebrated the new year joyously indoors, I was locked in the basement without even a drop of water to drink. Had it not been for Aunt Zhao, who remembered to bring me some food after preparing the New Year's feast, I might have frozen to death at night. Fourth brother. Do you know how cold the winters in Jingxiu are? That chill is one I shall never forget, as if it seeped into my very blood, coursing through every part of me. I was truly so cold, so cold. Lin Shibai's lips lost their color, trembling slightly as he dared not meet her gaze. It was the first spring festival after Yean's return, and the family seemed to have forgotten her presence entirely, meticulously preparing gifts for Lin Shi while Lin Shibai was no exception. The family's initial plan was to enjoy a reunion dinner and then introduce the younger generation to important friends and relatives, attempting to compensate for not holding a welcoming feast for Yean. However, while the family busied themselves with the New Year celebrations, Fu Yao's new design sketches were inadvertently lost by Lin Shi. That year marked the harshest performance for Fu Yao's brand, leading her to personally design a new collection without any backup. Fearing she would be blamed, Lin Shi sought Lin Shibai's help. His solution? To have Yean take the fall. He presented her with a complimentary perfume he had received as a gift for Lin Shi, claiming it was a special New Year present for her. Yean's astonished expression lingered in his mind. Brother, is this gift for me? Her joy was so radiant that Lin Shibai now felt profound shame in recollection. At that moment, Lin Shibai felt a cold shiver run through him. The actions he had taken were utterly despicable. Not only did he deceive her with a mere token gift, but he also demanded that she accept the blame. Furthermore, while Yean faced a harsh punishment from her furious mother, he had merely focused on appeasing Lin Shi. While Lin Shi basked in familial praise, Yean was forgotten in the basement, and it was only through Aunt Zhao's concern that anyone remembered her at all. The realization struck Lin Shibai with immense weight. He had inflicted considerable pain upon her. He could vaguely recall having uttered some half-hearted words of comfort, and had Yean not brought it up, he might have buried it in the recesses of his memory. He had never truly cared, only concerned with ensuring Yean accepted blame to shield Lin Shi from their mother's wrath, never considering the severity of punishment Yean might endure. Lin Shibai felt as if his heart was being ruthlessly squeezed, rendering him breathless. Xiao and I am sorry. Such a feeble and hollow apology. Yean smirked derisively. Lin Shibai, are you not seeking redemption? If you wish to assist me, then offer me something of real substance. If you truly possess the means, why not bestow the entire club upon me? Did you not say that the very name of this club was chosen with the intent of guiding me home when the team reached the pinnacle of success? Lin Shibai's face blanched in shock. The club represented the culmination of his life's work, and over the years, he had leveraged the stardom of its players to cultivate numerous ventures. How could he simply hand it over? Reluctant, are you? Then silence yourself. Take your insincere affections and vanish from my sight. Yean's expression hardened. She was perfectly aware that Lin Shibai would never acquiesce. Yet, she had once sacrificed everything for the Lin family. Now, she had paid the ultimate price for her devotion. Turning to leave, she felt a hand reach out, attempting to grasp her. Just as fingertips brushed against her garment, Lin Shibai suddenly felt darkness envelop him, his tall figure collapsing to the ground. Yean turned her head and saw Lin Shibai unconscious on the ground, her cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. Hesitating for a couple of seconds, she reached out to touch Lin Shibai's forehead. Was she running a fever? Surprised that no one had noticed her condition, Yean couldn't help but let out a couple of mocking laughs. After gazing down for a moment, she lifted her foot and unceremoniously kicked her, serving her right. Having done all this, she left without looking back. As for the person lying on the ground, whether she was dead or alive was of no concern to her. Chapter 55. Registering the company under the firm suppression of the Lin family, the online turmoil gradually subsided, and the incident involving the two sisters soon faded from the public's memory. However, Yean had yet to receive any news from the school regarding her return to class. She had inquired with her homeroom teacher, who implied that the principal had not yet made a decision. It was clear that the principal was waiting for the Lin family's approval, as the Lin family's influence rendered the principal hesitant to act. Yean held no fondness for the principal, viewing him merely as a parasitic figure occupying his position without merit. The year she entered her high school, A tragic incident occurred where a female student committed suicide by jumping from a building, a victim of bullying by a notorious clique within the school. This event garnered significant attention, yet the principal took no action against the bullies. Besides a few members of the clique hailing from well-off families, they were all sycophants of Lin Shi, who, with the backing of the Lin family, managed to stifle any repercussions. When Yean transferred to the school, she became the target of the clique's bullying, but her prior connections to the Lin family spared her from meeting the same grim fate as that student. Her eyes flickered. It was high time for a change in leadership at the school. Opening her newly purchased laptop, her fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly logging into a competition website for the International Mathematics Competition. This year's finals and preliminary rounds were being held in Jingxia. There were 2 registration channels for the mathematics competition, one through recommendations from various universities, and the other via an open preliminary round for self-nominated participants, where the top 10 scorers would compete in the finals alongside the university's seeded candidates. While there were no age restrictions for participants historically, most winners had been exceptional students from prestigious mathematics departments. Should a high school student manage to break this trend and secure a prize, it would undoubtedly attract attention within the educational community, and Yean could leverage the principal's inaction to her advantage. At that point, even if the principal harbored ill feelings towards her, he would have to reconsider his stance. Yean quickly filled out the application form and submitted it. Although she had missed 2 years of art classes, her innate sensitivity to numbers fueled her passion for mathematics, which she had not abandoned during those years. She had achieved a perfect score in mathematics during the entrance examination. The competition posed little challenge for her. The initial investment for the club had been fully sponsored by Mr. Su, who held over 10 million in prize money from the competition, granting Yean a degree of financial security. Lin Shi's car remained downstairs, but he was absent, likely taken to the hospital by a kind-hearted stranger. Yean glanced at it without much thought. Unable to attend school, she kept herself busy by preparing the necessary documents to register a company named Awakens Technology, aimed at developing short video live streaming platforms like Kuaido and Douya. Once the company was officially registered and all licenses secured, Yean went to an office building near Jinsha Industrial Park and extravagantly rented a floor for her company's operations. The next step involved hiring personnel to develop the app. The Su group was well-versed in this area, and Su Huailin had mentioned that she could seek assistance from his assistant, Lin Zhe, when she was ready to develop the app. With no reservations, Yean signed the lease and promptly messaged the dormant account. When Lin Zhe received her message, he was at the airport awaiting a flight. Surprised, he replied, "Miss Yean, please let me know what kind of personnel you require, and I will arrange it as swiftly as possible." Having already imposed upon him, Yean gritted her teeth, thinking of her upcoming competition, and decided to take a hands-off approach. After all, she would be giving Su Huailin a stake in the company. He couldn't simply reap the rewards without contributing. She laid out her requirements, even asking Lin Zhe if he could recommend any talented individuals overlooked by their company. Indeed, there were openings at the Su group, and Lin Zhe offered to inquire with the HR department. As Su Huailin's trusted aide, he understood the significance of this girl to the boss better than anyone else. Lin Zhe did not harbor any condescension towards Yean due to her youth. Someone capable of such ideas and accomplishments at her age could not be underestimated. With Lin Zhe's assistance in recruitment, Yean felt reassured and left the matter largely unattended, knowing that even if they were cast-offs from the Su group, they would still be valuable talents. Her priority was to develop the Douya live streaming platform, allowing club members to stream games and interact with fans. The champion's effect would naturally draw attention without requiring much promotion on her part. If they could secure a championship at the annual Glory Finals, it would benefit both the club and the growth of Awakens Technology. The club's base should be nearly ready. Jinsha Industrial Park knew its clientele well, and each area was initially designed to cater to the club's needs, allowing for immediate occupancy. The training area's computers would need to be set up independently. Since her last visit, Yean had already contacted professionals to configure the computers and gym facilities. She now planned to check on the progress. If everything was satisfactory, she could reach out to Xiao Yang and the others to move in. Hospital. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. His vision blurred and doubled for a moment before focusing. The scent of antiseptic reminded him of his current surroundings. He seemed to be running a fever. Had Xiaoan brought him to the hospital? The thought filled him with joy, causing his body to tremble slightly. Did she still care for him? However, the arrival of Lin Shi doused his hopes like a bucket of cold water. "Fourth brother, are you feeling any better? Why are you so careless with your health? You fainted outside with a fever, and thankfully, a colleague of second brother's who lived in that neighborhood recognized you and called him to bring you here. Behind her stood Lin Mucheng. So it wasn't Ti Shaoan. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qibai's gaze turned vacant, as if icy shards filled his chest, suffocating him. Had she truly ceased to care for him at all? Lin Qi's comforting voice continued to echo in his ears, but he found it increasingly difficult to absorb her words. I need to rest. Please leave, he said, appearing lost in spirit since Lin Qi had entered. His first words urging them to depart. Lin Qi immediately displayed a look of grievance. Fourth brother, did I say something wrong to upset you? No, I'm just tired. Lin Qibai's disinterest in conversing only intensified Lin Qi's frustration, making her want to confront him about what was so special about Yean. She didn't care if he lived or died, yet he still cared for her. Lin Qi's unwillingness to relent caught Lin Mucheng's attention, and he frowned. Lin Qibai, don't mistake kindness for weakness. Xier knows you're in the hospital with a fever and specially made soup for you. Lin Qibai's gaze shifted to the food container Lin Qi held, a silent scoff escaping him. She personally made soup for him? To his knowledge, Lin Qi couldn't cook at all. Choosing not to engage further, he turned his head away, signaling his refusal to communicate. Lin Mucheng, furious, wanted to pick him up and give him a thrashing, but Lin Qi restrained him, feigning concern. Second brother, fourth brother must be tired. Let us leave for now. Take care of yourself. Lin Mucheng understood why Lin Qibai had fainted in that neighborhood, feeling a sense of mockery. He thought, you treasure Yean. Yet she clearly has no intention of valuing you in return. Chapter 56. No one cares that Yean has not enrolled descending from the exclusive passageway after disembarking from the plane, Su Huailin. Dressed casually in loose black trousers paired with a color-blocked shirt and sporting sunglasses, exuded a superior aura and poise that made him appear akin to a model or celebrity. Attracting numerous glances along the way, Lin Zhe had arrived early at the exit, ensuring his charge was escorted to the vehicle. He mentioned the message he had just received from Yean. Boss, Miss Yean just sent me a message. He recounted the request she had made. Following her directives was the only course of action for him. Su Huailin did not bother to ask further. Upon hearing this response, Lin Zhe was not particularly surprised. Yean, standing in his mind, had naturally ascended to a new height. It seemed that in the future, he needed to be more attentive to the tasks assigned by Miss Yean. Then, boss, shall we return to the company now? Let us proceed. Su Huailin was just about to disclose Yean's current location, but hesitated and decided, let us head back to the company first. Are we not going to see Miss Yean? Lin Zhe queried, somewhat astonished, for he believed the boss had returned unexpectedly primarily for her. Before he could process this, a voice from the back seat cut in. Lin, do you think I've been a bit too clingy lately? Coughing almost choked him. Lin Zhe suppressed his urge to cough, regretting his intermittent hearing loss that allowed him to catch that statement. Boss, are you aware of what you're saying? Stealing a glance at the rearview mirror, he observed Su Huailin's serious yet contemplative expression. Lin Zhe cautiously suggested, perhaps distance creates beauty? Su Huailin regarded him with appreciation during the flight to the UK. He had diligently studied the treatise The 360 Strategies for Raising a Daughter sent by Zhou Jia, which advocated for granting a degree of personal space, positing that a little emotional distance could help her understand her own significance. Reflecting on himself, he acknowledged this truth. His abrupt return to the UK had been without so much as an inquiry from her, as if he were fearful she might leave him. Nodding to himself, he resolved that he could not rush in this time. He needed to allow little Yean to realize her importance. Has the master of handcrafted kipeos I asked you to invite responded? Given that little Yean was managing matters quite adeptly on her own, with her birthday approaching, he wanted to prepare a gift for her. Regarding this, Lin Zhe hesitated. Boss, Master Xiao said she won't come out for any price. Her kipeos are reserved for those she deems worthy. Make arrangements. I will personally invite her. Meanwhile, although Lin Qi had been expelled from Jingmei, one cannot remain idle at home. To prevent her from facing ridicule and bullying at school, Fu Yao decided that the entire family would take action. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Lin father waved his hand to replace all the software facilities in the entire art class. The convoy made its way to the school, where her second brother Lin Mucheng and third brother Lin Xingyi personally escorted her to class, while their mother Fu Yao distributed gifts to the entire class, ostensibly to give presents, but in truth to establish authority. Aside from the resolutely absent Lin Qibai, even Lin Chuan could not withstand their mother's orders to assert dominance for Lin Qi. As the spokesperson for the Lin group, he was a figure revered by many parents of students, and his appearance meant that no one truly wished to provoke Lin Qi and invite disaster upon their families. Those from average backgrounds were disinclined to speak ill, at least on the surface. Upon Lin Shi's return to school, even the school leadership stepped in, convening a special meeting to subtly advise the students not to be swayed by unfounded rumors. Sheer, focus on your studies. Your current goal is to gain admission to Jingmei. Any person or matter that might affect you, just leave it to your mother, Fu Yao said, stroking Lin Shi's hair, her eyes filled with pride. Such a thoughtful and intelligent girl was indeed her daughter. Lin Muching smiled beside her, his gaze so tender it could nearly draw tears. Sheer, do not concern yourself with negative voices. Your brother has it all figured out. The provincial painting competition is about to commence, and I will ensure everything is arranged for you. Once you win an award, no one will dare question you again. Mom, brother, you need not go to such lengths. I can manage on my own, Lin Shi replied, appearing overwhelmed by their kindness. What can you manage? You have family supporting you from behind. Our Lin family is prosperous precisely to protect our family from bullying, Fu Yao stated with gravity. Lin Shi felt deeply moved. Mom, brother, you are so good to me. I will certainly strive to do my best. Silly Xia, even if you don't exert yourself, it matters not. Your path ahead will be paved by your second brother. Fu Yao said, her face radiating joy. Our Xia is sensible and obedient. Let us do our utmost, but your health is of utmost importance. Lin Chuan watched with a heavy heart, as everyone concerned themselves with whether Lin Shi would face disdain upon returning to Yizhong after being expelled from Jingmei, doing everything possible to reinforce her standing. Yet, no one seemed to care that Yean had not enrolled anywhere. She had been ordered to return home for reflection. Without their mother's approval, the principal dared not allow her back. He, as her elder brother, felt inadequate, having promised to look after her, but seemingly failing to do anything substantial thus far. He was even less supportive than the fourth brother, who had resolutely declared his disinterest, regardless of being bombarded by their parents. Meanwhile, Yean was quite busy. Unable to attend school, she could not simply idle away her time. She had registered for competitions and was also managing matters related to the company and the club. After ensuring everything was in order at the base, she contacted Xiao Yang and the others to prepare for their relocation. Currently, she intended to focus the club's efforts on honor, planning to gradually expand to other gaming events once her college entrance examinations were complete. The coach from God was set to depart post-autumn finals as per contract. Yet Yean had lured him to stay another year with a generous salary. The club is in a development phase and lacks personnel. If you stay for an additional year, with Xiao Yu around, your workload will be significantly lighter, won't it? The coach, once beguiled by Yi Yan's innocent and clear eyes, now found himself in quite the predicament. Although he could manage coaching, the initial operations, recruitment, and strengthening of the second team had all fallen upon his shoulders. Were it not for the attractive salary, he would have long since abandoned the role. At the company, preliminary recruitment was overseen by Sue's HR, and the finalized resumes had been delivered to her. All she needed to do was conduct interviews. Yi Yan selected several candidates, offering them a suitable salary to form a software development team tasked with rapidly creating a preliminary template for the DIA app. The functional pages could be adjusted after her review, and once everything was confirmed, it could be debugged and tested for launch. She anticipated aligning the launch with the transfer period for honor, allowing club members to utilize and promote it, resulting in a win-win situation. However, there was no rush for these matters. Yi Yan set them aside for now, concentrating on her studies and competition preparations. She had registered just in time, as the preliminary rounds were set to commence in a few days, leaving her only the final sprint to prepare. She did not seek a grand gold medal. Merely obtaining any award would suffice. Chapter 57. The finals and the preliminary selection. The preliminary competition had arrived. A single examination room housed nearly 100 candidates, some of whom displayed considerable anxiety, their hands trembling even before the papers were distributed. In the days leading up to the event, she had diligently trained with a focus on competition problems, particularly reviewing the papers from several previous contests. The challenges were formidable, yet she navigated them with remarkable ease. As the exam papers were handed out, Yi Yan swiftly skimmed through the questions, her mind already formulating a plan. Without a hint of hesitation, she plunged into writing with fervor. To others, these numbers might seem astronomical, but to her, they were akin to long-lost friends, warmly familiar. With barely half the allotted time elapsed, she completed the paper and submitted it, exiting the room. Before leaving, Yi Yan made a brief detour to the restroom, the sound of running water drowning out the conversations in the corridor. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. She paid little heed, having just washed her hands and preparing to leave when the dialogue sharpened into clarity. Dr. Lin, this matter is rather complicated. A middle-aged man's gravelly voice resonated. Dr. Lin? Could it be Lin Muching? Instinctively recoiling her hand from the door handle, Yean swiftly retrieved her phone and activated the recording function. The familiar voice returned to the conversation, unmistakably that of Lin Muching. For President Wang, this is a trivial matter, isn't it? For the painting competition. Aside from the finals where participants must paint on-site, the preliminary selection merely requires the submission of works. With a little maneuvering on your part, who would ever know who truly made it to the finals? Lin Muching's brow curved with a sly smile. The provincial painting competition was organized by the Jingxia Art Association, and President Wang was the primary figure in charge. Wang hesitated, torn between temptation and fear of exposure. After all, this was a provincial event, and if discovered, his tenure as president would be jeopardized. But Dr. Lin, you know that our chief judge is our vice president, a man of rigid principles, he replied. Rumor had it that President Wang's family was celebrating a recent joyous occasion. How do you feel about a property near the landmark building in the city center? Continuing, you can choose the layout, and if transportation is inconvenient, I can provide a car. Lin Muching casually dangled the bait. My little sister is not lacking in skill. She merely missed the registration deadline. Her ability would surely secure her a spot in the finals. It's not about making a grand spectacle. A mere award to lift her spirits would suffice. Lin Muching's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a mere cabbage at the market rather than a provincial accolade. President Wang was enticed by the offer. Who would refuse a low-risk opportunity for substantial returns? He had heard of Lin Muching's talented sister, skilled enough to win an award and surely to reach the finals. After all, the final list was only tentatively drafted and not yet publicized. As long as Lin Muching's sister did not stand out too much, there would be no way to trace her entry. With this in mind, President Wang eagerly acquiesced. Since Dr. Lin has said so, I shall assist in this matter for your sake. The voices in the corridor faded into the distance, and after a brief wait, Yean finally emerged from the restroom. Glancing at her phone, she smiled. Truth be told, this scene felt all too familiar. She had thought that with a new life, many events would unfold differently, yet here was a situation that had merely transformed in form. In her previous life, after Lin, she entered the Jingmei training program. She always had Yean to fall back on during tests or assignments. There were no other complications, and the timeline for entering the painting competition was far less stringent than it was now. Back then, even though the competition had commenced, inserting someone into the mix was as easy for the Lin family as sipping water, requiring no special arrangements. Just a hint would suffice. Not only did Lin she participate, but Yean was also packaged along for the ride. Ironically, at that time, she believed the Lin family genuinely cared for her. Otherwise, why would they afford her such an opportunity? It was only later that she discovered Lin she aimed for the gold medal but lacked the requisite skill. To ensure success, she had used Yean's work as a substitute, bolstered by the preliminary results, thus allowing Yean to act as a proxy during the finals without raising any suspicions. Since her honor had been appropriated in her past life, it was only fitting that she return the favor in this life, given the serendipitous opportunity presented to her. With a steely resolve, Yean rifled through her memories for a contact, the vice president mentioned earlier, Li Jia. Li Jia was a passionate painter, unmarried throughout his life. He was the sole individual in her previous life to question Lin Shi's achievements, but lacking evidence, he had merely delayed the awarding of Lin Shi's accolades. She vaguely recalled how this silver-haired, spirited elder had once visited her at school, inquiring whether she was the true author of a painting she had ghostwritten for Lin Shi. His gaze ablaze with fervor. Sending the recording anonymously to his email, Yean informed him that he could review the surveillance footage from the restroom and corridor. She felt no apprehension that Li Jia would dismiss the matter. He was a respected master, meticulous in his approach to art. In her previous life, even a mere trace had led him to uncover her identity, let alone now, with both audio and video evidence at hand. Having accomplished these tasks, Yean exited the examination hall, oblivious to the black Maybach as its window gradually descended, revealing Lin Muching's face. Why was Yean here? With a furrowed brow, he observed her retreating figure, clutching a transparent pencil case typical for exams. Could she possibly be participating in a mathematics competition? Such a thought ignited a spark of derision. What an embarrassing endeavor, blissfully unaware of her own limitations. The preliminary selection concluded, and only a few days remained before the final list would be announced. The club's coaches had recruited a new batch of staff and secured a promising rookie during the draft. The rest would be assessed during the transfer period following the year-end evaluations. Yean took the time to catch up on the progress of Duya. Discovering that the individuals from Su's side truly possessed talent, an initial version of the app had already emerged, awaiting her review for refinement. The current development of live streaming hardware was sufficient, yet no one had yet grasped the concept. Its execution was not particularly challenging. However, once the app was developed, it would require rigorous stress and bug testing, which consumed precious time, something she sorely lacked. To incentivize the first batch of employees to work tirelessly on Duya's development, Yean promised them a 2% stake in the market, a seemingly modest amount. But to these professionals, it was evident that Duya's future held boundless potential. A mere 2% could secure them a lifetime of comfort, and they worked with fervor as if invigorated by a potent elixir. The app's development needed to accelerate, and subsequent testing could not be taken lightly. Any crashes during later usage would be detrimental. Once Duya was ready, she planned to have esports athletes and some celebrities conduct internal testing to generate interest before granting live streaming access to all users. Excellent. Yean meticulously arranged a timetable for all tasks, clearly marking deadlines for completion. Now, the race against time had begun. Rubbing her temples, she felt the weight of her responsibilities. Merely enlisting esports athletes would not suffice, while her allies could guide the gaming aspect. The scope of live streaming software was vast in her previous life. She could not allow others to perceive Duya as a platform limited solely to gaming broadcasts. Contracting celebrities to join the platform and scouting ordinary individuals for stardom was imperative. Yet, this domain was not her forte, as she lacked familiarity with the entertainment industry. After a mental search, she pinpointed a target, Chang'an Entertainment. In her previous life, she had acquired a basic understanding of the entertainment industry while attempting to ingratiate herself with Lin Xingyi. She learned that the founder of Chang'an Entertainment is a Golden Horse award-winning actress, and that it is a relatively reputable entertainment company. Collaborating with them would at least ensure that upon the launch of Duya, it would not be marred by inexplicable controversies. Chapter 58. A humiliating affair. RCC is truly remarkable. What has happened to Jingmei? We have quietly advanced to the finals of the provincial competition. I have heard that this competition is unlike any before, with a high threshold for entry. I even learned that the top students from the esteemed number 12 school, known for its art students, were all eliminated. Once our CC wins an award, Jingmei will realize the grave mistake they made in projecting their frustrations onto her. If CC wins, she will surely receive accolades from the entire school, and accolades from the school are but a small matter. It is likely that her story will be broadcast on television. In the classroom, Lin Shi's friends exchanged words filled with envy and admiration. Having a prestigious family background is one thing, but she is also exceptionally talented. The Lin family is indeed fortunate. All 4 sons are outstanding. And though the only daughter has brought shame to the family, the adopted daughter has proven herself. Each person has their own destiny, and envy is futile. Yean, hailing from the Lin family, seems to lack the fortune to enjoy such blessings, while Lin Shi, an orphan, has experienced such good fortune. Lin Shi covered her mouth and laughed, warning her friends that if they continued to praise her, she might tremble during the competition. Her playful reproach only drew more admiration. Cici, you are truly diligent. Your grades are already excellent. The teachers have even said you could skip school today. Yet you still choose to attend half a day of classes. On the surface, Lin Shi feigned modesty, but her eyes sparkled with determination. Recently, she had meticulously copied a painting left behind by Yean, and she was confident she would win an award in the finals, perhaps even a gold medal. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Shi noticed Su Wang glancing her way, causing her ears to flush. If she won, would he pay her more attention? She prided herself on understanding Su Wang. She knew he pursued art due to his late mother, who was an artist. If her painting skills were extraordinary, he would certainly take notice of her. With a smile, she approached Su Wang and said, Su Wang, my birthday is approaching, and I would like to invite you to my birthday party. If you have time, we could also exchange painting techniques. Her demeanor was graceful and appropriate, and her confident smile could endear even a stranger, let alone someone of her esteemed background as a Lin family heiress. Lin Shi was certain Su Wang would not refuse her invitation. Initially, she had intended to draw Su Wang's attention so he might approach her on his own accord, but a hint of malice flickered in her eyes. That wretched Yean had somehow gotten close to Su Wang, merely because of her gaming skills? As long as the Lin family remained in her grasp, Yean would never surpass her. She had made a point to attend classes just before the competition to capture Su Wang's attention and seize the opportunity to invite him to her birthday party. However, Su Wang barely lifted his eyelids, uttering a single word that shattered Lin Shi's dreams. Her smile remained, but disbelief shone in her eyes. How could Su Wang treat her with such disregard? Tears welled up as others began to speak up for her. Su Wang, how could you treat Cece this way? Su Wang remained unyielding, responding, you too, leave. As another classmate attempted to defend her, Lin Shi, fearing Su Wang's opinion of her would worsen, quickly interjected, it's all right. I was too forward. My competition is about to begin, so I must leave. Don't forget to come to my birthday party. She smiled bravely, though tears glistened in her eyes, evoking pity from those around her. As she turned away, resentment filled her gaze. She could only conclude that Su Wang's attitude stemmed from Yean, but it was all right. Once she won an award, Su Wang would surely understand. Lin Shi's family members, Lin Mucheng and Fu Yao, came to see her off for the finals. Sierra, don't have any worries. No matter what, you are the best in your mother's eyes. Fu Yao encouraged, holding Lin Shi's hand. Lin Mucheng had already made arrangements, saying, Sierra, just paint as you normally would. Whatever you need, your brother will support you. If your sister were still here, she would undoubtedly have made it to the finals. Lin Shi's words hung in the air, causing a palpable tension. Lin Mucheng clenched his jaw, nearly forgetting her. He still hadn't settled the accounts against those who targeted Siege online. Why mention her? If it weren't for her, you would still be comfortably attending Jingmei, preparing for your ideal college entrance exams. The thought infuriated him. If it weren't for that petty, small-minded Yean, who could not stand to see Sierra succeed, tarnishing her reputation and leaving a negative impression at Jingmei, why would Sierra need to win an award to prove herself? Fu Yao shared his displeasure. Does she really think she has accomplished something? Just because she started some club, she thinks she has gained wings. If I weren't busy preparing for Sierra's birthday, I would have dealt with her long ago. What does it matter if she has the Su family backing? The Lin family is not to be underestimated. Reminded not to forget to make trouble for Yean, a smirk crossed Lin Shi's face as she feigned innocence, saying, did I say something wrong? It has nothing to do with you. The competition is starting. Hurry in. Lin Mucheng smiled indulgently. As Lin Shi entered the competition, Lin Mucheng and Fu Yao did not leave, but returned to the car to wait for her. Time passed slowly. Lin Mucheng, glancing at the medical records, felt his eyes grow weary as he looked out the window. Today, the international mathematics competition and the art competition were held simultaneously. The mathematics examination was scheduled to end slightly earlier, and by now, participants were emerging from the venue, awaiting their results. To prevent any underhanded tactics, the final scores were reviewed and announced on the spot. Lin Mucheng's gaze swept through the crowd until it suddenly froze. Yean again? If the last appearance had been a coincidence, how could this one be explained? Mom, is that Yean? Is she participating in the mathematics competition? Fu Yao followed his gaze, astonished. It really is her. She has that ability? Lin Mucheng was aware that Yean had performed well in the past, but he doubted she retained any of that ability after missing 2 years of school. He scoffed. She probably got lucky to reach the finals. Some people truly lack self-awareness, signing up for a competition like this, only to end up at the bottom of the score list and embarrass themselves and their families. The son derided the daughter, and Fu Yao, as a mother, nodded in agreement, her tone dripping with disdain. Thank goodness we adopted Sierra as our daughter. Otherwise, having someone so perpetually embarrassing before us would surely shorten my life. As the time for reviewing the mathematics competition scores passed, the art competition neared its conclusion, and participants began to emerge. Mucheng, we should go down. Sierra is coming out. Fu Yao hurriedly opened the car door, and the two rushed toward Lin Shi. My dear, you must be exhausted from painting. We have drinks and fruits in the car. Shall we have a little snack? Sierra, don't worry. You will definitely win an award. You are the best, Lin Mucheng said, patting her head. His demeanor a stark contrast to the scorn with which he had regarded Yi. And Dad heard you were competing, so he invited some friends over and booked a hotel, waiting to celebrate your victory together. Fu Yu was full of enthusiasm, yet neither of them noticed Lin Shi's pale face and bloodless lips, her demeanor utterly disheartened. Mom, brother? I can't win an award. Lin Shi's voice trembled, her expression crumbling as she recalled the earlier incident, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Mucheng. Lin Mucheng's heart skipped a beat. Sierra, what has transpired? Chapter 59. The bronze medalist. The fact that I had taken someone else's place to enter the finals was disclosed to the chief judge, resulting in the cancellation of my eligibility to compete. Lin Shi turned pale as a sheet. Being caught cheating in the competition would undoubtedly be reported. And how could she ever show her face at school again? With such a stain on her record, Jingmei would never accept her. Su Wang was certainly destined for Jingmei, and she felt herself drifting further away from him. How could they possibly be together now? How could this happen? Lin Mucheng was utterly dumbfounded. Only he and President Wang were privy to this matter. How could Li Jia, a mere bystander, possibly know? Before he could finish his thoughts, the crackling sound of the broadcast seized everyone's attention. It was the announcement of results from the International Mathematics Competition. First, a word of appreciation for the participants, followed by the announcement of the top 3 competitors: gold medal, Mathematics Department of Jingbei University; silver medal, a foreign contestant; bronze medal, Yean. The remaining participants could check their rankings on the scrolling display screen, and the top 3 were requested to proceed to the award ceremony. The announcement was repeated thrice, causing an immediate uproar in the square. This time, it was not the gold medalist who drew attention, but the bronze medalist. The mere mention of one name indicated that this contestant had emerged from the preliminary selection. The International Mathematics Competition had been held for several years, and regardless of the host country, no contestant from the preliminary rounds had ever won an award. Who is this Yean? Such prowess. I must go to the award ceremony to see and interview her. I have never heard of this individual before. I recall a young girl in my examination room who looked like a high school student. Could it possibly be her? A high school student? If she possessed such talent, surely she would have been directly recommended by her school long ago. The Lin family was equally stunned upon hearing the announcement. Fu Yao even forgot to comfort Lin Shi, pulling Lin Muqing instead, exclaiming, "Muqing, did I hear wrong? The broadcast mentioned Yean?" Lin Muqing's expression darkened. He was thoroughly displeased with Yean's audacious behavior, especially at such a moment. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "If there is no one with the same name, it must be her." His mind raced with thoughts. Yean surely knew of her own capability to win an award. Was she aware that she had entered the painting competition and had thus deliberately registered for the mathematics competition? The more he contemplated, the darker his expression grew. He could not believe it was mere coincidence that she chose to compete while she participated in the painting contest. How deep must her schemes run? Did she think that by outshining she they would regret their kindness toward her? Fu Yao was dumbfounded. Wasn't Yean at the bottom of her class? When did her grades improve so dramatically? Lin Shi clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood. Once again, it was Yean. The whispers surrounding her intensified her emotions, and in a fit of anger, she shoved Lin Muqing, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so humiliated." Overwhelmed with despair, Lin Shi covered her face and began to cry softly, just as the crackling voice of the broadcast returned. It was the announcement of the painting competition results, which included an additional statement. An investigation had uncovered that one participant had employed dishonest means to reach the finals, and the judges had decided to revoke her eligibility. The investigation into the involved parties was still ongoing, although no name was explicitly mentioned. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily identify the culprit from the competition roster. Lin Shi collapsed in utter despair, wiping her tears as she made her way outside. She could not accept the label of a cheater while Yean basked in glory. Lin Muqing's heart ached for her. He wanted to comfort her, but reason dictated that he stay to investigate who had leaked the information. "Mother, please go and comfort Xier. Don't let them discover who the whistleblower is." His gaze turned cold and fierce. Fu Yao finally regained her senses and hurried after Lin Shi, while Lin Muqing set off to review the surveillance footage from that day. Yean heard the broadcast, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. How could Lin Shi monopolize all the good fortune? If one dares to act, one must be prepared to face the consequences. As the judges prepared to present the awards, Yean gracefully stepped onto the podium. This time, the audience was particularly numerous, drawn by Yean's presence. They all wanted to see this remarkable individual who had secured a bronze medal through the preliminary rounds in an international competition. My goodness, she is so young. She must still be in high school. If that is the case, why wasn't she recommended by her school? Which institution would be foolish enough to overlook such a prodigious talent? Even the judges giving the award were astonished at her youthfulness and her achievement in such a challenging mathematics competition. Teachers from various schools began to calculate how they might recruit her. Yean herself felt somewhat bemused by the attention. She had never anticipated winning a bronze medal. Originally, she had hoped to receive a consolation prize, as long as someone recognized her efforts. This unexpected delight was indeed a pleasant surprise. After the awards ceremony concluded, eager reporters quickly surrounded the trio, most of their questions directed at Yean. "Little sister, how old are you? Are you still in school? With such talent? How did you end up in the finals through the preliminary rounds?" They mused that merely securing a random award would make her a celebrated figure at any high school. Not only were the reporters puzzled, but the onlookers awaited Yean's response. Taking the microphone, Yean spoke calmly. I am a senior at Jingxia First High School. There are 2 reasons for my participation through the preliminary rounds. First, my school did not recommend me, and second, I am currently under orders to reflect at home. Ordered to reflect? What crime did you commit? A reporter inquired immediately. Yean smiled slightly. Are there any friends following me on Weibo? The Yean involved in the recent honor competition scandal is also me. The principal deemed my situation unfavorable and instructed me to rest at home for a while. Yet I still have not received any notification to return to school. Several reporters exchanged glances, puzzled that the matter had supposedly been resolved long ago. Why was she still barred from returning to school, especially in such a critical year? The educators present frowned, sensing something amiss, sensing a headline in the making. The reporters pressed further, and Yean eagerly awaited their inquiries. Before entering high school, I lived in an orphanage. I went through some experiences. I am currently an orphan. After transferring to Jingxia First High, my experience has not been particularly pleasant. When I first enrolled, I witnessed a female student being bullied to the point of committing suicide, and it seemed the teachers did little to intervene. The principal even held a meeting to prohibit us from discussing the matter. What happened afterward? I too became a victim of bullying. As for my opinion of the principal, perhaps he has his reasons. For instance, not informing me of my return date to school could be his way of letting me rest a little longer. Yean's interview was reposted across numerous platforms, and the oblivious principal in his office received a phone call. By the time the call ended, his face had turned ashen. He was under investigation for his actions. Trembling, he recalled the warning from the call. Opening his phone, the words spoken by Yean during the interview made him feel dizzy, and ultimately, he clutched his heart and fainted, realizing that his career was over. Chapter 60. Striking with a baseball bat as the post-match interview concluded. Yean received a message from her homeroom teacher instructing her to return to class as usual tomorrow. As for the principal, Yean chuckled softly. If she could remain in school after being scrutinized, it was a testament to her resilience. While she felt a sense of relief, the Lin family was engulfed in despair. Lin Wenbin had booked a hotel, but instead of praise, he faced humiliation. On the sofa, Lin Shi covered her face and wept, while Fu Yao sat beside her, offering comforting words. Lin Wenbin, irritated by the tears, exclaimed, "What are you crying for? Look at the mess you've made. My reputation is in tatters." He was particularly concerned about his image among friends. News of Lin Shi's cheating scandal spread rapidly, and soon, her identity was revealed, especially after her prior online notoriety. Lin Shi had not even arrived yet, and the incident had already circulated. Lin Wenbin's anger flared as he recalled the mocking expressions of his friends at the hotel. "Aren't you an artist? Don't you usually perform well? How could you get caught?" With red-rimmed eyes, Lin Shi dared not respond. She was unsure herself. She had merely copied Yean's artwork, and the moment she submitted it, the judges had questioned whether it was truly hers. I didn't know. It was organized by my brother," Lin Shi muttered, her voice trembling. Fu Yao, filled with compassion, interjected, "Enough. This isn't Shi's fault. Don't you know how Morong operates? Someone must have sabotaged her. Morong is already reviewing the surveillance footage. It's not her fault." Lin Wenbin struggled to contain his frustration. While he could usually indulge his daughter, the online comments were unbearable. They labeled the Lin family as harboring a daughter who had become accustomed to theft and deceit. It was too late to lament. Seeing Lin Shi's tear-streaked face softened his heart. Has Morong not returned yet? Just then, Lin Morong arrived, his expression grim. "I've reviewed the footage." It was Yean. As soon as the name was uttered, the atmosphere in the Lin family grew tense. "I knew it was that troublemaker." Fu Yao seethed, her eyes filled with venom. "What does she want? Is she intent on destroying my sheer?" While Yean basked in her awards, Lin Shi was left in tears. Fu Yao cradled Lin Shi, her resentment palpable. She seemed to wish for nothing less than Yean's demise. Lin Wenbin, only aware of Lin Shi's cheating, was puzzled. What award did she win? Yean participated in the international mathematics competition and won a bronze medal. A bronze medal? Lin Wenbin's eyelids flickered. He had underestimated her. She even managed to establish connections with the Su family and win a championship. And now she is earning accolades in international competitions? His demeanor shifted, but no one noticed. Lin Morong continued, "I checked all the surveillance from that time frame. There was no one else present, except for Yean passing through the corridor to the restroom before I met with President Wang. I confirmed that conversations in the corridor could be heard from the restroom." This evidence aligned with his suspicions. Yean had deliberately devised this scheme upon learning of Lin Shi's participation in the art competition. As for how Yean overheard his conversation with President Wang regarding bribery, Lin Morong had not considered. To him, Yean seemed cunning, who knew what tactics she employed. This ungrateful wretch. We raised her for 3 years, and this is how she repays us? Lin Shi, nestled in Fu Yao's embrace, sobbed. What did I do to upset her? If I'm a burden, I can leave. Sweetheart, what nonsense are you saying? If anyone should leave, it's Yean. You will always be my precious child. The two enacted a scene of maternal affection, while Lin Morong felt increasingly distressed, hastily reassuring, don't worry, sure. If Yean dares to scheme against you, I won't let her get away with it. He refrained from mentioning that he had already dispatched someone to track down Yean's address. Lin Wenbin, who had been silent, began to contemplate Yean's fate. This daughter, quietly achieving significant feats, had begun to hold value. He could no longer afford to let her roam freely. If force won't work, perhaps a gentler approach would. With this thought, he patted his younger son. Yean is truly despicable. Morong, you must bring her back. Rest assured, Lin Morong replied. But the cold glint in his eyes revealed his true intentions. Bringing her back? He wasn't as lenient as his elder brother and fourth brother. Later that night, in a luxurious apartment, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Yean felt a surge of caution. The apartment she rented was highly secure, yet not infallible. Approaching the door, she hesitated to open it. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. Grasping a baseball bat from beside her shoe cabinet, she peered through the peephole and recognized the visitor, Lin Morong. Open the door, he shouted, impatience evident in his voice. Yean maintained her composure. She remembered the last encounter when he had injured her back. Gripping the bat, she smiled wryly. He hadn't brought any bodyguards this time. So it was time to settle the score. Leaving the bedroom light on, she secured the door, then quickly texted the police before remotely unlocking it. As Lin Morong continued to pound on the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Yean, you disregarded my previous warnings, haven't you? Do you want to face the consequences for making Shir unhappy? His voice echoed, but he soon realized the room was empty. Where is she? He wondered. Perhaps in the bedroom? Consumed by rage, he charged toward the room. Hidden in the shadows, Yean observed him kick open the door, baseball bat in hand. Following closely behind, Yean, you, Lin Morong began, but as he noted the absence of anyone inside, a chill ran down his spine. Before he could react, Yean swung the bat, striking him squarely in the back. In a previous life, Lin Morong had suffered significant financial losses due to a failed drug trial. And to assist him, Yean had audaciously attended medical lectures at a nearby university, self-studying pharmacology. If her goal had not been finance, pursuing medicine would not have been out of the question. She understood the human body well enough to strike precisely where it would hurt without causing serious injury. Stealing from my home? Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson. Yean shouted, her strikes unyielding. In the dim light, she could barely discern his face. Wasn't it reasonable for a woman to defend herself against a stranger at this hour? With each blow landing on Lin Morong's back, even he struggled to endure, groaning in pain. I am Lin Morong. Yean, have you lost your mind? He pleaded, but as soon as he uttered those words, she struck him harder. Daring to impersonate someone else? My brother Lin Morong would never sneak into a girl's home at this hour. You've clearly done your homework. I'll make sure you pay. Only when the sound of sirens pierced the night did Yean finally relent, feigning surprise as she took in his face. Brother, it really is you. Lin Morong nearly spat blood from the agony in his back, unable to rise from the floor. Yean, the police have entered. And with a cheerful smile, Yean added a kick, exclaiming, what do you want from me? Turning to the officer, she stated, Officer, it is him who trespassed into a private residence in the dead of night. Chapter 61, A Malicious Apology in the Police Station's Interrogation Room. Lin Muching appeared pallid, steam rising from the tea beside him, while Yean sat in the adjacent seat. Speak up, what transpired? The interrogating officer, glancing back and forth, was equally perplexed. Lin Muching and Yean were acquainted, and it was precisely due to their familiarity that the situation was so bewildering. Were they not siblings? How had this escalated to a break-in, and such a violent one at that? Young Master Lin had been escorted to the station, barely able to walk due to the pain searing his back, reminiscent of flames licking at his skin. Gritting his teeth, he thought, isn't this intentional harm? The moment the officers entered, it became abundantly clear to him that Yean was aware of the intruder's identity, having deliberately evaded him to deliver a beating. He had lost his composure, allowing her to succeed in her scheme. The agony in his back was a humiliating reminder that he had been outwitted by someone he held in contempt. Yean hunched her shoulders, feigning fright. Officer, as a young lady alone at home, how could I not be terrified? I didn't even know who he was, having not seen his face, so I acted in self-defense. After the injury assessment, it was concluded to be mere superficial wounds, Surely, it was a case of justifiable defense. Shouldn't the focus be on his unlawful entry? I am your brother. At that moment, he remembered their supposed sibling bond. Yean's mocking gaze met him. There is neither an adoption agreement nor a shared household registration to substantiate our sibling relationship. What kind of brother are you? Lin Muching was momentarily speechless. When Yean had been found, he had sought to spare his sister's feelings, and due to unforeseen circumstances, he had vehemently opposed their parents registering her under their family name. He had not anticipated that his efforts would backfire. At this juncture, the resolution of their predicament was evident. Regardless of the circumstances, Yean held the moral high ground. Lin Muching could only resign himself to misfortune and accept the beating. The officers provided a verbal reprimand to Lin Muching, had them sign a statement, and subsequently released them. Early that day, he had contacted his family for a ride home, only to find Lin Wenbin waiting for him outside the station. "Father, why are you here?" Lin Wenbin offered no response but steadied him, his gaze drifting toward Yean. Upon reassessing his daughter, he was surprised to find the once timid girl now radiating with confidence. The more he scrutinized her, the more he appreciated this transformation. His tone softened considerably. "Xiaoyan, you have been struggling alone these days. I've had time to reflect and realize I have wronged you in the past. Here, I owe you an apology." Yean's eyes narrowed in suspicion at this uncharacteristic display. What was his game? She shifted slightly. It was too late. Su Lu was no longer by her side, but she was still at the police station's entrance. If Lin Wenbin dared to do anything, she could call for help. "Father, you mean?" "Muching," Lin Wenbin interrupted sharply. "You have wronged your sister so many times. Shouldn't you apologize and make amends?" He was apologizing? To Yean? Lin Muching's eyes widened in disbelief. Unless Lin Wenbin had lost his mind, he would never apologize to her. "I don't want it." Yean rejected outright. She couldn't accept Lin Muching's apology. She feared that if he spoke today, she would suffer tomorrow. Besides, it's best that we keep our paths separate. Lin Wenbin showed no signs of anger. Children can be temperamental. In his eyes, Yean had previously been of no value to him, merely a source of embarrassment. Now that she had potential, her temper was just that, childish behavior. "Your birthday is approaching. Don't you want the dress your mother designed for you?" As Yean turned to leave, she hesitated. Lin Wenbin smirked. He understood her well. Despite her claims of wishing to sever ties, she secretly desired their affection. "On your birthday, I will arrange for your household registration to be changed to Lin, and publicly declare you as our biological daughter." As she walked away, Yean concealed her scorn. The most formidable member of the Lin family was not Lin Muching or Lin Chuan, but Lin Wenbin himself, a self-serving man who valued only what could benefit him. Did he believe she would return just because he deemed her valuable now? Dream on. Without a backward glance, she exited decisively. Her clear rejection was perceived by Lin Wenbin as a sure victory. He believed everything he had proposed was precisely what Yean longed for. She could not possibly refuse. Once Yean left, Lin Muching exploded. "Father, what were you just saying? What about Sierra?" Lin Wenbin shot him a cold glare, withdrawing the hand that had supported him and placing it in his pocket. "What about Sierra? Have I not made it clear that she is not our family? She is an adopted daughter. Now that I have decided to acknowledge my biological daughter, I should consider her feelings?" Having created such turmoil, he felt it was enough that he was willing to assist Sierra in addressing the aftermath. "Muching you too." This has escalated to the police station. The Lin family's reputation cannot be tarnished like this. Lin Muching clenched his fists, bowing his head in frustration. He understood that if he continued to speak, his father would surely retaliate against Sierra. Accept the loss. Let it serve as a lesson for Lin Xie to think before she acted, to cease handing over evidence against herself. After reprimanding his son, Lin Wenbin summoned the driver to help Lin Muching into the car. As for Yean, he harbored no concerns. Perhaps she would obediently return home the following day. He needed to inform the rest of the family to treat Yean kindly for the time being, at least until he could leverage her connection to Su Huiling. Upon returning to her apartment, Yean dismissed Lin Wenbin's words entirely. Whoever took them seriously was a fool. Would she be so foolish as to stumble into the same pitfall repeatedly? After confronting Lin Muching, she felt a sense of satisfaction and enjoyed a dream-filled sleep until dawn. Dressed in her school uniform and with her backpack in tow, she headed to school as usual. The tale of her winning a bronze medal had spread throughout the institution, and as she entered her classroom, countless gazes fell upon her. Unlike the previous derision, this time it was filled with admiration and envy. Our class's pride has returned. With one person initiating praise, the others quickly joined in. Yean's class was considered a lower-tier class, with a mix of students. "Sister, Yinjia, come see my skills. Do you think I have a chance at going pro? Are you serious? Make way for my sister. Can you help me gain some ranks tonight? Move aside. Great Yi. Can you teach me how to solve this problem? Surrounded by eager classmates, Yean was taken aback by their sudden warmth. She had never imagined being so well-liked. It was Wan Yu who came to her rescue. Xiaoyan, thank you. He hugged her tightly, leaving her momentarily dazed. For what? The person who attempted suicide was my good friend. Because of your words, the investigation has been reopened, and the new principal has dismissed those responsible. Yean smiled sincerely. Evil deeds would eventually receive their just desserts. Chapter 62. Are the handprints on both sides the same? As Lin Shi stepped into the classroom, she was immediately engulfed by a tide of gazes and whispers. Have you all heard? Everyone knows about the cheating in the provincial competition. President Wang has been expelled from the Art Association. As for her, TSK, I suspect she was well aware of the incident with Jing Mei, where someone switched out their work. She probably hired a ghostwriter herself. Not to mention, she likely just returned from the new principal's office. Those bullies who tormented others have been expelled. And it seems she was behind it all. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. I used to think she was a gentle and generous soul, but I never imagined otherwise. The Lin family is indeed unfortunate, for the sake of such a trivial matter. They treat their own daughter so poorly. Now, Ian is quite the impressive figure, isn't she? With one foot in the classroom and the other planted in place. Lin Shi gripped her backpack tightly, her gaze cast down, filled with overwhelming resentment. Yian's threats loomed larger by the day. Just last night, her father and second brother had urged her to find an opportunity to apologize to Yian in front of the entire family. How could she possibly apologize to Yian? She had done nothing wrong. Furthermore, her mother was instructed to alter the dress that was specially designed for her. To give it to Yian instead. Did she deserve it? That was her dress, hers. The hatred swelling within her was exacerbated by the surrounding chatter. It was all Yian's fault. Why couldn't she have perished at the hands of the traffickers and leave her family and identity intact? Enough. Haven't you all benefited from Shira in the past? Someone exclaimed. TSK, who doesn't know that Wang Li has always been the most sycophantic towards Lin Shi? Those in the class who had long disdained Lin Shi shot back without hesitation. Wang Li's face flushed with anger. She could not contend with so many voices alone. She stepped forward, pulling Lin Shi along. Shir, don't mind them. They're just jealous of your family background and that you could be with Su Wang. How laughable. Didn't you see how Su Wang was annoyed with her last time? This remark triggered Lin Shi's fury. As she shoved Wang Li aside and slapped the speaker. When did my affairs become your business? The person slapped was equally hot-tempered and attempted to retaliate, but was quickly restrained by those nearby. Forget it, she thought. After all, she still had the Lin family backing her. If she fought today, she would suffer tomorrow. Mark my words, you will never be better than Yian in this lifetime. Yian, it was always about her. Wang Li's comforting words fell on deaf ears, and the commotion subsided only when the teacher entered with teaching materials. Lin Shi absorbed little from the class. Apologize to Yian? Huh. She would go ahead and apologize. A glint of inscrutable intent sparkled in her eyes. The first period ended, signaling a lengthy break. Third-year students were not required to do morning exercises and could manage their own time. Yet almost everyone remained in the classroom, engrossed in their studies. As the bell rang, someone called out for Yian. There's someone looking for you. Taken to the stairwell, upon recognizing the visitor, Yian smiled. How rare, you're seeking me out. Sister, don't act like this. Lin Shi extended her hand, trying to pull her closer, but Yian retreated a cautious step. Are you trying to play that trick of pushing me down the stairs again? Yian crossed her arms, her gaze dripping with sarcasm. Lin Shi slowly withdrew her hand. Sister, you've misunderstood me. I merely wish to apologize. All those past matters were my fault, and I hope you can forgive me. She raised her chin, her eyes glistening with innocence. Do you think that is possible? Yian rolled her eyes, internally guessing that Lin Wenbin must have sent her, for otherwise. With Lin Shi's temperament, she would never bow down unless absolutely necessary. I also think it's impossible. Suddenly, Lin Shi broke into a smile, her tone shifting dramatically, revealing a different persona. Before Yian could react, she slapped herself loudly, the sound echoing sharply in the stairwell. Sister, I only want to apologize, Lin Shi said, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Is she out of her mind? Yian widened her eyes, utterly perplexed by Lin Shi's behavior. This wasn't the Lin family. Who was she performing for? Bored, she considered leaving when a familiar voice thundered from behind. Yian, what are you doing? Lin Shi shot Yi in a triumphant smile. mouthing, "Dear sister, my brother is here at school today to handle my affairs." During the break, she had purposely asked Wang Li to wait by the door and lead her brother here upon his arrival, regardless of which brother it was. They would surely harbor discontent towards Yi, and upon witnessing this scene, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted her eldest and second brothers. Lin Mucheng rushed over first, pulling Lin Shi protectively behind him. "Have you bullied Shi'er again?" Yean found herself momentarily at a loss. Torn between admiration for his speed despite having been beaten by her previously and scolding him for lacking both height and sense. She rolled her eyes. What a fool. Angered by past grievances, Lin Mucheng was about to retaliate when Lin Chuan intervened. "Shaoan, can you calmly explain what just happened? If it wasn't your fault, I'll support you." Lin Chuan's gaze was sincere. As long as she spoke up, he would believe her. Lin Shi remained unfazed, hiding behind Lin Mucheng, quietly sobbing. This was a blind spot for surveillance. Previously, Xian and others had fought here without ever being discovered. Who would believe she had struck herself? Lin Mucheng, exasperated, declared, "Isn't it obvious? Shi'er must have come to apologize, and she must have bullied Shi'er first." Yean was ruthless and vicious. Having struck him last night was one matter, but now she dared to lay a hand on Shi'er. Lin Mucheng's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Yean. This remark ignited Yean's anger. She had initially intended to let things go, not wanting to stoop to the level of a fool. Yet, since Lin Mucheng insisted she had hit someone, she felt compelled to set the record straight. "Lin Shi, do you dare confront me?" Stepping timidly from behind Lin Mucheng, Lin Shi feigned a pitiful demeanor, her voice trembling. "Brothers, it's all a misunderstanding. My sister didn't do anything to me. Of course I didn't." At just the right distance and moment, Yean retaliated with a slap to Lin Shi's other cheek. "Because this slap was delivered by me." The movement was so swift that neither Lin Chuan nor Lin Mucheng could intervene in time. "Yean, Shaoan." A voice of resentment, another filled with urgency. Lin Chuan had not anticipated that Yean would choose to strike without explanation. Lin Shi was equally taken aback. She stood frozen, unable to comprehend Yean's boldness in front of her brothers. Yean paid no mind to the onlookers, stepping forward to grasp Lin Shi's chin, turning her face to inspect it closely. "Do the handprints on either side look the same? If I had done it, this side of your face would be more swollen." Instinctively, Lin Chuan glanced at Lin Shi's cheeks, scrutinizing them closely. Indeed, they were not identical. "Next time, if your brain is useless, you might as well donate it to avoid causing harm to others." Disdainfully withdrawing her hand, Yean unceremoniously wiped her hands on Lin Mucheng's sleeve. By the time Lin Mucheng regained his composure, Yean had already distanced herself from them, retreating to a safe distance. What if these two big men decided to bully her, a weak woman? She had to keep her distance. As a doctor, Lin Mucheng could discern the different imprints on Lin Shi's face more clearly, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he resolutely concluded that Shi'er's actions were a desperate response to Yi and stealing her limelight. She had been left with no choice. It was all Yean's fault. Chapter 63. The facade of apology. Lin Chuan cast a glance at the observing Yean and fulfilled his earlier promise to take charge on her behalf. "Shi'er, I am aware that you harbor some grievances toward Shaoan due to certain matters, yet such actions are unwarranted. Apologize to Shaoan." His voice was low, imbued with an undeniable solemnity. Lin Mucheng was naturally reluctant to witness Lin Shi bowing her head to Yean. Did she deserve it? Lin Chuan discerned his thoughts and shot him a glance sharp enough to silence any further protest. "If you refuse to apologize, I shall inform father of today's events." With Lin Shi remaining motionless, Lin Chuan threatened her. She certainly did not wish to apologize after enduring 2 slaps without any recompense. She was expected to apologize to Yean. Such humiliation was unprecedented. "Elder brother, did she not strike me as well?" Lin Shi's face was swollen, devoid of the previous pitiful charm that evoked sympathy. "Isn't that what you deserve?" Lin Chuan replied with growing impatience. "It is merely an apology, a trifling matter. Furthermore, is this not Lin Shi's fault? Deserve it?" Lin Shi found it incredulous that such words could escape her brother's lips when directed at her. Observing Lin Chuan's displeasure, she realized that prolonging her defiance would genuinely incite his ire. Yean remained present. This apology was indeed warranted. Moreover, she relished the sight of Lin Shi's discomfort. Clenching her hands, Lin Shi approached Yean with visible reluctance. "Sister Shaoan, I am sorry." The words escaped her lips, likely bitter enough to shatter her molars. Yean rubbed her ears. "Sorry for what? Why not clarify?" "Yean, do not go too far." Lin Muchung's eyes blazed with fury. Yean shrugged. If that is the extent of your apology, then perhaps it is better left unsaid. Those in the know will understand you are in the wrong, while those unaware might think I have bullied you again. Isn't that so? Lin Muchung was baffled by Yean's audacity. Was she not the one bullying Sheer? Lin Chuan's gaze turned cold. An apology must carry the weight of an apology. Has the Lin family's teachings been in vain all these years? Lin, she bit her lip hard, the seething hatred in her eyes almost overwhelming the smiling figure before her. I should not have deliberately sought to frame you. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly driving her to madness. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept this apology. Lin, she feigned compliance. To admit her intentional scheming before Yean felt akin to trampling her dignity into the dirt. Class was soon to commence, and she had no desire to squander precious time embroiled with these individuals. Yean departed without further ado, with her face swollen and red like a pig's head. Lin, she felt utterly embarrassed to remain at school. Initially, it was Lin Chuan alone who came to resolve her troubles, yet Lin Muchung insisted on accompanying her. Now, unwilling to return to class, Lin Muchung indulged her and promptly requested leave to take her home. At the Lin residence, only Fu Yao was at home, preparing for the birthday banquet. The moment Lin, she laid eyes on her, she dove into her embrace, crying, "Mom, it hurts so much." Fu Yao, upon seeing her daughter's face, immediately turned into a concerned mother. What happened? Who dared to strike you? The pain reflected in her eyes was genuine as she tenderly caressed Lin Shi's face, unable to contain her distress. Who else could it be? It was Yean. Lin Muchung fumed. Mom, did you know? Elder brother is actually supporting Yean. What? Lin Chuan has lost his mind. Fu Yao trembled with rage. Yean has truly gone too far. How dare she treat Sheer this way? Where is the family discipline? Just wait until I deal with her. Her only regret was that Yean was not present. Otherwise, she would have made her kneel for an entire night. It was her own fault for being too lenient in the past. Whenever her daughter suffered a minor ailment, she rushed her to the hospital. Had she disciplined Yean properly back then, perhaps she would not be causing such chaos now. What else can she do? Lin Muchung scoffed. Having long realized that Yean could not be given an inch without taking a mile. It had not been long since she was left unchecked. And now she was utterly insufferable. He lamented not having set clear boundaries when Yean returned, nor regretting allowing her to depart so easily. I believe she is relying on elder brother and fourth brother's support, along with father's tacit acknowledgement of her status, to provoke us. Lin, she cried inconsolably. Mom, do I really have to give my clothes to my sister? It's not that I don't want to, but this was designed specially for me by you. Her tears shattered Fu Yao's heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Your father may choose to favor Yean, but I do not. Everything that belongs to me is yours. Even if Yean truly returns, I will decide what she wears. It is paramount that my Sheer shines as the most radiant princess on that day. Lin Muchung added reassuringly, do not worry, Sheer, on that day, you will undoubtedly be the most dazzling presence in Jingxia. Mom, second brother. Lin Shi felt overwhelmed with gratitude. The following weekend, Yean called upon Ruan Yu in advance. Recently, she had successfully established contact with Chang'an Entertainment under the auspices of Enrui Technology. The owner and leading actress, Jiang Yutong, expressed keen interest after hearing about her Douya live broadcast. Under her protection, Chang'an Entertainment had evaded many of the entertainment industry's unspoken rules, resulting in a lack of prominent stars among its artists. She intended to leverage Jiang Yutong's fame to enhance exposure for the artists, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. Furthermore, if the collaboration flourished, she could later partner with Chang'an Entertainment for influencer star-making endeavors. A compatible partner was already half the battle won. When Su Lu arrived to pick her up, she noticed Su Wang had come along as well. What brings you here? Was he here to observe her? Yean was momentarily taken aback as Su Wang scrutinized her from head to toe. I didn't attend school yesterday. I heard the Lin family was here. I was concerned you might have been bullied. The latter half of his statement was quickly amended, but you seem to be doing well. He then shifted the topic. Where are we headed? We're going to meet Xiaoyu and head to Hengdian. The initial version of Douya is ready, and we are waiting for testing and adjustments before launching it. I contacted Chang'an Entertainment for promotional assistance. Jiang Yutong is filming nearby, and I plan to discuss this matter with her. Together. Su Wang nodded. Together sounds fine. After all, the company has a stake in it as well, and your presence might prove helpful. On their way to pick up Ruan Yu, Yean suddenly recalled that she had not seen Su Huilin for quite some time and casually inquired, is your uncle still in England? He should be. I haven't seen him return. He had once mentioned wanting to surprise her with an unforgettable birthday surprise, but she suspected he had long forgotten. What's the matter? Are you looking for your uncle? No, just curious. At that moment, Su Huilin was rolling up his sleeves and pant legs to assist the Qipao master with weeding in the courtyard. Shaolin, you've been here for many days, helping me with so much. Don't you have anything to say? The elderly grandmother, with her graying hair and reading glasses, reclined leisurely in her chair. Su Huilin chuckled. Why would I need to say anything? You already know why I'm here. I'm merely trying to win your favor. His honesty amused the grandmother. I promise to make the Qipao. It will definitely be in your hands before the date you requested. Don't worry about me. Your assistant has been missing you terribly. If there are pressing matters, you should attend to them. There is no rush. I shall ensure everything is in order before you depart. Chapter 64. Collaboration. After reconnecting with Ruanyu, Yean and the two others ventured to Hengdian in the suburbs. She had already informed Jiang Yutong, entering under the pretense of a visit to the set, ensuring that there would be a brief period for her to meet with her. Prior to their arrival, Yean splurged on coffee and pastries. Upon reaching, they found Jiang Yutong still immersed in her filming. The trio waited patiently, drawing quite a few curious glances. All three possessed striking appearances, making them stand out even in the entertainment industry, prompting speculation that they might be newcomers favored by Chang'an Entertainment, hoping for a chance to make an appearance in the production. Watching Jiang Yutong act, Yean felt an unsettling familiarity. Had she seen this scene before? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, her pupils suddenly dilated in realization. This drama featured Lin Xingyi in the role of the male lead. Indeed, Yean found it difficult to articulate her current emotions. She wished to sever ties with this family altogether. If any connection were to remain, it would solely be her seeking retribution for past grievances. Surveying the area, she noted Lin Xingyi was absent, perhaps a silver lining amid bad news, as it likely meant he had no scenes to shoot today. After a short wait, Jiang Yutong finally wrapped up her filming. Apologies for the wait, she exclaimed, her surprise evident upon seeing the trio, who appeared youthful and student-like. However, as a professional actress, maintaining composure was her fundamental skill. With a gracious smile, she extended her hand to each of them, showing no sign of condescension despite their apparent youth. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yean, the owner of Onrue Technology. This is my friend Ruanyu, and this individual is our investor, Su Wang. Yean succinctly introduced herself. Jiang Yutong was taken aback. This young woman was the owner. She was certain that the trio could not be older than 18 or 19. What remarkable ambition to establish a company at such a tender age. Not to mention her innovative ideas. Regarding what you mentioned over the phone, could you elaborate further, you boss? She inquired eagerly. Yean noted Jiang Yutong's apparent admiration, devoid of any hint of disdain upon learning her identity as a business owner. Such a prospective partner was indeed appealing. Once the initial version of the app was completed, Yean's company began recruiting for various positions, and it had now taken shape. Armed with prepared documents, she meticulously detailed the features of DIA Live. We are nearing the final stages of app development. Once testing is complete and any bugs are resolved, we shall proceed to public beta. Should prominent influencers emerge post-launch, we can arrange for them to be signed and nurtured by Chang'an Entertainment. In the wake of the rise of live streaming and short videos, numerous internet celebrities had emerged, realizing the dream that ordinary individuals could ascend to stardom. This phenomenon also gave rise to a plethora of influencer management companies. Rather than watching others profit from this trend, Yean believed it wise to seize the opportunity herself. Jiang Yutong was intrigued by Yean's proposal, yet a shadow of doubt lingered. What if it failed? According to the preliminary contract you showed me, it seems that my artist would join your platform without compensation. The revenue from gifts would be split 70-30, correct? Jiang Yutong pondered aloud. This implies that should we fail, my artists would have wasted their time, and we would gain nothing, potentially even facing negative repercussions? The potential for profit is significant, but the risks are equally considerable, she concluded. A 70-30 split is already quite generous. The standard is typically 50-50. Yean had not even contemplated the possibility of failure. She firmly believed that DIA would succeed with proper management. However, she could hardly divulge her reincarnation to Jiang Yutong. Your concerns are unwarranted. The only threats to DIA's success would stem from insufficient funding or ineffective promotional strategies, Su Wang interjected, capturing Jiang Yutong's attention. During the introductions, she recalled that this young man was named Su, an investor. A sudden realization struck her. Could he be related to the Su family backing Onrue? His next statement confirmed her suspicions. Jiang Yutong, who had previously hesitated, immediately agreed. I can finalize the contract today and send it over to Onrue. Yean beamed. Then I wish for a fruitful collaboration with Miss Jiang. Wan Yu, ever observant, noticed the arrival of food outside. Our order has arrived. What kind of food? Yean explained, we came under the guise of visiting Miss Jiang, and since we are here, we brought some refreshments for the crew as well. Hoping to earn a bit of goodwill in front of her. As no one recognized them, her gestures would naturally reflect positively on Jiang Yutong. How generous. Jiang Yutong smiled sincerely, clearly delighted. She found Yean to be refreshingly straightforward and intelligent, making their interactions quite enjoyable. After delivering the provisions and completing their task, Yean chose not to linger and departed with her companions. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after their departure, Lin Xingyi approached, his arm around a woman. His presence instantly commanded attention, as many on set were his fans. With his charismatic demeanor and witty banter, he attracted admiration from all. Is this from Sister Jiang? He asked, unabashedly taking a portion of the food. Jiang Yutong shook her head. It's from a friend of mine, named Yean. Not sure if you know her. Yean. Lin Xingyi was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to keep the food or consume it. Do you know her? If the girl you refer to is a stunning young lady who appears around 17 or 18, it must be her. Jiang Yutong's surprise was palpable. This name certainly belonged to a girl. The beauty in Lin Xingyi's embrace grew displeased. Xinggu, is she yet another one of your admirers? Of course not. If we're speaking of relationships, she is my sister. His eyes held a complex expression as he said this. Yean came to see Jiang Yutong? They don't know each other, do they? Lin Xingyi pondered the only reason she might visit was for him. Suppressing his curiosity, he cautiously asked, Sister Jiang, what did my sister come to see you about? Did she mention me? Jiang Yutong was equally perplexed. If they were siblings, why did they share no surname? Was it perhaps their mother's surname? But wasn't Lin's mother known as Yao? Yet, there was no need for Lin Xingyi to deceive her. Your sister is quite remarkable. She has already devised such an impressive idea at her age and even launched a company. The news of Yean's entrepreneurial endeavors was not widely known, and Lin Xingyi was genuinely astonished. Wait, was she not here for me? He inquired, increasingly anxious. And these refreshments, were they not meant to catch my attention? He wondered if her intention was to subtly inform him of her presence by treating the entire crew. Yean seemed not to have mentioned you, Jiang Yutong observed. Bemused by Lin Xingyi's glum reaction to her praise of Yi, and Lin Xingyi concealed his emotions beneath a forced smile, jesting. It appears I am a rather inadequate brother. Let us put this aside for now. I will take Xiao Xian to find the director, he announced, guiding his companion toward the director's quarters. As he turned, a myriad of emotions flickered across his downcast eyes. Chapter 65. Yean's capers. Ever since Yean had an altercation with Lin Shi, the past few days had been surprisingly tranquil for her. She resumed her normal routine of attending school, managing club affairs, and overseeing company matters. With the transfer window for major clubs now closed, the coach had successfully recruited new players to form a second team. Simultaneously, Su Wang Investment had become a shareholder in the club, and Yean had hired an agent to expand into other gaming ventures. With Wan Yu assisting at the club, Yean felt confident enough to delegate the management of the club to others. On the company front, she kept a close watch. The Douya app had undergone testing with minimal issues, and after discussing the initial roster of contracted artists for live streaming with Jiang Yutong, they were ready to officially promote the app. For this purpose, Yean made a trip to Hongdian, but unfortunately, she arrived just as Jiang Yutong was preoccupied with other matters. Sitting on a bench, idly watching the film crew at work, she was startled by a voice behind her. Yean, what are you doing here? Turning her head, she immediately frowned. What a stroke of misfortune. She had not encountered the person she wished to see. Yet here was someone she preferred to avoid. With an expression of disdain, she stood up to leave. Lin Xingyi, taken aback by her demeanor, erupted in anger. Yean, what kind of attitude is that? Yean couldn't be bothered to respond. The crowd was too large, and she doubted he would dare make a scene. If he did, she could only wish him luck in trending on social media. Ignoring him entirely, Lin Xingyi ground his teeth in frustration, secretly resenting her. What was she trying to prove? Last time, Jiang Yutong mentioned Yean was seeking her out for potential collaborations, but now Jiang Yutong was absent. What kind of collaboration could she possibly propose? It was utterly ludicrous. With a mocking smile, he concluded that Yean's presence in Hongdian was merely a ploy to gain his attention. Had she really used this tactic to win over the eldest and the fourth brother? It was evident she was as cunning as ever. Lin Xingyi found her insufferable. Now that he had learned their father was willing to acknowledge her, she was attempting to recruit him into her camp to pave the way for her return to the Lin family. What a repugnant scheme. He scoffed inwardly, eager to see just how capable she truly was. He had always held Yean in disdain. She hardly seemed worthy of being his sister. He found himself anticipating her attempts to curry favor with him. Yean, however, had no inclination to ponder Lin Xingyi's thoughts. Jiang Yutong had messaged her to come to her trailer for a discussion. Upon arriving, she was relieved to find Jiang Yutong there. Sister Jiang, you finally made it. The app is developed, and I brought it for you to review. If everything checks out, we can finalize which of your artists will join the platform. Jiang Yutong smiled at Yean. Great. I've already discussed potential candidates with other heads of the company. There are a few newcomers and some established but less popular names. Of course, I know you are looking to collaborate for traffic, and I will be among the selections. Jiang Yutong was undoubtedly the pillar of Chang'an Entertainment. Her looks and acting skills were commendable, and her character was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, earning her a warm rapport with the public. Yean had never anticipated that she could bring Jiang Yutong onto the platform for live streaming. It was a delightful surprise. The gentle smile Jiang Yutong wore felt like a celestial being smiling down upon her, and Yean understood perfectly why so many adored her. She declared that from this moment on, she would also be a fan of Jiang Yutong. With Sister Jiang's support, the terms failure and douya became entirely unrelated. She downloaded the app and demonstrated its functionality on her phone. The platform categorically consisted of two groups, streamers and viewers. Streamers showcased their content to the audience, who, if they enjoyed the streamer, would follow and send gifts. The primary source of income stemmed from these virtual gifts. For instance, Jiang Yutong's artists could showcase their talents, be it singing or dancing. The options were vast, depending on how they chose to present themselves. In essence, if one possessed beauty, merely sitting in front of a camera could attract viewers willing to spend money for a glimpse of their smile. As a top-tier star, Jiang Yutong contemplated how her fans would eagerly flock to the platform to gain more insight into her life and persona. They would not only embrace the opportunity, but also express gratitude for it. As Yean articulated her thoughts, Jiang Yutong's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that Yean was indeed a genius. She was practically itching to go live immediately, confirming that douya would launch in 2 days. Jiang Yutong bid farewell to Yean and busily contacted public relations to prepare for the promotional campaign. After resting for a while in her trailer, she arrived on set to find Lin Xingyi engaged in a heated discussion with a girl he had brought along previously. She recalled the girl's name was Chen Xian, the second female lead who had stepped in due to an accident with the original actress. Chen Xian was also Lin Xingyi's new girlfriend. If she were to assess Lin Xingyi, she would describe him as charismatic yet devoted. His partners changed frequently, but during relationships, he was committed and generous. Lin Xingyi, who do you think you're fooling? Is she really your sister? More like a distant cousin, Jiang Yutong thought. Lin Xingyi was clearly exasperated. All right, don't be angry. I'll buy you the new products you wanted last time as an apology, okay? Chen Xian, not daring to push the issue too far, huffed in reluctant acknowledgement. Noticing Jiang Yutong, Lin Xingyi quickly greeted her. Sister Jiang, are you still discussing some collaboration with Yean? He was convinced that Yean must have misled Jiang Yutong. Even for the sake of his family's reputation, he felt compelled to warn her. Sister Jiang, consider this a friendly warning. Do not be deceived by her words. Yean lacks the capability to run a business. She is not equipped for such endeavors. To be honest, she has left home due to some issues and lacks the support of our family. You must not fall for her tricks. Even if she is my sister, I must say, Yean is cunning and deeply calculating. Her words cannot be taken at face value. He felt humiliated that she would seek him out without a better excuse. Jiang Yutong, known for her straightforward nature, would not hesitate to confront anyone who provoked her. Should her ire fall upon him, it would not reflect well on him. What are you talking about? Jiang Yutong was perplexed. Yean was cunning and calculating? She found it hard to reconcile those descriptions with the innocent demeanor of the young girl she had just met. Those words seemed to tarnish her image. Douya has been developed and will soon go live, Jiang Yutong revealed, no longer concealing the truth. Yean created an application through which anyone can stream live, showcasing whatever they wish to present and attracting viewers who resonate with them. As a leading star, I believe you understand the vast potential behind this concept. Jiang Yutong expressed her admiration, acknowledging the brilliance of contemporary students. Lin Xingyi's face darkened. Live streaming? What nonsense is Yean concocting now? This is nothing new. How could she possibly profit from it? Chapter 66. The launch of Dia. Jiang Yutong, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his face, continued, indeed. From our perspective, this represents the most cost-effective entertainment company. There is no need to expend manpower or resources cultivating top-tier artists. yet we can still reap half the profits from these performers. Ironically, the other party perceives it as the platform granting them an opportunity. Such a viewpoint is truly remarkable. Those who have secured a position in the entertainment industry flock to this, let alone aspiring individuals yearning for fame and fortune. It is akin to a project that allows one to earn passively. Lin Xingyi fell silent, his expression shifting multiple times, clearly realizing that if Yean succeeded, she would indeed become a notable figure in Jingxia. However, deep down, he still looked down upon Yean, doubting her capabilities. This is merely a child's plaything, Lin Xingyi instinctively retorted. Yet, Jiang Yutong disagreed vehemently, stating, historically, heroes emerge from youth. Were you not also renowned at a young age? Little Lin is still so young. The mere fact that she harbors such ambition already surpasses many. Times are evolving, and I believe her vision will lead the entire industry. Even if she were to fail now, I suspect she would achieve great things in the future. Observing Jiang Yutong's face radiating admiration and respect, Lin Xingyi felt utterly disdainful. How could Yean, who comprehended so little, possibly succeed? The funds for this venture were likely derived from her previous competition winnings. Once she exhausts that money, she would probably be begging to return home. The recent confidence she displayed was merely a facade before them, hoping to instigate regret for their favoritism towards Heiress. Truly, her cunning was as profound as ever. Lin Xingyi refrained from further conversation with Jiang Yutong, recognizing that arguing with the obstinate was futile. Rather than squandering breath here, he preferred to expedite his studio's public relations strategy. During this period, Yean was busier than ever. The enthusiasm of the company far exceeded her expectations, and the testing phase accelerated by 2 days. Once the software launched, Su's side also mobilized, unleashing an avalanche of advertisements online promoting Douya. Jiang Yutong retweeted on Weibo, announcing her imminent presence on Douya, inviting fans to engage with her there. The club also declared that members of the God Club had signed with Douya, set to premiere that evening on the platform. Whether out of curiosity or for their idols, Douya soared to the top 3 in the App Store on its very first day. On the inaugural night of Douya's launch, Yean remained at the company, monitoring the fluctuating data on the computer alongside the core development team. The numbers kept rising. At this rate, the downloads were projected to reach the top by tomorrow. Yi, you are incredible. Securing such formidable sponsorship from Su, the promotional efforts are unparalleled compared to all contemporaneous software. Yean gazed at the steadily ascending red line on the screen, her spirits lifted. I'll prepare a bonus for everyone as a celebration. We should also get those aspiring individuals ready. We can commence broadcasting tomorrow. For a platform to operate successfully over time, traffic is paramount. However, alongside viewers, the broadcasters, as service providers, must also deliver. Drawing from her previous life's experience, Yean proactively sought out the popular amateur streamers who had skyrocketed to fame upon their debut on a streaming platform, guiding them to steer the development of different pathways. This served as a manual to inform those with aspirations of possible approaches. Just now many gaming clubs reached out to me regarding contract inquiries, reported her secretary, Tang Xian, approaching with a phone in hand, his pale face betraying an uncontainable flush. Recently graduated from university with a degree in finance. He had initially been skeptical when Su's company rejected his recommendation to this position, viewing it as the folly of a mere girl. However, as he became more acquainted with Yean, he recognized the immense potential of Enrue technology. If he could sustain his role, he would become Yean's right-hand man, akin to Lin, the assistant to the legendary Su Huilin. Of course, we welcome them. Clubs have their own fan bases, and the loyalty of esports athletes' fans is exceptionally high. Yean replied, naturally not inclined to refuse. However, she added with a shift in tone, but if the club also seeks to sign, regardless of their conditions, we must decline, for personal vendettas or professional matters, and cannot be signed. As the new year approached, and, due to its introduction of Huayu coupled with its tactical issues, was bound to embark on a losing streak. By that time, the online discourse would be rife with condemnation directed at An. If they chose to stream on Douya during this turmoil, the resulting chaos would be unpredictable, and her disdain for Lin Chibai would not permit her to grant them such an advantage. Understood, Tang Xian affirmed, promptly returning to his work. Given the promising prospects, he was eager to put in extra hours. On Douya's first day, it undeniably stirred a frenzy online, with some companies already sensing the opportunity and taking action, whether through collaboration or imitation. Yean, however, remained unfazed, as she had already directed the development team to commence preparations for a short video app. which promised even greater prospects than Duya. In her previous life, it had become a national sensation, adored both domestically and internationally. Who could resist scrolling through such content? The following day, the platform's revenue surpassed 5 million. This was merely the first day post-launch. Many were still unfamiliar with the gifting mechanism, yet even so, the first day revenue had already reached 5 million. Upon awakening to the financial report, Yean could not help but smile, warmed by the string of numbers. Duya had already secured contracts with numerous club players, and the next step was to have the official honor entity designate Duya as the sole official event streaming platform. However, there was no rush for this matter. The current priority was to amplify promotional efforts, ideally enticing more renowned personalities to stream on the platform, as well as cultivating amateur stars to attract everyday individuals into the broadcasting realm. In the days following Duya's launch, user traffic consistently increased, and it had now claimed the top position in the App Store. Daily revenue was also on the rise, stabilizing around 20 million. Undoubtedly, when these figures emerged, it signified Yean's success. The next task was to refine the subsequent operations of Duya. With a daily income of 20 million, it was anticipated that the first month would easily surpass 100 million. I still hold 2 of the shares. Goodness. How much is that worth? I never imagined I would reach such heights. I have received offers from other tech companies attempting to poach me, Tang Xin reported, prompting a chorus of agreement from the core development team. Yet, remarkably, before Yean could respond, everyone eagerly declared, "Rest assured, even if we become ghosts, we will stick by your side." No matter how high the salaries offered by competing companies, could they rival the value of the shares they held? The better Enroué developed, the more they profited in tandem. It would take madness for them to abandon such prospects for a mere salary increase elsewhere. Yean smiled, reassuring them, "Fear not. Stay with me, and the benefits will undoubtedly be substantial." Initially, she had offered shares as an incentive, not only to encourage the team to work diligently, but also to deter other companies from poaching talent. At this nascent stage, if key personnel were to be snatched away, what would be left for her? They might as well return home and sleep. As Duya continued its meteoric rise, senior executives at Su's company began to take notice. At the first meeting upon Su Huailin's return to Jingxia, someone remarked, "Indeed, our General Su possesses remarkable foresight, having made a direct investment in this project." Another chimed in, "Absolutely. Had the owner of Enroué sought out someone else initially, we would have been left with nothing but envy." They continued to praise. "The owner of Enroué is truly a talent. No one ever complains about having too much money." With Su Holdings owning 30 of Enroué's shares, that translates to substantial wealth. Listening to these accolades, Su Huailin felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, she is quite formidable. It had been a while since anyone had seen her, and one could only wonder whether she had gained or lost weight. With her birthday approaching, there were still a few final arrangements to be made. Chapter 67. On her birthday today is a holiday. Yean, massaging her temples, rises from her bed, only to be reminded by her phone's calendar that it is her birthday. Over the past few days, with the launch of the Duya platform and the demands of her studies, she has been as busy as a spinning top, completely forgetting about the occasion. Throughout her life, she has never held any expectations for her birthday. In the orphanage, such celebrations were a luxury beyond their reach. Later, upon returning to the Lin family, her birthdays were always shared with Lin Shi, who was the center of attention while she herself remained in the shadows. It never mattered much. After all, no one cared. With a self-deprecating smile, Yean prepares for the day, planning to review her English in the morning before heading to the club. As the annual finals approach next week, it would be a significant milestone for the God Club if they could secure the championship. By noon, Yean visits the club, where members are just beginning to awaken from their slumber. After scanning the room, she notices that Su Wang and Xiaoyu are absent. Given the imminent competition, it is unusual for them to miss practice, especially without any prior notice. Puzzled, she spots Nuo Yin heading downstairs. Are Su Wang and Xiaoyu not coming? Upon seeing her, Nuo Yin briefly exhibits a look of panic, quickly regaining composure. Perhaps the captain and coach have matters to attend to, she replies, her gaze flitting about. Uncertain, Yean narrows her eyes, suspecting that these individuals may be hiding something from her. Unable to fathom their intentions, she refrains from probing further. "I'm here to check on your training," she states matter-of-factly. Nuo Yin, with a determined expression, assures her, "Don't worry, boss, we will definitely bring back a trophy. The new mid laner is exceptionally strong, and our synergy is excellent. Just remember to check the champagne in advance." Observing that the team is in good spirits, Yean provides guidance on some details for the new mid laner before taking her leave. In stark contrast to Yean's methodical approach, today holds immense significance for the Lin family as their cherished youngest daughter celebrates her 18th birthday. All four brothers have been summoned back by Fu Yao, including Lin Wenbin, who cannot afford to be idle. Although Lin Chuan is reluctant to host the celebration, he understands the importance of maintaining appearances for the Lin family's reputation. Lin Mucheng has already completed his laboratory work in anticipation of spending quality time with his beloved younger sister. Lin Xingyi, currently filming, has assured he will return early. Meanwhile, Lin Qibai wears his displeasure openly, having little desire to return home, preferring to stay at the club or his newly purchased residence. When Fu Yao insists he return to celebrate Lin Xi's birthday, his first question is a dismissive. Is Xiaoan not coming? Showing little regard for the occasion. Fu Yao is nearly incensed by his lack of respect. Lin Qibai remains resolute, stating, I will not stay here if Xiaoan does not return for her birthday. Lin Wenbin intervenes, diffusing the situation. Today is Xiao's birthday. Let us not create a scene. Rest assured, Xiaoan will return. He firmly believes that Yean would not willingly sever ties with the Lin family, especially after he has granted her the recognition she has long desired. Darling, have you prepared the dress I designed for Yean? He inquires, having instructed Zhao Ma to be ready to escort her for makeup and styling upon her arrival. In fact, Lin Wenbin is so confident that he announced to the guests that the celebration is a joint coming-of-age ceremony for both daughters. Upon hearing about the dress, Fu Yao averted her gaze, feeling guilty. She had no intention of allowing Xi'er to relinquish her dress to Yean. Xi'o's belongings are not to be shared. She planned to prepare a simple outfit, but Lin Mucheng pointed out that the entire family is preoccupied with Xi'er's birthday festivities, leaving no time to worry about any issues with Yean's attire. If something were to go awry, it would reflect poorly on the Lin family. Since Yean and Xi'er share similar builds, it would be prudent to simply use one of Xi'er's old dresses for Yean, ensuring no mistakes and minimal effort. She decided to adopt this suggestion, thus failing to prepare a new dress for Yean. Lin Wenbin, oblivious to her unease, assumes all arrangements are in place. All right, Qibai, if you have nothing else, you may return to your room and rest, he states, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Recently, rumors of discord within the Lin family have surfaced online, impacting their company shares. Therefore, it is imperative that every member of the family attends tonight's birthday celebration. Though Lin Qibai is agitated, he mutters, understood. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xingyi returns. Their mother is upstairs with Lin Xi, styling her hair, while their father is busy contacting friends. Only the eldest and second brothers are occupied with the preparations for the banquet. Upon his return, Lin Chuan greets him. You're back, third brother. Has the filming schedule been demanding? It's manageable. I certainly have time to celebrate my sister's birthday, Lin Xingyi replies. Lin Mucheng interjects. Just don't forget which sister you plan to accompany. Lin Xingyi smiles diplomatically. A sister is a sister. He then casually brings up Yean's recent visit to the set, mentioning that the lead actress, Jiang Yutong, claimed Yean was there to discuss a collaboration for live streaming. However, Lin Xingyi doubts Yean possesses any real capability. Recently engrossed in filming, he has not been following the explosive success of the Dia platform, failing to connect the two events. Lin Mucheng, having dedicated his time to preparing for Lin Xi's birthday, has hardly paid attention to the recent happenings regarding Dia, echoing Lin Xingyi's sentiments. She wasn't there for a collaboration. She clearly sought to get closer to you, third brother. Be wary of her intentions. She is quite cunning, he scoffs. Dripping with disdain for Yean, Lin Xingyi agrees, adding, I share your thoughts, yet she has not appeared at the set since then. At that moment, Zhao Ma rushes in, visibly flustered. Lin Mucheng frowns. Why the commotion, Zhao Ma? Didn't father instruct you to wait for Yean? Young master, I came to find Mr. Lin regarding this matter. She replies, her urgency palpable. What do you mean? Lin Mucheng inquires, peering towards the entrance, wondering if Yean has arrived. If she has, then what is all this fuss about? It's not that. Zhao Ma's anxiety escalates. Mr. Lin's demeanor earlier suggested he expected Miss Yean to come back. I am concerned this may not happen. As an outsider, I have witnessed how Yean has lived with the Lin family over the years, and noticing her absence, I sent a message to inquire. Miss Yean has no intention of returning. She continues, ignoring Lin Mucheng's shocked expression, rushing off to find Lin Wenbin. Guests have already arrived. If Mr. Lin loses face, it will ultimately reflect poorly on Miss Yean. Lin Chuan, pondering deeply, turns to Lin Xingyi, third brother. Is Yean's company called Enrue Technology? Unlike the others, he has been following the commotion surrounding Duya closely. Hearing his brother's words, he begins to form a hypothesis. I believe that's correct. Then it's possible that Shaoan is truly not seeking you out. Recently, a live streaming application called Duya Live has emerged online, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the app market upon its launch. According to the company's financial estimates, Duya's revenue in these few days is conservatively projected to exceed 100 million. Lin Xingyi widened her eyes, unable to fathom the connection between these statements and Yean. Lin Mucheng also exhibited a look of astonishment, questioning when Yean had acquired such remarkable capabilities. Chapter 68. Happy Birthday. Yi and the Lin family's birthday banquet is about to commence. Guests have begun to arrive in succession, yet Yian's presence remains elusive. Lin Wenbin's expression darkens. He cannot fathom that Yean is utterly unmoved by the conditions he proposed. Is she truly indifferent to even the prospect of changing her surname? A tempest of shock and anger stirs within him. Could it be that she seeks to undermine the entire Lin family? At most, he would restore her inheritance rights. But nothing beyond that. As Lin Wenbin broods over how to further lower his expectations, a few bodyguards he dispatched to locate Yean return. Their faces grim and their eyes filled with uncertainty, unsure of how to report that Miss Yean has no interest in the lavish birthday celebration prepared for her. Sir, Miss Yean is celebrating her birthday elsewhere. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the room. Very well. Lin Wenbin's face flushes with rage. What scheme does this rebellious daughter intend? Is she deliberately trying to embarrass me as her father? He had announced it as a joint birthday celebration for both his daughters. If she chooses not to attend or celebrate, he could still salvage some dignity. Yet, she has chosen to revel outside with unseemly company instead. Is this not a direct affront to him? The bodyguards lower their heads, too intimidated to respond. If she refuses to return, so be it. Can the Lin family not function without her? In a fit of frustration, Lin Wenbin thinks to himself that his second daughter is right. She is incorrigibly defiant and unyielding. Unbeknownst to Yean, life unfolds differently. After finishing her work at the office, she is whisked away by Su Yi and Su Er, who have been waiting eagerly. When she inquires about their destination, they simply share silly grins without uttering a word. Where are we going? To a design studio. Upon entering, she is greeted by Su Huailin, garbed in a flamboyant ensemble reminiscent of traditional inkwash aesthetics, exuding an air akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. I wanted to surprise you, though it may resemble more of a fright now. He chuckles apologetically. Beside him lies an object draped in black cloth, its shape suggesting it is a clothing rack. Not quite a fright, Yean replies, attempting to maintain her composure while her heart races uncontrollably. Is he planning a celebration for her birthday? First, let us change into something special. The star of the day should shine the brightest, he says, his eyes twinkling with youthful exuberance, revealing his excitement. With a flick of his wrist, the curtain is drawn back, unveiling a stunning qipao. The sight of it stirs something deep within Yean. It embodies a sweet dream from her youth. In her adolescence, she had often admired celebrities draped in qipaos on television, fantasizing about donning one herself someday. I had a custom made. I hope you like it. Otherwise, I have brought the latest collections from various brands. I love it. Yean's eyes glisten with unshed tears, overwhelmed not just by the beauty of the dress, but by the sincerity of someone who truly cares for her. As she touches the fabric, she recognizes its exquisite quality, a testament to the skill of the artisan who crafted it. I'll go change, she murmurs, turning away to hide her flustered expression. When she emerges, transformed in the qipao, she astonishes everyone present. Yean's fair complexion and striking features are accentuated by the dark blue embroidered garment. Her long hair elegantly pinned with a wooden hairpin, a single strand cascading delicately by her ear, enhanced by pearls that radiate grace and elegance. Miss Yean, you resemble a young lady from the Republican era, Su Er exclaims, his cheeks flushed with admiration. The beauty of Yean is not merely in her appearance, but also in the rare aura of purity she exudes. Sui echoes the sentiment, Miss Yean. You are truly beautiful. Even the usually reserved Su Lu offers a compliment, gorgeous. Su Huailin gallantly extends his hand. May I invite you to dinner, miss? Flattery is universally appreciated, and Yean smiles coyly as she places her hand in his. I suppose I can grant you this opportunity. The restaurant has been reserved in advance. Su Huailin has booked the most renowned hotel in Jingxia, perched atop the city's tallest building, offering a breathtaking view of the skyline. As they arrive at the entrance, Su Huailin halts and turns slightly to gaze at her, his eyes sparkling like fractured stars. Shall we enter? He withdraws his hand, gesturing for her to proceed. Yean pushes open the door, and the sound of celebratory poppers fills the air, colorful ribbons cascading down from above. Happy birthday, Shawan. That's not fair, boss. You didn't even tell us it was your birthday. Exactly. Next time, you must treat us all to a bonus. Why you all? Yean is taken aback as her teammates from the club and colleagues from the company gather around, all of them present for her special day. Su Huilin has invited everyone dear to her. Shawan, I thought we were friends, Su Yu teases, feigning disappointment as he holds a gift aloft, mimicking the act of reclaiming it. Knowing he is jesting, Yean playfully snatches the gift to her chest. You can't take back a gift that's already mine. Su Yu laughs, while Su Wang, blushing, awkwardly shoves a present into her arms, if it weren't for my uncle. As always, her prideful friend. Yean chuckles in response. Thank you, young Master Su, and thank you to your uncle for graciously inviting you. Su Wang's face reddens, and he scoffs. The club members swarm around her, presenting their carefully chosen gifts. Boss, we've prepared red envelopes for you. Buy whatever you desire. Meanwhile, the Lin family is equally bustling with activity. As the banquet begins, the Lin family, esteemed among Jingxia's elite, maintains a certain decorum. Notable figures from various sectors attend, with celebrities being the least remarkable among them. During the opening remarks, Lin Wenbin explains that Yean cannot attend due to health reasons. Regardless of the truth, the attendees are not genuinely there to celebrate the twins' birthdays, and thus, no one openly questions the situation. Seated among the guests, Lin Shibai scoffs quietly. How can his father still be oblivious to the harm the Lin family has inflicted upon Shawan? Does he believe that mere facade can erase the damage done? Before Lin Wenbin can finish his speech, Lin Shibai stands and leaves the banquet, drawing murmurs from the crowd. Lin Wenbin's expression darkens. Yet he forces a smile to continue. Regardless of the ensuing discussions, he is determined to maintain the Lin family's reputation tonight. During his toast, Lin Shi, adorned in a splendid gown, descends the staircase, radiating the charm of a beloved princess. Sheer, your second brother sends you a sky full of fireworks. The banquet, set on the Lin family's lawn, erupts into a dazzling display as Lin Muching's voice rings out. The sky bursts with brilliant light, and all eyes are drawn upwards. Your second brother wants everyone in Jingxia to know that today is your birthday. As fireworks bloom in the sky, even the wealthiest attendees are captivated by this romantic display, surrounded by envious glances directed at Lin Shi. Envious of her illustrious family background and such a remarkable brother, Lin Shi held her head high, brimming with self-satisfaction, her eyes radiating pride. Indeed, she was the protagonist, the cherished little princess of the Jingxia Lin family. However, a sudden realization struck her. The fiery characters illuminated in the sky spelled out Yean's name, wishing her a happy birthday. A gasp escaped the crowd as the first firework emblazoned with words erupted. A cascade of subsequent fireworks followed, each bearing various affectionate titles. Yi Boss, the big brother, little Yi. Regardless of the appellation, they all signified that these fireworks were dedicated to Yi and Lin. Shi's complexion shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. Chapter 69. Su Wang's obsession. This phrase is my blessing for you. The little lamb rested on the railing, pointing at the fireworks in the sky, brimming with excitement. Ruan Yu indicated the next burst of fireworks, saying, This is my gift for you. Little leaf, may you enjoy peace and happiness year after year. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Yean instinctively turned around to see Su Huilin standing behind her, a gentle smile gracing his face. This is my blessing for you. Thank you, Yean exclaimed, embracing Ruan Yu, who was closest to her. Thank you all. This has been the most romantic and cherished birthday of my life. Fool. We'll celebrate like this every year from now on, Ruan Yu replied, returning her embrace. At that moment, the night air was biting. By the riverside, Zhou Jiai stood with his hands in his pockets, dressed in a suit, his hair styled, shivering from the cold. Autumn had arrived, and the weather had turned brisk. Before him lay empty fireworks boxes. I'm furious. That heartless old Su. I thought he invited me to celebrate his daughter's birthday, but instead, he dragged me here to blow smoke and set off fireworks to please his lady love. He had even dressed up for this occasion, only to be called for a cold breeze. Could the esteemed president of the Su family lack personnel? And he claimed he couldn't trust outsiders with such important matters. What nonsense. That man was clearly afraid of me overshadowing him. Humph. Beside him stood a tall figure, a man with a buzz cut and a stern expression. What has Lin been up to lately? The last time I returned from a mission, I barely had a break before he showed up just to leave again. Now he's orchestrating fireworks? Zhou Jiai thought, recalling Lin's words about being bored. Do you remember the girl old Su sponsored at the orphanage? Hearing Zhou Jiai mention this, Gu Cheng looked up at the sky. where the fireworks had already faded. So it was her. For years, I have been investigating the truth behind the deaths of Lin's brother and sister-in-law, as well as what transpired back then. I have finally made some progress. Xiao Wang is quite concerned about this matter. I wonder whether the results will be favorable or not. Zhou Jia sighed. Xiao Wang still cannot let go. The Lin family's guests had dispersed, and the maids were tidying up the aftermath. The main family sat together in the living room. Lin Muching approached, his face filled with anger, holding his phone. I called to inquire, and it turns out Su Huailin had already ordered the fireworks before me. These fireworks needed to be custom-made. And I was so busy lately that I didn't notice the cancellation notice from the factory. She felt resentment filling every corner of her heart. This had been the most humiliating birthday she had ever experienced. From the beginning to the end of the birthday banquet, the fireworks celebrating Yean's birthday had not ceased, while such a dazzling moment should have belonged to her. Although the guests did not voice their thoughts, every gaze directed at her felt like needles piercing her flesh, causing her profound anguish. And all of this was Yean's fault. Second brother. Look at the mess you've created. Fu Yao couldn't help but complain. Lin Muching felt guilty, saying, "Sure, I'm sorry. It was my fault that you were embarrassed." Lin Shi forced a smile. "It's not your fault, second brother. Besides, celebrating for my sister is a good thing. It's all the same." Exactly. It's all the same. Celebrating for Xiaoan also shows others that today is my Lin family's daughter's birthday. Lin Chuan shrugged indifferently. He even felt a bit pleased, as this ensured Xiaoan had a good birthday. Running his fingers through his pocket, he thought she would return. But it seemed this birthday gift would have to wait until their next meeting. Lin Shi's smile faltered. Lin Chuan's words were entirely contrary to her expectations. On her birthday, she felt utterly humiliated, overshadowed. She had thought that at the very least, her elder brother would comfort her or admonish Yean for her insensitivity. Instead, he said, "It's all right, Mom and Dad. It's not like I only celebrate my birthday once. If it can make my sister happy, that is fine too." She adjusted her expression, feigning magnanimity. Yet, inside, she ground her teeth in frustration, vowing that Yean had forced her hand, and she would not hold back. Hearing this, Lin Chuan frowned, sensing the oddity in her words. Lin Wenbin was preoccupied with thoughts about the relationship between Su Huailin and Yean, regretting having let Yean go so easily in the past. Lin Xingyi rushed back to the set after dinner. Only Lin Muching and Fu Yao were filled with pity for their precious girl who had suffered indignities yet remained so magnanimous, completely overlooking the fact that the fireworks were meant for Yean, and the surprise was unnecessary for Lin Shi. The following morning, Yean awoke to her phone buzzing incessantly. The fireworks Su Huailin had set off the previous day had caused quite a stir. After registering a company and joining a club, she had also created a Weibo account for herself. Overnight, her dormant account had gained over 1 million followers, nearly rivaling that of some minor celebrities. Yean was taken aback. Instinctively, she touched her neck, pausing when she noticed a deep green jade carved in the shape of a leaf. Memories flooded back. This was the birthday gift Su Huailin had given her. Cradling it in her palm, the cool touch gradually warmed, and due to her recent popularity, her phone was filled with comments of well wishes from unfamiliar netizens. Yean smiled, relishing her second chance at life. Of course, it would be even better without the Lin family. And she was determined to reclaim every ounce of suffering she had endured in her past life. As for now, Yean quickly got out of bed, packed her bag, and prepared for school. With midterm exams approaching, she could not afford to slack off. Her goal was to place within the top 50. On her way to school, Sulu parked the car at a distance, and Yean would have to walk through an alley to reach her school. However, today Sulu frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. "Miss Yi, there are people watching us." "Who?" Yean asked, her senses heightened. After all, she was now a billionaire. It was not impossible for her to attract attention. Sulu observed carefully. "There are several girls around your age." Girls around her age? Yean pondered for a moment before the answer struck her. It was the gang that had bullied her in her past life. A group that Lin she had secretly supported to deal with those she disliked, including those who were more academically gifted and attractive than her, and who had even caught Su Wang's eye. They were also responsible for the death of her friend Xiaoyu, although she had reopened the investigation into those past events. Due to the lack of evidence and the dismissal of the previous principal, the members of that small group had escaped legal repercussions, merely being expelled from school for bullying. She had never sought them out, yet they had come looking for her. "Hey," Yean chuckled coldly, formulating a plan. "We are all civilized individuals. It would be unseemly to resort to violence privately. Sulu, when I go down." Sulu hesitated, concerned. "But what if you get hurt?" "Don't worry. I've been training and studying during this time. While I cannot guarantee I can defeat them, I can certainly avoid being harmed, Yean asserted, opening the car door and heading to school as usual. As soon as she stepped out of the car, the onlookers reported her arrival. As she entered the alley, 3 delinquent girls with dyed hair and tattoos appeared, the one in front casually smoking. Isn't this the young lady, Yi? Quite the spectacle lately. Yean took a couple of steps back, glancing over her shoulder to see 2 more girls closing in. She was being flanked. Moreover, within her line of sight, at least 3 of them were armed. Yean smiled faintly to herself, thinking, very well. It's been a while since these girls got locked up for a couple of years. Chapter 70. What are you planning to do? Yean feigned fear on her face as she was quickly cornered against the wall by 5 individuals. What do you want? The leader tossed aside his cigarette. His eyes filled with malice. If it weren't for you, this wretched woman, my parents wouldn't have considered sending me abroad. Which parent could accept their daughter being a murderer? The family is ashamed of them. They either abandon them to their fate or plan to marry them off. Especially those families with limited means. This group blamed their misfortune on Yean. You think you're so capable, winning a bronze award. But you've ruined the lives of several sisters. One of them reached out and slapped Yean's face. The one holding a knife laughed coldly. You think you're tough, yet you bully Xiaoxi? Don't you know she is under our protection? Did you enjoy your birthday yesterday? Who allowed you to steal the spotlight from our Xiaoxi? The fireworks illuminating the city were splendid. But how many old men did you have to seduce to achieve this? A torrent of vile words engulfed Yean. She lowered her gaze, refraining from retorting. Her hand tightly gripping the fruit knife she always carried. It's almost time. The more you talk, the harder it will be for you to escape later. Enough. Yanjia, stop wasting breath on her. Look at her cowardly demeanor. She wouldn't dare make a sound. It's better to resolve this quickly. The speaker gestured menacingly with the knife towards Yean. Yean's face was filled with terror. What do you want to do to me? What do we want? The leader grinned maliciously. You love being in the limelight, so we'll make you a headline. How about the title of a high school girl being raped and murdered on her way to school? We think it suits you perfectly. Consider yourself fortunate, to save time. We'll make it quick. After you're gone, we'll strip you of your clothes, and then the 5's gaze fixated on Yean's private parts. Their eyes brimming with insanity. There are no cameras here. We VE scouted the place. Upon hearing this, Yean's heart grew colder. Some individuals are simply beasts, and Born Evil describes the people before her perfectly. Countless others have already fallen victim to this group. After her friend Xiao Yu jumped off a building, she had overheard their unabashed ridicule in the restroom, devoid of any guilt or fear for the lives they had taken. Yean smiled as she raised her head. It seems you have a meticulously crafted and malevolent plan. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it out. The leader assumed Yean was provoking him, his eyes reddening as he seized the knife from a companion, ready to give her a taste of her fate. Do you think I'm trying to scare you? No one can save you today. Just as the blade was about to touch Yean, a hand appeared from the side, gripping her wrist tightly. A piercing scream escaped the leader's lips as her wrist bent at an unnatural angle. She had dislocated it. Who are you? The others brandished their weapons at the suddenly appearing Su Lu. Without uttering a word, Su Lu swiftly subdued all of them. He had heard the vile things they had said. It was unfathomable that a group of 17 or 18-year-old girls could harbor such malicious thoughts. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed. The 5 individuals sprawled on the ground finally exhibited expressions of fear. Yean calmly retrieved her phone, playing back the very words they had just uttered. Attempted murder. Care to guess how many years your lawyer's fees will cover? The color drained from their faces as they recalled the mention of Lin Shi. If Lin Shi were implicated, they would be finished. At Jingxia No. 1 High School, several uniformed police officers appeared outside the art classroom. Lin Shi, step outside. In front of all her classmates, Lin Shi was escorted away. The guilt-ridden Lin Shi felt uneasy as she made her way to the police station. Upon entering, she saw Yean smiling and greeting her, causing her tense heart to finally relax. Yean is all right. What about Li Yan and the others? Just as this question arose, the group of 5, now wearing silver handcuffs, was led past her. Their pale faces showed disbelief. How could they have failed? Did they mention her? She had been meticulous. As long as she didn't confess, they couldn't pin anything on her. Lin Shi suppressed her anxiety. Not only her, but her guardians, Lin Wenbin and Fu Yao, were also summoned. In the interrogation room, the police explained the situation, and with Yean's recording, even Fu Yao, who had always doted on Lin Shi, found it hard to believe that such a vile matter was connected to her daughter. With trembling hands, Fu Yao asked, tell Mom the truth, are you involved in this? She couldn't imagine how she would face Yean if this turned out to be true. Glancing at Yean, she felt a pang in her heart. This was also her daughter. Despite her disdain for Yean's malicious behavior, the thought of her dying in the manner described in the recording made Fu Yao fear she might go mad. Lin Shi bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Mom, do you not believe me either? How could this possibly be related to me? Why would I do that to my sister? Yes, Sheer has always been so kind. She worried about Xiaoan after she left home. It was hard for Fu Yao to suspect her daughter. Lin Shi had indeed covered her tracks well. She wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence. All the contacts she had were linked to false identities, making them untraceable. If she denied it, even if those 5 pointed fingers at her, with the Lin family's lawyers, she could remain unscathed. Fu Yao steadied herself and turned to look at Yean, reaching out to take her hand, but found only emptiness. A wave of sadness washed over her. Xiaoan, there must be a misunderstanding. It cannot be that your sister did this. Stop. Who is my sister? Right now, I am pursuing whether Lin Shi is the perpetrator as a victim. Yean's face remained cold, utterly unmoved. Fu Yu was momentarily speechless, her fleeting guilt evaporating. How could this matter possibly involve Xie? Just moments ago, she had thought to persuade her to come home. Cough, cough. Since you claim it has nothing to do with you, why do they say you are the one protecting them? We have reason to suspect that they were instigated by you. No one could play the victim better than Lin Shi, and even as a suspect. She maintained a gentle tone during the police inquiry. I didn't know they were like this before. We were classmates. Perhaps they saw me as kind and decided to protect me as a little sister. My relationship with Xiaoan isn't good. She doesn't like me very much. They might have misunderstood something. However, Xiaoan had conflicts with them before, and although they mentioned me, that doesn't prove anything, right? Lin Shi appeared flustered, but each word was a defense for herself. According to her narrative, she had been kind to them, leading them to consider her a friend, believing that Yean had bullied her. Given their prior enmity, mentioning her was merely incidental. The police found it hard to counter her claims, and there was no substantial evidence linking Lin Shi to the incident. After the routine questioning, they were allowed to leave. Once outside the police station, Lin Wenbin raised his hand and slapped Lin Shi across the face. The blow left both Lin Shi and Yean stunned. What just happened? Lin Wenbin had been silent earlier, and she thought he was plotting something against her. Why did he strike Lin Shi? Chapter 71. Everything is for Yean's good. The sharp sound of a slap reverberated in the air as Lin Shi covered her face, momentarily stunned. Fu Yao pulled Lin Wenbin aside, her heart aching. Wenbin, what are you doing? The slap took everyone by surprise, and the atmosphere among the group grew even more tense. What am I doing? She got herself tangled in this mess. Shouldn't she learn a lesson? Lin Wenbin retorted. A lesson for Lin Shi? That's quite a novel idea. Yean silently mocked, having never heard such words in her previous life. Lin Shi, feeling wronged, questioned, Dad, do you believe I did this? Avoiding her gaze, Lin Wenbin said, even if you didn't do it, you are still involved. Apologize to Xiaoan. Fu Yao found herself caught between two conflicting emotions. Despite her reservations about Yean, she recognized that she was still her daughter, connected by blood. If Yean were truly hurt, as the recording suggested, it would sadden her. Yet, on the other hand, there was Lin Shi, the daughter she had cherished and spoiled for over a decade. Gritting her teeth, she felt that Lin Shi should endure a little injustice this time. If Yean could perceive Fu Yao's internal conflict, she would undoubtedly find it laughable. Would she truly mourn her demise? No, Fu Yao would not. It was merely that this blatant display of victimhood revealed that she was the one being schemed against. Otherwise, had anything truly happened to her, Fu Yao would not shed a single tear, but rather despise her for being reckless, drawing attention to herself and disturbing the Lin family's peace. She had nearly been killed, and Lin Shi was the one feeling wronged? How absurd. Sheer, just listen to your father, Fu Yao thought. Yean had always been concerned about their favoritism towards Lin Shi. Perhaps if Lin Shi apologized, she would feel somewhat satisfied. Lin Wenbin shared similar sentiments. He never believed that the Lin family owed Yean anything, viewing her as petty and unable to tolerate Lin Shi. He thought that by supporting her today, she would surely be satisfied and return home. His eyes sparkled with ambition. The financial reports he had received were enticing even for someone who had built a successful company from scratch. If he could merge Anrue into the Lin family's domain through the Dia project, it was not impossible to surpass the Su family in time. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, even overlooking Yean's disdainful mockery. Apologize? Forget it. After all, I nearly died. While Lin Shi was merely questioned as a suspect. Yean's exaggerated tone made her words seem almost comical. Lin Shi continued to play the victim. With such remarks, her expressions and actions suddenly appeared ridiculous. Someone nearly faced a dire situation without shedding a tear, while she, having only been asked a couple of questions, wept and wailed, which was somewhat theatrical. Lin Shi pouted, rendered speechless. All right, since the matter is resolved, let us treat each other as strangers and not disturb one another. As she turned to leave, both Lin Wenbin and Fu Yao grew anxious. Lin Wenbin coveted her connections and company, no matter how Yean had been in the past. She must remain within the Lin family. Yean, you encountered such a dangerous situation outside. Return home with your mother. Haven't you always complained about your parents favoring Lin Shi? This time, we are supporting you by having Lin Shi apologize. Lin Wenbin hurriedly added, you still want more? You share our blood. After all this commotion, Dad and Mom have acknowledged their mistakes. Come home with us. Having lived 2 lives. If Fu Yao's words contained a hint of sincerity, Lin Wenbin's were utterly insincere. He was not genuinely hoping for her return. His sudden concern stemmed from seeing her potential value. Yean quickly stepped back. No. Go back with you, only to be whipped daily? Fu Yao? You claim to be helping me, but can you look me in the eye and honestly say that you don't think I deserve this? Have you never blamed me for involving Lin Shi in this mess? Fu Yao's gaze faltered, yet she maintained her defiance. As a mother, I naturally care for Lin Shi. Ultimately, I only wish for your well-being, worried that you might attract trouble. For her sake? It was laughable that Fu Yao would say such a thing. You worry about me attracting trouble? As a mother? Do you even deserve that title? When I first returned to the Lin family, Lin Shi got into trouble with some local delinquents, and I risked my safety to save her. Yet when I returned home, where was your concern for Lin Shi? Why didn't you scold or discipline her? You even punished me for not protecting her well enough. Fu Yao's expression grew vacant. Was she truly like that? Still unwilling to relent, she replied, I was worried about you. If I didn't punish you, how would that help? She continued, as long as you two can coexist peacefully and not bully Lin Shi, you will have whatever she has within the Lin family. She made her promises, believing that Yean would be satisfied with her grievances addressed. Like Lin Shi, perhaps Yean would secretly rejoice. Fu Yao remained oblivious to the condescending tone of her words. Yean's face was filled with disdain. Do you think I cherish your cheap love or Lin Shi's accolades? Keep your distance. Don't waste your thoughts on me. If my abilities were sufficient, the first ones I would deal with would be the Lins. Fu Yao's face turned pale. Impossible. Yean could never genuinely detest them. Yet her tone and expressions showed no signs of deception. Lin Wenbin's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Yean would truly scorn the Lin family. How dare she? Yean scoffed, finding joy in their astonished faces. So, you've noticed my transformation? Prepare yourselves. I will astonish you even more. The car slowly pulled away. Lin Shi shrank into the corner, afraid to speak. The atmosphere was heavy with Lin Wenbin's low pressure, and Fu Yao was filled with frustration. They could no longer disregard Yean. She was still a member of the Lin family. How could she contemplate severing ties with them? That was a slap in the face to the Lin family. Yes, truly grown wings, Lin Wenbin managed to utter. If Yean could not assist the Lin family and become a tool for them, he would not allow her to be an obstacle either. If she truly wished to sever connections with the Lin family, he would ensure her path was fraught with challenges. Now that Yean was so close to Su Huailin, should she assist this outsider, the Su family would become an insurmountable hurdle for the Lin family. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with realization. Yean was practically courting disaster. She was missing out on such a golden opportunity, and a new idea formed in her mind. If she could provoke Yean's disdain for the Lin family, her father would undoubtedly take action against her. Chapter 72, The Influencer Economy. Cooperative win-win. As the midterm examinations approached as scheduled, Yean performed adequately, achieving a rank of 48 in her grade. After winning a bronze medal in the last mathematics competition, several universities extended offers to her, yet her sights were firmly set on Kyoto University. Ordinarily, a bronze medal would suffice for her to gain direct admission. However, her prior 2 years of studying art had recently transitioned to academics. Judging by her grades, Yean was indeed a prodigy, albeit her performance in subjects other than mathematics was rather unremarkable. Representatives from Kyoto University had inquired about her, offering guaranteed admission to the mathematics department should she choose to pursue it. Nonetheless, her aspirations lay in the finance department. After careful consideration, Kyoto University did not offer direct admission but indicated that if she were willing to enroll, the cutoff scores for the entrance examination could be reduced. The Lin family had previously reminded her that while her household registration was not officially with them, it was not entirely independent either. Upon entering the orphanage, her residency had been registered there, and later, when adopted by the Lin family, only the adoption papers were processed without changing her household registration. Now that she had reached adulthood and purchased a home in Jingxia, She intended to visit the orphanage to consult the director about the possibility of relocating her household registration. She brought along some food and essentials, and upon arrival at the orphanage, she first handed the items to the director. Initially, the director assumed Yean's visit was to see them, and upon noticing her thoughtful gifts, felt a sense of relief, remarking that she seemed to be doing well since returning home. The director, a kind-hearted woman, had worried about Yean's well-being, given that she had a foster daughter. With a lump in her throat, Yean reflected on how, during her previous life, the Lin family had come to take her back. And this benevolent elder had already begun to fret about her future. "Director, I have left the Lin family and earned some money to come back and see you." The director, momentarily taken aback, grasped Yean's hand reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. You have a home. This place will always be your home. If you ever feel wronged out there, you can always return." Suppressing her tears, Yean replied, "Director, I would like to relocate my household registration." The director noted that this was not a difficult matter to arrange, but it would require the Lin family's consent due to the adoption agreement. Initially, the Lin family had intended to reclaim her directly, but due to Lin Shi's interference and Lin Mucheng's influence, it had turned into an adoption situation. "I possess the severance agreement signed by Lin Wenbin." However, that alone was insufficient, as the severance agreement merely indicated the termination of their familial relationship. While the adoption status remained intact, Yean would need to dissolve the adoption relationship with the Lin family and obtain notarization from the relevant authorities. Only then could her household registration be transferred. The prospect of obtaining notarization would likely involve further entanglement with the Lin family. However, terminating the relationship should not pose a challenge for the Lin family, given that it was something they had long desired. Yean lingered at the orphanage, assisting with the children and leaving a sum of money for the director before departing. No sooner had she left than Lin Wenbin arrived with his secretary and bodyguard. Having previously heard Yean's candid remarks about her difficulties with the Lin family, the director greeted him with a frosty demeanor. Lin Wenbin, taken aback, approached with a conciliatory attitude. "Director, I wonder if you remember me. I am Yean's father, and I am here to request that you transfer Yean's household registration back to the Lin family, regardless of the circumstances." The bond between Yean and the Lin family could not simply be erased. Her reluctance to return home was inconsequential as long as he could reclaim control over the company. Once her household registration was reinstated, should Yean prove ungrateful, he would not hesitate to make her face consequences. The director, having witnessed countless individuals throughout her life, recognized that Lin Wenbin's intent to transfer Yean's registration indicated underlying issues. Naturally, she could not acquiesce. However, since Yean also needed to relocate her registration, it was crucial to avoid raising Lin Wenbin's suspicions. She had other matters to attend to today. "Then we shall wait until she is available to come with you," the director replied, dismissing him without a hint of cordiality. Lin Wenbin, incensed, left in a huff, cursing under his breath. "How dare a mere orphanage director treat me with such disdain?" After leaving the orphanage, Yean remained industrious. Duya had now garnered significant attention, with a plethora of amateur streamers flocking to the platform, breathing new life and potential into it. This signified that the cultivation of influencers could commence. In her previous life, the rise of new media and short videos had given birth to entertainment companies dedicated to nurturing various types of amateur influencers through live streaming platforms, yielding substantial profits. This lucrative opportunity could not be allowed to slip into the hands of outsiders. Yean reached out to Chang'an Entertainment, convening core members of her company along with heads of other departments for a meeting. Our Duya has now achieved a substantial scale. However, this is merely the beginning. As an entertainment company, I believe that the executives at Chang'an Entertainment can foresee the promising prospects within the influencer entertainment sector, with Jiang Yutong at the helm. This matter had been broached prior to the contract signing, yet no detailed discussions had taken place at that time. It was only natural, given that a single live stream could generate hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in gift donations. Who wouldn't want to profit from such earnings? Yean proposed establishing a dedicated department for influencers within Chang'an Entertainment, with Enrue Technology investing in the company to jointly oversee management. What do you think, Sister Jiang? Creating a separate entertainment company would be overly cumbersome and taxing, especially since she lacked expertise in this area. With the assistance of the Yu family, success would be assured. However, with a ready-made partner for mutual benefit, there was no need to expend unnecessary time and effort. Yean was confident that Jiang Yutong would not decline the proposition. While Enrue's investment would entail sharing profits, Jiang Yutong contemplated the arrangement. Although her earnings might diminish slightly, collaborating with Enroué undoubtedly positioned her to seize opportunities in various aspects. With Enroué's support, as the influencer market flourished, she would not fear being sidelined. The advantages of collaboration were glaringly apparent. The executives who had joined her for the meeting reached a consensus to pursue the partnership with Chang'an Entertainment. Since the launch of Douya, the individuals they had recommended were among the first to reap the benefits, and even the least successful among them were not lacking in opportunities for roles. Those who thrived had caught the attention of renowned directors and were now involved in major productions. Their fan bases were rapidly expanding, and they would certainly not allow this opportunity to slip away. The negotiations with Chang'an proceeded smoothly, as mutual benefit was a proposition too enticing to reject. However, relying solely on gift donations seemed somewhat insufficient, as no one would be willing to continuously give away money without expectation. While the partnership was sound, sustaining oneself solely on fan gifts was not a long-term strategy. Of course, Yean smiled softly, just as celebrities attract advertisers as their fame grows. Influencers can do the same. There exists a phenomenon known as live-stream sales, Yean elaborated, recognizing it as a significant component of short video marketing. Jiang Yutong's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "It appears my concerns were unfounded. You have already devised extensive plans for future developments." Yean shook her head. "However, we must not be overly optimistic. With Douya currently in the spotlight, it is inevitable that many will be watching from the shadows, and encountering obstacles is a certainty. But your demeanor suggests that you are well prepared." During this time, she had come to appreciate the potential of this seemingly unassuming young woman. How could someone capable of formulating such a series of strategic decisions possibly be unaware of the challenges ahead? Surely, she had made some preparations. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Jiang Yutong rose to shake Yean's hand, stating, "I shall await your good news." After bidding farewell to the entertainment personnel of Chang'an, Yi Eucalyptus promptly raised a second matter of significance. What is the progress regarding the development of Kwaido by the development team? It has already commenced. Chapter 73, Developing the Game Landscape. The mention of Kwaido invariably raises questions. Kwaido bears a striking resemblance to Douya, and from a professional perspective, its subsequent development should surpass Douya. Wouldn't developing Kwaido hinder the progress of Douya itself? Yean responded with a smile, "If you can discern Kwaido's superior prospects, wouldn't others also contemplate devising novel strategies based on Douya to undermine us?" Douya's developmental philosophy is not intricate. Numerous financial reports are already dissecting Douya's core tenets. It is conceivable that numerous similar, even more comprehensive platforms will emerge imminently. Ultimately, the battle among live streaming platforms will hinge on the influence of top-tier streamers. When that juncture arrives, the advent of Kwaido will usher in a new wave of trends. Implicitly, she was suggesting that while external entities scrutinized Douya, allowing them to fixate on it, she would have already accrued her earnings. Once those external entities smugly believed they had carved out their share of the pie, she could directly ascend to another echelon. I shall now expound upon certain operational aspects of Kwaido. The Lin family is unlikely to passively observe its ascendancy. Even a cornered dog will resort to desperate measures, let alone a prestigious family like the Lins. Even with the assistance of the Su family, she would be adversely affected if the Lin family genuinely rallied their connections and engaged in a no-holds-barred confrontation. Lin Wenbin's abrupt about-face and his attitude towards her could only be attributed to Enroué. The Lin Wenbin did not care about the clubs. Sooner or later, Lin Wenbin would take action since she was so uncooperative. She had already made preparations to leave, so let him engage in whatever petty maneuvers he desired. Beyond short video live streaming, I also intend to establish a game division to develop games. Games? The others exchanged glances, as game development was not an easy venture in this era. The market's most prevalent and sought-after games, such as Honor, were invested in by the Su family. Other new games either emulated Honor's tower defense MOBA gameplay or revolved around shooting-based competitive genres. The existing game market was essentially saturated, with only a select few companies reaping the lion's share of profits. I comprehend your reservations. My intention is to pioneer new game genre types. While MOBA games are undeniably evergreen, who is to say that open-world female-oriented games cannot captivate audiences? At this juncture, these games have yet to be developed. As someone mentioned earlier, the current game market is saturated, so let us cultivate untapped sectors and forge new pathways to circumvent saturation. After articulating her ideas, everyone present was taken aback and astounded. Boss, what is the source of your ingenuity? Compared to the development of applications like Kwaido, game development entails a longer gestation period and necessitates a higher level of technical proficiency. It is impossible to yield results in the short term. We must commence preparations now, lest we forfeit the opportunity to be pioneers. Yean was gratified by everyone's confidence. Then let us proceed accordingly. Effective immediately, the company shall establish a game division. The personnel department can commence recruiting relevant talent. Compensation is not a constraint. As long as the aptitude is commensurate, all considerations are negotiable. Since Dia's launch, a plethora of discussions pertaining to Dia's live-streaming ethos have proliferated online within a matter of days. Yean also capitalized on this opportunity, enlisting numerous marketing accounts and media personnel for publicity. Of course, there were also numerous reports and discussions stemming from self-initiated research and analysis by interested parties. Separately, the name of Dia Yean has appeared in numerous financial reports. High school student, entrepreneurship, daily income of tens of millions, international competition bronze medalist. Any of these titles alone would warrant discussion. When these terms were amalgamated, it portended an explosion of interest. Genius entrepreneur, the youngest entrepreneur in Jingxia. A potential successor to Jingxia legend Su Huailin. Various laudatory epithets were heaped upon Yean as if they were free of charge. Genius was an overused term. The dissemination of these marketing reports resulted in Dia's revenue reaching new heights. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Secretary Tang Xian delivered an invitation. It was an invitation to Jingxia's Outstanding Youth Forum. The Lin family practically possessed one of these invitations per person. Putting aside other considerations, those 4 individuals were indeed exceptional. Lin Shi also received one a few years prior, when her artwork astounded Jingxia's art community at the time, earning her the reputation of being the most promising young painter. Naturally, she had painted that painting. In the past, within the Lin family, she had always stood in the unseen background, silently admiring and envying them. She never imagined that she, too, could experience such a day. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Everyone is cognizant of the fact that invitations to the Outstanding Youth Forum are primarily intended to bestow prestige upon those from privileged backgrounds. Your receipt of an invitation signifies that you are truly exceptional. Tang Xian's eyes were practically sparkling. Previously, he had an idol, Su Huailin. Now, the only person he revered was the young woman before him. He was certain that, given the same amount of time, Yean's accomplishments would surpass those of Su Huailin. Yean smiled, pursing her lips. She, too, was pleased that she had garnered recognition. Then let us attend. On the other side, at the Lin residence, Lin Wenbin slammed his chopsticks on the table. Who is Lin Chi by emulating? Must he also perish outside and never return? The 4th child is occupied with legitimate matters. He is not deliberately abstaining from returning, Fu Yao hastily consoled, as she was, after all, concerned about her son. The 3rd child is genuinely preoccupied with filming. Aside from the 3rd child, who is the busiest, the 2nd child is present. What could he possibly be busy with? Lin Wenbin coldly snorted. He is busy. What could he possibly be busy with in establishing some club? Call him. If he does not return for dinner tomorrow, he need not return at all. After venting his spleen, the atmosphere at the dinner table became considerably subdued. Lin Shi sought to alleviate the tension by requesting that Zhao Ma turn on the television. Coincidentally, the financial channel was being broadcast. When Yean's image appeared on the screen, the atmosphere plummeted to an even lower point. Yean, an outstanding youth, is a high school student who, in addition to her demanding academic pursuits, has pioneered the novel trend of live streaming platforms, thereby opening up another avenue for the development of new media. On the screen, Yean stood on a stage, with her accomplishments being displayed behind her. This is Yean. The members of the Lin family simultaneously uttered such a statement in their minds. Dressed in a suit, composed, and standing out among a gathering of magnates, her label was equally conspicuous. At that moment, the camera panned across the audience. With Su Huailin seated in the center of the front row, he was applauding, taking pride in the person on stage. Lin Wenbin watched the television, filled with immense regret. He was now certain that there was absolutely something between Yean and Su Huailin. This ungrateful wretch had unexpectedly acquired such capabilities. The Lin family had, after all, raised her for 3 years, yet she displayed no gratitude whatsoever. Had he known this day would come, he would have never allowed Yean to leave. Regardless of what was said, eldest, now that Duya is developing so well, if Yean remains unwilling to cooperate with our Lin Corporation, do not hesitate to employ any means necessary. Lin Wenbin was exasperated by what he saw, becoming increasingly incensed as he spoke to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan paused for a moment. Dad, I do not believe it is necessary. Regardless, Shaoan is a member of our Lin family. What kind of older brother would target his own sister? His words completely ignited Lin Wenbin. I never saw you soften when you disciplined Yean in the past. Do not presume that you can disobey me simply because you are now managing the company. If you do not act in accordance with my instructions, your tenure as chairman will come to an end. Lin Chuan was heartbroken. Yes, he had never regarded her as a sister in the past. But now, Yean is his sister. He would not allow her to be harmed again. Lin Chuan stood up, bowed to his father, and said, in that case, I am afraid I must trouble you, father, to return to the helm and reassume control. You. Lin Wenbin, enraged, slapped him, smashed the bowl, and stormed away from the dinner table. Fu Yao called out twice and hurried to catch up. Lin Shi observed Lin Chuan, who left in silence, and then glanced at Lin Mu Cheng, who was engrossed in his meal. The television continued to play, and the host's praises for Yi and filled the room. She couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Her sister was truly exceptional. No wonder the family regarded her. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks appeared before her. As Lin Mu Cheng placed a shrimp into her bowl, returning to his meal with a sense of tranquility. Chapter 74. Lin Shi is inferior to Yi, and on this particular day, Lin Wenbin rose early. He had no intention of publicly denigrating his own son, Lin Chuan, as his pride and face were paramount to him. Lin Wenbin was determined to head to the office. Similarly, Lin Muching was also up early, seemingly waiting for Lin Wenbin, who was blocking the staircase. Dad, I've heard that you've taken a keen interest in the Duya project that Yean is managing, he remarked. What is this about? Lin Wenbin asked, adjusting his tie and casting a sidelong glance. You usually only care about your experimental data. Family matters are of no concern to you? Lin Muching replied. A friend of mine specializes in this field, and, upon learning that Yean is my sister, he sent me a report. Curiously, Lin Wenbin accepted the envelope, opening it to peruse its contents. Initially, he appeared surprised, but his expression gradually morphed into one of concern. Is what this says true? Absolutely, Lin Muching confidently asserted. This isn't just a casual gift from a friend. He sought out professionals specifically because he learned that Yean is involved with Dia. The project has been gaining immense popularity, but with so many streamers on the platform, it's impossible to ensure that every one of them possesses sound morals and integrity. The report detailed instances of certain streamers leading minors into inappropriate spending. This issue had yet to become public, but its emergence would pose a significant risk. If it were to be exploited, it could spell disaster for Yean Dad. Yean carries our Lin family's blood. She is one of us. She may be young and naive, and if the company faces a major crisis, it will ultimately fall upon you, her father, to assist her, Lin Muching stated, echoing Lin Wenbin's earlier thoughts. However, Lin Wenbin frowned. His desire was for Yi and to face repercussions, but he did not wish for Duya to suffer in the process. If this matter were to leak and not handled properly, the consequences for Duya could be incalculable. In Lin Wenbin's mind, Duya and Enrue were already his possessions. Any losses incurred would be his own financial detriment. This matter cannot be publicized, he declared. What? Lin Muching's composed demeanor shattered, disbelief evident in his eyes. You don't want it publicized? My goal is to make Yean miserable, ideally. I want to bring her to bankruptcy. If the Su family's investment is lost, Su Huilin would surely distance himself from her, even if he is willing to help. The shareholders of Su Corporation would certainly oppose it. Consequently, Yean would not only be left with nothing, but her greatest support would also crumble. Yet now, his father suggested silence? Why? Lin Muching blurted out, his impatience getting the better of him. Don't you want this project? Wouldn't publicizing it be more beneficial? Lin Wenbin regarded him with a deep gaze. Muching, you excel in academia, but you lack understanding of the business world. Many matters are not so straightforward. He patted his younger son's shoulder, his tone earnest. Muching, I know you are concerned about Shi'er, but, sighing deeply, Lin Wenbin reflected on Yi and S current fortune. After all, Shi'er is not truly one of us. She pales in comparison to the bloodline of the Lin family. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked in the shadows, absorbing every word. Lin Shi's breath quickened, her hands clamped over her mouth, her eyes ablaze with resentment. Yean is worthless, a waste. How could she possibly compare to her? She is unworthy. With a heart filled with malice, Lin Shi turned and hastily departed. If her father was unwilling to expose Yean's shortcomings, then she would find a way. It seemed that her second brother also wished to see Yean suffer. As she left, Lin Shi missed the concluding remark from Lin Wenbin. That said, my beloved little princess of the Lin family need not be extraordinary. What she desires will naturally be presented to her. Once Lin Wenbin and Lin Muching exited, Lin Shi took advantage of the absence of others in the house to approach the busy Zhao Ma in the kitchen. Zhao Ma, please prepare a yam and black chicken soup for me today, and store it in a thermal container once it's done. Certainly, Zhama replied. While Lin Shi lacked the skills to cook or establish a company like Yean, she relished the idea of seizing the opportunity to outshine her. Today also marked the commencement of the annual finals for God. After school, Yean hurried directly to the venue. As the coach, Wan Yu, she took a leave of absence to accompany the team. Her identification badge was prepared, and upon arrival, she entered through the staff entrance to the backstage lounge. Shaolin, it's really you. A voice of surprise rang out. Moments later, Lin Shibai appeared before her. I didn't see you with your team after I arrived, and I thought you weren't coming. His excitement was palpable, genuinely reflecting his feelings. Yean silently scoffed, stepping back to create distance. Whether his joy was sincere or an act mattered little to her. Is there something you need? If not, kindly step aside. I just wanted to see you. The words hung in Lin Shibai's throat, leaving him feeling despondent, as if his heart were pierced by 1,000 needles. Why did she seem so estranged? After all, he was still her brother. Lin Shibai forced a smile. Shaolin, today is the match between End and God. I checked the schedule. You didn't need to tell me. What I mean is, do you want to win? His eyes gleamed with yearning. You're here to support your team. You must want them to triumph, right? If so, I can help you. Lin Shibai silently added this last part in his mind. He was at a loss for how to regain her favor, willing to do anything to bring her joy. Yean found his presence bewildering. Who would not desire victory in a match? Do I want to win? Of course, I want to witness God utterly defeat your team and leave you in the dust. With a venomous remark, Yean shoved him aside and walked away. Insane. You come to block me just to say such meaningless things? I need to cheer for Su Wang Xiaoyang. Rolling her eyes, she quickened her pace, fearful of being ensnared by Lin Shibai again. The match commenced as scheduled. Yean sat in the front row, her heart racing. Although they had previously triumphed over, and her memories foretold of, an gradual decline starting from this tournament. However, the once mighty and still secured the runner-up position in this competition. Most importantly, what did Lin Shibai's words truly mean? Feeling nervous? A slightly amused voice came from beside her. Yean turned in surprise. Uncle, what brings you here? Instinctively, she touched the necklace around her neck. A gift he had placed on her during her last birthday. A memory that lingered despite the time apart. Well, I own 30% of God's shares. So it's only fitting for me to supervise as a stakeholder. I assent it? Yean smiled, welcoming his presence. I had yet to express my gratitude for the birthday gift from my uncle, which I truly cherished. My gaze fell upon her elegant neck, and Su Huilin smiled. Pleased that I appreciated it. The competition was about to commence. Let us focus on the match. Meanwhile, Lin Shibai, seated a short distance away, also directed his attention this way. Shaolin, he said, my dear sister, I shall provide you with everything you desire. The last time you mentioned wanting the and, well, it is not entirely out of reach. Chapter 75. Openly acting. This match featured two familiar rivals. Not long ago, they had contended for the championship trophy in the autumn finals. Tonight, would it be An's quest for vengeance or God's successful defense of their title? God is a young team, yet they have already demonstrated remarkable potential. And now, the competition begins. In the previous autumn finals, with Yean's contribution, God seemed almost invincible, dominating An. However, with a change in the mid laner, the overwhelming advantage had vanished, leaving them at a slight disadvantage in this match. Yean watched anxiously from the sidelines, her hands entwined. If God were to lose, it would be a significant blow to both the players and their fans. The two teams were locked in a fierce struggle. Approaching the 10-minute mark for the Dragon engagement, a classic moment for team battles. Who would seize the initiative? And made the first move, with their support player securing vision. Wait, what was that? Was it a mistake? The screen filled with notifications of and team members being eliminated one after another. Yet, as the commentators had just pointed out, the situation had appeared advantageous for An. As a seasoned powerhouse, how could they fail to capitalize on such an opportunity? Not only did they fail to seize it, but they also seemed to collectively lose their wits, sending players to their demise one after another like characters from a children's tale. God capitalized on this Dragon engagement opportunity, achieving a total team wipe and claiming the first game's crystal. Despite the victory, Yean's brow furrowed deeper. Was it merely her illusion? Su Huilin, unfamiliar with the game, sensed Yean's unease. What was wrong? Hadn't they won? Yet, that blunder should not have happened. Yean shook her head. It was inconceivable that Lin Shibai, also a former esports player, could commit such an error. But the words he had spoken before the match. Su Huilin, somewhat understanding, glanced at Lin Shibai beside him. The second match commenced swiftly, with God emerging victorious once more. By the third match, God continued their winning streak. In a decisive BO5, they swept the series 4-0. Yet, Yean felt no joy. Even if God were to lose in the end, she would feel regret and frustration. This hollow victory only fueled her anger. Lin Shibai was insulting her, as well as every member of God who had fought diligently. God's trophy did not require his concession. Acting openly during the competition, did Lin Shibai think everyone was blind? Suddenly, Yean stood up from her seat. "Uncle, please go congratulate the team members for me. Take them out to celebrate and leave me an address. I have some matters to attend to." Su Weilin, sensing the situation, glanced at the players on stage thanking the audience, and without further inquiry, agreed. Wearing her school uniform, Yean attracted some attention as she moved. On the second floor, a team member from another squad, dressed in their uniform, was surrounded by a stylish man in his 20s. "Brother Tian, you've been watching that girl in the school uniform. What do you see in her?" The man referred to as Brother Tian was the team's investor, someone wealthy and merely interested in dabbling in the scene. Ji Tian was captivated by Yean, oblivious to who sat beside her. A young woman in that position, whose girlfriend could she be? He recognized her as the player Phoenix, who had once shattered and in the autumn finals and later used her prize money to invest in a club. Yes, indeed, she was now the owner of God. Seemingly an orphan, Ji Tian chuckled mischievously. "An orphan, you say? So passionate about games. Perhaps I should befriend her?" The people around him exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Ji Tian was interested in Yean. Yet, who would dare voice a dissenting opinion? Even if he were merely an investor, he could not be restrained by others of lesser standing. If Brother Tian pursued a friendship, that would certainly benefit her. Not to mention, even the illustrious Su Weilin would have to curry favor before him. Ji Tian smirked with satisfaction. "All right, you all go enjoy yourselves." With that, he made his way toward Yean. At that moment, she remained unaware of being watched. Her expression was serious, and Lin Shibai approached her cautiously, not disappointing her expectations. "Xiaoyang, aren't you happy about the victory?" Lin Shibai struggled to decipher Yean's mood. "Happy? Lin Shibai, would you be pleased if you won due to someone's concession? You, as a former esports player, did you consider how your team members felt while you made them act?" She couldn't believe Lin Shibai had resorted to such actions. Was this truly the same person she had first seen, proudly holding a trophy with a beaming smile? None of that mattered. Lin Shibai remained unconcerned, insisting that her happiness was all that mattered. "If you're worried about God, don't be. Even if something goes wrong, I'll help you resolve it." He reached out tentatively, eager to reconcile. "Xiaoyang, can you forgive me? Let us go back together." Yean recoiled in disgust. "No, Lin Shibai, you disgust me. If a person can abandon their principles, are they still themselves? If you had won fairly, perhaps I would have regarded you with respect. Now, all I feel is irritation. Can you stop clinging to me like a leech, devoid of any limits?" Lin Shibai crumbled, despair filling his eyes. "Xiaoyang finds me disgusting?" The raw aversion in Yean's expression felt like a dagger to his heart, a pain that coursed through him, leaving no part untouched. Was this how it felt to be despised by someone you cared for? Had Xiaoyang felt this same pain when they treated her so poorly? Tears streamed down his face as he sank to the ground. "Xiaoyang, I'm sorry. Not all apologies can be forgiven. I shall never forgive your transgressions." Yean's expression held no hint of compassion, her gaze icy. She intended to confront Lin Shibai alone, merely wanting him to refrain from conceding in future matches. She did not need that, and neither did the young members of God. This was an affront to the integrity of esports, a stain upon the efforts of God's members. The sobs behind her continued, yet Yean showed no inclination to pause or glance back, resolutely stepping toward the exit. Su Weilin had sent her the restaurant address, and Su Lu awaited her outside. As she walked, Yean sensed something amiss. Was someone following her? Ji Tian had never engaged in stalking, nor did he intend to hide. Upon noticing Yean's awareness, he boldly stepped forward. With his flamboyant red hair and trendy attire, he carried himself like a second-rate thug rather than a wealthy heir. Yean tightened her grip on her phone. Who was this person? What did he want? His attire suggested wealth, so he likely wasn't after money. Ji Tian had often taken advantage of vulnerable women when they were alone, but he had his limits, targeting only those without much standing, ensuring he could smooth things over afterward. "Hey, I heard you're quite skilled at gaming. Mind if we get acquainted? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in meeting you. I have friends waiting, so I must take my leave." Yean warned him that she was not alone. Ji Tian chuckled. "Friends? You are not left alone. Have the members of God gone to celebrate?" Did he know? Yean's gaze sharpened. She possessed no substantial means of defense. However, since her financial success, she had taken up self-defense training. Yet, she remained uncertain whether she could contend with an adult male towering over 6 feet tall. Chapter 76. The younger brother-in-law of the Su family. If Xiaoye doesn't come out for too long, you should go and check on her. These were the instructions Su Huailin gave to Su Lu before he departed. Although it seemed unlikely, the prior experience with Lin Muching rendered Su Huailin cautious. Last time, he had arrived just in time, but he could not guarantee his punctuality every time. When Su Lu arrived, Yean was still confronting Ji Tian. He sensed that Su Wang and the others were absent and appeared to recognize her. This individual was certainly not ordinary. Yean became more vigilant, reluctant to make the first move. Sir, if you have no other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Ji Tian, unwilling to let her go and eager to avoid further conversation, reached out to grab Yean. However, Yean had been on guard, and perhaps due to Ji Tian's lack of caution, she successfully struck him. Ji Tian was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw, a move he had never endured before, leaving him grimacing in pain and seeing stars. Damn it, after being invincible in the game of romance, I've now been bested by this little girl. Clutching his waist, Ji Tian rose, his anger flaring, resolved to subdue Yean beneath his tailored trousers. You have quite the spirit. Just as Ji Tian regained his composure, Su Lu arrived just in time. Assessing the situation, he quickly determined that the red-haired man did not appear to be a good person. Ji Tian, attempting to maintain his composure, declared, You may have hurt me, but do you know who I am? My surname is Ji. Before he could finish, Su Lu delivered a punch directly to his face, sending Ji Tian flying half a meter away. The force was indeed significant, leaving him dazed and bewildered. Who the hell dares to lay a hand on me? Ji Tian cursed as he rose from the ground. Su Lu was not often seen alongside Su Huailin, and most people did not recognize him as a member of the Su family. Yean's expression darkened. Do you intend to do anything further? Ji Tian was momentarily intimidated by Su Lu's presence, muttering his misfortune under his breath. Seeing he no longer dared to act, Yean finally left with Su Lu. Clutching his face and wincing in pain, Ji Tian seethed. Damn it, if I find out who that man is, I will make him pay. Growing increasingly enraged, Ji Tian made a phone call. Hello, I've been attacked in Jingxia. Get someone to look into it immediately. Also, there's a woman named Yean. Is she related to the Su family? I'm actually the younger brother-in-law of the Su family. In Jingxia, what can I obtain? How dare they lay hands on me? Yean, I will remember you. You'd better have the ability to escape every time. Yean arrived at the dining venue unscathed. When Su Lu first laid eyes on Ji Tian, he found him familiar, and while driving, he recalled Ji Tian's identity as the youngest son of the Su family. Ji Tian's sister was the wife of the Su family's elder. It was perplexing how such a refined and dignified woman could have a brother like this. Even if good bamboo shoots sometimes produce bad bamboo shoots, they shouldn't be so twisted, a testament to the elder's indulgence towards this youngest son. By the time Yean arrived, most of the dishes had already been served. Xiaoyang eagerly called out, Boss, hurry up. We've been waiting for you. Boss, you're truly impressive. I couldn't believe that Su's company was our investor, and you brought the big shot Su to dine with us, Xiaoyang said, sneaking a glance at Su Huailin, the living legend. How many major bosses in Jingxia yearned to meet him? And here they were, dining at the same table. He would have plenty to boast about in the future. Su Wang, who had a closer relationship with Su Huailin, could not comprehend his teammates' excitement. So what if he is here? It's just a meal. With a dismissive scoff, he voiced his thoughts. Even as team captain, his comment drew endless reproach. The marksman, Yu Liang, rolled his eyes. We know you're Su Dalao's nephew. Must you flaunt it? Su Wang silently questioned the absurdity of it all. The new mid-laner, Qing Lang, nodded in agreement. Please, young master, have some empathy for us common players. Su Huailin smiled politely. Su Wang, exasperated, muttered about pretentiousness. Nevertheless, maintaining such an image had its advantages, as it significantly elevated the club members' admiration for Yean. Once the jesting subsided, it was time to discuss serious matters. Yean adopted a solemn demeanor. What do you all think of today's match? And performed well, only faltering slightly during critical team fights, but otherwise, they played normally. Su Wang and the others are not lacking in skill. They seized the opportunity when it arose. Upon hearing this, Su Wang's expression darkened instantly. Did they really think they were fools? While the audience might have missed it, as opponents, they could certainly feel the strain. Honestly, this match was the most frustrating victory he had ever experienced. The others also bore grim expressions, while they were pleased with the win. The manner of it felt like an affront. Su Huailin perceived their discussion of Yean's blatant underperformance but refrained from commenting. Focusing instead on selecting Yean's preferred dishes, and serving them to her. However, Hua Yu seemed to have played genuinely. Xiaoyang suddenly remarked. The others concurred, acknowledging that he still possessed some competitive spirit. The incident surrounding Hua Yu's departure had indeed been unfortunate, yet his desire to win had never waned. Choosing to join and was a decision born from the belief that there was no future with God, and instead of participating in a hopeless match, he sought to exchange a lost game for future glory. This was likely at Lin Shibai's behest. Yean felt a headache coming on. All right, why ponder so much? It's not as if we forced them to perform poorly. If anything goes awry, we remain the victims. The top laner, Nguyen, raised his drink. Now, let us toast to our first victory. Since they were preparing for a match, no one drank alcohol. Xiaoyang and the others needed to return to the base for a debrief, and Su Wang intended to accompany them. Shall I take my leave then? With only Su Huilin remaining, the atmosphere shifted palpably. All right, can you return alone? I need Su Lu to assist me with something. On the other side, Su Lu hesitated, knowing he had something to discuss with Su Huilin. His initial reluctance suggested uncertainty about whether his words were suitable for Yian's ears. After all, he was inherently loyal to her. Once Yian departed, Su Lu promptly recounted the earlier events to Su Huilin. Miss Yi and I both confronted young Master Ji. Given his temperament, he likely won't let this go easily. Jitian, Su Huilin scoffed, for the sake of my sister-in-law. I overlooked his antics while he was out there acting under my name. But now he dares to target those close to me? Does he truly think I am powerless? Just ensure Yean is safe. Whatever she chooses to do, cooperate with her. If anyone gets hurt, consider it my doing. Su Huilin's gaze was sharp and resolute. Chapter 77. She returns to hand over the company, standing before the entrance of Onyu Technology. Lin Chuan gazed at the burgeoning company, his heart filled with a mix of nostalgia and trepidation. He never imagined that the once inconspicuous ugly duckling could flourish in such a manner. A gnawing concern crept in. Would Yeon Yuan be willing to meet him? And if they did meet, would she still trust him? For a fleeting moment, his mind wandered back 3 years to the humble, unassuming girl who often stood behind him, gazing up at his figure. She had once said, "Big brother, you are so impressive, managing such a large group. Can I study finance in the future and help you at the company? I heard that father started from nothing and that you are a prodigy. If I were to establish my own business empire someday, wouldn't our family's name be spoken alongside yours and Father's?" Now, Lin Chuan felt a dryness in his throat, a profound sadness enveloping him. His father had indeed kept his word. He had been stripped of his position as chairman. His father had informed him of the issue with Dia's streamers leading minors to consume, and as a fellow businessman, he understood the dire consequences of mishandling such a situation. It could lead to a catastrophic fallout for Dia. With a heavy sigh, he comprehended his father's intentions. He did not wish to inflict further pain on Shaoan, yet this matter required resolution. Returning to the Lin family was imperative, and as for the rest, he believed solutions would eventually emerge. With this mindset, when Lin Wenbin asked Lin Chuan to meet Yeon Yuan, he acquiesced. Tang Xian soon arrived to usher Lin Chuan inside. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan hurried to follow in Tang Xian's footsteps. He had not anticipated that the young master of the Lin family would personally visit their company. Surely, he was here to discuss potential collaborations regarding Dia? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Lin Chuan conceded, "Well, perhaps." Tang Xian remarked, "The young master is being modest. We are the fortunate ones to collaborate with Lin's company. However, the ultimate outcome will depend on our boss's discretion. This is the boss's office. Please, young Master Lin, go on in." Tang Xian presumed that Lin Chuan was akin to those company owners eager to capitalize on Dia's success. He felt a burgeoning optimism about his work, buoyed by the backing of the Su family, and now even Lin's company sought collaboration. Lin Chuan, however, was consumed by bitterness. Collaboration? Even if he truly sought to collaborate, she would never acquiesce. To be candid, he held little hope for his father's request to bring Yeon Yuan back. The only conceivable outcome was that she would return, unwilling to see her hard work undone, and bow to the hidden crisis surrounding Dia. Tang Xian pushed open the door, permitting him entry. Inside, Yeon Yuan sat before a computer screen displaying the recent data trends for Dia. "Shaoan," Lin Chuan called softly. "Dia has been thriving lately. I'm genuinely pleased to see how remarkable you've become." Yeon Yuan glanced back, her expression tinged with disdain. "Pleased? Are you certain? I recall a time when I excelled in areas where Lin Shi fell short, and you would berate me for being ostentatious. I had thought that in your eyes, I would forever be forbidden from surpassing Lin Shi. No, it is not like that." Lin Chuan attempted to clarify, but his reasoning sounded feeble and absurd. He feared her transformation, the prospect of her becoming uncontrollable, which would only deepen his shame regarding his past mistakes. Defeated, Lin Chuan lowered his gaze. I, as your brother, naturally wish for your continued improvement. Yean Yuan scoffed, dismissing his sentiments. Brother? You are not worthy of that title before me. Speak plainly. Why have you come to see me today? A pang struck Lin Chuan's heart, even though he had prepared himself for this confrontation. Facing Yean Yuan's cold disdain left him breathless. It concerns Duya. Father has been monitoring the situation and discovered that streamers are guiding minors to consume. This is not a random occurrence, and should it come to light, the consequences could be dire. There is a real possibility that the Duya project may be halted. Father's intention is for you to return home so we can discuss a strategy. Huh? Yean Yuan laughed derisively. Lin Wenbin, discussing a strategy? Is he not simply asking me to relinquish the company? Lin Chuan recognized the sarcasm in her tone, yet he felt powerless to counter it. That was indeed his father's plan. Yean Yuan, seated casually with her legs crossed, continued, Do you dare claim ignorance about the outcome of my return to the Lin family? You know very well. You acted just as you did before. After I transferred to art school, despite my excellent grades, you still looked down on me. I believed I truly did not belong in the Lin family and returned to the orphanage. Soon after, when Lin Shi needed to participate in a competition but lacked the skill to secure first place, you, Lin Chuan, personally visited the orphanage to bring me back. She chuckled bitterly. How foolish I was to believe your deceit. My competition artwork was switched with Lin Shi's through your connections, granting her fame while I was warned against revealing the truth. Did you ever consider, while celebrating Lin Shi's victory, that the artwork was mine? When she confronted them, they dismissed her as being dramatic. Shouldn't I have made a fuss? Lin Chuan, do you remember what you said back then? Lin Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. He recalled all too well. Yean Yuan, I brought you back solely for Lin Shi to win first place. Otherwise, what right would you have to return to the Lin family? I'm sorry, Lin Chuan croaked, apologizing in a voice barely above a whisper. Unfortunately, it was far too late. She no longer needed such hollow apologies. I do not require your apologies. You may forget the past, but I remember every single detail vividly, Yean Yuan said with a smile that belied her bitterness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan conceded. I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. As he turned to exit, Yean Yuan spoke once more. However, I do need to return home for a while. Inform Lin Wenbin that I will be visiting the Lin family this afternoon. There are matters that must be clarified. Lin Chuan was uncertain of the specifics she referred to, yet an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. A voice within warned him against allowing Xiaoan to proceed with her plans. He would regret it. Yet, when the words nearly escaped his lips, they dissipated into a mere, all right. What face did he have left to deter her from pursuing her course of action? Take care, she said dismissively, not even glancing up. Stepping out of Onyu Technology's edifice and onto the street, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming chill within. Every cold glance and word from Xiaoan peeled away their self-deceptive facades. He had believed that by making amends, they could start anew. But the shattered pieces of their relationship were beyond repair. What had they done to Xiaoan over the years? Lin Chuan cast a final glance back at the building, a sorrowful realization dawning upon him. He was complicit in this travesty. Xiaoan's disdain for him likely surpassed that of the others manifold. Yean Yuan remained focused on the data trends displayed on her screen. Secretary Tang Xian knocked before entering. Boss, as per your instructions, here are the accounts of streamers leading minors to consume that we have tracked and compiled. Yean Yuan nodded. What progress has been made on the minor protection system we discussed previously? The development team has confirmed that everything is ready. Very well, she replied. In her past life, the issue of minor consumption had sparked considerable turmoil, leading to the implementation of a minor refund system. She would not be caught unprepared this time. She needed no feigned compassion from Lin Wenbin. Chapter 78. A sudden slap regardless of the circumstances. Xiaoan was indeed willing to return. Lin Chuan conveyed the news of Yean's return in the afternoon to Lin Wenbin. This information spread like wildfire, and unexpectedly, as the time for Yean's return approached, the entire Lin family gathered at home. Fu Yao even specifically instructed Zhao Ma to prepare a sumptuous feast, selecting dishes that Yean favored. Meanwhile, on Yean's side, she donned a high-end trench coat and had engaged a lawyer. Su Lu, accompanied by bodyguards, awaited her arrival at the vehicle. Are these individuals from the Su family? Yean inquired. Indeed, Miss Yi. Master Su is concerned about your well-being and has specifically sent assistance, Su Lu explained, gesturing to a man in a tailored suit. Additionally, this gentleman is the lawyer Master Su arranged for you. Should the Lin family persist in their obstinacy, you may seek his aid. The lawyer, arranged by Su Huailin. Yean scrutinized him closely, and suddenly her gaze sharpened. This was none other than Lawyer Chun. He was the chief legal consultant for the Su family, undefeated in all his cases. Was it truly necessary to assign such a prominent figure for merely dissolving an adoption agreement with the Lin family? How amusing it would be for the Lin family to face a formidable opponent. Su Huailin was indeed astute, not only providing her with bodyguards, but also an impressive fleet of luxury cars. Though such vehicles might not seem extraordinary within the Lin family's affluent circles, the aura they projected was undeniable. Yean's return was not merely for a family meal. It was a declaration of intent. "Let us proceed," she said, a smile playing on her lips. Previously, during her time with the Lin family, she had been treated poorly. Now she was being welcomed at the grand entrance. How ironic and pitiful. The Lin family members stood in astonishment at the sight of the luxury vehicles. As the convoy halted, 6 bodyguards clad in black exited first, forming 2 orderly lines flanking the center vehicle. Sulu stepped out to open the door for Yean. The deep crimson of her trench coat captured the attention of the Lin family, followed closely by Yean and her accompanying lawyer. This imposing spectacle sent a jolt through Fu Yao, who sensed an ominous foreboding. The eldest merely mentioned that Yean was returning, but did not clarify the purpose of her visit. It seemed her intentions were not benign. "Shaolin, you truly have returned," Lin Mu Chung exclaimed, his eyes brimming with delight, initially believing it to be a ruse to lure him back. Yean cast him a sidelong glance, stating simply, "I have returned to address some matters." Overwhelmed by joy, Lin Mu Chung failed to register her words, fixated instead on her presence. "It's wonderful that you're back. Zhao Ma prepared a feast for our family reunion." Fu quickly chimed in, "Yes, Yean. This meal is specially prepared for you. Please come in." "Specially prepared for me? Seafood congee?" she mused. Recalling how she had feigned interest in having Zhao Ma prepare seafood congee for her in the hospital, a thought that provoked a smile. Lin Chi Bai's expression stiffened as he recalled the incident. "Of course not, Shaolin. In the past, my brother was unaware of your preferences. That will no longer be the case. That is unnecessary. I did not come back to share a reunion meal," Yean retorted, her disdain evident. "Moreover, dining at the same table as you all would likely induce nausea." With a laugh, she dismissed any notion of maintaining decorum. What ties of affection could there be between her and the Lin family? "Shaolin, how can you treat fourth brother and mother this way? We've all been waiting for you at the door, preparing a meal just for you. How can you be so ungrateful?" Lin, she interjected, her tone accusatory as if Yean's refusal was a grave transgression. Yet, before Lin she could finish her protest, Yean delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed crisply, leaving Lin she momentarily stunned, and the Lin family in shock. Yean rubbed her palm, noting the resilience of Lin Shi's cheek. It was indeed a testament to her audacity. From the moment she set foot inside, Yean had yearned to deliver that slap. Today marked a decisive severance of ties with the Lin family. She intended to settle old scores. "Have you lost your mind?" Lin Mu Chung was the first to regain his composure, his voice rising in anger. Yean, unperturbed, returned the slap with equal fervor, prompting Lin Mu Chung to contemplate retaliation, but the bodyguards were not mere decorations. "Yes, I have lost my mind, driven to madness by all of you." Yean's eyes gleamed with fury. If she were to name her most despised individuals, aside from Lin Shi, it would undoubtedly be Lin Mu Chung. In her past life, every member of the Lin family bore responsibility for her demise, but the architects of her suffering were undeniably these two. As a physician, Lin Mu Chung had access to the health reports of the Lin family, which meant he was fully aware of her organ failure, yet had falsified her medical records, ensuring that every examination returned normal results. When she later expressed discomfort, the Lin family dismissed her as feigning illness and intensified their cruel treatment, leading to her tragic death before 30. Rubbing her wrist, Yean coldly regarded Lin Shi, who had shrunk into Lin Mu Chung's embrace, and sneered. "A foster daughter will forever remain in the shadows, never to step into the light." The term foster daughter struck a deep chord in Lin Shi, igniting her fury as her expression strained to maintain composure. Yet, surrounded by others, she had to suppress her anger and quickly adopt a pitiful demeanor. "Shaolin, if hitting me brings you joy, I'm willing. Just please don't unleash your wrath on others." "Xier, why waste breath on her? Yean is nothing but a lunatic." Yean chuckled. Lin Shi had unwittingly spoken the truth. Striking her indeed brought satisfaction. Lin Shi had an uncanny ability to maintain her composure even after being publicly humiliated. Lin Shi, you excel at pretense. Today, I have other matters to attend to. We shall have our fun later. As for Lin Mu Chung, she had no desire to engage with him. He was the Lin family's most oblivious member. Had this been the past, her actions would have led to her being swiftly punished. However, now, even if these individuals disapproved of her, they would have to endure. As Lin Wenbin still had his eyes on the company she held, Theo gritted her teeth. Yean, what exactly do you intend to do upon your return? Lin Wenbin, maintaining a stern demeanor, interjected, enough with the commotion. Come with me to the study. He assumed Yean had returned to discuss matters concerning the company and chose to tolerate her antics for the time being. To the study? Wouldn't it be better to converse here, where there are many witnesses? That way, you won't conveniently forget your identity later, Yean replied, her smile unwavering. It was then that Lin Wenbin began to sense something amiss, shifting his gaze to Lin Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan stated, Dad. Xiaoan did not indicate that she returned to discuss company matters. What? Lin Wenbin exclaimed, his surprise palpable. He turned back to Yean, whose smile remained, and furrowed his brow. Then what is your purpose for returning? Chapter 79. Severing all ties. Yean cast her gaze around. Noting that everyone was present except for Lin Xingyi, a smile graced her lips, genuine joy blossoming within her. The mere thought of soon being free of any ties to the Lin family made her wish to celebrate with firecrackers. Now that everyone was here, I hope you will pay close attention to what follows and not shy away from acknowledging it. The Lin family members exchanged confused glances, unable to fathom what Yean had in store. She nodded towards the two lawyers she had brought along, one surnamed Zhang and the other surnamed Qian. As for this gentleman, Yean directed her gaze towards Attorney Chen, who, while not her personal hire, was a name they surely recognized, the chief legal advisor of the Su family. Attorney Chen Kong naturally. I hope it does not come to the point where we require Attorney Chen's intervention. As Yean introduced them, the three men greeted the gathered crowd. Upon hearing that they were all lawyers, particularly one being the undefeated chief lawyer of the Su family, Lin Wenbin and Fu Yao frowned in unison. What do you mean by this? Lin Wenbin fixed his eyes on Yean, suspicion stirring within him. Did she somehow learn of his intentions to transfer her household registration from the welfare home? It means nothing, she replied, shrugging nonchalantly. I simply think that since we are parting ways, it is best to sever all remaining relationships cleanly. Yean pulled a document from her pocket. The very agreement Lin Wenbin had personally signed to sever ties previously. This is the severance agreement we signed at the hospital. I trust you haven't forgotten it? This agreement lacks legal standing at present. My foremost task upon returning is to formalize this document. Henceforth, I shall terminate my parental relationship with you and Fu Yao. At this declaration, the Lin family fell into stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Yean's determination. Lin Wenbin, momentarily forgetting his anger at her audacity in addressing him by name, was taken aback. She truly dared to sever ties with him? This was no jest. She had brought lawyers, resolutely intending to dissolve their blood relationship. As she spoke, Yean took another document from Lawyer Zhang's hands. Next, we must address our adoptive relationship. When you brought me back from the welfare home, you publicly declared it an adoption. I never registered under the Lin family name, nor did I change my surname. However, the adoption process was still followed. I intend to change my household registration, and for that, this document must be signed. Henceforth, I will no longer be the adopted daughter of the Lin family. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the room. Change household registration. Lin Shibai, shocked and saddened, could not fathom why Xiaoyan wished to disown her family. To sever blood ties was one thing, but to renounce their adoptive relationship as well? Why? Lin Shibai cried out in despair. Why do you want to leave the Lin family? Why turn your back on your family? Xiaoyan, are we not family? He pleaded, gripping her hand tightly. His eyes filled with anguish. His tone bore a desperate plea for her not to leave. Yean lowered her eyes, coldly regarding his desperate plea, reminiscent of the many times she had implored them not to abandon her in favor of Lin Shi. Lin Chuan's voice trembled as he spoke. Xiaoyan, you are our sister, our parents' daughter. Where do you intend to transfer your household registration? We have acknowledged our past mistakes. Can't you grant your brother just one chance? Of course not. Yean yanked her hand free from Lin Shibai's grasp. Do you not understand why I wish to sever ties? Would it not be better for you? From this day forth, you shall no longer be burdened by my presence, and I will no longer endure your contempt. It is a win-win situation. What is there to be reluctant about? Do you think I brought lawyers for show? She gestured towards the prepared documents. Lin Wenbin, Fu Yao, simply sign here, and you may fulfill your wish of having no daughter. The two lawyers stepped forward, one unfurling a document. Lawyer Zhang offered a professional smile to Lin Wenbin and Fu Yao. Mr. Lin, Miss Fu, once you sign this document, the legal parental relationship between you and Miss Yi and will be immediately dissolved. Lawyer Qian continued. This document pertains to the termination of the adoption relationship I drafted after discussions with the Welfare Home's director. If there are no objections, you may sign it here. 2 documents symbolize the severance of all ties between Yean and the Lin family. The room fell into a heavy silence. Initially, when Lin Wenbin hastily signed the agreement, he believed Yean was merely causing a scene. No one anticipated she would genuinely wish to sever ties with the Lin family, especially in the absence of legal authorities. The agreement held no weight. However, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Yean truly abhorred the Lin family. She had even signed her name on the documents ahead of time, leaving no room for them to retract their decision. Lin Chuan felt a tightening in his throat, breath-hitching as he finally grasped the source of his unease. He was on the verge of permanently losing his biological sister. Lin Qibai's eyes turned red with unshed tears. Fu Yao wore an expression of fury. What was the point of making such a grand display? You are merely putting on an act for yourself. We have already made so many concessions, even offering you inheritance rights and the chance to be registered under the Lin family name. Why are you causing such a ruckus? Do you wish to expel Xia? Yean shrugged. Whether you choose to expel Lin Xi is of no concern to me. You must sign this document today. Fu Yao's anger flared as if ready to burst. You are truly beyond redemption. Even now, Fu Yao could not fathom that Yean genuinely wished to leave the Lin family. Surely, even if they signed the agreement, could it not be voided afterward? Yean must be attempting to force them to terminate their adoptive relationship with Xia. Lin Chuan and Lin Qibai were at a loss for words, looking at their mother with a sense of cold dread. Their mother still believed Xiaoyan harbored ulterior motives, that she would inevitably regret this decision, just as they now regretted theirs. Lin Wenbin, too, felt discontent at Yean's desire for independence and severance of ties. However, he pondered a more strategic approach. If Yean severed ties to transfer her household registration from the welfare home, a question arose. Where would she transfer it? His gaze fell upon Su Lu and Chen Song, both associates of Su Huilin. Could it be that Yean intended to transfer her household registration to the Su family? If that were the case, he might be able to agree. The Su family, aside from Su Huilin, consisted only of Su Wang. While the Duoya family was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Su family. If Yean intended to transfer her registration to the Su family, he could potentially leverage this opportunity to gain influence over the Su family. Yean, where do you plan to transfer your household registration? I own a home in Jingxia. I am also a resident of Jingxia, so I will naturally be the head of the household, Yean replied, casting him a disdainful glance. Was that even a question? Did she intend to adopt someone else's surname? Not the Su family. I refuse. Lin Wenbin's voice was firm. He had to secure one of the two, either Duoya or Su family. Yean's household registration could only remain within the Lin or Su families. Chapter 80. Reluctance to sever ties. Yean chuckled softly. Was she truly here to seek the Lin family's consent? It seemed that avoiding the troubles of engaging Lawyer Chun was no longer an option. She had long anticipated the Lin family's stubborn refusal to sign. The 2 attorneys she had initially hired had also conducted their due diligence. Just moments ago, Chen Song had remarked that should the Lin family express any reluctance, they could entrust the matter entirely to him. With his assurance, her lawyers eagerly took a back seat, thrilled to observe the formidable Chen Song in action. Fu Yao's expression was grim, while Lin Wenbin's face was ashen, simmering with suppressed rage. Responding to Yean's directive, Chen Song stepped forward with poise, bowing courteously. If Mr. Lin Wenbin and Ms. Fu Yao are unwilling to sever ties with my client, I shall proceed to file a lawsuit on their behalf. What nonsense! Lin Wenbin was taken aback. On what grounds could Yean sue him? He had supported her for 3 years, and it would have been reasonable for her to repay him for his kindness. Yet here she was, threatening legal action. This was utterly outrageous. Xiao Chong, let us not sever our ties, shall we? Just say the word, and whatever you desire, as long as I can provide it, I shall do so. Surprisingly, it was Lin Chuan who first erupted, his eyes reddened with emotion. Did you not say that you would repay what you owed? You promised that if I inflicted a wound upon myself to mirror yours, you would reconsider returning. I will do it, just please do not leave. Yean regarded him with a smile, amused by the notion that he would resort to self-harm to keep her by his side. This realization brought her immense satisfaction. However, her gaze remained icy. In the past, they had never offered her a glimmer of hope, and she had no intention of granting them any now. Under Lin Chuan's hopeful gaze, Yean laughed heartily. I will not agree. Even if you were to harm yourself, or even die before me, I would still not remain. The conditions you once proposed have been rejected, thus, I shall not reconsider now. Even if I did, the answer would still be no. With each word she uttered, Lin Chuan's light dimmed further. Fu Yao was incensed, thinking, how could this wretch incite her eldest to self-harm? She was utterly devoid of conscience. Observing Yean's unwavering stance, Chen Song cleared his throat and continued, regarding the adoption relationship, since my client was taken in, she has been repeatedly harmed, hospitalized, and has even gone without a proper meal. Despite her exceptional academic performance, she was forced to transfer to an art school. I am prepared to file a lawsuit against you for what you claim is adoption, but is, in fact, abuse. As for the biological relationship, once you found my client, you chose to maintain her as an adopted daughter rather than acknowledging her as your own. I have reasonable grounds to suspect your intentions to abandon her. I believe Mr. Lin Wenbin and Ms. Fu Yao can comprehend that if I pursue this lawsuit, the inevitable outcome would be the dissolution of all ties to my client. And you could face incarceration as a result. Standing before them was Chen Song, and every word he uttered was laden with gravity. Lin Wenbin's expression darkened progressively. They were up against the undefeated Chen Song, and he genuinely feared the gamble. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, they were clearly in the wrong. Yean's medical records, health examination reports, and transfer documents were all tangible evidence. Do you truly wish to sever all ties with us? If so, I welcome it, Yean affirmed, her tone resolute. Have you considered what life would be like after severing ties? Lin Wenbin coaxed, desperate to prevent her from cutting ties, for if she did, all his plans would be in vain. However, Chen Song was indeed a formidable opponent. The only recourse was for Yean to still harbor some regard for them. Or perhaps she still required the Lin family. Your elder brother must have informed you of the dangers of fighting against the world. As long as you remain with the Lin family as my daughter, the Lin family will assist you in resolving any troubles you face. Pausing momentarily, Lin Wenbin softened his tone. Xiao Chong, your father remembers how joyous you were upon returning and finding family. Are you truly willing to abandon us? Yean remained unmoved, even finding amusement in the situation. 3 years prior, she believed nothing was more vital than these so-called family members, leading her to go to great lengths to gain their approval. Yet, what had she received in return? Abuse that nearly cost her life. I am more than capable of managing my own affairs, and as for abandoning false family ties, Lin Wenbin, you were the ones who cast me aside. Since you despise me so much, what difference does it make if I reject you? Sign these 2 agreements promptly. Ask yourselves, have I ever owed the Lin family anything? Lin Wenbin was momentarily speechless. We, the Lin family, supported you for 3 years. Fu Yao shouted in fury. How could Yean be so ungrateful? The term white-eyed wolf was indeed fitting. Are you suffering from dementia? Do I need to remind you how I endured these 3 years? Oh, you supported me for 3 years with insufficient meals, punishment every 3 days, and beatings every 5 days. Hardly a suitable upbringing. Fu Yao fell silent, her face pale. She recalled how she had punished Yean relentlessly. Yet, despite this, she justified her actions as a mother striving to educate her daughter for her own good. After all, wasn't she thriving under her guidance? Yean observed as they carelessly discarded the documents at their feet, advising, it would be wise to sign. If you refuse, taking this to court won't end well for you. Both paths were now blocked. Lin Wenbin fixated on the documents at his feet, unable to sign. Yean was now aligned with the Su family and held Ai Rue in her grasp. How could he sign? Signing would sever all connections to the Lin family for her future. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wenbin bent down to retrieve the scattered documents. His gaze was dark and foreboding. He had navigated the business world for decades, only to falter at the hands of his own daughter. Was it true what they said? That a tiger does not produce a dog? No. Lin Shibai believed his brother would sign and felt despair wash over him. If even the elder brother could not salvage Xiao Chong, it was evident that she harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Lin family. Xiao Chong, if you truly wish to sever ties with the Lin family, then let fourth brother join you in this decision. Fourth brother too will sever ties with the Lin family and will protect you from any future bullying. Yean's expression instantly grew cold. I am not a wastebasket. Even if you were to die before me, it would not concern me. Do not attempt to guilt-trip me. Lin Shibai's heart shattered. All eyes turned to Lin Wenbin. What would he choose? With a swift motion, the crumpled documents fell to the ground as Lin Wenbin tore them into pieces. I can grant you compensation for anything else, but this matter is non-negotiable. Fu Yao sighed in relief. No matter what, Yean was still her daughter. How could she sever all ties? She emphatically concurred. We are your family. That can never change. If you choose to pursue litigation, the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Chen Song may be undefeated, but he has yet to encounter the Lin family. Lin Wenbin simmered with resentment, realizing he needed to show Yean the consequences of her actions. Damn it! Yean exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Even a clay figurine has its limits. If you refuse to respect my wishes, you will soon regret it. With a frigid expression, Lin Wenbin thought to himself that if he signed, he would be the one filled with regret. Chapter 81. Troubles that follow. Yean departed from the Lin family, accompanied by her companions. Sulu served as the driver while she and Chen Song shared a vehicle. Yean's countenance was exceedingly grim. She had not anticipated the Lin family's audacity. Based on her previous understanding, had she proposed severing ties before, they would have jubilantly hosted a grand banquet. Now, their reluctance and pleas were mere facades, a ploy to seize her hard-earned achievements, given her newfound capabilities. The atmosphere within the car was engulfed in an oppressive silence. How shameless! Yean exclaimed in frustration. Chen Song remained unfazed, reassuring her. Miss Yi, rest assured, since President Su has entrusted me with this matter, I shall see it through. What I articulated earlier at the Lin residence was the unvarnished truth. With the evidence at hand, it would not be difficult for the Lin family to face some time behind bars. Yean sighed. It was not a matter of doubting Chen Song's prowess. It was simply that the Lin family was formidable. Having resided with them for 3 years, she was acutely aware of their tactics. If they were cornered, it would not bode well for her. Her initial intention was to resolve the household registration issue amicably, and once she established herself, she could confront the Lin family, rendering their coercion ineffective. Please keep these pieces of evidence secure, Mr. Chun. I will need your assistance when the time is right. Meanwhile, within the Lin household, Lin Shi cowered in Lin Muqing's embrace, too intimidated to speak. Following Yean's departure, Lin Qibai insisted on leaving the Lin family. Storming out in a fit of anger, Lin Chuan sat vacantly on the sofa, lost in thought. Lin Wenbin, consumed by rage, wreaked havoc in the living room. While Fu Yao bore a sullen expression, Qibai was causing a ruckus over a disloyal daughter like Yean. Let them be, Lin Wenbin gestured, supporting his forehead in exasperation. No one had anticipated that Yean's return would turn their lives upside down. Lin Shi seemed poised to speak, but Lin Mucheng gently pulled her aside, shaking his head in silence. She hesitated, and he led her away. Do not worry, after today's uproar, Father will certainly deal with her. Second brother is busy with his laboratory. Shi'er, take care of yourself during this time. Be cautious of that wretched Yean's potential trouble. Lin Mucheng's gaze lingered on the bruised side of Lin Shi's face, his heart aching. One day, he vowed, he would eliminate Yean. Lin Shi's eyes flickered with understanding as she feigned concern, murmuring, Do you think Sister Shaun will be all right? Lin Mucheng smiled, his eyes glinting with malice. Of course, she will be fine. After he left, Lin Shi finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Yean, you have brought this upon yourself. Just then, a message pinged on her phone. Lin Shi's expression froze, and she quickly replied, What do you mean? The response was prompt, accompanied by an audio recording. I have handled this. Releasing this recording will be enough to make Yean's life difficult. Curious, Lin Shi opened the recording, which had been processed. She could not discern its original form, but the content was clear. Yean had enticed Lin Qibai to act, with Lin Qibai assuring her that any repercussions would not fall on her shoulders. Where did you get this? Lin Shi's excitement was palpable, setting aside everything else. This incident was undeniably real. Recently concluded was a match between and God, and the recording undoubtedly pertained to that event. You need not worry about that. I require no compensation. Just ensure that Yean is expelled from the Glory Alliance. Lin Shi smile deepened. Now, Yean, let's see how you navigate this predicament. With both and God entangled in controversy, even your vast capabilities will falter. She preserved the recording and swiftly contacted a gaming marketing account known for exposing scandals within the Glory events and players. She instructed them to publicize the recording. Even if it was later disproven, it would provide entertainment for the audience, given the account's history of blending truth and fiction. That evening, Yean's phone buzzed incessantly. First, it was the club's agent, followed by the boss. Have you heard the recording? What recording? An English listening exercise? Yean stared blankly at the English listening practice still playing, momentarily confused. What? Oh my boss, you truly are oblivious to the outside world, and grow solely in lofty ideals. Let me send you a Weibo link. Take a look. The agent teased before abruptly hanging up, before she could even click on the video. Another call from Tang Xian interrupted her. Boss, as anticipated, There's a surge of online discussions regarding parents publicly reporting the so-called live streamers luring minors into spending, while official platforms remain indifferent. Wait, is everyone trying to report something? Yean was momentarily speechless, choosing to terminate all calls and convene an online meeting. Fine. Let's address your issues one by one. Through the screen, the participants exchanged glances, and the club's agent initiated the conversation. Boss, did you see the Weibo post I sent? I'm looking at it now. Next. Tang Xian hesitated slightly but pressed on. Our technical team traced the origin of those slanderous posts to the Lin group. We wanted to inquire if we should consult Su's side. They possessed a comprehensive plan to address the matter, but the Lin family's influence was daunting, and they feared the situation could escalate beyond control. That's simple. Su's company is right here. Let us reach out. Su Wang interjected. What I wanted to say aligns with theirs. My uncle relayed a message. Proceed as you see fit. Should calamity strike, he will be there. All right. I've reviewed the Weibo. For now, we'll publish a statement from the club refuting the online rumors. As for the rest, I will discuss it tomorrow. Ensure the players remain focused on their training. I will handle these matters. Tang Xian, instruct all departments to proceed as planned. If any changes arise, we'll address them then. Yean concluded the meeting. She had anticipated issues concerning minors and consumption. It was manageable. The primary concern was the Lin family's potential retaliation. At present, it was imperative to swiftly resolve the matter of bribing Yean's actor. The current online sentiment had not yet turned overwhelmingly negative, and many remained baffled as to how a prestigious team like and could be persuaded by God to act. The longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become, affecting the player's psyche and the competition's integrity. The authenticity of the online recording was questionable. She recalled the presence of surveillance cameras in the corridor where she had approached Lin Chibai. Yean hastily contacted the official event coordinator. Miss Yi, it's not that I don't want to assist you, but you must wait. There's a process for these matters, and I need to submit a request to review the footage. After a lengthy phone call, Yean's irritation flared. It was merely a matter of bureaucratic red tape, likely due to some form of corruption or negligence. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Chapter 82. She wishes to depart in the evening. Both in Rue and the God Club simultaneously issued statements to dispel rumors. God failed to present any substantial evidence, declaring their innocence while promising to investigate the matter and report it to the authorities. In Rue, however, took a more direct approach, releasing a list of streamers identified as inducing minors to spend money, all of whom have since been banned. Furthermore, the platform announced the opening of a refund window for minors, allowing all accounts that were subject to unauthorized consumption to apply for refunds by submitting relevant documentation. In addition, DIA platform plans to introduce a protective system for minors, requiring age verification during account registration. Accounts registered with individuals under the age of 18 will have their recharge systems disabled. This series of measures received immediate acclaim, addressing compensation and future considerations comprehensively. The speed at which DIA acted raised suspicions of a self-scripted scenario. The plight of minors, who have long been victimized, was overshadowed by the outpouring of grievances online against DIA's streamer list, an obvious case of envy-driven backlash. While some applauded the platform's actions, others recognized the inherent risks. The emergence of such issues suggests that they did not arise in a vacuum. Despite stringent measures, complete prevention seems unlikely. The platform's actions could indeed be harmful. My son spends hours engrossed in live streams. Who will take responsibility if he fails to gain admission to a prestigious university? Even as an adult, I find myself captivated by these broadcasts. How can we expect minors, with their weaker resistance, to fare any better? I support the closure of the platform, but such a move seems improbable unless a more significant incident occurs. Lin Wenbin's anticipated scenario of Yean facing collective condemnation did not materialize. Instead, it inadvertently served as an advertisement for DIA. That evening, upon reading the news in his study, Lin Wenbin angrily smashed a tea set, realizing that Yean must have been well prepared. However, he scoffed as he fixated on a comment. Recognizing the naivety of youth, one could hardly underestimate the wisdom that comes with age. Have you conveyed my message? Yes, preparations can commence. And Rue resolved matters swiftly. With little commotion, yet the club's efforts to enlist and as an actor remained futile. Yean persistently reached out to the authorities for assistance, but they proved uncooperative, unwilling to grant access to surveillance footage. By the afternoon, as she attended a club meeting after school, still no updates had been received from the officials. The meeting room was filled with management, and to avoid disrupting the other competitors, Yean had not invited Su Wang and Ruan Yu to attend. The situation grew increasingly complicated. It seemed the officials had been compromised, deflecting any requests for access to the surveillance footage. Regardless of the issue's magnitude, it remained confined between the two teams, unable to implicate the authorities. Agent Wan Huayan furrowed his brow, acknowledging that despite issuing a statement, the impact was minimal. With the competition underway, not only were fans demanding answers, but many bystanders were also fueling the fire, including marketing accounts that exacerbated the situation. The prominent honor streamers on Douya had been swept into this frenzy. I understand, but sending the recording for verification takes too long. Whether it can be authenticated remains uncertain, and the lengthy process is detrimental to us. After all, the conversations on that recording, between her and Lin Shibai, are indeed real. Do not let me discover who recorded it. Yean ground her teeth. You all may carry on. Send the recording to the relevant agency. I need to contemplate how to manage this. Merely keeping individuals in the room would not resolve the issue. With so much at stake, she waved her hand and concluded the meeting. With her hands supporting her face, she pondered the situation. Should she wait indefinitely? Who could guarantee that no further complications would arise? Should she request Lin Shibai to clarify matters? That thought flickered across her mind only to be swiftly dismissed. She could not ascertain whether this incident was connected to him, and even if it were, she was emotionally reluctant to involve him. Outside the meeting room, a muffled voice seeped through the not-so-secure door. Yean paused, looking up in surprise. Was that Su Huilan's voice? May I enter? A series of knocks followed. Su Huilan had truly arrived. As the door swung open, it revealed his remarkably handsome face. May I come in? Please do. Su Huilan entered, dressed casually in sneakers, his demeanor exuding ease. It seems you've encountered some trouble, he remarked, raising an eyebrow as he settled into the seat closest to her. Did you not already know that by coming here? Yean retorted, somewhat irked. Su Huilan chuckled. It appears little Yi has come to understand me quite well. I am not in the mood for banter. The man then adopted a serious tone. The club's issues are not insurmountable. I comprehend what you require. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. I have secured the surveillance footage from Lin Zhe. Yean's pupils constricted. She barely registered his face, so close that their breaths mingled. Overwhelmed, she instinctively turned her head. What is it? Su Huilan inquired, unaware of their proximity. The warmth of his breath enveloped her, his scent permeating the air, rendering her breathless in the spacious room. She hastily averted her gaze. No, it's nothing. How did you obtain the surveillance footage? Su Huilan chuckled lightly. The operator of Heiress game holds shares in our company. Essentially, Su Corporation is primarily an investment firm, with a presence in various industries. The adage on T put all your eggs in one basket is key to our longevity. We consistently identify business opportunities, investing in lucrative projects on the cutting edge. This was undeniably impressive. Yean found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate her feelings. She subtly shifted backwards and hesitated before asking, Am I merely a nuisance to you, given how often I seek your help? Had Su Huilan not approached her, she would not have intended to ask for his assistance. She understood that this issue was easily solvable for him, yet such reliance troubled her. Pressing her lips together, she noted, From the moment we met, it seems you've been assisting me. I find it hard to believe that there are no strings attached. Su Huilan contemplated her words, realizing that perhaps she was expressing her desire for distance, or perhaps even to sever ties with him. While this was not unwelcome news for him, he had initially planned to withdraw from her life once she became self-sufficient. He could not shake the feeling of unease. With a smile gracing his lips, masking the darkness in his eyes, Su Huilan replied, I understand. With that, he left a USB drive on the table. Chapter 83, If you want to come back, then send it over. In the end, Yean resorted to using the USB drive, handing the materials over to Wan Huayan, who knew precisely what to do. By the time she left the club, night had fallen. Concealed in the darkness was a Maybach, with the window slightly ajar, revealing a slender, pale hand holding a cigarette. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the Jinshiyuan district. TSK. How shameless he was. The young lady was eager to distance herself from him, yet he lingered, worrying about her safety at such a late hour. Master Su, are we not leaving? Su Air, seated in the front, looked around, puzzled about whom they were waiting for. If they were waiting for Miss Yean, why didn't Team Master Su wait openly instead of hiding in the car like a thief? Su Huilan hesitated for a moment, concocting a flimsy excuse, and said softly, Oh, I asked Su Lu to come back so we could leave together. Waiting for Su Lu? Who would believe that? Su E and Su Air exchanged glances, igniting a fervent curiosity in their eyes. She must have dumped Master Su, right? Definitely. Even Su Lu has been called back. I bet Master Su is worried about Miss Yean's safety at night and wants to secretly follow her home. Why not just ask him? Without hesitation, Su Air cautiously probed, Master Su, it's rather unsafe for Miss Yean to be out alone at this hour. Shouldn't we escort her? Su Huilin lightly scoffed. There's a shortage of manpower on the African project. Why don't you go and check? Su Yi and Su Air immediately fell silent. Alas, Master Su only bullied them. Exhaling a slow stream of smoke, Su Huilin leaned back in his seat. And even those beside him could discern his unusual concern for the young lady. No, it should be said that everyone around him could see it except for him, who was in self-denial. Should he withdraw now, or? Su Huilin had yet to arrive at a conclusion when a knock sounded on the window. Master. As you instructed, I have stopped following Miss Yean. As the window rolled down, Su Huilin stared at Su Lu, momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Su Lu's typically expressionless face now bore a hint of confusion. After I told Miss Yean I would take her home, she insisted I could leave now. She took a bike back herself. Su Huilin was infuriated. What kind of fool was this? You should have taken her home first. Now you come back. What if she encountered danger on her way? What if she got lost? The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Su Huilin could vividly imagine Yean being bullied. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. He ordered Su Yi, who started the vehicle. Go back and face the consequences, he added, directing his words at Su Lu. Even though reason told Su Huilin that the chances of something happening were slim, the mere thought of Yean being at risk unsettled him. He felt somewhat unwell. It was unclear when this started, perhaps before his trip to England or after his return. Whenever Yean was out of his sight, he was inexplicably anxious about her safety. He was acutely aware that his state of mind was deeply flawed. He suppressed feelings that should not exist, wanting to remove all shackles as she prepared to soar on her own. Yet, at the very onset, he found it unbearable. With a bitter smile, Su Huilin acknowledged his self-inflicted predicament. Shadows of trees were cast upon the ground by the streetlights, and the black Maybach crept slowly through the night, its occupants continually glancing at the roadside. The autumn breeze was cool, brushing against them, evoking a sense of desolation yet also a sense of liberation. Yean rode her bicycle, her face stiffened by the wind. Once the third year of high school is over, the first thing I will do is get my driver's license. She tightened her clothes. Completely oblivious to the swaying figure with red hair stumbling out from the bar she had just passed. Ji Tian's eyes gleamed red as he fixated on the receding figure, his mind lagging behind as he hastily hopped onto his motorcycle to give chase. He never expected that before he could find her, she would come to him. Yean, right? You have some connection with Su Gu, but that connection isn't significant enough in my realm. The roar of the motorcycle filled the air as Yean barely registered who it was before a shadow darted past her, blocking the road with a drifting motorcycle. Everything unfolded in an instant. Yean couldn't brake in time and collided directly with the front of the motorcycle. Bang! Are you insane? She exclaimed, managing to steady herself and avoid a nasty fall. Ji Tian, unfazed by the impact, reeked of alcohol, his eyes bloodshot. Long time no see. Yean. What do you want? Ji Tian found it amusing. What do I want? Wasn't my last display clear enough? What are you pretending for? A discarded daughter of the Lin family. How could you have such abilities? I bet you've been played by both Su family members. I'm a Ji family member. Do you know my sister? Su Huilin's sister-in-law. When Su Wang sees me, he has to call me uncle. I want to mistreat you. Are you crazy? Yean was taken aback by Ji Tian's identity. She had just fallen out with Su Huilin and now encountered his little uncle trying to harass her. It was truly absurd. The key point was that she knew from her past life how much Su Huilin respected his elder brother, extending that respect to his sister-in-law. Moreover, they were utterly alone. Ji Tian, drunk, might not even be able to overpower her. As the inebriated man advanced, Yean's muscles tensed. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her bag and struck Ji Tian in the face. He yelped in pain. Damn it. When I catch you, I'll make you pay. Without further ado, Yean turned on her heel and fled. Damn it, Ji Tian shouted, chasing after her. Just as he moved, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the scene, causing him to squint instinctively as he heard the car door open. In the next moment, a powerful kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Yean, sprinting away, remained oblivious to what transpired behind her. Who the hell ambushed me? Ji Tian moaned, clutching his backside as he scrambled to his feet, only to be met by three burly figures surrounding him. He hadn't provoked anyone recently, had he? Before he could ponder further, the trio closed in, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Ah, who are you? Do you know who I am? Ji Tian cried, attempting to shield his head. Just as he was about to reveal his identity, he suddenly recognized one of them as the person who had punched him last time. Aren't these two the ones besides Su Huilin? Why aren't you speaking? Who the hell are you? Just because you're drunk, you think you can harass young ladies? Beat 'em up. Su Yi and Su Er shouted in unison, their strikes growing increasingly fierce. Su Lu remained silent, merely nodding, his force intensifying. Stop, please, Ji Tian begged, realizing the gravity of his situation. I am Ji Tian. Ji Tian. His delicate frame could hardly withstand the assault from the three men, and his cries filled the air. Stopped? Upon letting out his desperate plea, the fists raining down on him indeed ceased. Now you're scared? Too late, Ji Tian thought darkly, plotting to have Su Huilin deal with these men when he got the chance. Before he could regain his footing, another force struck him in the abdomen, sending Ji Tian flying a meter away. Huilin. Chapter 84. Call me brother, and I shall educate you. It turned out they were not ignorant of his identity, nor did they intend to relent. Ji Tian trembled, unable to rise from the ground as he gazed at the figure before him. Despite his daily bravado under the banner of Su Huilin, he was acutely aware of the reality. He was himself, and his sister was his sister. Su Huilin respected his sister, but that did not mean he would regard Ji Tian as insignificant. He could turn a blind eye at most. But should Ji Tian truly provoke Su Huilin, he would undoubtedly be met with no mercy. Ji Tian quaked in fear, retreating, having developed feelings for Yean, daring to act because he presumed Su Huilin would be indifferent to a woman, wagering on Su Huilin's lack of concern for her. Brother Huilin, I was wrong. I didn't know Yean was under your protection. Had I known, I would never have dared. Su Huilin remained silent, placing a foot on Ji Tian's calf, his expression calm as Ji Tian's forehead beaded with sweat. Brother, for my sister's sake, please spare me. Do you think you are worthy of mentioning your sister? Su Huilin's brows furrowed. Su Yi, the police are on their way. Su Yi approached, whispering in Su Huilin's ear. This utterance was devoid of discretion, and Ji Tian heard it as well, his body trembling more violently. No, brother, whether you regard me as nothing. Why must we make this so public? Su Huilin cast a disdainful glance at the quaking Ji Tian beneath his foot, scoffing at his words as if they were unheard. Slowly retracting his leg, he turned to leave. Only then did Ji Tian exhale, relieved that as long as Su Huilin did not act against him, the arrival of the police could be managed easily by the Ji family. Yet before he could fully relax, he heard a languid voice carried by the wind. Such dishonesty. Following a young girl daily. At least call me brother so I can educate you. Ji Tian's face paled instantly. Everyone knew that Su Huilin bore a benevolent visage, but possessed a heart more ruthless than a devil. His words clearly implied a desire to cripple him, and the number of limbs involved would depend solely on Su Huilin's mood. Sure enough, as soon as Su Huilin's words fell, a series of footsteps approached deliberately. Su Er. When the police arrive, you will accompany them for questioning. With that, a scream erupted from behind, reverberating through the night. Meanwhile, the Ji family was thrown into chaos. Ji Tian, the cherished only son of the family, had been spoiled beyond reason since the departure of his elder sister. When the police called, it was Ji Tian's father, Ji Guahao, who answered. They merely stated that Ji Tian had committed a crime and was currently being sent to the hospital, offering no further details. Still engaged in socializing over drinks, Ji Guahao dropped his glass in shock and rushed to the hospital. What has happened to my son? The nurse confirmed his identity, stating that it was quite serious. 2 ribs are broken, both legs are fractured, and he has multiple injuries. Who did this? Ji Guahao felt darkness encroach upon him. As a prominent figure in Jingxia, especially as the father-in-law of the Su family, who would dare lay a hand on his son? This son was his legacy, his very essence. The police offered no further information. Ji Guahao's face turned ashen with rage, and his secretary, trembling in fear beside him, urged, call Director Zhao. Ji Tian had a penchant for trouble, a tendency that had persisted for quite some time. Ji Guahao had invested considerable resources to manage relationships. Boss, they aren't answering. Not answering. Ji Guahao's fury mounted. Let us see which fool dares to harm my son. Come, I will accompany you to the police station. Whoever touched my son is clearly courting death. At the police station, Su Er sat holding a cup of water, his expression innocent. Officer, I have no idea. I was merely passing by when I saw that young man trailing a girl. Our boss, being kind-hearted, suspected ill intent and asked me to follow. By the time I arrived, I found him nearly beaten to death. And your boss? The police inquired. Su Huilin. The officers exchanged glances. Su Zong, why call the police? Wasn't it only later that you recognized this scoundrel was the younger brother of our esteemed master? Thus, your presence at the scene was merely coincidental? They had little surveillance on that street. Only footage of Yean exiting the bar, confirming he had indeed been following a girl. But there was no clear shot of her face. Now, with Yean unconscious, they could only question this informant. Su'er feigned innocence. I was merely trying to do a good deed that went awry. Do you mean to imply I was the one who struck him? That is not our intention. The police's lips twitched. It was evident that Yean had been severely beaten, and few in Jingxia could have inflicted such harm. Unfortunately, this man before them was one such individual. As a bodyguard, I am on call 24 hours a day to protect my employer. Without explicit orders, I cannot simply walk away. If I had acted, it would imply my employer sought to deal with him, which is unlikely. Lacking evidence, the police had no choice but to release Su'er. As he departed the precinct, he encountered Ji Guahao, both recognizing one another. Ji Guahao felt a wave of unease. Wasn't he this one of Huailian's associates? Why was he here? His heart sank at the thought that this reckless young man had crossed paths with Su Huailian. Yet the next moment, his anger flared again. What did it matter if it was Su Huailian? That did not justify beating his son to a pulp. Su'er walked past without a glance. Upon reaching the duty room, he found only a few officers present. Mr. Ji, you've arrived. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. We merely wish to ascertain the details. Ji Guahao had no patience for leisurely tea. He was desperate to uncover the identity of the assailant. I don't care about the details. I demand to know who struck him. Mr. Ji, we called you here to inform you that the surveillance footage is missing, and we only have one eyewitness. Beyond that, we cannot ascertain more. Ji Guahao was incredulous. You best think carefully. I am well acquainted with your director Zhao. The police exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with mockery. They had dealt with Ji Tian's troubles before. Each time, the Ji family would throw money to smooth things over. They were not intimidated, for they knew Su Huailian's influence was at play. Should Ji Guahao truly contact Zhao, he would not have come in person. Mr. Ji, please remain calm. It is likely that your son was at fault. Even if my son erred, does that justify such excessive force? I simply wish to know who assaulted him. We truly do not know, even if we did. We cannot disclose that information. The police's callousness incited Ji Guahao's fury, causing him to tremble with rage. Fine, you all will regret this. Upon exiting the precinct, he instructed his secretary to continue contacting Zhao. If that failed, he would personally deliver gifts to pay a visit. In his view, any issue solvable with money was no issue at all. Chapter 85. Indifference. The secretary could only respond, while Ji Guahao was consumed by anger over his son's beating. His mind clouded but still sharp. Director Zhao did not answer his calls, and the few police officers present offered no significant information, suggesting that the assailant was someone beyond their reach. He suspected a connection to the Su family. Ji Guahao could not dwell on many details. All he knew was that his son had been harmed, and he had to retrieve him. He began making calls, leveraging his connections to gather intelligence. After Su'er returned, he met with Su Huailian. "See, this matter concerning Ji Tian is likely far from over," he speculated. Su Huailian replied coolly, "Did I agree to anything?" Su'er cautioned him, fearing that the Ji family would soon face repercussions. Yean was oblivious to these developments. Upon returning home, she quickly dismissed the incident involving Ji Tian from her mind, contemplating whether she should hire bodyguards to ensure that the next time she encountered Ji Tian, she could first subdue him before sending him to the police. With the surveillance footage provided by Su Huailian, the club incident was straightforward to resolve, and Yean wasted no time in releasing the video. Consequently, everyone learned that Lin Qibai had staged a match with his team merely to please Yean. The situation swiftly tilted against him, particularly as Lin Qibai did not deny the allegations and openly admitted his wrongdoing, urging everyone to direct their ire towards him and spare the innocent. Almost immediately, Yean's identity became a topic of discussion online, with some criticizing her for neglecting family while others defended her, citing her unfortunate experiences with the Lin family. This sparked a heated debate, but Yean remained unfazed. The following day, Ji Tian awoke in the hospital. The police conducted their routine inquiries, but he hesitated to speak, merely stating that he had been assaulted. Once the officers departed, Ji Guahao eagerly inquired, "Tianer, tell me who did this to you." Ji Tian, aware of the Su family's influence, responded, "Dad, please don't ask. I'm fine, it was just a beating. Let it go." There's no evidence to prove anything further. He realized he had crossed paths with Su Huailian and could only accept his misfortune. Ji Guahao was clearly unwilling to let the matter slide. "Tianer, tell me, Is this related to the Su family? Ji Tian shot him a surprised glance, which gave Ji Guahao a hint of suspicion. Just then, the police, who had almost left, returned. Ji Tian, we have received a video implicating you in the molestation of a minor. Please cooperate with our investigation. They had dispatched other officers to gather information about the victim, advising him to confess for leniency. Given that Yean was still a student, the police sought to understand the events of that night. Yean recounted the entire incident involving Ji Tian's intentions towards her, with solid evidence. Ji Tian was placed under watch. As for who had assaulted him, no leads emerged, though speculation lingered among those aware. Ji Guahao was now genuinely distressed, seeking various connections to extricate his son. Director Zhao, it's me. Don't contact me anymore. You can't help? Impossible. All right, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. Days passed, seemingly returning to calm. Yean continued her routine of attending school, dining, and managing company and club affairs. She felt at ease while others were fretting over the situation. What sort of absurd proposal is this? Go back and redo it. Lindsay stood at the door, clicking his tongue. As someone exited with documents, he called them over to glance at the papers. The truth was, they were far from satisfactory. Under normal circumstances, Su would not have spoken so harshly, but given recent events, Lindsay stroked his chin, knowing that Yean had fallen out with Su. Patting the supervisor on the shoulder, he remarked that despite the project's difficulty, diligence was necessary, especially since Su had been in a poor mood lately. With that, Lindsay entered, presenting the latest financial report. Su, this is the quarterly report from finance. Please take a look. Su Huilin rubbed his forehead, dismissing it with a wave. Lindsay casually mentioned, Su, I have a friend who recently liked a girl and thought his good conditions would win her over without effort. Guess what? She ended up with someone else. Su Huilin focused intently on him. Lindsay, sensing interest, continued, I think if you like someone, you should act quickly. Otherwise, you'll lose your chance. Assistant Lin, have you suddenly found yourself with too much free time? Su Huilin replied with a hint of annoyance. Or perhaps I haven't docked your bonus recently, and you're getting carried away? Lindsay chuckled awkwardly. Let's skip the bonus issue. How about we review the report instead? Su Huilin scoffed. What do you know about love? It's not the same for me. He mused. What if she is just busy? Surely, she can find time. Lindsay found it hard to contain his laughter. Old Su, who could possibly be busier than you? You were so attentive to her before, if needed. You would have made time. Su Huilin fell silent, unable to counter the truth of that statement. That's not about me, he muttered weakly. Right, not you, Lindsay teased, lounging in his seat. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Let us go out for drinks tonight. Sure, I'll gather Gu Er and the others. Chapter 86. It is useless to seek help from anyone. Ji Guahao, despite his standing in Jingxia, found himself in a precarious position. Although Director Zhao did not extend his assistance, he subtly hinted at the possible identity of the assailant, as well as the other principal in this affair. Ji Guahao remarked on Su Er's presence at the police station. No wonder the officers were tight-lipped. It seemed they feared crossing Su Huilin. He remained unconvinced, believing that no one could truly contend with Su Huilin. Upon learning about Yean, he received her information on his desk that very day. She indeed possessed some talent, but to think she could ascend to the Su family was nothing short of delusional. Ji Guahao scoffed twice and made a call to his secretary. Have you confirmed? Old Su visits the park daily for chess? He dared not confront Su Huilin directly, yet he could not let the incident involving his son slide so easily. Especially since his son was still under observation. Once healed, he might well face incarceration. That afternoon, Ji Guahao made his way to Nanhai Park, where the Su patriarch frequently played chess. Old Su, Ji Guahao approached. You let your anger flare for a woman, disregarding familial ties. I implore you to intervene. Su Huilin had not reported to work that day. After a night of drinking with Zhou Jiai and Gu Cheng, he was nursing a throbbing headache. Let me investigate. He instructed, send 2 people to follow a Cheng and see what he has been up to. The previous night, Zhou Jiai had been pouring drinks down his throat, and he found it difficult to reflect on the words spoken in his drunken stupor. The notion of pursuing someone he fancied and then allowing them to slip away without a trace was utterly preposterous. Now, as he recalled, Su Huilin felt his ears flush. But more pressing was a Cheng's demeanor. Just as he was about to leave the nightlife behind, a Cheng intercepted him. Alin, is that girl named Yean? What of it? If she no longer needs you, then you should forget her. Recent developments have come to my attention. Just trust me on this, Gu Cheng asserted. And when he spoke earnestly, it signified the matter's complexity. Gu Er? Isn't he a close friend of old Su? Indeed. Sui dared not press further. Dealing with Guerre was no small feat, however. An idea struck him. While he could not manage this task, it would suit Xiaozhou perfectly. In Nanhai Park, after retiring, Old Su had few pastimes beyond seeking opponents for chess. Today, he was on the verge of victory when an unwelcome distraction arrived. Having married young, even with a late-departed eldest son, he was only in his 60s, yet his once black hair had turned entirely white, and the wrinkles on his face bore testament to his life's experiences. Sitting upright on a stone bench, he commanded respect without exerting authority. People outside revered him, often addressing him as Old Su. Ji Guahao, who was merely a few years his junior, stood before him like a wayward youth. "Have you come to the park for chess, my esteemed in-law?" Old Su inquired, his expression neutral, fingers delicately manipulating a white jade chess piece. Ji Guahao dared not respond to the title of in-law. "Alas, it was my misstep to intrude upon your leisure, but I find myself with no alternative," he lamented, bending slightly. Old Su had relinquished control of affairs, and Ji Guahao's only connection to the Su family was through his elder daughter, a bond long since strained. Usually, Old Su did not entertain visitors, leaving Ji Guahao no choice but to confront him in the park. Why would Old Su let his daughter's whim dictate his actions? "My son lies injured in the hospital due to his people, and with Su's influence, the police refuse to relent, clearly intent on seeing my son imprisoned." Old Su halted his movements, momentarily taken aback. He had no desire to engage, yet the complexities of this situation were unexpected, his younger son entangled because of a woman. What transpired? Ji Guahao, sensing an opportunity, lamented, "My son has been foolish, as you know, Old Su. He has recently taken a liking to a girl, unaware she is connected to you. This has led to his downfall. Originally, it might have been a simple lesson from you to a younger brother. But now you wish to imprison my son. Is this not bullying?" Old Su's expression remained unchanged. The Ji family had produced only a single worthy daughter-in-law, and Ji Guahao's words carried little weight. He spoke only of how his son had been wronged, neglecting to mention what had provoked Su Huailing's ire. "My eldest daughter is gone, and now I have but this one son. I cannot stand by and watch you ruin him." Old Su furrowed his brow. Yet before he could respond, a cold voice interrupted, "Mr. Ji, you possess quite the skill to have found your way to my father." Ji Guahao turned to see Su Huailing approaching, flanked by Su Yi and Su Er, clad in a dark gray coat. He exuded an ethereal beauty that was both enchanting and intimidating. Ji Guahao felt a surge of dread. He had not yet swayed Old Su, and now Su Huailing had arrived too soon. Upon seeing his younger son, Old Su lost interest in the matter, but out of respect for his eldest daughter-in-law, he stated, "You arrived just in time. Discuss your matters openly, but do not let it escalate into a spectacle." The implication was clear. He hoped Su Huailing would show leniency toward the Ji family. However, if he were to heed such advice, he would not be Su Huailing. "Were it not for my sister-in-law's sake, I would have dealt with that insolent brat long ago. But since you are here, let us have a proper discussion." Su Huailing's tone was detached, yet each word carried a sharp edge. "Is it true that Ji Tian followed the girl with ulterior motives?" Ji Guahao dared not meet his gaze. He was merely an outsider. Besides, the lesson had already been imparted to Tian. Why must they escalate matters? An outsider? You might inquire whether Ji Tian is aware that she is under my protection. Knowing this, he still dared to act. Was he attempting to slap my face? This is not the first incident. After the first lesson, he should have learned his lesson. If he persists, will he soon come to bully me in plain sight? Su Huailing's voice lowered, his icy glare piercing Ji Guahao. Old Su raised an eyebrow, pondering who this girl could be. He had not heard of his younger son showing interest in any woman recently. If there was indeed someone, I refuse to accept that I am pressuring the police to punish Ji Tian. If they do not release him, surely this is merely following proper protocol? One must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. Ji Guahao found himself unable to counter, realizing he was merely a child in this game. Indeed, a mere child of 20. Su Huailing mocked him mercilessly. Su Yi and Su Er chuckled behind him, their laughter reddening Ji Guahao's face. "I will make my position clear today. No amount of pleading will alter this matter. You." Ji Guahao felt a surge of indignation, regardless of their familial ties. Su Huailing showed him no respect. Old Su remained impassive, clearly uninterested in intervening. With no other recourse, Ji Guahao departed in disgrace. After his exit, Old Su placed a piece on the chessboard, pondering, "Is this the girl in question? Didn't you already suspect as much? You truly care, then?" Su Huailing remained noncommittal. Old Su snorted, "I shall not meddle in the Ji family's affairs." I am old and no longer bound by feudal ties. If you truly care for that girl, bring her home for me to meet. Su Huailin sighed. What are you thinking? Old Su shot him a glance. This lad. I see he has his own trials ahead. It is unexpected that even in his old age, he can still witness the sight of this rascal suffering misfortune. Behind him, Su Yi and Su Air stifle their laughter. Even the old man can perceive it, yet Su Yi himself remains oblivious. Chapter 87. The duplicity of boss Su Ji Guahao had suffered a setback at the hands of Su Huailin, and despite his position as an elder, he found himself taken aback by Su's blatant disregard. Frustration brewed within him, compelling him to ensure that this matter would not simply fade away. Observing the documents regarding Yean on the desk, his secretary conceived a plan. Boss, since President Su is so concerned about Yean, we cannot confront him directly. But we might create some trouble for Yean instead. Go on, Ji Guahao urged. Yean had a falling out with the Lin family, and recently, those targeting her company, Enrue Technology, are linked to Lin. While we cannot contend with the Su family, the Lin family might be vulnerable. Pondering this, Ji Guahao stroked his chin, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Please contact President Lin. I shall invite him to dinner tonight. He had several connections, and, with Tian still recovering, he had time to maneuver. Su Huailin remained steadfast, indifferent to the familial ties, but he was certainly concerned about the woman named Yean. Capturing her would yield similar results. Unbeknownst to Yean, the Ji family had designs on her. The USB drive Su Huailin had provided proved invaluable, swiftly resolving the club's troubles. Though she had her suspicions about the mastermind behind it, she refrained from delving deeper, deeming it a waste of time and energy. Meanwhile, her company thrived. Lin Wenbin's attempt to undermine her through underage consumption backfired, enhancing her reputation instead. Perhaps feeling thwarted, the Lin family suddenly fell silent. Their absence of trouble was a relief for Yean, who was now focused on developing the gaming sector of her company, frequently attending critical competitions and remaining quite busy. As the critical match for the Goddess team approached, Yean attended in person. Perhaps it was fate, as the previous match involved Anne. Upon her arrival, she noticed and was being pushed back by their opponents, unaware of the match's dynamics, only knowing her team had lost once. To her surprise, Huayu was on the substitutes bench. Although she did not favor him, she had to admit he was among the elite mid-laners, a fact substantiated by An's investment in him. Yet he was not in the game. What is happening? Su Wang, clad in team attire, inquired. Why was the mid-laner swapped out? He was replaced during the third match, came the reply, and had not won a single major match since the regular season began, and it was likely they would be eliminated in the second round. Yean was genuinely astonished, even in her past life, and had never performed so poorly. No wonder Lin Shibai's expression was so grim on the sidelines. Why, despite the circumstances, was Huayu still benched? Rumor had it that Lin Shibai discovered Huayu's misconduct, but due to the tournament's schedule, he opted to keep him on the sidelines. Yean began to connect the dots. The online audio recording alleging that they had bribed and to act was likely orchestrated by Huayu. Su Wang remained non-committal but surmised, and has lost. We should prepare for our turn. As the commentators congratulated the opposing team, the dejected members of and descended from the stage. Forget about them. We merely need to focus on today's match, she resolved. An's fate no longer concerned her, just as Lin Shibai's well-being was irrelevant. As the two teams brushed past each other backstage, one poised for glory and the other bearing the weight of defeat, Lin Shibai's gaze fixated on Yean, who was undeniably exceptional at that moment. Days passed without any sign from Yi and unable to contain himself any longer. Su Huailin left work early to visit the high school. Both Su Yi and Su Air, as well as Lin Zhe in the back seat, directed their attention toward him. Su Yi and Su Air were already familiar, while Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement. This was it. Their boss could no longer hold back. Despite being a top aide, Lin Zhe had personal interests, such as indulging in literature, and he was well-versed in the art of pursuing love. As a dedicated assistant, he felt it was his duty to safeguard his boss's romantic endeavors to win over Miss Yean. Boss, should we go empty-handed? It's quite cold. Perhaps we could buy a cup of milk tea to warm our hands? Lin Zhe was anxious. It felt inappropriate to arrive without a token gift after such a long absence. Su Yi and Su Air chimed in, suggesting a small cake as well, as young ladies often appreciated such gestures. Even if Miss Yean declined, Su Huailin could enjoy it himself, or at least claim it was for his own benefit. Their boss's penchant for sweets was certainly advantageous. Su Huailin's expression grew peculiar, having understood their implications. While he intended to visit the school, their blatant commentary made him feel somewhat undignified. Gritting his teeth, he replied coldly, "If you wish to work overtime, just say so. There's no need for veiled insinuations." The three fell silent in unison. "I am merely here to pick up a Wong. The old man misses his grandson," Su Huilin insisted defensively. "Oh, so that's the case," they replied, having no intention of questioning his true purpose. After all, young master had a dedicated chauffeur, and Su San and Su Si were specifically tasked with his care. They understood the unspoken truth, with a hint of embarrassment coloring his earlobes. Su Huilin allowed Su Yi to drive to the school. They arrived just as classes were dismissed. Yean, who did not have evening study, typically exited through the main gate, allowing Su Huilin a clear view from the car. As Yean flowed with the crowd, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She occasionally glanced outside, seemingly searching for someone. "Boss, Miss Yean is coming out," the three exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. "She's just coming out. Why are you all so worked up?" Su Huilin scoffed, though he found himself leaning toward the window, preparing to slide it down when suddenly his brow furrowed. "Who is that?" Lindsay, puzzled, glanced over and immediately changed color, recognizing the young man approaching Yean. "Where did this pretty boy come from?" "He looks like trouble," Su Yi remarked. "Not as handsome as our Su Air concluded. Su Huilin remained silent, yet the brewing storm in his eyes betrayed his displeasure. Although he claimed to be there for Su Wang, the fact that Su Wang had already left in another vehicle went unnoticed by anyone. Yean approached a young man who carried a plain black backpack, dressed like an ordinary college student. He was youthful, with appealing features, though not quite reaching the extraordinary standard of Su Huilin or Su Wang. Nevertheless, he could certainly be considered attractive, from their expressions and lip movements. Lindsay deduced that Miss Yean was acquainted with this young man, and their familiarity seemed quite amicable, whatever they were discussing. It was evident that Yean was delighted. Su Huilin's expression darkened. Chapter 88. He simply followed the two individuals conversing outside the window, were oblivious to the nature of their dialogue. All that was discernible was Yean nodding in agreement before they departed together. Lindsay's heart sank as he anxiously reported to Su Huilin, fearing he might not grasp the situation. "It seems this gentleman has invited Miss Yean, and she has accepted." Su Yi provided supporting evidence, suggesting they were likely off to dine together, and the direction they were headed was not towards Miss Yean's home, but rather a street bustling with dining establishments. Su Air concluded with dismay, "It's over. Miss Yean has gone on a date with someone." Lindsay immediately turned to Su Huilin, exclaiming, "Boss, Miss Yean is on a date." Su Huilin's expression darkened, furrowing his brow at Lindsay. "So what if she is? It's not as if she's going out with you. Why are you so worked up?" Lindsay sighed. "This isn't excitement, it's concern. I'm worried for you, boss. If you don't act, Miss Yean might truly slip away." Having followed Su Zong since his graduation, Lindsay might not claim to fully understand him, but he was certain he was the most attuned to his boss's thoughts within the entire company. After all, how else could he have risen through the ranks so swiftly? The boss, he surmised, felt a sense of ownership over Miss Yean, having witnessed her journey to success. He was reluctant to entertain the idea of her being pursued by another. Mr. Zhou and others jokingly referred to Su Huilin as raising a daughter. In reality, he merely cared for her as he would a younger sister. However, Lindsay couldn't comprehend why Su Zong insisted that Miss Yean address him with a familial title. Su Huilin glanced out the window once more, noting the two walking side by side. The trio awaited his next command, and he felt torn. Ignoring the situation might be the best course. It was perfectly natural for someone like Yean to have suitors. This was the life she deserved, as long as he was assured she was doing well. That would suffice. "Drive," he commanded. Su Yi responded, "But Su Yi, aren't we following them? What if that man has ulterior motives towards Miss Yean?" "I said drive," Su Huilin reiterated with emphasis. Now that she was capable of independence, it was not his place to interfere. Lindsay silently lamented. He knew his boss was being stubborn. Yet, the greater the suppression, the more intense the eventual eruption would be. Su Yi could not defy his orders and reluctantly started the car, though he harbored his own thoughts, since Su Yi had not specified a destination. Driving towards Miss Yean seemed permissible. As the vehicle moved, they quickly overtook the two pedestrians. Lindsay sighed wistfully as he watched them pass by. He had hoped the boss might exhibit a hint of urgency, perhaps even come to terms with his feelings. Su Huilin's brow remained furrowed as he pondered Su Yi's words. What if this man appeared amiable but harbored malicious intent? Miss Yean was intelligent. Yet even the wisest can overlook critical details and fall prey to deceit. His concern was for her safety. If the man had no ill intentions, his absence would be preferable. Cough. Wait a moment. Let us follow them, Su Huilin declared. After all, Miss Yean could be considered partially his responsibility. He couldn't allow anyone to mistreat her. He stroked his chin, donning the mantle of the benevolent protector. Yean followed the man into a Western restaurant. The gentleman was Yao Rui, a junior studying computer science at a prestigious university nearby. He had been introduced to her through a company connection. Upon hearing his name, she immediately recognized him. He was the pioneer of female-oriented games in the country from her previous life. She was astonished that such an individual would actively seek her out. Prior to this day, their communication had solely occurred via mobile. Yao Rui's ideas mirrored those of his past life, albeit still in their infancy. According to his previous trajectory, he was expected to gather like-minded partners, form a team, and rent a studio post-graduation to develop a game. Today, they had arranged to meet for an in-depth discussion. Yao Rui expressed his aspiration to establish his own studio, seeking investment from Yean. Conversely, she aimed to recruit him into her company. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she intended to bring him into Ruin, specifically to oversee the development of female-oriented games. Naturally, his compensation would extend beyond mere salary to include equity stakes. Considering Yao Rui's status as a financially struggling student, Yean graciously offered to treat him for this meal. As they sat by the window, awaiting their food, Yao Rui hesitated. What about the technical equity I mentioned earlier? Although he initially envisioned launching his own company, accepting Yean's proposal seemed far more convenient. Joining Ruin would ensure he had everything set up for him. Yet, he felt uncertain if she would genuinely honor his creative contributions. If I join Ruin, can Miss He guarantee that I won't be discarded once my usefulness has run its course? He inquired cautiously. Of course, Yean assured him confidently. We can draft a contract. A dedicated studio will be established under your management. You can select your team, and I will provide whatever resources you require. Additionally, I will grant you shares, making you the primary decision-maker for this studio. Such favorable terms? Yao Rui wavered. If her words rang true, it would be an opportunity worth considering. His greatest fear lay in companies treating his heartfelt creations as mere profit-making tools. Does Miss He have no other demands? He asked. Naturally, I do, she replied. I must approve the core management team, and I need a say in personnel decisions. This request was trivial compared to the generous offer she had made. As the company owner, she was entitled to oversee any hires. Yao Rui agreed with enthusiasm. Before the appetizers had even arrived, he consented to her proposal. The contract would be drafted promptly. Yean felt elated. The existing staff could manage software development. But game creation presented a greater challenge. She understood the genre and could outline the game's concept, yet she lacked in-depth knowledge of the specific components. It was far more prudent to entrust such specialized tasks to experts. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, in a sleek black car, the two in the front seat were nearly overlapping, while Lindsay in the back seat maintained a respectful distance, unwilling to lean over and peer out. Boss, Miss Yean has never seen me. Perhaps I should go take a look? Lindsay could no longer contain his curiosity. It was impossible to discern what was transpiring inside. Su Huilin fixed his gaze on the seemingly engrossed pair by the window, retorting, What are you staring at? I am not here for her. Lindsay was at a loss for words. Were they not there for Miss Yean? Was their purpose merely to dine? Then he heard Su Huilin add, however, as a considerate boss, Lin Tezu, are you hungry? I permit you to dine at this restaurant and return afterward. I will wait for you. Lindsay could only marvel at Su Yi's swift concession. Ultimately, he exited the vehicle, feigning indifference as he entered a nearby CF, fortuitously seating himself behind the two. He raised the menu to obscure his view, ensuring his back was turned to Yean. Once their business discussion concluded, with ample time remaining before the meal's arrival, Yao Rui casually inquired about Yean's academic and personal life. Chapter 89. You wanted to keep looking at her call my name. The way Yao Rui addressed her as Miss Yi made Yean feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yao Rui obediently changed his title. Then let me take advantage of this. Call me brother. Rui go. At the adjacent table, Lindsay stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, Oh my, how long has it been? Already calling him brother? Our boss doesn't even enjoy such treatment. He felt a mix of exasperation and envy, observing how easily they transitioned from formalities to casualness after just a brief encounter. As a top assistant, Lindsay swiftly transformed his observations into a message for Su Huilin. Boss, this man surely harbors ill intentions towards Miss Yean. Just now, he was inquiring about her studies and suggesting she consider his university, clearly trying to lure her away. And look at how flirtatious he is, getting her to call him brother so quickly while he used to address her as Miss Yi. Yean was all smiles, her tone gentle and warm. Boss. Could it be that Miss Yean is genuinely being swayed by this fellow? If Yao Rui were aware of Lin Zhe's speculations, he would surely cry out in protest. Heaven knows he was only being polite and concerned for his business partner. After all, they would be colleagues who would see each other frequently, and given his age, wasn't it normal for her to call him brother? As for her laughter, who could resist smiling when greeted by a golden opportunity? When Su Huilin read the message, his mind was filled with images of her smiling and calling him brother. He glanced up at the girl by the window, her radiant smile more beautiful than spring flowers. Su Huilin felt a surge of urgency and reached for the car door. Quick, look, that man is making a move. Inside the restaurant, Yao Rui accidentally knocked over a cup, spilling liquid toward Yean, already dripping onto her attire. Panic-stricken, Yao Rui scrambled to wipe the table while offering her a napkin. However, to those who were already predisposed to view him through a distorted lens, it appeared that he harbored ulterior motives. Where's that hand reaching? Without hesitation, Su Huilin flung open the car door and rushed toward the Western restaurant, berating Yean's taste for such a smooth-talking individual who had barely exchanged a few words before becoming overly familiar. Su Yi and Su Air's eyes lit up, hastily following suit. Lin Zhe, sensing disaster, dropped the menu and braced himself. The waiter who had been observing Lin Zhe since his entrance swiftly intervened. Sir, you've been looking at our menu in reverse since you arrived. Is there something unsatisfactory about our dishes? Before Yean could turn to see who the peculiar menu gazer was, Yao Rui let out a pained scream. Su Huilin's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he gripped Yao Rui's wrist. What do you think you are doing? The familiar voice startled Yean Su Xiaoshu. Behind her, Lin Zhe, ignoring everything else, broke free from the waiter's grasp. Miss Yean, you can't solely judge a person by their appearance. If you must, at least choose someone of our Su Zong's caliber. Don't trust just anyone. What is happening? Yean looked bewildered at the sudden intrusion. Yao Rui's hand was contorted painfully, clearly dislocated. What are you all saying? I was discussing a collaboration with Miss Yi. Have you misunderstood something? Collaboration? Su Huilin was taken aback, glancing at the wet patches on the table, realizing he might have misconstrued the situation. The oppressive atmosphere that had engulfed him moments ago dissipated, and the grip on Yao Rui's wrist relaxed considerably, leaving him in an awkward position of indecision. He shot a glare at Lin Zhe, annoyed with the spreading of rumors. Yao Rui, sweating from the pain, pleaded, brother, could you please release my hand? Apologies. Su Huilin adjusted his grip, offering a sincere apology. Yean felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is my employee who recommended a talent for developing games. We were just discussing a contract. Yes, yes. Yao Rui nodded vigorously, rubbing his wrist and lamenting his misfortune. He dared not express anger at Su Huilin. Recognizing him as the CEO of Su Corporation, the very individual he initially sought to attract investment from, Lin Zhe averted his gaze, fearing to meet Su Huilin's eye. That's it for my bonuses this month, or rather this year. Su Yi and Su Air lowered their heads, wishing to shrink away from the embarrassment. Realizing the situation had turned unfavorable, Yao Rui promptly excused himself. Miss Yi, since we've concluded our discussion, I shall take my leave. As he departed, all of Yian's attention shifted to Su Huilin. She needed an explanation for his unexpected presence. Su Huilin's expression shifted momentarily before relaxing, sitting down in the chair opposite her with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, I followed you. To be honest, knowing that there was nothing more between them brought him a sense of relief. It was a feeling he could not quite articulate. More pleasing than when he had secured his first major deal at Su Corporation, earning the respect of the older executives. Yean continued to gaze at him, seemingly incredulous at his admission. What do you mean you followed me? If he had claimed he was merely passing by or had come to fetch Su Wang, she might have believed him. Su Huilin did not answer, his gaze fixed intently on her face, noting her astonished expression. Her once luminous face had filled out slightly, giving her an endearing softness. Her long, dark eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, contrasting starkly with her current composure. In an instant, Su Huilin felt something within him stir, his heart softening and tinged with a strange exhilaration. His gaze grew more audacious and hungry. With a smirk, he pondered why she felt the need to rely on others when he could keep her close and watch over her himself. Instinctively, Yean sensed a looming danger and stood abruptly, intending to leave. It's too late. I'm heading home. Lin Zhe and the others had already retreated outside the restaurant. Su Huilin reached out to stop her, his lips curling into a smile, returning to his earlier casual demeanor. Where are you rushing off to? Don't you want to know why I followed you? A gut feeling warned Yi and against hearing the answer, and she firmly rejected the notion. It's not important. I should really go home. I understand that today's events were all unintentional, not an accident. Su Huilin employed a gentle force, ensuring she could neither break free nor feel pain. I specifically came to find you. I wanted to see you. He left unspoken the deeper motivations behind his visit. Yean sensed a shift in the atmosphere, an unnameable change that she dared not contemplate. Weren't you supposed to go home? Let me give you a ride. Su Huilin offered, his charming demeanor radiant. Though Yean was inclined to decline, Su Huilin provided no opportunity for refusal. He appeared easygoing yet exuded an underlying strength that was hard to ignore. After a moment of internal struggle, she acquiesced to accompany him, realizing that opposing him with her current capabilities would yield little success. Could she truly evade someone like him? Chapter 90. Once tied. Reluctant to let go, Su Huilin escorted Yean out of the Western restaurant, heading towards the car. Su Yi and Su Er were about to follow when Lindsay interjected, "What's the hurry? Can't you see the boss wants to enjoy some time alone with Miss Yi?" The two responded in unison and promptly turned away from the vehicle. Noticing that the three were no longer following, Su Huilin cast a grateful glance in their direction. Lindsay felt a swell of pride, confident that his bonus was secure. Su Huilin opened the car door for Yean inside. She instinctively leaned against the window, attempting to create distance between them. She contemplated suggesting that she could sit in the back, but knowing Su Huilin's character, he would never allow it. His fingers drummed nervously on the steering wheel as he glanced sideways at her. Was she really that far away? Never mind, there would be plenty of time ahead. Su Huilin pressed his lips together, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. The car roared to life, and Yean fastened her seatbelt. As the buildings outside gradually receded, an unexpected thought struck her. Given that someone like Su Huilin had a chauffeur, was he even adept at driving himself? Su Yi and Su Er stood beside Lindsay, all three watching the car depart with satisfaction, until suddenly, the vehicle lurched out of control, and they exclaimed in unison, "Oh no!" Inside the car, Yean clutched her seatbelt as she was tossed left and right. Wait, why was Su Huilin, this domineering figure, deviating from the script? The abrupt break sent Yean crashing towards Su Huilin, her forehead colliding with his firm chest. For a fleeting moment, she marveled at his physique. But doubt quickly crept in. Was this intentional? Su Huilin chuckled awkwardly, meeting her scrutinizing gaze, as if he could read her thoughts. "I'm a bit out of practice. Perhaps you should call Sui and the others to drive. They've already left. I can manage." Su Huilin retorted, unwilling to concede. He wouldn't let them come back, as that would be too embarrassing. Yean had no choice but to remain silent. Though Su Huilin was indeed a bit rusty, he adapted quickly, and soon the car was gliding smoothly down the flat road. Perhaps due to the earlier turbulence, Yean began to feel dizzy, resting her forehead against the cool window while suppressing the urge to vomit. Su Huilin quickly noticed her discomfort. "What's wrong? I feel a bit dizzy." As she spoke, he took her casually dangling hand, which she instinctively tried to withdraw. Yet, Su Huilin not only refused to let go but tightened his grip instead. In that instant, Yean felt her entire being electrified. His fingers were warm and dry, pressing against hers with no space between. "Uncle?" Panic surged within Yean. Although she had prepared herself for such advances, she had not expected Su Huilin to act so swiftly. Had she known he was interested in her, she would have taken her leave with her money long ago. Suddenly, her dizziness vanished, and the nausea subsided. As they approached a red light, Su Huilin halted the vehicle, their eyes locking. His voice was low and compelling. "Don't move." He held her hand firmly, looking down at it. Yean's hands, while fair, bore the marks of hard work, with calluses on her palms and fingertips. Her ears flushed crimson, not from shyness but a natural physiological response. She felt his warm fingertips gliding across her palm, igniting a trail of warmth wherever he touched. Her hand felt almost foreign, hot and tingling. His fingers finally came to rest at the center of her palm, applying gentle pressure. This should help a bit. Yean wasn't sure if it was psychological or if she genuinely felt better, but she sensed a notable improvement. "I can manage on my own," she insisted. However, Su Huilin seemed to ignore her protest, and as the green light illuminated, he resumed driving, his ministrations unwavering. Despite her reluctance to argue, Yean knew that if something went awry, it would be her life at stake. Let him hold her hand. It wasn't as if she were losing a limb. After a long day of classes, she leaned back in the passenger seat, the car's steady pace lulling her into a deep slumber. After a while, Su Huilin broke the silence. "What if we changed how we address each other?" Noticing her lack of movement, he realized she had fallen asleep. He hesitated before reluctantly releasing her hand, though he longed to keep holding it. With the twilight enveloping them, a smile crept onto his lips, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within. Had Lindsay been present, he would undoubtedly have teased his boss for holding onto Yean's hand even as she slept. Questioning his audacity, the car rolled gently into the apartment complex where Yean resided, coming to a stop at her building. Observing her peaceful slumber, Su Huilin hesitated to wake her. Alone, he shed the facade he had maintained, greedily drinking in every detail of her face. The more he gazed, the more joy blossomed in his heart. Everyone could see the difference in how he regarded her, yet he continued to deceive himself. His gaze deepened with emotion. Suddenly, Yean stirred, furrowing her brow before jolting awake. Instinctively, she reached out, grasping the fabric of Su Huilin's shirt. The white fabric crumpled in her grip, and in her fervor, his collar slipped, revealing his exquisitely sculpted collarbones. What's wrong? After a moment's confusion, Yean blinked to focus on him, the racing of her heart gradually subsiding. She had just dreamt of her past life's demise, a haunting reminder of the Lin family's transgressions against her. It's nothing. As she relaxed her grip, she exhaled, only to find herself caught in his concerned gaze. I'm sorry, she blurted, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she released her hold. Yet Su Huilin remained unfazed, even pulling her hand back toward him, as if to say that it was perfectly acceptable to hold on. Did you have a nightmare? His invitation to cling only intensified her embarrassment. Startled, Yean swiftly withdrew her hand. No, it was just a dream. I'm fine now. Since we're home, I'll head inside. Thank you, uncle. Like a slippery fish, she darted out of the car. Su Huilin watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, what was I thinking? Treating her like a mere child and having her call me uncle. After lingering in the cool evening air for a moment, Su Huilin dialed Zhou. I must say, Lao Su, your recent calls have become rather frequent. Come on, spill it. Are you seeking advice on your friend's story again? Su Huilin paused before admitting. How do I pursue a girl? The surprise on the other end was palpable, Zhou nearly leaping from his seat. Well, you've finally come to your senses. You've come to the right person for advice. Didn't I give you a book on this topic before? Didn't it help? A book? Su Huilin recalled the parenting guide he found odd, his veins visibly popping. Do something useful for once. I'm doing good deeds right now, Zhou responded smugly, clearly enjoying Su Huilin's vexation. Anyhow, you're indeed asking the right person. Since winter break is approaching soon, why not invite her out to see the snow? It's the perfect opportunity to spend time together. The eldest daughter possesses a heavy sense of vigilance, unable to rush into matters. Thus, one can only act with genuine sincerity. Su Huilin silently etched these thoughts into his heart.